Billions of people around the world were dragged into reverse current survival, and the one surviving on the same boat as me was a strange upperclassman with a perky ass. You can only sail against the current, while equipment and resources drift toward you with the flow, along with unknown stone statues. Mermaids, secret realms. Detected a target that can be conquered. The favorability system is at your service. So it's a system. What use are you? If the host raises the target's favorability, the system will provide rewards. In an urban romance world, you could take on 10,000 by yourself. Meow. Yusho felt like the sky was falling. This system wanted him to be a simp and fall in love. This was definitely going to end in disaster. Right when he was at his most miserable, he paddled a little. His initial talent, SS-rank Hypnosis, popped out. Hypnosis, was that even proper? The favorability system was a huge pain, but had no one heard that heaven always leaves a way out? Just hypnotize them directly. Max out their favorability and let them sit down on their own. The story begins here. Congratulations, everyone, on arriving in the universal reverse current survival. Now, I will explain the initial rules to you. 1. The reverse current river has no beginning and no end. It flows forever and will never run dry. 2. You are now on a canoe. Upgrade your vessel as much as possible, or it will be destroyed before long. 3. If you go with the current, you will be eroded by the laws. Your sanity will gradually be emptied, and you will become a stone statue in the river. 4. If you go against the current, you may encounter treasure chests. Stone statues will erosion. Secret realms. Do not be discouraged or afraid. If you can conquer the reverse current river, you will have everything. 5. The speed of the reverse current river will keep increasing. The newbie protection period lasts 3 hours. Within these 3 hours, the river will not flow too quickly. Make sure to seize the time to survive and grow stronger. A passionate voice rang out in everyone's mind. Yusho lay on the canoe, his head feeling like it had been smashed by an elbow, and the world spun around him. He was just a freshman on the way to class. So how the hell did he end up here? The moment he closed his eyes, bracing both hands against the cold, rough canoe boards, Yusho forced himself to stand despite the dizziness. The canoe beneath his feet gently rocked with the calm river water. Moist air carrying a bit of warmth rushed at his face. As far as the eye could see, the river stretched endlessly into the distance. Besides the clear, crisp scent of river water, there was also a faint trace of jasmine in the air. Where was that fragrance coming from? Yusho instinctively followed the scent with his gaze. At the other end of the canoe, there was a girl lying there too. She wore a simple white short-sleeved shirt with a light-colored skirt. As the boat swayed, the hem of the skirt drooped slightly, outlining the round, full curve of her hips. He moved a little closer and got a clear look at her face. His heart immediately jolted. Isn't she the girl who passed by me a few minutes ago? Detected a conquerable target. The favorability system is at your service. Name, Lin Xiao. Age 20. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Measurements, 96, 62, 92. Appearance, 90. Sanity, 85. Morality, 90. Favorability toward host, 10. Stranger. If the host raises the other party's favorability through your own efforts, you will receive all kinds of rewards. Being a simp for a while is necessary. Meow. A whole string of information panels popped up right in front of him. Yusho stood there in a daze for a long while before finally reacting, then could not help complaining in his heart. System, why didn't you come earlier? We're already in some hellhole, struggling to survive. Who the hell still has the mood to talk about romance? He looked up again at the endless river surface. Other than his own shabby little boat, everything around them was empty. There was not even a third person in sight. Isn't this an eroge world? Host meow. The favorability system's voice sounded soft and fluffy. Yusha's eyes widened instantly. What the hell are you doing? You can even get the world wrong. Can you be any less reliable? Sorry, I'm a newbie. Meow. At that moment, the boat rocked lightly. Lin Xiao's long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her pupils were clear, like black grapes, soaked in water. But in only a moment, she was fully awake. Clearly, she had already digested the survival rules in her mind. You're awake. Yusho noticed her. Lin Xiao sat up, gathering her skirt around herself. Her long fair legs pressed together. Hello. She also glanced at the endless river, and a trace of panic flashed through her eyes. Then, what do we do now? Her cherry lips parted lightly, her tone carrying a bit of helplessness. Favorability, 10 to 18. Friendly stranger. Yushu knew why her favorability had gone up too. At the very least, he had not lunged at her thick ass the moment they met. So for now, he did not look like a pervert. He noticed that his canoe had already drifted half a meter backward with the current. So he immediately said, paddle first. We have to move against the current. But looking at this flimsy canoe, and then thinking about the never-ending river flow, wasn't this thing going to exhaust everyone to death? Was the game planner even human? The only thing he could do was hope they could upgrade this crappy little boat soon. Lin Xiao reacted right away, too, her gaze falling on the pair of wooden paddles at both sides of the boat. Oh, okay, I got it. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lin Xiao. I'm a sophomore. Yusho, a freshman. For the time being, it looks like I'll have to survive together with senior sister. Yusho picked up the paddle beside him, his palm pressing against the rough wooden handle, and replied. The moment he gripped the paddle and lightly rowed a few times, a burst of tiny splashes suddenly leaped from the river surface, and a small silver shadow shot out of the water and flew straight into his arms. What? The sudden movement made both Yusho and Lin Xiao freeze instantly. Yusho quickly lowered his head to look at the thing. Initial talent, treasure chest. Just by paddling, you can run into treasure chests. Yusho instinctively hugged the chest in his arms. This silver chest was only palm-sized, exquisitely made, and clearly no ordinary thing. So that's how it works. Then, I'll try too. Lin Xiao quickly picked up a paddle and started rowing as well. Less than 2 seconds later, the river splashed again, and another identical silver treasure chest jumped out, landing steadily in her arms. Yusho paid no more attention to her, his mind completely on his own chest. He immediately focused his will and chose to open it. Congratulations, player, for obtaining the SS-rank talent Hypnosis. You have already become a transcendent. Loading modules. You have unlocked personal panel vessel, regional chat channel, trading center, and game backpack. You only need to use your thoughts to open the corresponding modules. SS-rank talent. Yusho was delighted at first, but then a little puzzled. The hypnosis talent did not sound like the kind of direct offensive talent that could fight and tank. In a survival world, it did not seem especially advantageous. But the next second, he suddenly snapped back to his senses. He still had the favorability system. Hypnosis paired with the favorability system. This was a perfect match. Maybe by combining the two, he could fleece the system for rewards. At that thought, excitement surged through Yushao's heart, but his face stayed expressionless as ever, still wearing a poker face. He immediately used his mind to open the detailed information for the hypnosis talent and carefully examined it. Talent name, Hypnosis. Rank, SS rank, E to SSS. Function. Once you activate the talent, you may use tools to give suggestions to any living creature with a brain, causing it to produce specific thoughts and behaviors. There are various hypnosis tools, and the mental energy they consume also differs. Tool 1. Hypnosis, crystal ball. Tool 2. Hypnosis, tuning fork. Tool 3. Locked. After reading the talent description, Yusho opened his personal panel, and each line of data clearly appeared before him. Name, Yu Xiao. Power, first year, transcendent. Talent, hypnosis, SS. Physique, 9.1. Physique, overall, physical ability, including strength, speed, endurance, resistance to blows, and recovery ability. The higher the physique, the greater the strength and speed. Mental, 9.0 to 18.0. Talent bonus. Sanity, 95. Vessel, level 1 canoe, shared with Lin Xiao. Backpack, 1 cup. Overall, his starting stats should count as pretty good among beginners, especially his mental power, which had directly shot up thanks to the SS rank talent. He closed the panel and turned to look at Lin Xiao beside him. At this moment, Lin Xiao had also opened her own chest. She sat on the cross-plank of the canoe, tilting her head slightly. Her bright watery eyes looked at Yusho. Junior, how was the talent you got? We're teammates, and we're even sharing the same vessel. We should understand a little about each other. Could Yusho say that his talent was hypnosis, even though he had already figured out that Lin Xiao's morality was as high as 90, making her an undeniably decent girl? The core of hypnosis was interfering with other people's consciousness. It carried the hidden danger of mental control, even if her personality was good. Once she knew someone had the ability to casually mess with other people's minds, she would instinctively be on guard. But the problem was, would people sharing the same vessel be able to see each other's information later on? If they could, then lying would be meaningless. But right now, there was no better option, so he could only answer vaguely for the time being. You show, my talent is S-rank. It can soothe the mind. That sentence was not wrong either. His hypnosis really was SS-rank, and it probably could soothe sanity too. So it left him a way out. SS-rank, and it can so soothe the mind. Lin Xiao looked a little dazed for a moment. The junior she had randomly run into on the road had this kind of luck. She had been observing Yu Shou earlier, seeing how calm he had remained the whole time. She had assumed his talent was average. She had even been wondering whether she should comfort him tactfully later. And then he suddenly dropped an SS-rank talent right in her face. She leaned forward a little, her twin peaks trembling lightly. Junior, you're way too lucky. This river tests sanity, so your talent feels practically tailor-made for this place. Favorability. 18 to 25 ordinary friend. Raising this senior sister Lin's favorability was actually pretty easy. Lin Xiao then added, with a trace of pride in her voice, my talent is a rank. It's called Water Surge Control. This lets you control water flow. Yu Shou asked, that's right. It's an offensive talent. Even though it's only a rank, we're surrounded by river water, so its power can definitely be pushed to the max, she explained, a flash of excitement appearing in her eyes. If this talent had been in a desert, it would basically have been trash. But right now, they were on a boundless river of flowing water. It was pretty much a heaven-chosen talent too. Yu Shou quietly let out a breath of relief. If she had also been some kind of mental-type expert, then he would not have dared use his hypnosis easily at all. Based on his own people-reading instincts, Lin Xiao was probably not lying. Oh right, Yu Shou, take a look at the chat channel. Lin Xiao suddenly spoke. Regional chat channel, 999 plus. Population, 8,990. 9,000. Rules, 1. This survival game only accepts people over 18 years old. Human babies born here will be sent back to a human rearing point, so the chat does not have youth mode. 2. Sending images containing mental control or hypnosis is not allowed. Note insufficient rank. The full server chat channel has not been unlocked. I think the people in this chat channel should all be nearby, Lin Xiao said as she looked at the densely packed messages and analyzed them. Yu Shou glanced at the chaotic chatter and waved his hand. Therese, no need to worry about it for now. It's just a bunch of people talking nonsense. It won't help us row. The proper thing is to keep paddling forward first. That makes sense. Lin Xiao immediately nodded in agreement. In truth, she had been quietly observing Yu Shou the whole time. This boy was calm to an almost excessive degree, and he did not show any extra curiosity toward her either. That actually made her pay more attention to him. She deliberately found a topic to talk about, her tone light and cheerful. Come to think of it, which department are you from? School of Electronic Information. Yu Shou replied casually. I'm from the Computer Science Department, and I'm also the president of the University Volunteer Association. Lin Xiao's brows curved gently, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. I thought you would at least have heard my name. Looks like I was being too narcissistic. Yu Shou silently broke into a bit of a cold sweat inside. Other than attending class, playing a few games in the dorm, and wandering around campus, that was pretty much his daily life. Who had the spare energy to join some volunteer association? Besides, most of the activities that association ran were basically just free labor for the teachers. Pure exploitation. The two of them paddled together for 2 minutes, and the canoe steadily moved upstream. The river splashed noisily while the wind carried moisture across their faces, feeling especially refreshing while rowing. Yu Shou had his back to Lin Xiao the whole time, seizing the right moment. His mind stirred. I want to use Tool 2, the hypnosis tuning fork. A tuning fork dropped into his left palm. It was only palm-sized, silver all over, with 2 slender symmetrical prongs and a rounded spherical handle at the bottom. Easy to pinch with 1 finger. This hypnosis talent really is making my life miserable. Yu Xiao secretly shook his head, but right now, he had no other choice. Forget about hypnotizing her into star fury for now. First, he needed to raise her favorability and see what kind of rewards this favorability system would actually give. Taking 10,000 steps back, this favorability system still counted as a cheat too. His right hand steadily held the paddle, while his left lightly tapped the palm-sized tuning fork against the edge of the boat. Buzz. A faint, strange sound wave spread outward. The prongs vibrated lightly in the air, and a subtle numbness traveled into Yu Xiao's fingers. The sound mixed in with the rushing noise of the river. Lin Xiao's ears twitched. She only felt that there was some strange, extra sound by her ear, but she did not think too deeply about it. Yu Xiao silently muttered in his heart, "Make Lin Xiao's favorability toward me keep rising." The next second, the SS-rank Hypnosis talent quietly activated, and the tuning fork's sound waves subtly spread outward again. Lin Xiao's body trembled lightly, and she let out a soft, little whimper. Faint pink rings slowly rose in her eyes, and her whole body softened. Even her paddling slowing down. Her long eyelashes hung low, making her look like a docile little cat. Her white short-sleeved shirt had been dampened slightly transparent by the water vapor, faintly revealing the outline of the bra underneath. As the boat swayed, her skirt outlined her round, full curves, and her long legs parted just a little as well. Favorability +5. Favorability +5. Favorability +5. Several notification tones popped up in a row, but all Yu Xiao felt was his head growing heavy as his mental energy drained at high speed. Mental 18.0 to 6.0 current cap 18.0. That's enough. That's enough. Quit while I'm ahead. Yu Xiao quickly put away the tuning fork and rubbed his temples. Good thing I stopped in time. If my mental energy got sucked dry, I'd be screwed the moment danger showed up. Current favorability 92. Attached. Allows intimate caressing. Deep intimate behavior. Wholehearted devotion. Yu Xiao. This had it directly skipped ahead to the point where she could step on his back. That was way too ridiculous. The favorability system's notification rang out right after. Host, are you cheating or what? This favorability is rising way too insanely fast. 50 own favorability unlocks the first reward. 90 unlocks the deep reward. And 100 unlocks the ultimate reward. Congratulations, host, for meeting the first reward condition. Obtained physique points. 18.2, 20% of the target's appearance score, with the system helping the host steadily push toward the little 1000 dative goal. Congratulations, host, for meeting the deep reward condition. Obtained immobilization card. 50. Do not use it on little girls. Okay. Yu Xiao clenched his fist, and explosive power instantly surged through his whole body. Even his vision became absurdly sharp. Even through layers of water, mist, he could still see distant things with perfect clarity. Current physique 27.3, 9.1, plus 18.2. Just as he was about to turn around and see Lin Xiao's reaction, he suddenly caught sight of a dark shadow faintly drifting in the distant water mist. A boat. That boat seemed to be moving backward with the current while they were heading upstream, and the distance between the two boats was getting smaller and smaller. Yu Xiao narrowed his eyes and took a careful look with his enhanced vision. It looks like a sculling boat, which meant there was a single sculling oar installed at the stern. The oar was fixed to the stern through a pivot point called a luchi. Once the oar entered the water, a person would push and pull the handle back and forth, and the oar blade would sway in the water like a fishtail, generating continuous thrust. Yu Xiao had seen this kind of thing before. Sculling was several times less tiring than paddling, and it was more suitable for slowly moving against the current. Lin Xiao also gradually came back to her senses. Her whole face was flushed red, and her heart was pounding wildly, as if it were about to leap out of her chest. Why do I feel a little dry-mouthed? Her favorability had shot up all at once, making the sophomore girl feel like she was spiraling straight into the sky, dopamine piling up inside her. It was as if she had seen through Yu Xiao's entire body. If they had any history of getting along, then Yu Xiao's hypnosis raising her favorability might have made her recall some details of their interactions. But they didn't. Not long ago, she and Yu Xiao had been complete strangers. The hypnosis hadn't fabricated memories, but it was like it had directly awakened the exact type she liked most deep in her heart. Yu Xiao also noticed the heavy breathing behind him and turned to look at Lin Xiao. So, had his hypnosis directly awakened the other person's star universe? The moment Lin Xiao met his gaze, she immediately looked away in panic, and even the tips of her ears started burning. It's over, it's over. I was still pretending to be calm and generous just now, but now every time I look at him I want to stick myself to him. The junior clearly hasn't even done anything, So why is he this deadly? She was both shy and restless, and she simply couldn't suppress it. Yusho couldn't exactly play dumb either. Her favorability had already gone up. A hug, or normal backstepping, probably wouldn't be a problem anymore, right? As long as he didn't say anything outrageously insane, or make any excessive moves. Of course, that was only his guess. Still, the first thing now was to quickly check the condition of that boat. Senior, look over there, Yusho said, pointing into the distance. Lin Xiao got a chance to catch her breath and quickly followed his gaze. That is... what? She had also seen that dark shadow but not very clearly. But Yusho could see it clearly. There was a figure standing on the boat, motionless. From afar, it looked like a stone sculpture, its whole body carrying a cold, gray-white texture. The figure was slender, clearly in the shape of a woman. Its arms were spread open, giving off an indescribably strange feeling. The thing standing on it is the stone statue mentioned in the rules, Yusho said. Ah, Yusho, you can see that? It's so far away. Her face was flushed, and she looked at this male classmate in surprise, while feeling even more excited inside. Makes sense, he's SS rank after all. Subconsciously, she edged a little closer to Yusho, the front of her chest lightly brushing against his arm. It seemed to carry a hint of temptation. Cough. Yusho also took the chance to move a little closer, letting her softness spread out and press directly against his arm. It should be like that. Okay. Lin Xiao nodded, secretly delighted inside. This boy was obviously the kind of straight guy who had never had a girlfriend. If she took a little initiative, Yusho, meanwhile, was staring at the cleavage. Had Lin Xiao already decided to eat him clean? Right, Yusho, let's not waste time here. We should hurry over and take a look. Although Lin Xiao's heart was stirred, she could still tell the big picture from the small. Right now, development was still the priority. Yusho also nodded. You're right. That boat doesn't look simple. Let's get closer and have a look. As soon as he finished speaking, the hand gripping the paddle began to exert force, and the terrifying 27.3 points of physique inside his body fully erupted. The paddle, which originally had some weight to it, now felt as light as a feather in his hands. He viciously plunged it into the water, stirred, and shoved. Splash! A huge spray of water exploded, and the canoe shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, frighteningly fast. Wow! Why are you so strong? Lin Xiao cried out in surprise and hurriedly grabbed the edge of the boat. Her long hair was blown wildly backward by the wind rushing at them, and even her skirt fluttered lightly. But inside, she felt even more anticipation. Her junior was this strong, and she also had water surge. That made them a perfect match, didn't it? No. What exactly was she thinking? Had studying engineering repressed her this badly? She didn't dare keep thinking about it. In only 51 seconds, the sculling boat that had originally still been some distance away was rushed right up to by Yusho. Only now, with the two boats side by side, did Yusho finally get a clear look at that stone statue. It really was a woman. Her features still faintly showed the delicate appearance she had before death. The skin over her entire body had turned to stone, her arms spread open, her head tilted up toward the sky, as if she were welcoming something, or as if she had completely let go of everything. Lin Xiao covered her mouth, her eyes full of shock, but she wasn't overly afraid. Instead, there was a bit more regret in them. Judging from this, she should be a survivor who arrived here earlier than us. Yusho didn't respond. His gaze swept across the entire sculling boat, and his eyes instantly lit up. There were quite a few things scattered across the deck. Fishhooks glinting with a cold light, thick sturdy long ropes, several sealed small bags, and even reinforced planks attached to both sides of the hull. It was obviously not something their starting level 1 canoe could compare to. At that moment, an information panel popped up from the boat. Vehicle information. Sculling boat. Level 2. Owner. Stone statue No. 9151. Size. Boat length approximately 5.5 meters, width 1.4 meters, hull depth 60 centimeters, stable load-bearing capacity up to 400 kilograms. Evaluation. More wave-resistant and less labor-intensive than a starting canoe. Or propulsion is long-lasting and stable, suitable for long-distance drifting against the current. Items in the boat. Thickened nylon rope X3. Each is 10 meters long, wear-resistant and tensile-resistant. Can be used to secure the boat, tie up supplies, or for emergency towing. Portable folding fishing rod X2. The rod body is light and easy to store, equipped with fishing line and hooks. In an upstream river, it can be used to fish directly for food supplies. Remaining vacuum-compressed biscuits X4. High-calorie and easy to store, ready to eat once opened. Galvanized rust-resistant boat nails X10. Can be used with simple striking to repair cracks in the hull planks and prevent leaks and damage. Folding or blade X1. A spare replacement part. Can be temporarily assembled and used if the main oar is damaged. You may choose to board the sculling boat, or dismantle it, and use the materials to strengthen your original level 1 canoe. What was the difference? Just as Yusho was feeling puzzled, several messages popped out. You have witnessed the stone statue. Sanity minus 0.2. Sanity minus 0.2. Sanity minus 0.2. Yusho's heart tightened, and he quickly turned his head and urgently said to Lin Xiao beside him, "Be careful. Staring at that stone statue from up close will make your sanity drop." Lin Xiao was so startled that she immediately looked away, her chest trembling. Then she steadied herself, leaned closer to Yusho and said, "Yusho, if we board the boat directly, we might be affected by the stone statue. How about we just dismantle that boat and use the materials to upgrade our own canoe?" As soon as she finished speaking, a pale white panel rose up from the canoe beneath their feet, and both of them could see it clearly. Vehicle name, Canoe. Level, 1, maximum is 1. Durability, 9. Sailing speed, human controlled. Upgrade requirements. Wood *10, nails *10, cloth *10, or blade *1. Then if we dismantle that sculling boat, how many materials can we get? Although Lin Xiao's favorability had been maxed out by Yusho's hypnosis, the caution in her bones had not lessened in the slightest. She still maintained her usual calmness. When she spoke, her eyes were bright and clear, carrying a hint of probing. After dismantling it, you will obtain wood ×8, nails ×8, cloth ×8, and 1 or board. This is the game helping you remove the influence of the stone statue. So the supplies are reduced, and there is no stone statue hidden treasure. What is stone statue hidden treasure? Could it be something like a treasure chest hidden inside the statue? Yusho recalled the stone statue at the bow of the sculling boat not far away, feeling a little puzzled. Lin Xiao, meanwhile, looked at Yusho with some hesitation. "Yusho, how about we play it safe first? Senior, did you forget that I'm an SS-rank transcendent?" Lin Xiao bit her lower lip. Her soft cherry lips turned slightly red from the bite, and the worry in her eyes deepened. Deep down, she really did not want Yusho to step into danger, but she also knew that in apocalyptic survival, one step faster meant every step after would be faster. If they missed this chance, they might not run into hidden treasure next time. After struggling for a few seconds, she ultimately chose to trust Yusho's strength and said softly, "All right, but you have to be careful. Don't force it." Favorability, 92 to 93. Looking at the favorability prompt that popped up, Yusho could not help sighing inwardly. Senior Lin's character really was beyond criticism. She actually did not think it was only natural for me to be the one putting in the effort. If it were someone else, they might have forced me to go already. A sigh was a sigh, but the immediate problem still had to be dealt with first. His starting sanity value was 99 points, which was absolutely top tier among all players. So he calculated in his heart, "I'll test the waters first. If my sanity drops below 80, I'll use self-hypnosis on myself and just stay clear-headed." It was also because during the first hypnosis, he had not paid attention to holding back and directly went all the way in one step. That consumed quite a bit of mental energy, and his mind still felt slightly heavy. Having made up his mind, Yusho no longer hesitated. His legs exerted a slight force, and with a single leap, his body landed lightly on that sculling boat. The hull swayed gently, splashing up river water. At the same time, his thoughts stirred. 5 objects similar to playing cards instantly appeared in his palm. They were immobilization cards. Yusho felt the texture of the cards. Why do these just feel like ordinary playing cards? That was right, since he had ready-made items, he was definitely going to use them. Who knew if the stone statue would suddenly erupt? If its combat power was maxed out, would he not be the one to suffer for it? Just as he had finished readying himself in vigilance, a voice suddenly rang out. "Did you hear it? The river water is chanting in sorrow and pain." It was coarse and hoarse, completely unlike the stone statue's outward appearance of a young woman in her 20s. Instead, it sounded like it had been scraped by sandpaper. Yusho's whole body tensed, and he instantly became alert. The stone figure had actually really moved, but after looking carefully, he let out a sigh of relief. It turned out only the statue's mouth was opening and closing. The rest of its body remained completely motionless. Sanity minus 0.3. This thing talking affects my sanity too. Yusho had originally planned to cover his ears with his hands, but then he thought about it. The root of the problem had to be solved. Otherwise, what if the stone woman kept rambling for a whole day? So he directly activated an immobilization card. The card turned into a faint glimmer in his palm and vanished in an instant. The next second, the stone statue's mouth was firmly frozen in place. It was stuck in a big O shape, with its tongue and throat clearly visible inside, unable to make even the slightest sound anymore. Immobilization duration: 3 hours, enough for the user to do it a few times. Oh. Yusho was speechless. The favorability system was indecent, and the items were indecent too, but there was no way he was going to let a stone bite him. Clearly, Senior Lin, the student council president, was still on the little boat. She could definitely at least help guide him a little verbally. "You have grown used to looking at the stone statue. Your sanity will no longer decrease." You stopped the stone statue's whispering, which would originally have lasted for 2.5 minutes. Successfully resisted the stone statue mission. second level erosion. Time used, S. Ship integrity, S. Sanity at completion, 98.1. Overall rating, S. Obtained complete stone statue hidden treasure. 1 diary, 2 revolvers, and 53 bullets. They have been stored in the player's backpack. Do you want to dismantle this boat and reinforce your original boat? The original boat cannot be dismantled. Yusho took one look and understood that this was completely telling him to keep the original boat. Otherwise, he would only be able to abandon his original little boat. Lin Xiao had watched Yusho's actions the whole time. He had just jumped over directly, and then it was over? That had been far too easy. It should count as a beginner benefit stage. At this moment, the stone statue whose mouth had been immobilized began to slowly collapse. Chunks of broken stone turned into powder like dust and drifted away with the river breeze. Very soon, they disappeared over the water's surface without leaving even the slightest trace. Yusho, hurry back. Lin Xiao quickly waved at Yusho on the sculling boat, a bit anxious, afraid that he might run into some other danger on board. Coming. Yusho responded and had no intention of staying longer. With a push of his legs, he leaped up once more and landed steadily on Lin Xiao's canoe. Dismantle, he ordered without hesitation after landing. The next second, the sculling boat not far away began to come apart rapidly. Wooden boards, nails, cloth, and other things scattered out, then quickly turned into streaks of faint light and merged into Yusho's backpack. You obtained, with times 10, nails times 10, cloth times 10, 2 or boards, for compressed biscuits, 2 fishing rods and 3 ropes. Player Yusho's contribution to the boat is greater than Lin Xiao's. The captain is now Yusho. Yusho was not surprised by this. After all, he had completed the mission just now, and he was also the one who had given the order to dismantle the boat. Since his contribution was greater, it was only reasonable for him to become captain. The captain's authority is slightly higher than the crew's. The captain can see the crew's level and sanity value, to keep the crew from going mad and neglecting their duties. This authority was not all that useful to him. Because the favorability system already let him view the targets panel, he could already know a lot of Lin Xiao's information right now, even clearly seeing changes in her measurements. Upgrade the boat. Upgrade. The moment the words fell, the canoe beneath the two of them began to change. The originally cramped hull rapidly expanded, and the body of the boat became sturdier. Or appeared at the rear, and a small cabin and canopy were added in the middle. The cloth canopy draped down lightly, blocking off part of the space and making it look much more orderly. Vehicle name. Sculling boat. Level. Second level, the upper limit is third level, which means it can be upgraded one more time if there are enough ordinary materials. Durability, 15. Sailing speed, manually controlled. Upgrade requires wood times 10, nails times 10, cloth times 10. Lin Xiao stood up, walked beneath the canopy, and gently reached out to touch the cloth. A bit of delight appeared on her face. Her brows curved, and her smile was sweet. This is great. With this canopy, even if it rains, we can shelter under it and won't have to get soaked anymore. Yusho also let out a slight sigh of relief. Although the favorability system was not specifically for a survival game, the things it gave were still useful and there was still room to work with it. Alright, take a look at the diary we just got. Yusho took out the diary. Since this diary counted as a reward, it should be a proper item, right? Lin Xiao also leaned closer. Yusho, is that the reward you got just now? Yes, there's also a handgun here. You take it. Yusho did not hide something like that. The favorability is already at 93 points. Why would he need to guard against one of his own? If some monster suddenly shot up from underwater, having a gun would definitely help in an emergency. Couldn't be that she had some Yandere trait and would just pull the trigger and kill him, right? You're just giving it to me like this? Lin Xiao took the handgun, felt slightly cool in her hand. She lifted her eyes to look at Yusho, with a trace of shyness that was hard to notice. One is enough for me. We're teammates on the same boat now. Yusho smiled. Besides, this pistol doesn't look that amazing. If it were really that strong, that woman who turned into a stone statue wouldn't have ended up like that. Lin Xiao nodded and held the gun carefully. Then she moved closer to Yusho and looked at the diary with him. That's true. Then hurry and see if the diary says why she turned into a stone statue. Yusho opened the somewhat high-quality diary. Even though it was very thick, only one page had been written in it. So she turned into a stone statue after just a few days. Yusho was a little confused. Day 1. Sunny. Found a treasure chest. Obtained a talent. Happy. Dismantled a boat. Day 2. Ran into rain, encountered a reverse current river and sped up. Rode all day so the distance I fell back wasn't too much. Also tried catching fish. Can't eat too much. Day 3. That's it. Yusho was out of options too. This diary was way too short. Lin Xiao also frowned, her eyes full of confusion. She leaned even closer. Yusho, is she really like us? Someone who came here to survive? Why did she arrive 3 days earlier than us? Yusho also found it strange. Logically, they should all have been teleported here in an instant. unless he had already been asleep for several days before waking up. But there was another, more likely possibility. This woman might have come from another world. He did not guess she was an alien. After all, the diary was written in Chinese. No way aliens learned Mandarin too, right? Forget it. No point thinking about that for now. Yusho closed the diary and analyzed seriously. What we can confirm now is that there probably wasn't much danger in the first 2 days. But on the third day, there must have been some unknown crisis. We need to prepare in advance. Lin Xiao nodded. She had just opened her mouth to speak when she heard a splash. A palm-sized black shadow suddenly leaped out of the water and landed right in the cabin, flopping wildly on the deck. It was an ugly monster fish. Ah! Lin Xiao shrank all over in fright and instinctively grabbed Yusho's arm, pressing her body tightly against his side. The softness of her chest brushed against his arm, and the warm breath carrying a faint sweet fragrance fell onto Yusho's chest. That intimate action stirred something in Yusho. He began to think to himself. The favorability was already at 93 points, and he was the captain. Checking on whether his crew member had arrived seemed acceptable, and it might even raise her favorability. Yusho still looked at the fish first. It's fine. It's just an ordinary wild river fish. No need to make a fuss. Species: wild silver-striped fish. Base attributes: Constitution 2, Spirit 1, Sanity 1. Habits: omnivorous schooling fish. Alert and timid by nature. Once frightened, it will jump and struggle wildly. Quite strong. Overall evaluation: non-aggressive, purely an ingredient-type trash fish, but eating it raw reduces sanity. He crouched down, grabbed the fish by the tail, and smashed it against the deck boards a couple of times. The little fish, which had been desperately twisting, flopping, and whipping its tail non-stop, instantly lost the strength to struggle and collapsed limply on the wooden board. Good. It was probably coaxed to sleep by him. He was just about to straighten up and clean up the little fish when a pair of warm, soft, slender arms suddenly wrapped around his chest, carrying a sweet girlish scent as they hugged him tightly. The sudden contact made Yusho's brows lift slightly, and he could not help feeling a bit surprised. No way, senior. You actually took the initiative before I did. Lin Xiao's entire face was burning red. Even her ears dyed crimson. Her ample softness pressed lightly against Yusho's back, and her body trembled slightly. After running into one strange thing after another, her tightly wounded nerves were starting to give out. Only now, leaning against this calm and steady junior in front of her, did she finally feel safe. She bit her soft, moist lips, her voice weak and sticky sweet. Sorry, Junior. We've run into too many frightening things along the way, and I'm really a little scared. Can I borrow you for a hug for just a little while? Just a tiny bit. I won't delay you. As the words left her mouth, Lin Xiao secretly felt annoyed with herself. Wasn't she being way too delicate? But her body's instinct still could not stop wanting to get close to this boy. The warm, soft feeling pressed tightly against Yusho's back, and an ambiguous atmosphere instantly spread. Yusho's Adam's apple bobbed lightly. With senior clinging to me like this, I really can't hold up. You've already given me a stress reaction. The moment those words came out, Lin Xiao's whole body stiffened. Her face turned as red as a ripe apple. She nervously pressed her moist lips together, then quickly replied in a small voice, sorry, it's all my fault. If you're uncomfortable right now, I can help. I was the one who was forward first, so I won't shirk responsibility. As the ancients said, if heaven gives and you do not take, you will suffer for it instead. Naturally, Yusho would not decline something like this. He turned to look at the uneasy girl behind him. Then how does senior plan to help me? Would using my hand be okay? Lin Xiao lowered her eyes, her long lashes trembling lightly. Her gaze darted away, and she did not dare meet Yusho's eyes, sounding a little hesitant. Yusho understood perfectly well. On the system panel, Lin Xiao's favorability had already shot up to 93. She had clearly already reached the standard for deep interaction. And yet she was still deliberately restraining herself and keeping her limits. Since senior could not let go, then he should give her a push and break that reserve. He deliberately pulled back a little, his tone carrying faint disappointment. I see. Then forget it. I can tell senior is forcing herself. Don't. You misunderstood me. Lin Xiao panicked at once, her eyes full of fluster. I'll definitely calm you down properly. Just lie down obediently first. Okay? Lie down. Yusho was a little confused. What was she doing this time? Lin Xiao raised her head. The shyness in her eyes faded, replaced by a bit of bold stubbornness. Her pearly teeth lightly bit her full pink lower lip, and her slim waist twisted slightly. No refusing. Lie down properly and let me be on top to soothe you. Yusho felt her hips were like ripe peaches. He really had no answer to that. But Senior Lin herself said she wanted to soothe him. It would not be good for him to interrupt her volunteer enthusiasm, right? At the same time, Lin Xiao felt a secret burst of joy and excitement. As expected, this junior clearly had little experience in the world and had been tricked by her directly. She had advanced by retreating, making Yusho bring up the idea himself. And sure enough, she had him completely wrapped around her finger. Excited light flashed in Lin Xiao's eyes. Just imagining what this unfamiliar younger junior would look like after she took all his value. Although, she had never had thoughts like this before. Thump. Lin Xiao slowly lowered herself down, her movements gentle. Yusho was slightly surprised. He only felt a wave of pressure. He could not help sighing inwardly. Relying on the favorability pulled up to 93 with hypnotic buffs, Lin Xiao had completely let down her guard around him. The initiative and closeness in her brows and eyes were even more eager than his by a few degrees. Yusho, on this reverse current river full of danger, if someone wants to gain a stable foothold and survive in the cracks, they need to have some real hard skills. Lin Xiao's voice was soft and soothing, slowly smoothing away the restlessness surging in his heart. She lifted her eyes to look at him, ripples of faint watery light swaying within them. Her figure's curves were soft and graceful, and her bearing carried a unique, elegant charm. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her lips, mixed with a touch of charming allure. Junior, do you want to see my A-rank, water surge talent? Yes, Yusho answered without hesitation. He was very curious. Affection +1. Current affection level of the target. 94. No way, host, just how high is your charm stat? Facing the system's shock, Yusho sneered inwardly. Humph, stupid affection system. My charm is almost catching up to the readers. More than 10 minutes later, the wind and waves gradually calmed. This senior Lin really didn't know how at all, just like that fish from earlier. Yusho also dialed back the momentum of raising his troops to crush Chu. Lin Xiao lowered her head, pressed her legs together, and sat on the deck of the little boat to recover for a bit. The wind on the river had grown somewhat stronger, but Lin Xiao did not feel cold at all. Instead, she felt as if heat were rising through her body. It was because the dedicated captain was still here. Actually, she had deliberately shortened the time a little. She had her own considerations. What if she got too reckless and clingy and scared her junior? She still had to leave some room. There would be chances later anyway. The two of them gradually steadied their breathing, and the atmosphere slowly eased. Just then, Lin Xiao's brows drew together slightly, and she let out a soft sound of surprise. A bit more astonishment appeared on her face. What is it? Did something happen? Yusho immediately sat up straight, his gaze falling on her moist lips. A faint watery sheen lingered there, especially enticing. Lin Xiao looked at her game message bar, her tone carrying a bit of surprise. Phew, a junior sent me a private message. She's a junior from the Youth Volunteer Association. A private message, huh? Yusho was not too surprised either. How else were they supposed to make a trade if not through private messages? She said, she awakened a map-type talent that can precisely capture the real-time coordinates of everyone nearby. The moment those words entered his ears, the calm on Yusho's face instantly faded, and his heart trembled slightly. Mist swirled across the river around them, and visibility was limited. As far as the eye could see, there was only the vast river. There was not a single person visible within a radius of 1,000 meters. And yet she could lock onto positions from that far away. This talent counted as extremely strong. Can it even display people's names at the same time? That's what she said. The moment her words fell, a private message prompt from a stranger suddenly popped up on Yusho's system chat interface. His heart paused for a moment. When he opened it, the person who sent the message looked especially familiar. Wang Jie? Classmate Yusho, you're actually on the same boat as President Lin Xiao. Wang Jie was the class life committee member in Yusho's class. She had a lively and outgoing personality, careless and naturally familiar with everyone. Not long after school started, she had even followed the counselor into both the boys' and girls' dorms for inspection visits. Back then, he had already felt that this girl was full of energy and especially cheerful. Yusho, if you have something to say it directly. Wang Jie, the countercurrent river is full of unknown dangers right now. It's way too easy to get into trouble if you act alone. Can we team up and stick together? I'm with the class monitor Sujimon right now. The two of us are paddling one boat, and we're seriously panicking. Yusho quickly calculated things in his mind. Wang Jie had a scouting-type talent. It was enough for survival and reconnaissance, but it had basically no offensive power. As for class monitor Sujimon, he had no idea what direction her unlocked ability leaned toward. If both of them happened to be support types with weak combat ability, then in this peril-filled countercurrent river something would happen to them sooner or later. He was now bound to the affection system. To begin with, he needed to keep contacting women to farm attribute rewards. He could not exactly spend every day farming points off the random fish in the river, unless there happened to be female water demons or something. Now that these two had taken the initiative to come to him and ask to team up, this was basically an opportunity delivered right to his door. He could just accept it naturally. Besides, if they really turned out to be a burden, then once he farmed enough affection to hit the threshold, he could just split up and go their separate ways. Anyway, he did not have one of those many children many blessings systems from novels. There was no need for him to drag around a whole family. Thinking of that, Yusho silently asked in his heart, System, let me ask you something. There isn't some rule saying I have to raise one person's affection to 100 before I can switch to the next target, right? It's not that strict, but there is a slight restriction. Once a single target's affection reaches 80 or above, you can continue looking for new conquest targets. 80 is enough. Yusho grumbled inwardly. That threshold isn't low at all. And also, your rewards are way too lopsided. You only give physique and items, not even a bit of mental power. Host feedback is reasonable. This system had already realized that this world is different. The attribute framework of this world has already been urgently analyzed. The reward mechanism will be optimized going forward. Upon the first breakthrough reward when a single target's affection reaches 51, free point allocation will be unlocked. You may freely distribute points into physique, spirit, mana, and sanity, all 4 attributes as you wish. Yusho was delighted inside. This affection system was actually this awesome? Yusho, are you reading messages too? Lin Xiao had also noticed Yusho's reaction. She was a little unsure whether she should cooperate with her junior because Yusho was the captain, and she should listen to this boy now. Yes, the junior you mentioned contacted me too. She's someone I know. Yusho did not hide it either. I see. Then what do you think? Let them come. This isn't some gu-raising arena. There's no point in everyone killing each other. If we can unite, then with the power of unity maybe we can hold out until the end. Junior really was broad-minded. Lin Xiao grew more and more satisfied with Yusho. Their first exchange had been somewhat awkward and bumpy, but if there were more later, she would definitely be able to get a much better handle on Yusho. As her thoughts drifted, her gaze landed on the dull-looking striped fish on the deck. Right, her stomach had already been filled to the brim earlier, but looking at Yusho, he had not eaten anything the whole time. Going on like this on an empty stomach was not good after all. She lightly pressed her lips together and spoke in a soft voice. Yusho, I only brought a spare umbrella in my game backpack. Do you have a lighter on you? Without a fire source, what are we going to do with this fish? That is a problem. Yusho nodded. Most wild river fish carry parasites inside them. Liver flukes and the like are the most common hidden danger. And eating it raw right now will also reduce sanity points. As he spoke, he casually opened the regional chat channel, planning to try his luck trading for supplies. He happened to have an extra spare or board in hand. It was completely useless at this stage, so trading it for a fire source would be perfect. If that really did not work, he could still try drilling wood for fire, though that would cost wood. He could not exactly tear apart the boat now, could he? Ideally, he would first trade for a ready-made flame and maybe also borrow a small pot to cook the fish meat. Very quickly, the channel opened. A dense flood of messages instantly filled the screen, popping up so fast they would not stop. Zhang Wanru. Help! This stupid survival instance won't even let us change our nicknames. Is this forcing a full real name social death on everyone? Li Jian. I'm Chovy. If everyone's using real names, it'll affect my performance. Wu Junmin. The guy upstairs is flexing on me. Li Jian. Then how's your talent? Mine is an A-rank talent. Huang Jingwen. Now I don't feel anything at all. They're all people from school. I thought there'd be celebrities chatting in here. Zhao Yirong. Students, please calm down a little. Don't fight among yourselves. Li Jian. Vice Principal Zhao is in the channel too? At a time like this you're still preaching principles. So boring. Huang Jingwen. Is anyone collecting celebrity photo cards? A full set of merch in exchange for compressed biscuits or snacks. Fair trade. Yusho was speechless for a while. Did these people think this was some campus marketplace or campus group chat? They were clearly trying to survive under the dangerous circumstances of the countercurrent, so what exactly were people even posting in the chat group? That made sense. Anyone with a real sense of crisis would already have their head down rowing forward, gathering supplies and catching food. Who would have time to spam nonsense in the channel? His gaze quickly scrolled downward as Yusho tried to find some useful information. Sujimon. Can I trade for 2 pieces of wood and 2 nails? My boat still needs those materials. Huang Jingwen. The one above, did you also run into a stone statue boat and not dare go up? Yusho had to admit he was a little impressed by how fast they were chatting. In just over a second, a bunch of useless messages had already popped up. But this Sujimon was together with Wang Jele, so that meant their team really was struggling a bit. Whatever. Yusho stopped watching and directly sent 3 messages in a row to flood the screen for a moment. Yusho. Anyone got flint or a lighter or something like that? Pot would be even better. DM me. I can trade N or board needed for upgrading. X3. The moment the message went out, someone immediately replied. Li Jian. Bro, are you making wishes here? Hishinchi. That's way too idealistic. Those are scarce starting supplies. People can barely keep them hidden fast enough. Dai Ledian. I think you don't need fire or a pot though. You can eat fish raw. That's how all the sailing novels write it. Yusho felt that was way off from reality. Sailing novels were artistically processed. Did they really think reality could be copied over directly? Parasites in sea fish were one thing. Freezing them at low temperatures for a while could kill them. But river fish were different. Normal freezing couldn't deal with those parasites at all. They had to be thoroughly cooked at high heat. Even if this boundless river hadn't been polluted by humans, the parasite cycle among natural creatures should still exist. He wasn't going to take an unnecessary risk. After thinking about it, he couldn't just let his classmates stupidly bury a hidden danger for themselves. So he quickly sent a line into the group. River fish can't be eaten raw. The message had just been sent when it was instantly drowned out by the dense flood of complaints and joke messages that followed. A group chat with nearly 10,000 people refreshed fast. There was nothing he could do about it. At least there were still 4 bags of compressed biscuits in his backpack, so he wouldn't starve to death for now. Yusho casually took out 2 packs and handed them to Lin Xiao. They had already talked quite a bit, and the relationship between the two had long passed the boundary of ordinary teammates. She was wholeheartedly cooperating with him, so he couldn't deliberately treat her harshly when it came to food. When Lin Xiao saw the rations being handed over, her beautiful brows and eyes lit up slightly, and she reached out to take them. So there is food. Lin Xiao didn't rush to eat. She put the biscuits away, lifted her head to look into the distance over the river, and spoke softly. Right, classmate Wang Jie just messaged me in private. She said they're now ahead of us on the front left. She suggested that we row forward. Their boat is moving rather slowly, so after some time we should catch up to them. Yusho raised his eyes toward the vast river on the left. The water mist was hazy. This was a pursuit problem. Wang Jie and Su Jimon had deliberately chosen his team. Their calculations were perfectly clear. Anyone who could row upstream and catch up to them was probably stronger than they were, and teaming up would benefit them. They had chosen Lin Xiao, the president of the Volunteer Association, because Senior Lin herself was someone with a strong sense of morality and a willingness to help others, so she was naturally easy to get along with. As for him, he had probably just happened to be included. They really aren't stupid, Yusho said. Lin Xiao smiled. Classmate Yu, that's a strange way to put it. They're trying to survive. If they aren't clever, how are they supposed to stay alive? Since Senior Lin already knows they'll probably rely on us, what do you think? Lin Xiao thought for a moment. A team should already have people doing their own roles. There should be a main force for charging ahead, and also people responsible for support and supplies. Everyone has their own use. Staying alive together as a group is the most important thing right now. That makes sense. Yusho nodded in agreement. He really was damn lucky. He had run into the Senior Lin on the way to class. She was usually pretty low-key, so he hadn't even heard of her before. But her looks, intelligence, morals, and soft round but were all top tier. He had just stepped on it earlier, and there was still some lingering feeling from it. Yusho subconsciously raised a hand to adjust his waistband and shifted his sitting posture a little. The movement wasn't very obvious, but the observant Lin Xiao still caught it all. A trace of unusual flutter quickly passed through her eyes. The tips of her ears quietly turned red, yet her face carried a bit of guilt as she moved half a step closer. Her warm breath lightly brushed over him. Yusho, are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Yusho nodded. Then what should we do? Lin Xiao moved closer to Yusho. Do you need me to help take care of it? Yusho said. Then, Senior, don't you need it too? You. Lin Xiao blushed a little. She hadn't expected Yusho to turn the tables on her. 1 minute and 9 seconds later, Yusho let out a long breath. Hypnosis had raised her affection, so he no longer had to act like a simp. Instead, Lin Xiao had turned around and become the proactive one. Gulp. Lin Xiao swallowed. Junior. You. What are you planning to do next? I'll row. You go rest for a bit. I can't just sit idle, can I? Is there anything I can do? Lin Xiao asked. Yusho took out the 2 fishing rods he had just obtained. He checked the space in the game backpack. It was probably around 16 cubic meters. The things he already had were taking up quite a bit of it, so he might as well take out the useful stuff quickly. These are 2 fishing rods. You take one. No, if I'm rowing upstream quickly, can you even catch fish? I probably can. I fished before, and most river fish swim upstream too. But I'm really fast. Lin Xiao shook her head. Then, that probably won't work. To be honest, we don't even have bait. After saying that, she puffed out her chest a little. But don't worry, Xiaoxiao. I'll control the river water to force some shallow water fish out. When Yusho heard that, he said, Why are you calling me Xiaoxiao? Change it. Sorry. You're younger, so if you don't like that, then I'll call you A Shou. Lin Xiao immediately lowered her head obediently, her hands lightly folded in front of her. She looked gentle, and her face carried a trace of doting affection. With a girl this considerate, even a stone man's heart would beat a few times. All right, let's set off. Yusho firmly gripped the heavy oar. With a light swing of strength from his arms, the small boat instantly broke through the current, and the bow smashed through layer after layer of churning spray. The river rolled with white foam, and the howling wind poured in along the water's surface. His physique points at 3 times that of an ordinary person were no joke. In the water, the boat was like a huge slender fish moving upstream. Lin Xiao leaned at the bow. The strong river wind tugged her clothes slightly tight against her body, making her huge breasts stand out all the more. As the wind rushed against her face, she raised her fair hand halfway to shield her cheek. A few strands of her smooth long hair danced wildly in the wind, while some clung to her delicate snow-white neck. It naturally gave rise to a sense of exhilaration. This world was wide open, and she could do things she had never even dared imagine. Even though they were in danger, with a show here, the two of them would definitely survive. Affection +1. Current affection, 95. Yusho had no idea why Lin Xiao's affection was rising so quickly. He hadn't offered her any treasure, nor made any vows. Was Senior Lin really that easy to satisfy? Affection system. What do you think? How would this system know Naya? Unless the host saved a fox on a snowy mountain in his past life. It seemed even this affection system didn't know about his talent, hypnosis. Still, Yusho had some guesses. By using hypnosis to raise Lin Xiao's affection out of thin air, her behavior had become something active instead of passively increasing. That should be how it worked, right? Just like that, they kept rowing forward at a steady pace, and a little over 20 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. Chirp! Above the vast, empty riverway, several crisp, delicate bird calls suddenly rang out. Yusho looked up into the distance and saw a flock of small, delicate gray birds skimming low over the river's surface. Lin Xiao followed his gaze, and her sparkling eyes lit up. She turned to look at Yusho. Yusho, look at those birds. Want to give it a try? I can use the current to knock them down. Xiao, you can absolutely give it a shot. Hearing Yusho call her so intimately, Lin Xiao was instantly filled with motivation. Her cherry lips parted slightly as she called out in a clear voice, "Water control!" In an instant, the river beneath them changed. A thick, fierce white column of water shot into the sky, rising nearly 10 meters straight up like a hard, heavy stone pillar. One cloud-feather sparrow in midair failed to dodge in time and was slammed head-on by the water column. The tremendous impact instantly swept through the bird's body. The bird was sent flying backward on the spot. Its feathers were completely soaked by the river water, sticking to its body in a mess. It could no longer maintain its balance in flight and spun helplessly as it fell, dropping straight toward the endless river below. The other birds were frightened out of their wits. All of them flapped their wings and scattered in every direction, instantly flying far away from the stretch of water. Lin Xiao didn't stop moving. A second, thinner stream of water shot out right after, accurately striking the bird that was about to hit the water. The little bird was knocked up like a billiard ball. It landed steadily on the swaying deck of the wooden boat. Seeing this scene, even Yusho could not help but sigh in admiration. With a water element talent, this place was absolutely like a fish in water. Species: Cloud Feather Sparrow. Base attributes: Constitution 3, Spirit 2, Sanity 2. Description: a small flocking water bird that lingers among dense floating reeds and low over the river surface, moving in groups to avoid danger. Evaluation: non-aggressive, a weak and common bird often seen on the river. Can be eaten. However, its meat is bland, fishy, and astringent. Eating it raw will mildly disturb the mind and slightly reduce sanity. Lin Xiao bent down and examined the little bird at her feet, her delicate brows knitting slightly. She said softly, "Strange, this whole riverway is nothing but flowing water. There's no land or plants to perch on at all, so how can there be flocks of water birds staying here?" The dense floating reeds mentioned in the description. What kind of place is that exactly? Yusho looked around once again. A faint mist spread across the distant view. At the far end, a hazy dark shadow appeared indistinctly, its outline dense and continuous, looking especially eerie. There was no need to think too much. That shadow should be the dense floating reeds mentioned in the text. But this area gave off a bad feeling at first glance. It was definitely not some ordinary patch of overgrown vegetation. No one could predict what kind of danger might be hidden inside. Go closer and take a look. He quickly swung the oar in his hand twice again, increasing the boat's speed a little more. Just as he was rowing, a large splash burst open on the river surface. Something suddenly shot out of the water and slammed straight toward him. Yusho reacted extremely fast, reaching out with a steady grab. He instantly caught the thing in his arms, his movements clean and efficient. This was one of the benefits of having higher constitution. Item: dense floating reeds treasure chest. Grade: bronze. So it was actually a fairly large bronze treasure chest. Black iron, bronze, silver, ranked step by step. Only a short hour had passed since the start, and being able to get a bronze-grade treasure chest already counted as genuine good luck. "Senior, come take a look. We got something good." Hearing his voice, Lin Xiao immediately turned and leaned in, her soft body lightly pressing against Yusho's arm. With a thought, Yusho directly opened the treasure chest. The lid popped open gently, and a flash of light appeared. He hurriedly looked inside. There were no weapons and no materials. Lying quietly inside was only a slip of paper and a fairly large iron round stove. A stove? He was instantly delighted and hurriedly kept reading. Item: the stove that sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. Quality: rare, poor, common, rare, fine, excellent, epic, legendary, mythic. Type: survival cookware. Description: A wondrous iron stove left behind by drifting survivors. Its structure is damaged, and its operation is unstable. It can cook ingredients and eliminate parasites and sanity loss. Evaluation. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Whether there's fire or not depends on your luck. This little cylindrical stove sure had some attitude. Still, at least it was rare quality. It should be usable, right? But after looking more carefully, Yusho was dumbfounded. Starting with a direct slap in the face. Huh? I was so hyped. And it actually has no fire right now. Holding the stove, he really wanted to smash it onto the deck like Gotzi. Sho, we're not hungry right now anyway, and it just jumped up here, so it definitely got water in it, Lin Xiao analyzed. Fine. Yusho then looked at the slip of paper inside the treasure chest. The handwriting on the paper was messy. You have arrived at the outskirts of the dense floating reeds. The undercurrents here are swift, and mist shadow water snakes lurk beneath. These vicious beasts can burst forward at extreme speed and excel at ambushing survivors struggling upstream. Do not go deep into the reed clusters. If anything happens, retreat in time. Staying alive comes first. Just a few short lines were enough to make one's heart tense up. Lin Xiao leaned over. Sho, what do you think? We'll take the advice and not go for now. We'll talk after meeting up with Wang Jiele and the others, Yusho said. There was no need to take pointless risks. In another hour, his spirit power would recover, and then he would also meet 2 female classmates. At that point, as long as he hypnotized them to 51 favorability, he would gain a lot of points. Only then would he have a greater chance of success. No matter how absurd the mist shadow water snake speed was, as long as his own overall attributes were strong enough, there was no need to panic. Thinking of this, Yusho could not help but ask in his mind, favorability system, why can't the speed attribute be split off and upgraded separately? That's also based on how this world works. Constitution integrates the 3 core physical qualities of strength, speed, and endurance, forming a balanced cycle. It's basically the most scientific ratio. Maybe it's to prevent people from dumping all their points into speed, only to collapse on the ground after one run. Yusho thought about it. This upstream survival setup really did take the players into consideration. If even one shortcoming existed, the chance of survival might drop. Just then, another private message from Wang Jiele came through. Yusho checked it. Wang Jiele, I think we'll be meeting sooner. A lot of people said it's fine even if you don't row, and we're too tired so we're resting for a bit. He kept staring at this private message and began analyzing it. Right now, they were still within the 3-hour beginner protection period. The current of the entire upstream river was so gentle it was almost absurd. Even if they stopped rowing and let the little boat drift slightly backward with the flow, it would not quickly trigger sanity erosion, much less turn them into stone statues in a short amount of time. In other words, these brief 3 hours were the most comfortable and free buffer period for all survivors. A thin mist lingered over the surrounding river surface. The water rippled slowly, and in the distance, the reeds of the dense floating reeds were half hidden by white fog. Taking advantage of this gap, even if they briefly deviated from the route, they could still easily row back upstream to this place afterward. The freedom here was basically maxed out. At that moment, a golden announcement suddenly popped up in the regional chat channel, especially eye-catching. Congratulations to player Feng Yun1 for obtaining a silver treasure chest, the first survivor on this server to unlock a silver-grade treasure chest. Reward: free attribute points x5. The moment the message appeared, the previously chaotic, spam-filled channel instantly exploded. No way! Why does she get that? My hands are about to break from rowing, and I forced myself upstream the whole time without even seeing a black iron chest. A silver chest gives 5 attribute points right from the start? That opening is just crushing the whole server. Goddess Yun, please, give us a clue. Where exactly do you go to farm high-grade treasure chests? This kid is going insane. Would it kill the heavens to make me lucky too? Message after message flooded the screen at high speed. Countless people were following the trend to flatter him and crazily ask questions. Yusho couldn't even make out the names of the people sending messages anymore. It really made everyone extremely jealous. And what about Feng Yunwen, who got the first kill treasure chest? She didn't say a single word at all. She stayed firmly hidden and refused to reveal even the slightest bit of information. Yusho looked at that name, and his heart stirred slightly. Feng Yunwen had already been fairly well known at their school. Her piano talent had made her stand out, and her usual style was refined and flashy. She was a proper rich family's young miss. She normally loved showing off, so why was she suddenly silent this time? Before this, one of his dorm roommates had a bit of money and even wanted to pursue her. But after asking around, he found out that her monthly living expenses were a full 80,000. He instantly shut down on the spot, completely lost all hope. A rich young lady at that level was simply far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Lin Xiao was also staring at the channel announcement and let out a light sigh. Her chest rose and fell slightly as she turned sideways and leaned against the edge of the canopy. Her short skirt clung to her soft butt, and her snow-white legs were gently pressed together. Her tone was full of helplessness. This really is enough to make people mad with envy. We're all starting out trying to survive, but her luck is way too ridiculous. Are you close with her? Yusho rowed the oar, steadily speeding up the boat as he asked casually. Not really close. I just know of her. Lin Xiao nodded. She spends money like water. On the campus forum, posts about her cats and dogs would get pinned for a whole week with money. Hardly anyone in the school doesn't know her. Yusho also wanted to see what this rich young miss was like, but if they couldn't run into each other, then it was all just empty talk. The grade of a treasure chest was always tied to danger. For Feng Yunwan to open the server's first silver treasure chest, she had definitely entered a high-risk area ahead of everyone else. If she could withdraw early enough, then naturally she could survive. There might be a chance to meet in the future. Forget other people for now. Let's go find Wang Jiele and the others first. Yusho pulled back his thoughts, put strength into his arms, and rowed quickly. The level 2 rowing boat cut through the current, and its speed surged again. Lin Xiao, seeing this, was unwilling to slack off or be lazy either. She lightly raised her small hand and activated her A-rank talent, Water Surge Control. Invisible streams of water flowed in front of her and gave a light sweep. The little fish in the shallow surface of the river hadn't provoked anyone, yet they were directly tossed into the air by the current. One palm-sized fish after another fell into the cabin. A little over 10 minutes later, they had gathered 12 fresh river fish. The girl hurried around without stopping. Her body swayed gently with the rise and fall of the boat. Even though she was already a little tired, she still forced herself to help and refused to sit idle for even a moment. Yusho saw it all and knew clearly that she had been forcing herself to act tough this whole time. His gaze glanced toward the front right. Through the hazy water mist, a flimsy and crude level 1 canoe slowly appeared, rocking unsteadily in the current as it gradually drifted backward along the river. Yusho didn't need to think much. That should be Wang Jiele and Su Jimon. His own level 2 boat had maxed out physique bonuses, and its speed was comparable to a small speedboat. Being able to catch up this quickly was completely reasonable. He thought to himself, might as well hypnotize them as soon as possible. After all, my current physique is still on the low side. As for insisting on having some kind of relationship with them, he actually wasn't that obsessed. If he hypnotized his female classmates, did that mean he definitely had to investigate them? Cough. If it could raise favorability or if their qualifications were refined, then he would be more than happy to do it. But if the other side didn't increase favorability and was also all loose and sloppy, then he had no intention of wasting his energy on the wrong path. Yusho, classmate Wang, I see you too. The next second, Wang Jiele replied instantly. Wang Jiele, really? Thank you. I heard from Senior that she's been relying on you. Wang Jiele, if you're willing to take us in and team up, we'll definitely help properly afterward. We absolutely won't hold you back, and we'll cooperate well with you. That kind of thing was fine to listen to, but Yusho wasn't so easily sweet-talked into losing his head. If Senior's talent had been stronger than his, then Wang Jiele probably wouldn't have said more than a few words to him at all. Of course, seeking benefit and avoiding harm was human instinct. What was there for him to criticize? If the other side was useless to him, he wouldn't go up to them either. He checked his own status panel. Physique, 20.9/27.2. Spirit, 13/18. Sanity, 98.9. This recovery speed was already pretty fast. If he really counted it up, only a little over 1 hour had passed, and his spiritual power had already recovered by 7 points. Once they arrived, he could directly hypnotize one person to 51 points, and then he should be able to get points one more time. Then if he put it all into spirit, he could hypnotize one more person again. That's right, Yusho had discovered a perpetual motion machine. As long as he kept hypnotizing people with the favorability system, his attributes could keep exploding upward. Use up spirit, then hypnotize the next person and get more back. A stat monster? That's not impossible. If talent isn't enough, then stats can make up for it. Yusho asked the system again in his heart. Right, favorability system, you don't require them to be women above 90 points, right? It can't be that the threshold is this high, can it? Rest assured, host. As long as the overall appearance score reaches above 80 points, the favorability reward mechanism can be triggered normally. Shao gone, then. For an 80-point beauty, that should only be based on looks, right? Yusho looked at the two girls getting closer and closer. He was sure Wang Jiele and Su Jimon were very pretty, but other aspects were hard to know. Of course, if every aspect had to be 80 points, that would be way too harsh, wouldn't it? That's true. Meanwhile, on the crude canoe, Wang Jiele was lying against the side of the boat, constantly looking ahead. Jimon, I see them. Yusho and Senior Lin Xiao are coming over. The moment she spotted the trace of Yusho's boat, she immediately turned and called out to her companion. The narrow canoe swayed gently with the current. The planks were thin, and even sitting two people on it made it feel crowded. The whole way, it could only slowly drift backward with the flow of the river. Do they really want to take us in? Neither of our talents is really combat capable. Su Jimon lowered her eyes slightly. Her features were delicate and gentle, and her temperament was quiet and fragile. Her voice was soft and fine, like a little cat. Oh, come on, Jimon, we don't have any other choice, do we? I'm only an S rank, map detection. And you have an A rank, danger perception. Fine, if we don't find someone strong to rely on, then we might as well just jump into the river. And as for whether they'll help, I think it's almost guaranteed. Why? Su Jimon looked up at her. Think about it. Senior said the strong one is classmate Yusho, right? Isn't he our classmate? Wang Jie crossed her arms over her chest. Then he definitely likes you, class monitor. Ha! You really have that much confidence in me? Su Jimon helplessly held her forehead, though a shy blush had appeared on her cheeks. She said that with her mouth, but the unease in her heart quietly faded by more than half. The key point was that she also had an impression of Yusho. Yusho was just a shy male college student. He usually avoided girls when he walked around. A homebody like that, she should be at least a little attractive to him. As for whether Yusho would force them, Su Jimon had never thought about it. If Yusho were really that kind of person, then he definitely would have made a move on Senior Lin Xiao already. Would Senior still keep sending messages to the two of them then? Looking at it that way, classmate Yusho should be pretty easy to get along with, Su Jimon murmured softly. Right at that moment, Wang Jie suddenly widened her eyes, and a cry of shock burst out of her mouth. My god, their boat is way too fast. How is this a wooden boat? It's basically a speedboat. Su Jimon abruptly looked up, and instantly froze. In the distance, that well-decorated level 2 sculling boat cut through layers of water mist and sped all the way over, its hull unbelievably steady and fast. Was this really the speed a human-powered boat was supposed to have? At the bow, Lin Xiao steadily rose to her feet. The wind lifted her long hair. She raised her arm and waved hard at the two girls. Xiaojia, woo-woo. You finally came. The short-sleeved shirt Wang Jie was wearing had been soaked by the water vapor until it was slightly transparent. The tea-colored bra on her chest was especially eye-catching, making it hard to look away. After shouting, she quickly pulled out a coil of thick hemp rope from her backpack, firmly tied one end to the planks of her canoe, then hurled the other end toward Yusho's sculling boat with force. Lin Xiao caught it, then fastened the rope to a post on the boat. Seeing this, Yusho directly stopped sculling, and the boat gradually steadied. There was still more than 1 hour left in the newbie protection period. He had to hurry and farm favorability and stack attributes. Just as Yusho was about to summon the hypnosis tuning fork, a message popped up. Notice: 2 vehicles detected within close range. Vehicle merge available. Merge rules. The lower level vehicle will be used at 80% efficiency. After merging, the hull size will expand, new paddle positions will be added, and vehicle attributes will be shared. This can be merged? Why didn't it say so earlier? Why didn't this game explain that beforehand? It was obviously a cooperative game, but everyone was on guard for survival, so they were probably all hiding from other people. This was a massive information gap. If someone figured out this rule ahead of time, they could definitely gather people fast and form a group. Recruit manpower one step ahead of others, and the overall strength would directly double. That would also make things much steadier in the reverse river. Wang Jie saw the system prompt too. She froze completely, her eyes widening round, her face full of disbelief. This can be merged too? Then does that mean we don't have to squeeze onto that crappy canoe anymore, and can just get on your boat directly? As she spoke, she cautiously looked at Yusho and Lin Xiao. Can we merge? Yusho, what do you think? Lin Xiao lightly crossed her legs. I think it's pretty good. Everyone can stick together. Yusho kept a poker face on the surface. In reality, he was thrilled inside. Which one of you is the captain? Classmate you? Su Jimon spoke up at this moment too. Her voice was soft and gentle, and her temperament was quiet and delicate. The white dress she wore made her skin look as white as snow. Though her chest was not even half as full as Wang Jie's, it still had graceful curves. She continued, the merge requires both captains to agree. I've already confirmed it on my side. I agree. With a thought, Yusho directly confirmed the merge command. The next second, the canoe Wang Jie and Su Jimon were riding began turning transparent little by little, then rapidly dissipated. Holy crap! The boat's disappearing. Wang Jie cried out in fright and instinctively grabbed Su Jimon's hand. The two of them stumbled and leaped forward. Then they landed steadily on Yusho's sculling boat. After Wang Jie steadied herself, she still patted her chest with lingering fear. The soft flesh on her chest swayed violently with the movement, making Yusho's heart heat up. Panting heavily, she complained. It actually just vanished directly. That's way too unreasonable. This is the river, after all. Lin Xiao smiled and walked over, tugging her arm. Now it's good. The 4 of us are all on one boat. From now on, we're companions. At this moment, another system prompt popped up, and the vehicle information finished updating. Vehicle name, Yusho Squad Sculling Boat. Level 3. Durability, 20/20. Sailing speed, human-powered control, 2 new paddle positions added. Upgrade requirements, wood times 5, iron nails times 15, waterproof canvas times 12, simple internal combustion engine blueprint times 1, Special oil ×3. Everyone lowered their heads to look. As expected, the original level 2 sculling boat had grown a full size larger. The hull was wider and more stable, with 2 new paddle positions added on both sides, and the cabin had become much roomier too. There was even an extra small storage corner. Curiously, Wang Jiele walked around the boat once, reached out to touch the thickened planks, and her face was full of delight. Wow, this boat is way too comfortable. It's so much better than our crappy canoe. Looking at the 2 youthful, beautiful female classmates before him, Yusho thought to himself, the chance had come. He absolutely had to hurry and use hypnosis to farm favorability. He first checked Wang Jiele. Name Wang Jiele. Age, 18. Height, 159 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Measurements, 162-90. Appearance, 87. Sanity, 90. Morality, 81. Favorability toward host, 21. Ordinary friend. TSK, that figure really did live up to the reputation. The full curve on her chest was practically like a little dairy cow's, and it looked seriously weighty. Yusho did not think any further. The hypnosis tuning fork directly appeared in his hand. As for why he was not using the hypnosis crystal ball, it was because that one was too obvious. The tuning fork tapped against the back of his hand and immediately began vibrating. Hypnotize Wang Jiele first. Hurry and raise her favorability. Very soon, Wang Jiele, who was still admiring the boat, reacted. Her gaze gradually turned dazed, and faint pink circles slowly appeared in the depths of her eyes. Her movements slowed down as well, and her whole body became soft and limp, like she had turned into a tame little kitten. Favorability +5. Favorability +5. The favorability system notification kept ringing in Yusho's mind. Wang Jiele's favorability toward him soared at high speed. Yusho stared at the panel, and only when the favorability jumped to 51 did he slightly ease the intensity of the hypnosis. Favorability has reached 51. You obtained 17.4 free points, 20% of the target's appearance value. All into spirit. Without the slightest hesitation, Yusho moved his thoughts, and all the free attribute points were added into spirit. If hypnosis only brought favorability up to 51, then what was even the point of playing? Spirit, 11 plus 17.4 / 18 plus 17.4. Spirit, 28.4 / 35.4. A cool sensation instantly swept through his whole body. His brain, which had still been a little tired, instantly became incomparably clear. His mental power also filled up considerably, and the previous exhaustion from consumption was completely swept away. Keep hypnotizing. Push favorability straight to 91. Then get the deep reward too. Surely that shouldn't be another immobilization card, right? At this moment, Wang Jiele's cheeks were even redder. Her steps swayed lightly, and the fullness on her chest trembled along with them, as if she were seasick. Yusho took the chance to move closer to Wang Jiele. And as her favorability increased, Wang Jiele's impression of Yusho also changed rapidly. It was like a tiny firework had exploded in her mind, and a tingling pleasure rushed through her nerves into every part of her body. The feeling was too wondrous, like stumbling across a handful of ice-cold sweet juice when your mouth was dry and your tongue parched, making you instinctively want to get closer. Wang Jiele stared at Yusho's profile, her heartbeat so fast it felt like it might smash through her chest. Classmate Yusho, why you? She parted her lips. Her voice was so soft it almost stuck, and her gaze clung to Yusho and would not move away. That sudden sense of closeness was even stronger than with a friend she had known for years. Yusho meanwhile had a thought. Hypnosis was not just about simply farming favorability. That would be too monotonous. Add conditions that could automatically raise favorability afterward too. That way its effect would really be brought out. As the tuning fork vibrated, he moved close to Wang Jiele. You will uncontrollably want to touch me. Affection? 91. Stop. When Yusho saw that the affection had reached 91 points, he stopped. It wasn't that he didn't want 100 affection points. It was just that Yusho felt it would be better to hypnotize Senior Lin Xiao to 100 affection points first. After all, Senior Xiao's affection was already at 95 points. Spirit, 20.4 / 35.4. Not bad. Yusho looked at Wang Jiele. At this moment, she was also staring fixedly at him. Her chest rose and fell violently from her rapid breathing, and one button on her light-colored shirt had been shaken loose, revealing the fair skin underneath, like a fully ripened lychee, as if it would start dripping juice from the lightest touch. Right then, a notification from the affection system appeared in Yusho's mind. Congratulations, host, for meeting the deep reward condition. Obtain system item amplifier ×1. Can enlarge a moderate amount of any biological tissue part by 1 to 2 times, and it will stay that way forever. But it can only be used twice per day and cannot be stacked repeatedly. When you need to undo it, you can say it too. Oh, this amplifier is useless to me. Unless a giantess over 3 meters tall showed up right now, my original condition is already more than enough. Maybe I can use it to enlarge food in the future? No, wait, it seems like it can enlarge girls too. For example, making their figures even more eye-catching, pushing them all straight to F-cups? The thought had just surfaced before he cut it off. That would affect real combat way too much. But then again, if it really happened, their Confucian-style exchanges would become a lot fiercer. That counts as both bad and good, I guess. Jelly, what's wrong with you? At this moment, Su Jimon hurried over as well. She was wearing a simple white short-sleeved shirt, the collar slightly open. She clearly had a cold and elegant look, yet carried a naturally seductive aura. She was puzzled. Wang Jie had obviously still been lively and energetic just now, so why did she suddenly look so unstable now? I am fine. Wang Jie finally came back to her senses, but her gaze was still stuck to Yusho, and her cheeks were so red they looked ready to drip blood. It felt like a frantic little deer was crashing around in her heart, screaming non-stop. I want him to touch me so badly, anywhere is fine, but obviously they weren't even that familiar. Over these past months at school, they had barely even exchanged a few words. But now the aura around him was so strong, carrying a deadly attraction that made it impossible for her to control herself. She secretly felt annoyed. What's wrong with me? Have I become some kind of easy girl? But this feeling was too real, too intense. She couldn't suppress it at all, like a drowning person grabbing the final piece of driftwood that could save her life. Wang Jie suddenly stepped forward and grabbed Yusho's left wrist. With a force that allowed no refusal, she pressed his hand straight against her surging chest. Yusho did not pull his hand away either. The warm sensation passed through the thin shirt into his palm. He could clearly feel her violent heartbeat. Wang Jie lifted her small face, full of shyness, yet quickly smiled and found an excuse. Right, student Yusho, we still haven't properly thanked you yet. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to board the ship so smoothly. Like that. Yusho still held the hypnosis tuning fork in his right hand, of course hidden behind his back, although it wouldn't really be a big deal even if the tuning fork was seen. The intimate interaction between the two was also seen by Su Jimon not far away. Su Jimon felt it was fairly normal. She knew Wang Jie had always been lively and outgoing. Being this proactive and affectionate was probably just her way of hooking the other party, right? Seeing this, she also moved closer and faced Yusho. Yeah, as the captain, we'll definitely be troubling you a lot from now on. Yusho readily accepted the thanks from the two new crew members. Helping girls was something worth being thanked for in the first place. He couldn't exactly pretend it was just his duty at a time like this. His gaze landed on Su Jimon, and he started calculating in his heart. Since the opportunity was here, he might as well hypnotize this cold-type class monitor too and farm a wave of affection first. He quickly checked Su Jimon's information. Name, Su Jimon. Age, 18. Height, 161 centimeter. Weight, 48 kg. Measurements, 91, 62, 89. Appearance, 90. Reason, 88. Morality, 89. Affection toward host, 24, ordinary friend. After thinking it over, Yusho still decided to use the same hypnosis method as before. She wasn't someone he hated. To be honest, the class monitor was actually a pretty good person. She had even bought milk tea for the entire class before. He wasn't the kind of person who treated torment as pleasure either. If he hypnotized them into becoming his slaves, then what he would amount to was nothing more than a slave owner from a primitive world. Just as Yusho was about to use the hypnosis tuning fork, once again, he suddenly heard a heavy gurgling sound coming from beneath the water. What was that? Yusho immediately pulled out his revolver and immobilization card. The expressions of Wang Jie, Su Jimon, and Lin Xiao also changed instantly, and the atmosphere turned tense. The next second, a dark green-black wave suddenly bulged up from the water's surface. Water splashed everywhere as an incomparably massive fish burst out of the water, its enormous body blocking out half the daylight. What is that? Wang Jie was so frightened that the soft flesh on her chest trembled. She instinctively leaned toward Yusho, her face full of panic. And this fish was about as big as a dugout boat. Its dark green-black thick scales glinted coldly under the daylight. Its body, more than 4 meters long, came with a storm of water droplets, and its fins and tail spread out like giant fans, giving off a shocking presence. Yusho stared fixedly at the giant fish hanging in the air, and its information immediately popped up before his eyes. Species, countercurrent giant carp. Level, second level threat. Base attributes, physique, 130. Spirit, 4. Reason, 20. Habits, swims upstream, possesses an extremely strong body, patrols against the current all year round, has a violent and irritable temperament, and will actively ram any boat it encounters. Its impact force is extremely strong. Overall evaluation, has no sharp teeth, but is highly destructive and has strong defense. It can overturn boats with its weight and momentum, causing people to fall into the water and face danger. Its meat is edible, but capturing it is highly risky. Reminder, you are currently in the beginner protection period. As long as you do not anger it, it will not attack you. Please leave the area as quickly as possible. Who? On the boat. Lin Xiao pressed a hand to her chest and let out a long breath. The lingering shock had still not faded from her face. She quickly walked to Yu Shou's side, her gaze locked tightly onto the river surface. The enormous body of the countercurrent giant carp that had leaped into the air just now smashed heavily back onto the water, and with a booming sound, sent up a splash several meters high. Its dark green-black giant tail slammed viciously against the river surface, and layers of ripples spread outward along the current. That enormous beast did not continue making a scene. It sank into the muddy river water, leaving behind only a broad and sharp dark black dorsal fin, faintly cutting through the current. It appeared and disappeared on the river's surface, drifting slowly upstream. Lin Xiao looked at Yu Shou again and said, "If we really had to crash head-on with it, I honestly doubt our guns could even break its scales." And at this moment, Yu Shou stared straight at the big carp heading upstream. Instead, he felt eager to give it a try. He had an immobilization card in his hand. He could completely freeze this big guy in place. Then Lin Xiao could use a water pillar to blast it up. The soft skin on its belly was the thinnest, and the revolver would definitely be able to shoot through it. The immobilization spell could last for 3 hours. As long as they created even a small wound and let this fish remain immobilized with that wound for 3 hours, it would definitely die completely. "Xiao, my talent can affect that fish. In a moment it'll go stiff directly. Do your best to push it up some more? Then I'll fire again." "What? Ashu you?" Lin Xiao's eyes widened into circles. Yu Shou didn't hesitate. With a flip of his hand, he pulled out a immobilization card. The card instantly turned into a streak of faint light and vanished into the air. Actually, he knew very well that hypnosis should be able to affect this fish too. Fish didn't have a cerebral cortex, but they did have a simply structured brain. He could probably interfere with its instinctive neural signals and make it fall into paralysis. But after another thought, he felt it wasn't worth it. Mental power is so precious. 10 points of spirit can hypnotize a person up to 91 favorability points. Instead of wasting it on a fish, I might as well save it to farm favorability with Sujimon and the others. At that moment, the effect of the immobilization card kicked in. The giant carp that had been slowly swimming against the current suddenly froze. Its enormous body went completely still. Even its tail fin didn't twitch once. The violent agitation from before was gone entirely. Almost at the same time, Lin Xiao activated her water control talent. Deep down, she still trusted Yu Shou completely. She also wouldn't let Yu Shou fight alone. In the water, her talent had plenty of room to work. With a light swing of her arm, a thick water column surged up beneath the river's surface, carrying a fierce force as it rammed straight into the belly of the giant carp swimming upstream, instantly knocking it upward by some distance. However, the thing was simply too heavy. It only barely rose about 20 centimeters above the water. At that exact moment, Yu Shou immediately raised his revolver and rapidly emptied the chamber. 6 gunshots rang out one after another, crisp and decisive, without the slightest hesitation. The bullets shot with perfect accuracy into the soft skin of the giant carp's belly. There were almost no scales there. Bright red blood instantly gushed out, flowing down along the fish's underside, staining the river water below it red and spreading with the current. A patch of red bloomed across the murky river surface. The giant carp lost its support, and its massive body crashed straight back into the river, splashing up water before slowly sinking toward the riverbed. Yu Shou hadn't expected the revolver to be this solid, so he examined it. Item: revolver. Quality: common. Type: weapon. Description: a specially made revolver reinforced and modified. The gun body structure has been strengthened, and the recoil is fairly strong. Ammunition penetration has been increased. Evaluation: stable and reliable, with strong fault tolerance. It just really tests your accuracy. Young man, work on your aim before shooting. With his spirit being higher, his control was naturally stronger too. Hitting accurately was only natural. Ha, that was truly perfect teamwork. Lin Xiao hurried over to Yu Shou, excitement still lingering on her face. And also, you could even calm down a fish. That really stunned me just now. Senior Lin tilted her head, her tone carrying a bit of surprise. Yu Shou nodded. Yeah, this fish will stay stiff from my calming effect for a while. I think, probably won't hold on much longer. It should drop something. This counted as the first second-tier threat he had encountered. If there was a first-kill mechanic, then he couldn't afford to delay. What about when they ran into this kind of fish later? At that time, he could just hypnotize the carp and make it pull the boat. Wang Jiele also came over. That's true, student, you fired several shots, and every one of them hit. Her eyes were shining with excitement, and 2 buttons on her shirt were still undone. As she moved, the softness on her chest swayed slightly, like 2 full lumps of white dough. She simply clasped Yu Shou's arm between them from both sides and rubbed against him. Lin Xiao noticed it, but didn't say anything. She thought to herself, this Wang Jiele was probably frightened just now, so she needs a sense of security. Unlike the other 3 on the boat, Sujimon still had lingering fear in her heart. They even dared provoke a carp that big. This, Yusho and Senior Lin really were ruthless people. She had truly latched onto a powerful backer. But scared as she was, her expression remained unchanged, still composed, like a master. Lin Xiao continued. Then how long until it drops something? My guess is, less than half an hour. Yusho paused, then analyzed. It's completely stiff right now. Can't swish its tail, and it can't control its swim bladder either. Water keeps getting into the wound in its belly, and it's losing more and more blood internally. It won't last long. Lin Xiao let out a soft sigh. There was a trace of regret on her face, and she smiled helplessly. What a pity. I couldn't push it any higher. If I could have blasted it onto the boat, we'd have gotten a huge pile of fish meat, enough to eat for several days. Yusho looked at her. You already did very well. If you hadn't used that water column to lift it up in time, I wouldn't have had the chance to shoot accurately. Hearing Yusho's praise, Lin Xiao froze for a moment. Then her eyes lit up, and a smile bloomed on her face. Next time, I can do even better. She quietly clenched her fist. From now on, she would firmly support Yusho. After all, Junior's body was hers. None of these water monsters could even think about taking a bite of it. Only now did Yusho turn back to Sujimon and look her over. He thought, how about hypnotizing the class monitor directly right now? Once his physique and spirit increased one more time, he planned to go check out that eerie patch of reeds. After all, it was a place where a bronze treasure chest had appeared before. Sujimon sensed Yusho's gaze and subconsciously looked up, meeting his eyes. A trace of unease flashed through her cool brows and eyes, and with both people beside Yusho already having favorability above 90, there was no need for him to hide too much anymore. As if nothing was wrong, he took out the hypnosis tuning fork and tapped it against his thigh. A faint humming sound immediately spread out, carrying a trace of enticing rhythm. Before Sujimon could say anything, Yusho's hypnosis had already activated. A numb tingling rose in her head, and it felt as if all the strength in her body had been drained away. Her eyes also turned dazed. Raise Sujimon's favorability, and make her like physical contact with me too. Just like that. Almost instantly, a faint circle of pink appeared in Sujimon's eyes. Her gaze became dreamy, and her originally cold expression vanished without a trace. Favorability +5. Favorability +5. A string of notification sounds rang out in Yusho's mind. Favorability has reached 91 points. Yusho also stopped at this point. Right now was exactly the perfect moment to collect the reward. First reward. Increased by 18 free attribute points, 90 times 20%. Deep reward. Sensitivity remote control. Usable 20 times. Cold Girl's deep rewards are just like this. Easily reaching O. Usage. Memorize the target's name and appearance. Silently think of the target. Then press the pink buttons on both sides. You can make the targets outside, left, or inside, right, become 1 to 3 times more sensitive. Yusho felt like his brain had been smashed apart. System. You even distinguish between inside and outside for this? Of course. Host can trust the powerful abilities of the system's items. Meow. By the way, I can give host a little hint. The deep system rewards are related to the final ultimate reward. Hearing that from the system, Yusho actually wasn't too surprised. These deep rewards all had limited uses. At a glance, it was obvious they had room to improve. It was possible the final reward would directly give a skill or talent. If this were the world of an eroge, he might really get baited along forever by this ultimate reward. But now he had SS-rank Hypnosis. Fine. I still have 18 free points left, so put all of them into Spirit. Spirit, 10.4 plus 18 / 35.4 plus 18. Spirit, 28.4 / 53.4. A clear, refreshing warm current instantly flooded his limbs and bones, and his 5 senses sharply rose. The soft sound of the river flowing, the faint rustle of the wind brushing the reed leaves. All of it became clearly magnified. At that moment, Yusho caught another scent. Sujimon had done the same as Wang Jiele. Both of them had moved close to him. The 2 class committee members who normally only exchanged nods with him in class were now staring at him with eyes full of him. The close atmosphere between them was ambiguous and heated. If Yusho said he felt nothing, that would be a lie. He could not help but feel his blood speeding up quite a bit. His own breathing mixed together with the breaths of the 2 girls. Earlier, Lin Xiao had been a senior he ran into halfway, so he had barely felt anything too out of line and only thought, this counterflow river was another different place. But Wang Jiele and Sujimon were both classmates he knew in real life. Those familiar brows and eyes, those everyday looks, they reminded him that all of this was real. But in another hour, we won't be able to head back directly with the current anymore. I can't exactly start some jump rope double flight here, can I? At the side, Lin Xiao watched the 2 young girls cling to Yusho, with half their bodies practically pressing onto him, and helplessly raised a hand to rub her forehead. She said, "You 2 girls? Can you restrain yourselves a little? You're all crowding around Yusho like this. Are you going to let him row properly or not?" You might as well just hang off him. Privately, she was puzzled. Were these two classmates really this clingy, so single-mindedly squeezing their way toward Yusho? Wang Jie froze for a moment, then turned to meet Su Jimon's gaze, her face full of surprise. Why are you so close too? Su Jimon still looked cold and detached on the outside, her little face tense and smooth, without the slightest ripple, and she answered faintly, I can't. She said that, but the heartbeat in her chest was so fast it felt like it was about to explode. Under the subtle influence of hypnosis, Yusho had an enormous attraction to her. Just lightly drawing close through their thin clothes was enough to stir waves of numbness through her whole body, leaving her weak all over and unable to stop herself from wanting to rely on him, get closer to him. Yusho noticed the reactions of the three girls as well. He could understand it too. Liking someone was supposed to be favoritism and something that could not be shared. If the three of them really did not care at all, that would be the strange thing. Still, he really could not be considered a pure romance guy, and no, that was not to say pure romance was bad. But was a love battlefield really necessary? If he handled it badly, was there going to be some scene where affection points dropped? What kind of joke was that? He already had hypnosis. How could he possibly still play some push and pull game? So Yusho took out the hypnosis tuning fork and said to the three of them, "All right, everyone, come over here for a moment." Lin Xiao was completely confused. She stared curiously at the small tuning fork in his hand and could not guess at all what use such a tiny thing had. The two female classmates close to Yusho were just as lost. Yusho, meanwhile, struck the hypnosis tuning fork at once. A low, gentle resonant sound wave slowly spread out, blending into the rushing sound of the river and silently wrapping around the entire small boat. The three girls instantly sank into the soothing rhythm, and their consciousness gradually relaxed. Yusho began the hypnosis, his voice soft. "You are my crew members. You will obey and trust all of my actions, and at the same time you must get along harmoniously." With that hypnosis cast, the three girls lightly nodded one after another. Their original possessiveness toward Yusho all disappeared. They stood there straight, and even Su Jimon's affection level had increased a little. Su Jimon. Affection, 92. Oh, this. Why did class leader Su's affection go up? Yusho guessed it was probably related to her personality. Maybe she liked harmonious coexistence? After finishing the group hypnosis, Yusho checked his own mental exhaustion again. Spirit, 18.4/53.4. It only cost 10 spirit points. Yusho was a little surprised. Rewriting the cognition of three people at once should have carried a high cost, yet the consumption was absurdly low. But he quickly reacted. He had already raised their affection a lot earlier. The girls were extremely wary of him, and the resistance to hypnosis was negligible, so naturally it took much less effort. Of course, obedient trust and romantic affection were two completely different things. Obedience came from restraint, while devotion began in the soul. The two had never been something that could be confused with each other. Someone who obeyed him did not necessarily have a good impression of him. After the hypnosis ended, all three of them had a brief dazed look and could not remember any of the details of just how they had been affected by the tuning fork. They only felt an inexplicable sense of security in their hearts, and being together felt especially comfortable. Yusho took the chance to speak. "All right, relax a bit and rest for a while. Xiao was helping control the water and catch fish the whole time just now. She put in the most effort, so get some proper rest." I'll listen to you." Lin Xiao nodded. Her possessive desire had faded, leaving behind her mature, intellectual big sister side. The other two female classmates both had slightly flushed cheeks. Wang Jie said, "Captain Yusho, if there's anything at all, you can let us serve you." Beside her, Su Jimon pressed her red lips together, both hands behind her back, her 10 fingers lightly clasped together, and quietly nodded, which counted as silent agreement with those words. Now, Yusho no longer really needed to guess what the girls were thinking. Hypnosis really saved him from dealing with those romance plotlines full of misunderstandings, cold wars, jealousy, and push and pull. He lifted his eyes and swept a glance over the two female class committee members before speaking. "In a few dozen minutes, we may need to break through a layer of barrier between us." That counted as giving them a bit of advance notice about stepping on their backs. The goal was to satisfy himself, and also raise affection. Wang Jie lowered her head and said nervously, "That's great. No, I will listen to you." The soft flesh on her chest rose and fell, and a thin layer of sweat seeped out. Su Jimon, on the other hand, only blushed and said nothing. Seeing that, Yusho thought to himself, class leader Su really is dishonest. In a bit, I can raise her sensitivity a little. Right now, he planned to first pull Lin Xiao's affection up to 100 points. Then, he would hurry and go take a look at that reed bed from earlier. The key point was that the immobilization card was just too useful. He wondered if the ultimate reward might directly be some kind of immobilization type ability. Once that thought settled, he no longer hesitated. There was no need to deliberately hide the hypnosis tuning fork anymore. Everyone was obedient and compliant now, so there was no way they would be suspicious. Lin Xiao was quietly sitting by the side of the boat, her posture gentle, her round and full but especially alluring as she obediently sat on the wooden planks and relaxed her body. Yusho activated hypnosis. Affection +1. Affection +1. He felt a little dizzy and his spirit value was dropping rapidly. Spirit 7.4/53.4. A moment later, the affection system prompt popped up. Affection 100. Wholeheartedly given. Only thinking of him for this lifetime. Completely entrusted. On the surface, Lin Xiao still looked calm and gentle, but her heartbeat had sped up greatly. In her heart, Yusho's place was rising at incredible speed, completely filling everything inside her. Even if she had to give up her life for Yusho right now, she would nod without the slightest hesitation, willing and wholehearted. What? The host's target reached 100 affection points. Host, you just knocked that broken fork a few times and directly pushed her affection to the maximum? That's way too ridiculous, isn't it? So, what's the reward? Yusho paid no attention to the system's shock. Actually, he himself was even more shocked. It really worked and he still had 8 spirit points left. When he asked what the reward was, he quickly moved to the stern and grabbed the oar with both hands. Time was very precious right now. At this moment, the mist over the river had thinned a little compared to before, and daylight filtered through the clouds onto the water. The dense patch of floating reeds he had glimpsed earlier had originally been at the front left, but now it had shifted to a spot slightly behind him on the left. He could probably reach it in a dozen or so minutes. Yusho gripped the oar and rowed hard. The boat slowly adjusted its direction, almost moving sideways toward the reeds. I directly issued the ultimate reward. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the permanent skill, Immobilization Spell. Skill description. Can inflict an immobilization effect on any living target. The duration of immobilization increases along with spirit consumption. The more spirit consumed, the longer the immobilization lasts. After hearing that, Yusho froze for a moment, then said, "This is neither good nor bad, I guess." He kept rowing. "I thought it would be instant with no conditions. System, aren't you way too weak? What are you thinking, host? If it really worked like that, you could just immobilize every man and woman in the world and investigate them however you wanted. This doesn't need to go that far." Yusho could only keep rowing. But right then, he saw that huge patch of reeds turning transparent and dissipating at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it had faded until only a faint shadow remained, and it looked like it was about to disappear from sight completely. What the hell? What's going on? Did I see a ghost? Yusho abruptly stopped rowing. The boat gradually steadied, and he looked stunned. He turned to look at Wang Jile in the cabin. At this moment, the girl was sitting on the deck, one hand lightly resting against her cherry lips, a faint blush on her cheeks, her eyes dazed. She was obviously still thinking about what he had said earlier about breaking down barriers. Her seductive look was impossible to look away from. "Jile, come here for a second," Yusho called out. Wang Jile stiffened all over, immediately stood up, and quickly walked to his side. Her soft body leaned gently against him, and in a soft voice she said, "Captain Yusho, what's wrong? Do you need my help? Don't you have the map talent?" Yusho pointed in the direction where the reeds had vanished. "Check over there and see what's going on. Why did that patch of reeds disappear out of thin air?" "Ah, the reeds disappeared." Wang Jile looked shocked and hurriedly pushed down the little expectation in her heart. Then she closed her eyes and activated her talent. A moment later, she opened her eyes and shook her head blankly. "No, Yusho, I can't detect anything there. It's completely empty. There's not even a trace of reeds. Like they never existed at all." Map detection feedback. No trace of any living beings in the target area. Yusho frowned, then turned to Sujiman and Lin Xiao. "You saw it too, right? That patch of reeds really was disappearing." Sujiman nodded. "I saw it. It was perfectly clear just now. Then it faded in an instant. Now it's almost impossible to see." Lin Xiao also walked over. "I saw it too. So strange. How could it just disappear out of nowhere? Then what exactly is going on?" For a moment Yusho couldn't figure it out either. He had finally found a place that might have treasure chests and resources, and it had just vanished like that. What a waste. At that moment he suddenly thought of the regional group chat. Maybe other people had run into something similar and might have an answer. With a thought, he pulled up the chat panel. Sure enough, it was already flooded with messages, mostly about all kinds of problems everyone had run into. "Wang Jiheng. I'm done, completely done. I killed a few little fish, and they didn't give me even half an attribute point. What the hell am I even playing for? Wang Jiheng. Sending this a second time. Why don't killing some weak mobs give attribute points? Li Jian. Are you stupid? Non-aggressive weak mobs were never going to give attribute points. Only vicious monsters give rewards. Huang Jingguan. Li Jian, are you sick in the head? I gave you all my celebrity photo cards, and you only gave me one crappy fish. Li Jian. Oh, I used your cards as firewood. Giving you one fish was already generous. If you don't like it, go catch fish yourself. Huang Jingguan. BR0, don't get too smug. We definitely won't let you off. Zhao Yirong. Classmates? Calm down. Forget it. I've said it more than a dozen times already. Do whatever you want. Yusho didn't see what he wanted to see, so he had no choice but to speak up himself. Yusho, quick question, has anyone run into this before? I just saw a patch of reeds, and after I drifted back a little, that patch of reeds disappeared out of thin air. As soon as that message was sent, quite a few people saw it and replies came quickly. Li Jian, reeds? Where the hell would reeds come from? I've been rowing this whole time and all I've seen is water and fish. Lu Yinhua. Classmate Yusho, what you ran into was a place with a treasure chest, right? Oh, Yusho recognized someone he knew. This Lu Yinhua was one of the rare female friends he had some contact with at school. She was the psychology committee member of Telecom Class 5. She had a gentle and warm personality, and she always liked pulling shy classmates into activities. The reason he had managed to rack up more than a dozen activity hours before was entirely because Lu Yinhua had looked after him. Yusho, right? I got a treasure chest near the reeds earlier. Lu Yinhua, then let's talk in private. Less than 2 seconds later, a private message popped up. It was from Lu Yinhua. Yusho didn't bother checking what the regional chat was like anymore. He looked at the private message. Lu Yinhua. The situation you ran into should be that when you rode backward, that place disappeared, right? Yusho, yes. You ran into it too. Lu Yinhua, we found a bronze treasure chest. There was a prompt on it. Lu Yinhua. It said the secret realms of the river against the current can only be encountered while moving against the current. Can only be encountered while moving against the current. Yusho was both surprised and helpless. The river against the current could not be turned back on. Once he turned around and followed the current, not only would he become a stone statue, even the secret realm he had finally encountered would disappear. It was like gathering morning blossoms at dusk. By the time you turned back, the flowers had already withered. A question suddenly rose in his heart. Why did Lu Yinhua tell him this crucial information alone? Was it only because of their classmate relationship, or did she want to cooperate with him? Yusho. Thanks, psychology committee member. Lu Yinhua. No need to thank me. Earlier, when you reminded everyone in the group that river fish can't be eaten directly, that helped me a lot too. Lu Yinhua. I think in this kind of survival environment, sticking together for warmth is the right path. If either of us discover something or find something people need to watch out for, we can inform each other and exchange what we know. What do you think? Yusho, I agree. If I get any news later, I'll contact you. After ending the private chat, Yusho let out a long breath. Fine then, onward against the current. He didn't really have anything to regret. How many more secret realms might be waiting for him ahead? For now, he would row and build up his spirit at the same time. Yusho started rowing forward quickly. The splashing water struck the side of the boat and soaked the cuffs of his pants, sending a cool chill through him. The wind blew along the river surface carrying faint moisture. The mist in the distance gradually thinned, and the daylight grew brighter and brighter. He was thinking again, up ahead. Could there be other groups too? Now his physique and spirit had both increased several-fold, but long-range attacks were still his weak point. He only had a revolver in hand, and his ammo was limited. It would be great if he could run into more female classmates. Wang Jie sat in the middle of the cabin, her body swaying gently with the boat, and the full softness on her chest rose and fell slightly with it. She turned to look at Yusho at the stern. Yusho, are we going to keep moving forward the whole time? When Yusho heard Wang Jie's question, he came up with a different idea. Blindly charging ahead was all luck. It would be better to have her scout things out. That way, they could check whether there were other teams around and also figure out the distribution of monsters nearby. Even if they ran into aggressive creatures with his current strength, plus the immobilization spell and immobilization card, he could handle it completely. Scout the surrounding area first. See if there are any people or creatures nearby. Yusho said to Wang Jie. Okay. Wang Jie immediately agreed, a trace of excitement showing on her face. She quickly closed her eyes and activated her map reconnaissance talent. Watching her serious expression, Yusho could not help asking curiously, Jie, if you activate your talent at full power, how large an area can you scout? About as big as 2 of our schools, Wang Jie answered with her eyes closed. As she spoke, her brows furrowed slightly, as if she had sensed something. The next second, she opened her eyes, her face full of shock. Yusho, I found them. There are quite a lot of countercurrent giant carp up ahead to the right, a whole group of them. Just looking at them is scary. Countercurrent giant carp? A trace of understanding flashed through Yusho's eyes. It's fine. We can still deal with them. Then he pressed, other than the giant carp, are there any other people? Yes. Wang Jie nodded and said, there's a boat up ahead to the left. There should be 2 boys on it. There's also a small boat straight ahead with just 1 person on it. Should be a girl, but both are pretty far away. We'd have to row for quite a while to reach them. How do you know whether they're male or female? Don't tell me your scouting can even see a person's gender? Yusho asked in surprise. No way. Wang Jie waved her hand and explained with a smile. When I'm scouting, I can see the other person's name, so I just guessed from the name. Girls' names sound softer. What's the name of that girl who's alone? A hint of curiosity rose in Yusho's heart. In countercurrent survival, how could she be alone? Her name is Chung Wanfeng, Wang Jie said, tilting her head. When Yusho heard that name, he more or less believed it was a girl. After all, a boy probably would not be called Wanfeng, right? Then another thought hit him, and it suddenly felt familiar. This could not be someone he knew too, could it? But none of his classmates had that name. Could it be one of their instructors instead? Very quickly, he thought of a teacher with the surname Chung. It should be his female academic English 1 teacher, though he was not completely sure. He glanced at the time on the system panel. Less than 1 hour remained in the newbie protection period. They did not have much time left. And after rowing at high intensity for so long, even though his physique had improved, it was unavoidable that his condition had declined a little. His speed inevitably slowed down a bit. By the way, Asho, you've been rowing for so long. You must be tired, right? Lin Xiao noticed that his movements had slowed and quickly stopped what she was doing, hurrying to the stern. Her gentle eyes and brows were full of heartache. Her favorability was maxed out now, and her whole heart and mind were filled with Yusho. She wished she could take on all his hardship for him. Before Yusho could speak, Lin Xiao took the initiative and walked to one of the oar positions on the side of the boat. She picked up an oar and applied a little strength, helping row the boat. When Senior Lin exerted herself, the lines of her arms were clearly visible. She was not exactly delicate and weak. Her healthy physique could be seen from her full hips. Su Jimon also saw this, then quickly stepped forward and took the other oar position first. She picked up an oar and silently helped row. For a moment, Lin Xiao and Su Jimon each took one side and rowed hard. The boat moved steadily forward, while Wang Jie sat alone in the middle of the cabin. Looking at the 3 busy people, she showed a bit of embarrassment on her face. You're all working, and I'm the only one sitting here. That's way too embarrassing. Wang Jie scratched her head, feeling a little guilty. Her scouting just now had used up some mental energy, but she could not just stay idle like this. Just as she did not know what to do, she remembered that there were still 2 bottles of milk in her game system backpack. Those were her starting supplies. Oh right, Yusho, you've been rowing for so long. Are you thirsty now? Wang Jie immediately picked up the milk and quickly ran toward Yusho. As she ran, the full softness on her chest bounced violently up and down like 2 naughty balls. Her loose shirt was almost unable to hold on. The sight made Yusho's heart heat up, and he could not help letting his mind wander. Could it be that classmate Wang Jie was going to use that to feed him? Yusho steadied himself and smiled as he nodded. I am a little thirsty. I have a cup here. Why don't you help me scoop up some river water and try that stove that works sometimes and doesn't other times? If it can boil the water, even better. If not, I'll just make do and drink it. But Wang Jie shook her head, handed the Jindian milk in her hand to him, and smiled sweetly. No need to go through all that trouble. I have 2 bottles of milk here. They were part of my starting supplies. You can drink them. Your luck is pretty good. You started with milk. Yusho was a little surprised. Of course. Wang Jie proudly lifted her chin. I bring milk with me to class every day. I didn't expect it to refresh at the start, and it just happens to help you recover your strength. Their conversation drew the attention of Lin Xiao and Su Jimon, who were rowing. They stopped what they were doing and turned to look over. Wang Jie's cheeks grew redder and redder. Summoning her courage, she said softly, Classmate Yusho. No, Captain. Both your hands are busy working the oars right now, so it's inconvenient for you to hold it. How about I feed you? Sure. Yusho looked at the Jindian milk in her hand and agreed with a smile. But in the next moment, what Yusho had not expected was that Wang Jie did not bring the bottle to his lips. What are you trying to do? Yusho did not react for a moment. Then, Wang Jie directly took off the cap and poured it down along. Yusho, hurry up. Okay. Yusho quickly cooperated as well. He simply could not believe this was happening. Looking at him, Wang Jie's cheeks were so red they looked ready to drip blood. But she still could not help laughing. Her voice carried a trace of coquettish complaint. Captain, mine is already gone, and you're still. Even though she complained like that, her body was very honest. Subconsciously, she moved closer in front of him again and pressed tightly against him. Yusho was being pressed so much he had no way out. He simply could not bring himself to pull away. Favorability. 91-92. So, just by making contact, the favorability goes up? Yusho felt that his earlier self had made a correct decision. Hypnotize a female classmate, make the female classmate take the initiative directly, and even have her raise her own favorability. All he had to do was not refuse. TSK. It really was delicious. Lin Xiao's face also turned red from watching. This Junior Wang is really clever. With one look, she could tell that Wang Jie's figure was indeed quite good. And now Wang Jie had directly made the most of that point. Su Jimon, meanwhile, was completely flustered. She quickly turned her head away. Her cheeks so red they looked ready to drip blood, and even the tips of her ears were flushed pink. Her hands rested lightly on her thighs. Yet she still could not help secretly glancing at the two of them from the corner of her eye. In her heart, she also wanted to have this kind of contact with Yusho. After fixing herself up, Wang Jelly's cheeks were still glowing red. She moved close to Yusho's side and asked softly, "Captain, I still have one more bottle here. No need. You keep it." Yusho smiled and rubbed her head. But at that moment, a server-wide announcement suddenly popped up. The golden text was especially eye-catching and instantly covered the entire chat panel. Congratulations to players Yusho and Lin Xiao for the first kill of a level 2 threat, countercurrent giant carp. Reward obtained. Vehicle upgraded directly once. Usable for 30 minutes only. As soon as the announcement ended, Yusho's personal system prompt rang out right after it. The string of reward notifications was really noisy. Congratulations to player Yusho for obtaining Constitution points plus 10, Spirit points plus 10. Congratulations to player Yusho for obtaining 1 bronze treasure chest. Lin Xiao also received the prompt in an instant. Her eyes lit up, and she quickly walked over to Yusho's side. A show, I got rewards too. Constitution points plus 6, Spirit points plus 6, and a bronze treasure chest too. This is such a surprise. Yeah. Yusho smiled and pulled up his attribute panel, looking at the refreshed values. Name, Yusho. Constitution, 17.9 plus 10, /27.2 plus 10. Constitution, 27.9 /37.2. Spirit, 8.1 plus 10 /53.4 plus 10. Spirit, 18.1 /63.4. His constitution was about to break through 40 points, and the muscle lines on his body were becoming more and more obvious. The lines of his arms were smooth and powerful, and his whole body looked even straighter and stronger. He calculated silently to himself, if he could win over a few more girls in the future and max out his stats, then maybe he really could become supreme through sheer strength and walk sideways through this reverse flow river. A single giant reverse flow carp had actually brought him this much good luck. His attributes had skyrocketed, he got a bronze treasure chest, and he even had one chance to directly upgrade the boat. This was simply a massive profit. At the same time, the regional group chat of more than 9,000 people completely exploded. Messages refreshed at high speed and instantly flooded the screen. Dushan. What the hell is a level 2 threat? I haven't even seen a level 1 threat and someone already killed a level 2 one. Shin Kamen. Yeah, this is way too ridiculous, right? Could it be some reincarnator using cheats? Dushan. Do you think this is one of those wish fulfillment novels? Reincarnator. Seriously, Li Jian. Holy crap. Brother Yusho was just chatting with me a moment ago. How long has it even been and he already took down a level 2 monster? That's insane. Huang Jingwen. The big shot doesn't even know you. Are you mad? Li Jian. I'm roasting your brother right now. Are you mad? Zhao Xinqing. A direct boat upgrade. This reward is way too generous, right? Yusho and Lin Xiao are even fiercer than Feng Yunwen. They're top-tier big shots for sure. Zheng Wanru Lin Xiao? Is that President Lin from the Youth Volunteer Association? Sister Xiao, can you reply to me? Please carry me. Yusho only gave it a glance. Right now, he should stay low-key. There was no need to show off yet. But before he could close the group chat, the private message panel started popping up with notifications like crazy, one after another, almost blowing up the screen. Well now, before, not a single one of them came looking for me. Now that I triggered a server-wide announcement myself, a huge crowd came all at once. Yusho shook his head too. No wonder Feng Yunwen hadn't said anything before. If he had, everyone would have annoyed him to death. But among these messages, there was actually one from Lu Yinhua from before. Lu Yinhua. I should still deal with her a bit. Yusho ignored the others who came to butter him up and checked Lu Yinhua's message first. Lu Yinhua. Congratulations. We also ran into a strange bird, but it was only a level 1 threat, and it still took us a ton of effort to deal with it. Lu Yinhua was a fairly straightforward person. She didn't deliberately flatter him. Instead, she frankly talked about her own situation, which made her someone worth dealing with. Yusho, we just got lucky too. It took quite a bit of effort for us to handle it. Lu Yinhua. The newbie protection period is about to end soon. The current will definitely get faster, and the monsters will get stronger too. I want to trade some things with you. Do you think that's okay? Trade things? Yusho immediately understood what classmate Lu was thinking. Sure enough, although the way she handled things made him feel pretty comfortable, there still had to be an exchange of benefits. Yusho, what do you want to trade for? Lu Yinhua. I have a fire element talent. I can give you some cooked fish, but I want a fishing rod. If you have a weapon, that would be even better. We don't even have a decent weapon right now. Fire element. Huh? If it had been before, Yusho definitely would have been very excited. But now he also had the sometimes works, sometimes doesn't stove. Even though whether it could light up depended on fate, it could at least start a fire, so his need for the fire element was no longer that urgent. Lu Yinhua hadn't said anything earlier. She only revealed this information after she had something worth trading for. Looks like the other side wasn't some saint either. Yusho, I already have fire. Lu Yinhua. Oh, is that so? I still have a few packs of sanitary pads. I know Lin Xiao is with you. Do you want to trade for those for her? Yusho could not help but sigh with emotion. This Lu Yinhua had some insight, and she had definitely figured him out. There were 3 girls on the boat. Lin Xiao, Wang Jielei, and Su Jimun. After the newbie protection period ended, surviving on the boat long-term would make things like sanitary pads an absolute necessity. And the fact that she had specifically brought it up to him was also because she had seen through the fact that he liked senior sister. Yusho, how many do you have? Lu Yinhua, only 3 packs of 10 pieces each. I hope classmate Yusho can give me 1 fishing rod. Yusho smiled. He knew perfectly well that Lu Yinhua had definitely kept some back. Her saying she only had 3 packs was most likely a lie. After all, she was a girl too. There was no way she wouldn't keep some for herself. But 3 packs were enough for a while, and he had 2 fishing rods in hand anyway. He normally didn't use them, so trading one away wasn't a loss. Yusho, sure. It's settled then. After making the decision, Yusho told the 3 girls about it. The girls all agreed. Su Jimon's favorability even went up a little. Su Jimon's favorability toward the host, 93. This counts as an unexpected bonus too. Yusho pulled up the systems, trade section, and a translucent virtual window instantly appeared before his eyes. On it, he could choose the items to trade, and after confirming, he could directly complete a crossbow trade. Yusho first looked at the fishing rod. Item: portable folding fishing rod. Quality: inferior. Type: survival fishing gear. Description: a folding fishing rod made from simple bamboo and wood splicing. The rod body is light and portable, and it comes with a finished fishing line and hook. Once unfolded, it can be cast straight into the water. Evaluation: crudely and roughly made with overall low durability. It cannot withstand the fierce rush and pulling force of giant creatures in the Great River. It is only suitable for calm waters. If you honestly use it to catch some small fish to fill your stomach, it is barely good enough. He touched it again. That's not right. It looks pretty good. So why is it only inferior? It seemed he could not judge items by appearance alone. Very soon, Yusho's fishing rod was traded over, and at the same time he saw 2 packs of things pop out. Yusho took the sanitary pads, then handed them to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took them, a faint blush passing over her cheeks, and obediently nodded as she put them away. This could not really be called Yusho taking advantage either. The fishing rod had been pretty useful at the start. After finishing the trade, it was finally time for the main event, opening the bronze treasure chest. Lin Xiao also has a bronze treasure chest. Might as well open it together with hers. He wondered if this game had something like a luck stat, otherwise work like opening treasure chests should definitely be left to someone with good luck. Just as Yusho was thinking, Lin Xiao came over to his side, hugging her own small-sized bronze treasure chest and swaying her full hips. A show! Open my treasure chest for me. Me? Of course. Lin Xiao leaned closer, and the faintly sweet scent from her body drifted over gently. Your starting talent is SS rank, so your luck has to be ridiculously good. You should open the treasure chests. You'll definitely get something good. That makes sense. Wang Jielei joined in from the side, her full figure rising and falling lightly with the sway of her body. There was a trace of anticipation in Su Jimon's cool eyes as she stood quietly to the side, waiting to see the result. Yusho thought about it and figured that was true. He really had hit the jackpot himself, starting off with an SS-rank talent. For the sake of my sincerity, may the god of luck bless me another 100 million times. Yusho stopped refusing. Holding a bronze treasure chest in each hand, he opened both at the same time. 2 faint glows slowly lit up, and the information for the first item immediately popped up. Item: Sanity Recovery Music Box. Quality: rare. Use: can speed up the recovery of a certain amount of sanity points. Can be used for 8 hours per day. Evaluation: the river is full of strange things that erode the mind. With this little box softly playing by your ear, it's basically like carrying a calming buff with you. Yusho's eyes lit up at once. A rare quality item really was something else. 8 hours of accelerated sanity recovery every day meant 1 more long-term life-saving trump card. Lin Xiao also saw the item's effect clearly, and her eyes were filled with delight. Yusho casually handed it over. You keep this. Just leave it playing in the cabin all the time. Everyone can benefit from it. Understood, Lin Xiao replied, putting the music box away. Right after that, the reward from the second treasure chest appeared as well. Item: Qinghuan Stone Carving. Quality: rare. Use: can protect the ship and grant immunity from all active attacks by sky-type ferocious beasts of level 3 and below. Evaluation: a small bird ornament. Put it on the ship and it naturally gives off a deterrent effect. Predatory birds that sweep through low altitudes won't attack on their own, so there's no need to keep looking up for sneak attacks from the sky. Worry-free and steady. When she saw this item, Wang Jielei seemed thoughtful. She quickly said, this came at a good time too. When I was scouting earlier, I only paid attention to the river surface and the waters ahead. I completely forgot there could be danger in the sky too. With this stone carving, We won't have to worry about aerial monsters ambushing us anymore. It was basically the same principle as a scarecrow in a field, suppressing the ferocious beasts in the airspace. Yusho immediately looked around the ship, planning to place the stone carving properly. There was a flat wooden beam above the cabin, which was just right for setting it there. Worried the rocking ship might knock the carving over and send it into the river, he simply pulled out a section of thick hemp rope, gently tied it around the Qinghuan stone carving's neck, and firmly fastened the other end to a cabin pillar, securing it nice and tight. But if threatening creatures don't come, then I'll also have a lot fewer things to kill, right? Yusho thought. No, that wasn't right. He realized this only prevented attacks from aerial threats. It wasn't meant to drive aerial threats away. If something was going to fly over, it would still come. Thinking that through, Yusho relaxed. Oh right, a lot of people came to me earlier asking for trades, Lin Xiao said as soon as she saw Yusho was temporarily done with what he was doing. Yusho had no intention of shutting down all trades completely. He said, was there anything valuable? Lin Xiao was the president of the Qingji Association, so it was understandable that she ran into several times more people than he did. Most of them just wanted to exchange daily necessities. Lin Xiao shook her head. Then ignore them for now, Yusho said. The most important thing right now was upgrading the ship directly. Originally, they could have slowly gathered upgrade materials and done it little by little, but this kind of free instant upgrade chance was rare. The earlier they upgraded, the more they could widen the gap between themselves and everyone else. Faster speed, bigger space, more complete functions. From here on, they'd also have more chances to explore resources and run into other teams. If they really had to honestly gather wood, iron nails, waterproof canvas, special oil, and an internal combustion engine blueprint, there was no way they could collect everything in a short time. There was no need to waste this wave of benefits. Let's use it directly. He glanced at his backpack, where there was an vehicle upgrade card. He chose to use it right away. In an instant, a soft glow enveloped the entire ship, and the original level 3 rowing boat began to slowly expand and reconstruct. The hull widened by nearly twice its previous width, the wooden planks were thickened and reinforced, and the wave-breaking edge around the ship was raised by another layer. An enclosed small engine room appeared in the back section, with a simple internal combustion engine unit installed inside and neatly arranged piping. There was also one more small compartment which counted as an extra crew room. The original sculling position and the double or positions on both sides were all kept exactly as they were. Human power and mechanical power could be switched at any time, balancing endurance and emergencies. The new vehicle information immediately refreshed frowny-faced vehicle name. Yusho Team's beginner power boat. Level 4, can be upgraded to level 5. Durability, 25/25. Speed, powered, the two or positions and the sculling position are still retained. Fuel, can be used at full power for 1 day, 9 hours and 1 minute. Upgrade requirements, wood times 50, iron nails times 20, waterproof canvas times 30. The three girls all watched the ship's transformation with eyes full of curiosity. There were smiles on their faces. From now on, they no longer had to rely purely on brute human effort to row like crazy. With an internal combustion engine as backup, traveling would be much less troublesome. After everyone finished reading the information, they all understood clearly that going from level 3 to level 4 was a real qualitative leap, while moving from level 4 to level 5 only required slowly saving up ordinary materials, making the difficulty much more manageable. It was just that the amount of fuel in the tank was not very satisfying. It had not directly provided a full supply for future use. They would still have to slowly look for special fuel reserves afterward. Yusho was still circling the new ship and examining its layout when the corner of his eye caught Su Jimon's awkward expression. She looked like she wanted to say something but was hesitating. Lin Xiao and Wang Jiele were not thinking in that direction at all and did not notice anything. But Yusho's mental strength now far surpassed that of ordinary people. Subtle changes in expression could not escape his perception at all. Jimon, is there something you want to say? Now that he had said it outright, Su Jimon lightly bit her lower lip and could only speak in a small voice, her cheeks turning faintly red. I need to use the restroom. Before I got teleported in, I drank quite a lot of water, and I really can't hold it anymore. As soon as Su Jimon said that, the people on the boat all felt a little awkward. Right now, this was only a modified beginner power boat. Even though it had been divided into separate small compartments, it still had no proper bathroom facilities at all. There was flowing river water everywhere around them. It was really inconvenient for the girls and unsafe too. Yusho understood her difficulty as well. After thinking for a moment, he said, just make do in the cabin compartment. It's too inconvenient and dangerous outside. But if it's inside the cabin, won't it dirty the floorboards? Su Jimon lowered her head in embarrassment. Wang Jiele also started worrying. Yeah, and we don't even have a single usable sheet of toilet paper right now. It's way too troublesome. Thinking it over, Yusho said, how about I look for someone to trade with again and exchange for some usable paper supplies? No. Su Jimon hurriedly stopped him in a small voice. Even the tips of her ears had turned thoroughly red, and her voice was very soft. I have a way to make do. What way? Yusho did not think Sujimon had any good solution. All they had here were some ordinary materials. Could it be that Sujimon wanted to stand there and then wait for it to air dry? That really was not a good solution. He would not let class monitor Su do something like that either, especially when he clearly had plenty of materials to trade with now. At that moment, Sujimon said, classmate Yusho can help me, right? If it's like that, then it would be a little more convenient. Huh? Yusho felt like his mind got blown away in an instant. She was already in such an awkward and difficult situation, yet she still subconsciously wanted his help? Lin Xiao froze in place, parted her lips, and for a moment did not know what to say. In an instant, she also thought of how she would inevitably run into the same situation in the future. When that time came, how was she supposed to deal with it? A trace of indescribable shyness and faint anticipation rose in her heart. With a bit of helpless complaint, Wang Jile couldn't help whispering, "This survival craft on the reverse flow river is way too half-assed. It doesn't even have the simplest partitioned restroom. That's so inconsiderate." Sujimon first lowered her head. Then she slowly lifted it to look at Yusho's reaction. What reaction could Yusho even have? This really was a solution, after all. What about toilet paper? Wang Jile asked again. If you help well enough, then it won't be needed, Sujimon said with a red face. Though Yusho felt a little awkward, he could only agree. The situation right now was special, so they could only make do and adapt. Sujimon walked lightly to an empty spot in the cabin near the gunnel. Her plain dress fit her closely, setting off her slender and well-proportioned figure, making her soft curves especially eye-catching. Yusho followed her over as well. Sujimon quietly reached out and took something off, but she was still wearing her dress. Then she said, "You can come now." Yusho did as she said. That made her feel a little embarrassed about being helped, and for a moment, she couldn't relax at all. "Don't be nervous. Relax a little," Yusho said. Since he was already helping, he might as well help properly. Anyway, Sujimon wasn't heavy at all, so there was no pressure. "Okay." Sujimon obediently answered, trying hard to calm her racing emotions. A moment later, along the river surface outside the side of the boat, a faint ripple spread out, impossible to make out within the rushing current. When everything finally settled down, Sujimon was still leaning against him. The flush on her cheeks hadn't faded. Only after quite a while did she softly speak in her sweet, gentle voice. "It's done." Favorability. 93. Yusho felt like he hadn't even done anything. Yet her favorability had gone up again. He still hadn't investigated deeply yet. Even though this was a very good position right now. Sujimon wore a neat and clean single ponytail. A delicate little hair tie bound her glossy black hair, while a few soft strands hung down casually, lightly brushing across Yusho's collarbone. A sweet, faint fragrance unique to a young girl lingered among those strands. It was gentle and pleasant, making Yusho lose focus slightly. He secretly sighed to himself. Sujimon's favorability toward him had long since become absurdly high. Things had already reached this point. It really did seem like he could take the initiative and step forward now. But the thought had only just appeared before he immediately suppressed it again. Doing something like that by the side of the boat, open on all sides and facing the vast river, would still be kind of weird. Sujimon had always been cool and reserved by nature. The class monitor everyone respected. She might not be able to calmly accept such intimate and direct behavior. Actually, that might not be the case now either. After all, he had long since used hypnosis to subtly smooth away the restraint in her heart. Many of her boundaries and reserve had already quietly loosened. Yusho. No matter what you think, as for me, I feel like just leaning against you, simply leaning against you, makes me forget all the threats and everyone else. She slowly turned her face. A faint blush spread across her fair, delicate cheek. The cold and distant aura she usually carried had faded from her brows and eyes, replaced by a few traces of a young girl's unique shyness and gentleness. Her soft gaze landed on Yusho. Yusho took a breath. From now on, you can lean on me anytime. Sujimon bit her lower lip, her eyes carrying a timid uncertainty as she muttered softly. By the way, Yusho, I don't want to hand over my first, so casually. Can we not do it here? I wasn't planning to do it here, Yusho answered without missing a beat. But I can feel your thoughts very clearly against my back. Sujimon curved her brows and let out a low laugh, crisp and pleasant. That soft, sweet voice of hers was still as heart-hooking as ever. Yusho gently helped her stand upright. At that moment, Sujimon slid down from Yusho's hands. On her feet, Sujimon wore a pair of neat white knee-high leather boots. The shape of the boots hugged her slender, straight legs, and as they stepped onto the wooden deck, they made the faintest soft tapping sounds. Then she put her mask back on, covering her cherry lips. Seeing that, Yusho turned and started walking back. But Sujimon gently wrapped herself around Yusho's arm, just like countless lovers would. Yusho was a little at a loss. If this had been before, there was no way Sujimon would have done something this proactive and clingy. She was beautiful and cold by nature, and quite a few boys in class secretly had crushes on her and pursued her. Even many outstanding upperclassmen had deliberately catered to her and shown goodwill, yet she had always politely refused them with calm detachment, never giving anyone even the slightest hope. She was never the type to take the initiative to get close to the opposite sex. Her current clingy behavior was just too huge of a contrast. "Yusho, do you think the way I am now is really strange?" Su Jimon lowered her eyes slightly, and there was a faint hint of unease in her tone. "How could you have such a ridiculous thought?" Yusho immediately stopped walking and turned his head to look at her. "Do you think I'm being too unreserved? Not like how I usually am." Su Jimon lifted her eyes to him, hiding a trace of careful nervousness. Yusho wished other people would be less reserved with him, but he said, "I don't think that at all. You're doing very well, so don't overthink it." His words were like sweet, clear nectar to Su Jimon, soaking through her whole body, and she immediately lifted her little face, her brows curving into crescents as she revealed a bright and rare smile. The dimples on both sides of her cheeks sank in faintly. "I know now. That expression." Yusho had never seen this cold class monitor show it before. The two of them walked back side by side to the entrance of the cabin, where Lin Xiao and Wang Jile were busy around the prop stove. Wang Jile set down the stove and turned to look at Su Jimon. "Jimon, why were you two gone for so long?" Su Jimon waved her hand at her best friend. "There was more water, okay?" Yusho was skeptical of that answer. He would still have to personally investigate it sometime in the future. Wang Jile turned to look at Yusho, her eyes shining as the corners of her mouth unconsciously pressed together. "Brother Yu, the boat's moving forward automatically now with the internal combustion engine, so you don't have to work hard rowing anymore. We can cook some fish to fill our stomachs and recover some energy, right?" The upgraded level 4 powered boat sped ahead at full speed, its mechanical power steady and fierce. Compared to rowing by manpower before, it was several degrees faster. The hull steadily split through the flowing river, with almost no major jolting. Yusho nodded and agreed, then sat down by the side of the cabin to rest. He could recover some stamina too. Wang Jile licked her lips and touched her lower belly. "My stomach feels so empty." Lin Xiao said, "I'll cook the fish on the stove. Senior, I'll help scrape off some scales." Hearing her senior volunteer, Wang Jile also planned to help with whatever she could. Su Jimon also said, "I'll go too, Yusho." Yusho nodded as well. There were some wooden chips in the cabin, so using them to remove scales would work. Right at that moment, Su Jimon stood on tiptoe and kissed Yusho on the cheek. Her fragrant little tongue lightly licked his cheek as she whispered, "If you want to, then after we eat our fill, we can go into the room." Her lips were moist, carrying a faint sweet fragrance. Without waiting for Yusho's response, Su Jimon pretended nothing had happened and turned to go help deal with the fish, though a layer of red had spread over her ears. Yusho's expression didn't show much, but inside he was secretly delighted. Phew! These girls with raised favorability were seriously incredible. Still, now that Yusho had some free time, an extreme thought came to him. He had hypnotized his female classmates, so were they still their original selves? Hadn't they basically become a few obedient star slaves? As he thought, he reached out and touched the rail of this upgraded boat. It didn't really work like that, though. It was like this boat had upgraded itself. Now, you could hardly see the original dugout canoe at all, and only a little over 2 hours had passed. Most of its functional parts were no longer the original ones. The question was, in the end, was this boat still the original boat, or was it a completely different one? If it wasn't the original boat anymore, then at what point had it stopped being the original boat? Yusho felt this was a bit like the philosophical problem of the ship of Theseus, but he had no follow-up to say for now, so he didn't think too deeply about it. Anyway, he felt that as long as the changes happened continuously instead of everything being changed in an instant, then both the boat and the person were just changes built on the original foundation. Pulling his thoughts back, Lin Xiao's gentle call came over. "Yusho, the first fish is done roasting. Come over and try it." "Coming." Yusho answered and got up to walk over. The four of them sat together and shared the roasted river fish. The fish was completely natural, without even a bit of salt for seasoning, so the taste was light and bland. Lin Xiao took a small bite and couldn't help sighing softly. This fish doesn't have the slightest salty taste. It always feels like it's missing something, but in our current situation, having food at all is already enough to be grateful for. We can't be too picky. Wang Jile ate the fish in big bites, her face full of satisfaction, not caring in the slightest whether it was seasoned or not. "I actually think it's pretty fresh. The original flavor isn't bad. Eat slower. Watch out for fish bones. Don't let them get stuck in your throat." Su Jimon hadn't even picked up her chopsticks yet before softly reminding the other two. It seemed she still had that careful, worry-prone little side of a class monitor. The few of them were eating the fish at an unhurried pace while a light breeze brushed across the river. Suddenly, a golden server-wide announcement popped up out of nowhere and flooded every person's panel. "Congratulations to player Feng Yun-1 for obtaining the first, excellent, item on the entire server. Received 5 free attribute points." Because player Feng Yun-1 was extremely fast, she has also obtained 10 chances to mute others for 1 day each. Could Feng Yunwen's talent be something like absurdly high luck? Yusho started guessing too. If this was an item she got from that silver treasure chest earlier, then why had she only opened it now? If it wasn't from the silver treasure chest before, then had she drifted into another treasure chest now? This person's luck is way too good. Wang Jie casually opened the regional group chat, and it had already completely exploded. Every single message was praising and flattering Feng Yunwen. Not long after, Feng Yunwen actually showed up in the group and spoke in person. Feng Yunwen, it's alright I guess? You can only say this young lady is just lucky. Everyone knew she held 10 mute privileges in her hand. Whoever dared to privately message her to harass her or make sour remarks would most likely get muted for a full day on the spot. For a while, no one in the group dared to lash out or talk trash. Every single person spoke kindly, so polite it was almost ridiculous. Feng Yunwen only posted one sentence lightly, then stopped showing herself again, keeping an extremely low profile. Yusho glanced through the chat messages twice. There wasn't any useful information, so he simply closed the panel. The moment he closed the group chat, a question suddenly rose in his heart. With so many survival boats on the reverse flow river, people were bound to run into each other and collide, right? So how was it that even now, no one had discovered the function that let boats team up and travel together? Either nobody had met another boat yet, or someone had discovered it long ago and was deliberately keeping quiet about it, secretly grabbing the advantage first and refusing to share the rules. Yusho, what are you spacing out for? Su Jimon softly moved close to his side. Her little face held a faint blush, and her eyes carried a hint of shy suggestion as she said gently, "It's been 5 minutes since we finished the fish. We should go inside and sit for a bit." When the other two girls heard that, they were tempted too, but to keep things harmonious, neither of them fought over it. Yusho thought to himself, that's true. Time to eat fish wrapped in fish. At this moment, there were only a little over 20 minutes left before the newbie protection period ended. The motorboat sped upstream at full speed the whole way, but still failed to run into the lone girl, Cheng Wanfeng, whom they had seen during reconnaissance earlier. Yusho wasn't in a hurry anymore. There was no point in rushing, so he might as well improve his favorability with the girls he already had. The two of them walked into the cabin compartment one after the other. The cabin compartment had been tidied up neatly and cleanly. Inside was a simple wooden bed and a square wooden table. The space wasn't exactly roomy, but it was enough to settle down and rest in. Su Jimon stood in the cabin, her figure slender and graceful. Her clothes outlined her full and alluring curves, and her cool temperament wrapped around a young girl's shy sweetness, making her so beautiful it was hard to look away. Yusho was just about to spend some proper time with Su Jimon. Ahem. It counted as getting closer, deepening their feelings, and having a more in-depth exchange. But at that moment, light footsteps came from behind him. Yusho, Lin Xiao bit her pink lower lip, carrying a gentle, shy softness as she came in together with Wang Jie, and quietly sat down in the empty space at the side of the cabin. The small compartment instantly became crowded with 4 people. The ambiguous atmosphere suddenly heated up, and the air itself seemed to be wrapped in the girl's sweet scent. Was it possible? Yusho felt there was nothing wrong with it. Anyway, everyone had very high favorability toward him, and they needed to get along harmoniously and improve together. Very quickly, all 3 of them began to act childishly. Su Jimon and Wang Jie, both full of mischief, stayed together. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao sat on the platform. There was a strange kind of heat filling the whole room, as if all of them had turned into little suns giving off warmth. All distracting thoughts, physical exhaustion, and outside dangers seemed to turn into wisps of vapor rising into the air, hazy and lingering. By the time Yusho came back to his senses, he finally saw the favorability system's messages. Su Jimon's favorability toward host, 95. Wang Jie's favorability toward host, 94. It hadn't gone up that much? Yusho felt this wasn't his problem. He had already been respectful to the extreme. Did he really have to use an item? If that happened, could Su Jimon handle it? He looked toward Su Jimon. At this moment, Su Jimon's eyes were lightly closed, but she had not fallen fully asleep. As the captain, Yusho still had to consider his crew members' limits, so he wouldn't push too hard. As for items, they should still be saved for people who didn't behave. Compared to the other 2 girls, Lin Xiao appeared much calmer. She slowly rose from the wooden table, her figure exquisitely graceful. Yusho looked at the tabletop. It was as spotless as new. Yusho, you need to comfort them a little? Lin Xiao moved close and reminded him by his ear. At times like this, only companionship and comfort can make the relationship heat up quickly. Yusho felt she was right too. They weren't cups or anything. They were his classmates, so he couldn't just fail to cherish them. Just as Yusho was playing the role of a flirtatious superhero, the newbie protection period on the reverse flow river ended. Reminder. Players have officially entered the normal state, and the possibility of encountering danger has begun to increase. At the same time, the regional server has opened the rankings. Ranking rules. Whoever travels farther against the current relative to the water will be ranked. The rankings are settled every night at 10 o'clock. The rewards for the rankings vary, but there are basic rewards such as constitution points, spirit points,
mana points, and even power rewards like fuel. May everyone have smooth sailing. Notice, the river current will slow down significantly at night, but if you let yourself drift for 8 hours straight, your lower limbs will gradually start turning into a stone statue, and the player's 2 feet will become stone. Announcements popped up one after another, the cold system text carrying a heavy sense of oppression. Lin Xiao said vaguely, "Yusho, how are we doing on the leaderboard right now?" Yusho also steadied himself and calmed down in an instant. He knew very well that the fuel on the boat was only enough to keep it powered for a little over 1 day. If he wanted to gain a lasting foothold on the reverse flow river, he had to keep gathering resources and seize the initiative. And this leaderboard was obviously a Matthew effect. The strong would rank higher and higher, get more and more rewards, while those who fell behind would only be left farther and farther behind, never catching up again. He casually opened the newly unlocked leaderboard interface. The rankings had just refreshed, and his level 4 powered boat directly and firmly took over first place. First place, Yusho's boat. A knowing smile flashed through Yusho's eyes. Just as expected, his boat had already been upgraded to a level 4 powered boat. Whether in sailing speed or hull configuration, it completely crushed ordinary small wooden rowing boats. This was a dimensionality-crushing advantage. Taking first place was perfectly normal. If it were someone else taking first place on the whole server leaderboard, they would probably feel nervous and uneasy, afraid of attracting too much attention and being targeted by all kinds of strong players. But Yusho was obviously different. He did not feel even the slightest panic. With an SS-rank hypnosis talent, a favorability system, and all kinds of rare items in hand, he actually wished someone would come looking for him on their own. Using the heat from the whole server announcement and his first-place leaderboard status, he could conveniently establish a reliable and friendly persona, lower other people's guard against him, and make them willing to approach him on their own, just like that lone traveler, teacher Chung Wanfeng. As long as he put out hints about teaming up and kept up his good guy persona, she would most likely not feel resistant. Anyway, the rule that boats could merge into teams would be discovered sooner or later. If he, as the #1 player on the whole server, was the first to say it, he could both gain goodwill and popularity and lay the groundwork early to win people over. It was guaranteed profit with no loss. The regional group chat was already exploding, the screen full of messages from people spectating and following the trend. This is way too ridiculous. They're actually making everyone compete like this. Yeah, but look at that big shot in first place, he's way too steady. The people from 2nd to 10th keep changing. A bunch of people were busy watching the excitement and spamming along. Yusho did not pay much attention. Huang Jingwen. 1 step ahead means every step ahead? Huh? Brother you. Can you give us some fish? You're already so strong. Someone was actually trying to morally blackmail him. Huang Jingwen was not really stupid. She was just certain he would not specifically go looking for trouble with her, which was why she dared to openly ask for supplies, trying to use public opinion to pressure him and take advantage. At this moment, someone who could not stand Huang Jingwen also appeared. Lu Yinhua. Classmate Yusho isn't some charity boy. Why should he give out supplies for free? Exactly. Everyone's in a survival situation now. Who's going to indulge you? Yusho, is this guy from our telecommunications institute? I even had a college English class with him before. That's not even close. I was in the same class as him. There were too many messages. Yusho could not even be bothered to look at some people's names. He spoke directly as well. Yusho, as fellow travelers, there are some things we can ask each other about. He said this after some consideration. If he took the lone wolf route, then his favorability route would become completely useless. It would be best to raise his basic favorability first. At the very least, he would not have to become a completely shadowy hypnosis player. When he could clearly walk into the sunlight, why not do it? Huang Jingwen still refused to give up and sent another message to pester him. Huang Jingwen, I'll ask one more time. Classmate Yusho, can you give me a little food? Lin Xiao, nope. Yusho's food is all mine. Yusho saw Lin Xiao's reply. He turned and pulled Lin Xiao into his arms. The latter smiled softly and said in a low voice, Don't worry, Yushu. Leave difficult girls to me. Sure enough, after Lin Xiao said that, Huang Jingwen had no way to accuse Yusho anymore. She simply started playing dead. Yusho took advantage of the group chat going quiet and threw out a heavy piece of news at the right time. Yusho, right now I have some news. Everyone's boats can be assembled together, so everyone should work together with one heart. The moment this message came out, the originally noisy group chat instantly fell silent, and the screen spamming momentum quickly stopped. More than 9,000 players all held their breath and waited for what came next. No one casually interrupted anymore. Yusho, how hard is it for one person to keep going alone? If it really is one person fighting alone, then we have to keep rowing against the current every second without stopping. That is absolutely not something an ordinary person can endure. That is probably also why there were 2 people on the boat from the very beginning. So when I encounter companions, the best choice is to merge our vessels first. Feng Yunwan, you're saying it upgrades as long as it merges? How could there be such a good thing? At this point, Feng Yunwan's boat had also reached 3rd place on the leaderboard. 2nd place seemed to be a boy. Yusho did not know him. Yusho? Of course not, it's just that lower-level boats will turn into materials. If you haven't gathered all the upgrade materials, then it will probably only make the boat bigger. Yusho had thought about this too. Without the key standardized upgrade materials, no matter how much you merged, you could not cross the level threshold. This Feng Yunwen really did react fast. He had just thrown out the information, and she immediately jumped out to question him? It was obvious that she was proud and high-spirited, and deep down she was unwilling to accept that he had suddenly appeared and firmly taken first place. Yusho could not be bothered to argue back and forth with her in the group. There was no need to waste words debating right and wrong. He had already achieved his goal now, using his status as the whole server's number one to throw out the key information that boats could merge into teams. He had also clearly explained the rules, advantages, and disadvantages, neither hiding anything nor exaggerating. The persona of a steady and reliable leader was already firmly established. There was no need to explain too much more. Those who understood would naturally think it over slowly, while those full of pride and unwilling to submit would be hard to convince no matter what he said. As long as this persona was established, things would be much easier afterward. If he ran into lone players on the road, and they learned about how frank and open he had been, their first impression of him would not be hostility or wariness. They would be even less likely to feel apprehensive the moment they met him and turn around and run. Instead, they would be more willing to approach and travel together. At this moment, Yusho planned to start contacting that Chang Wanfeng. She should be an English teacher, so she had probably already seen his message, right? If she had not seen it, there was still a way. He could just send a private message. It would just be a bit more troublesome, and it might make other people wary. While thinking, Yusho reached out and gently helped Wang Jie and Su Jiman up after they had finished resting. Su Jiman raised a hand to cover her cherry lips, and there was still a trace of lazy shyness lingering between her brows and eyes. She wanted to keep the intimate warmth from just now for a little longer. As for Wang Jie, she planned to wash her mountain ridge with water. Even though she also wanted to keep it for a while, the temperature here was dropping very quickly. She slowly got up and said softly, "Brother Yu, I'll head outside first." "No need. I'll go get some water and bring it in." Yusho took out his only starting item, a cup. However, there was no water inside. He had just finished drinking it after his early morning class. Yusho got up and walked out of the partitioned room, stepping onto the broad and steady deck. After the newbie protection period ended, the wind over the river had clearly grown much stronger. The cold wind, wrapped with the dampness of the river water, blew straight at him, carrying a faint chill. The speed of the reverse flow river's current had also increased by about 10% out of nowhere. The surging river water slammed against the bow, splashing up fine, snowy white waves. Only a level 4 boat had a hull high and stable enough that no matter how big the splashes were, not even half a bit could wash over the deck. Driven by its internal combustion engine, the boat steadily pushed against the current and cut through the waves. Yusho silently estimated that at this speed, in at most a few more minutes, he would run into that small boat carrying the lone woman from the earlier scouting. Chang Wanfeng should be just up ahead. Wang Jielai's scouting range was limited in the end, while his level 4 powered boat completely crushed the field in speed. Catching up to the other party was only a matter of time. Yusho took out a coil of thick rope and tightly tied it around the cup. Then he bent over at the side of the boat and lowered the cup straight down into the river, planning to use the rope to haul up some water. But the moment the cup sank into the water, a strange pulling force suddenly came from below. It yanked the rope straight downward and refused to let go. What is this? For a moment, Yusho had no idea what was happening. All he knew was that something seemed to have bitten onto his cup. Yusho hurriedly looked over. A message popped up. Pinjong, ordinary mermaid. Level 1 threat. Base attributes. Physique, 12. Spirit, 13. Sanity, 50. Habits. A spirit of heaven and earth, sweet-looking, likes to steal bait, sings at night on purpose to make humans fall asleep, then steals things from boats. Overall evaluation. A beautiful little thief. A mermaid? Theft? Yusho froze slightly. Wasn't that something out of sea fairy tales? He truly had not expected that deep within the reverse flow river in reality, this kind of fantasy creature was actually hiding. Through the clear river water, he could vaguely make out a graceful pale figure below the surface. Her sapphire blue long hair drifted wildly in the water. Her skin was fair and translucent, and her figure was full and shapely, naturally carrying a seductive and tempting charm. At that moment, the favorability system triggered a new prompt again. Detected a target that can be conquered. The favorability system is at your service. Name, unknown. Race, mermaid. Age, hidden. Height, 173 centimeter. Weight, 52 kg. Measurements, 103, 97. Appearance, 83. Sanity, 50. Morality, 51. Favorability toward host, -2. Disdain. Yusho was startled again. It's human, and it has a brain too. Almost by reflex, he subconsciously pulled out the hypnotic tuning fork he carried with him. With a slight flick of his wrist, The fork's prongs instantly trembled, and a deep, gentle sound wave quietly spread out, piercing through the water's surface and acting directly on the consciousness of the life form below. This mermaid had only quietly swum over in the first place. She had planned to casually steal the fallen cup as a little trinket, but who would have thought Yusho would catch her red-handed on the spot? Underwater, her heart jolted in alarm, and her lively eyes filled with panic and vigilance. She could not understand human language, but Yusho's hypnotic sound wave was bizarrely special. It acted directly on a lifeform's brain consciousness. It was completely unrestricted by language barriers and could still invade the mind. A thought stirred in Yusho's mind, and through hypnotic suggestion, he said, "Hurry up and come to the surface." Before long, ripples gently swayed across the water. That graceful mermaid figure slowly climbed up along the side of the boat with the current, her fair jade-like hand still tightly clutching that cup and refusing to let go. Her upper body's curves were full and lush, her outline eye-catching and alluring. Only a few strands of flexible waterweed loosely covered the important parts of her body, concealing her privacy just right while making her skin look even more lustrous and delicate. Her lower body was a glossy, shimmering fishtail with a glass-like sheen. Paired with her flowing sapphire blue long hair, it almost felt like an appearance score of 83 had underestimated her. Favorability system, you won't even spare mermaids? Is the reward the same? Yusho could not help muttering inwardly. Although he had already used hypnotic suggestion to lure the mermaid onto the boat, he was still weighing the pros and cons in his heart. If conquering a mermaid gave attribute rewards far worse than human girls, then wasting spirit power on her would be way too unprofitable. He casually pulled up his own attribute panel and carefully glanced over it. Physique, 25.1/37.2. Spirit, 29.0/63.4. His current spirit reserves were still quite sufficient, completely enough, and he could clearly feel that the higher his spirit limit became, the better the effect and quality of hypnosis. Right now, hypnotizing an ordinary human and raising favorability to around 91 would at most consume 8 or 9 points of spirit. The cost-effectiveness was already very high. Hearing Yusho's words, the favorability system quickly responded as well. "Host, mermaids are people too, and the other party can also be educated and trained. Okay, go ahead without worry. It's just that there is no ultimate reward." Yusho, was he some kind of freak with bizarre tastes? His gaze fell back onto the mermaid on the deck, and his eyes unconsciously drifted downward. Her lower body was connected to a long, broad fishtail, its surface covered in dense, glossy scales. "Host, she does have one below her abdomen, at the root of the fishtail." "How would you know that?" Yusho was a little dazed. He had accidentally learned something strange. This system can scan conquest targets. This kind of basic information is easy. That might be true, but he would not actually make a mermaid engage in anything deep with him. It was not like he had some non-human fetish. And could the inside of this kind of creature even be the same? It probably came with its own unique bacteria, parasites, and unknown aquatic viruses too, right? Better raise her to 51 favorability first. The attribute points were still pretty good. As for his remaining spirit points, it would be better to first hypnotize the girls to 100 favorability, or hypnotize the soon-to-arrive Chung Wanfeng. Yusho held the trembling hypnotic tuning fork, locked his gaze onto the mermaid, and calmly gave his suggestion. "Your favorability toward me will steadily rise, and at the same time, from now on, you will never secretly take a single thing from my boat again." The next second, system notifications began to flood the screen one after another. Favorability +1, favorability +1, favorability +1. Before long, the prompt froze in place. Favorability, 51 points. Ambiguous attraction. Yusho put away the hypnotic tuning fork at the right moment and checked the consumption. It had only used up 3 points of spirit power. The cost-effectiveness was absurdly high. Congratulations, host, on obtaining your first reward. Free attribute points 16.6, 83x 20%. He was just about to distribute the attribute points when a fair, slender jade-like hand suddenly offered him that cup. The cup was filled with more than half a cup of clear river water. The mermaid stared at him without blinking with a pair of clear, bright azure eyes. There was a bit of innocent curiosity in her gaze, and also a trace of newly budding ambiguous affection. Yusho reached out and took the cup. Then he casually instructed, "All right, stay on the deck for now and don't move." The mermaid could not understand human language at all. She only tilted her head innocently, her face full of confusion. Seeing this, Yusho had no choice but to gesture a few times with his hand, signaling for her to lie down obediently and rest. Even without any extra hypnotic obedience command, the mermaid, already soaked in spirit power, still subconsciously obeyed. She obediently lay down on the deck. "That's more like it," Yusho said with a smile. Even if he had not used hypnosis at the start, there was no way he would have let this mermaid leave anyway, since there was still one reward opportunity left. So he directly added all 16.6 points to his spirit. Spirit, 32.6/80.0. It seemed like he had quite a lot of spirit points now. Yusho felt the appeal of adding points. The spirit points he originally did not have much of had suddenly risen, so hypnotizing the mermaid to 91 points did not seem like much of a problem either. At that moment, the curtain over the cabin entrance was gently lifted. Lin Xiao slowly stepped out. She had originally come out to ask why Yusho had been lingering outside the boat for so long. Her gaze swept over the area and instantly landed on the mermaid lying on the deck, and she froze on the spot. A species that was half human and half covered in scales with a fishtail? That strange appearance gave her quite a visual shock. She subconsciously raised a hand to cover her slightly parted cherry lips, her eyes filled with astonishment. What is that? Yusho turned to look at her. It's fine. Just a mermaid that appeared in the river. She has a very gentle temperament and won't cause us any harm. Is that so? Lin Xiao gently stroked her rising and falling chest, calming the surprise in her heart a little, then quickly chose to trust Yusho's words without question. Yusho glanced at the mermaid lying there obediently and wondered if he should find a rope and tie her to the boat. But then he thought better of it and felt there was no need at all. Her favorability had already reached the level of ambiguous attraction. As long as he kept slowly reeling her in and guiding her, there was no way she would be willing to leave. On the contrary, forcibly restraining and binding her would easily stir up rebellious thoughts. That would be more trouble than it was worth. The two of them did not linger any longer and turned to walk back into the cabin compartment. The mermaid left outside quietly lay on the deck. Her azure long hair spread across the wood, and an unprecedented flutter rose in her heart. Her fishtail unconsciously swayed gently from side to side, her scales brushing against the deck with soft sounds, full of the fluster and shyness of a girl in love. Not long after, Wang Jile finished cleaning herself with the water from the cup and put her bra back on. Her figure was graceful and captivating, every curve just right, carrying a tempting charm. Yusho walked over to Su Jimon and Wang Jile, opening his palm to reveal a small crystal ball. The sphere was only about the size of a quail egg, with a thin chain tied beneath it. It was crystal clear all over, gleaming under the refraction of light, and looked especially exquisite. What is this? Su Jimon asked in confusion. A few damp strands of hair stuck to the skin on her forehead, and she raised a hand to gently tuck them behind her ear, looking a little lazy and soft. Yusho did not answer. He could not exactly tell them outright that this was a tool specially used to deepen hypnosis and max out favorability. Could he? The next second, the hypnosis crystal ball began to sway from side to side. The instant the translucent sphere started moving, it carried an inexplicable bewitching force. Compared to a tuning fork, the crystal ball worked faster and more directly. The moment the two of them looked at it for the first time, a ring of pink haze appeared in their eyes. The minds of the two women were instantly drawn in and overwhelmed by the swaying sphere. Yusho quickly began the hypnosis. You too, your favorability toward me will rise rapidly. Was it only for the reward? That did not seem to be entirely the case. Making girls' favorability toward him reach the maximum felt like something sacred to Yusho. No one did not want little fangirls, especially girls who had previously been only lukewarm toward him, turning them into his admirers, into people who adored him. Yusho silently said to the system in his heart, Favorability system, once favorability reaches the max, that means I can do whatever I want with them, right? This round of hypnosis had only consumed 12 points of mental power. Spirit, 20.6/80.0. The favorability system heard Yusho's words and immediately reacted. Host, how could someone like you ever make other people's favorability reach the maximum? You definitely used mental control methods, didn't you? Yusho was stunned for a moment. He had not expected the system to actually throw a little tantrum. A system with a bit of a temper was kind of interesting. Enough. Hurry up and give me the ultimate reward. Fine. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained Wang Jilei's ultimate reward, enlargement skill. Can perform targeted enlargement on any living biological tissue. The upper limit depends on mental power. The stronger your mental power, the more outrageous the magnification becomes. The degree is entirely up to the host. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained Su Jimon's ultimate reward, sensitivity adjustment skill. Can directly increase a target's internal and external sensitivity. The more mental power invested, the more exaggerated the increase in sensitivity. A truly precise little control skill. The trial card had finally become permanent. Yusho could now use it without worry. Just as he was secretly delighted, several messages suddenly popped up in succession on the private chat panel. Yusho casually glanced at the sender. Normally, he would have intended to ignore it outright, but after seeing the name clearly, he was immediately a little surprised. This was actually his counselor, Jiang Gexing. Counselor Jiang was pretty and had an outstanding temperament. Usually, she could chat with him for a few sentences. He had always believed that managing his coursework was enough, and in fact his GPA was not bad, ranking around the upper middle level, so she often urged him to work hard in competitions. Jiang Gexing, I'm Counselor Jiang. I need some supplies. Can you give me some fishing tools? Yusho stared at the message and hesitated for a moment. Should he reply? He did indeed have a bit of a favorable impression of this counselor. But right now, he was trapped in a desperate situation on the reverse current river and could barely take care of himself. He was not some saintly savior. There was no need to waste scarce supplies helping others for free. Just as he was hesitating, Sujimon also turned to look at him, her tone carrying a bit of difficulty. Yusho, Counselor Jiang asked me for tools too. How should I reply? Yusho immediately did not know whether to laugh or cry, so she had not only contacted him. She had sent private messages in bulk asking for help. That made things easier on him mentally. Since she was casting a wide net and asking people everywhere for supplies, there was no reason for him to rush over and play the good guy. Forget it. Ignore her. Yusho gently shook his head. Right now, he only needed to focus on befriending people who could bring him real benefits and who could join his team to survive together. For example, the English teacher Chang Wanfeng they were about to encounter was the target truly worth his attention. Oh right, Wang Jie. Check where teacher Chang is now. Wang Jie's favorability toward Yusho had long since reached the maximum. Her heart was full of dependence and obedience. Hearing that, her cheeks reddened slightly, and she obediently closed her eyes and immediately activated her map scouting talent. A moment later, she opened her eyes, her tone carrying a bit of panic. Yusho, the situation seems to have changed. Chang Wanfeng has shifted to the right of her route now, and ahead. It looks like a boat with two boys is coming over and heading toward us. This was bad. Yusho's heart sank. Sure enough, the situation on the river changed in an instant. Nothing was up to anyone. Lin Xiao, come out with me and take a look. The two of you should get some proper rest. Yusho turned and instructed Sujimon and Wang Jie. The two of them nodded obediently and stayed docilely inside the cabin. Yusho had his own calculations in mind. Lin Xiao had stronger physical ability and also had practical attack methods. Taking her along was steady and reliable. As for Wang Jie and Sujimon, they almost had no combat power to protect themselves, so staying in the cabin was actually safer. The two of them walked out of the compartment side by side and stepped onto the broad deck. The fierce wind over the river had grown even stronger, and the current was far more turbulent than before the novice protection period ended. Waves slammed against the bow, splashing up layers of white spray. At the distant point where water met sky, a blurry outline of a small boat could vaguely be seen. It should be the boat with the two boys. Yusho stepped to the bow. The level 4 powered boat came with its own steering wheel for directional control. He reached out and gripped the wooden handle, turning it gently half a circle to the right. The internal combustion transmission structure immediately responded. The hull smoothly turned right along with the current. It steadily accelerated toward Chang Wanfeng's direction. At that moment, Lin Xiao's gaze shifted and noticed the mermaid still quietly lying on the deck. Yusho? That mermaid is still staying there? She could not help lowering her voice as she exclaimed in shock. Yusho responded casually, while secretly pondering in his heart. The mermaid was completely fine being out of the water for a short time. His inborn physique was suited for both land and water. As long as he wasn't exposed to the blazing sun for too long or completely cut off from a moist environment, he wouldn't grow weak and listless. Lying still like this right now was no problem at all. He glanced at his still abundant spirit points. Forget it. In for a penny, in for a pound. Since he had time now, he might as well push the mermaid's favorability up another wave. Yusho lightly crooked his finger at the mermaid. Come here. As if she had received an invisible summons, she immediately rose obediently. Her fish tail lightly swished back and forth on the deck, looking gentle and well-behaved. Sigh. If those were normal legs, it wasn't like he couldn't do it, but with a chance like this, he could only stay proper. He took out the hypnosis tuning fork. Its prongs trembled slightly, and low spiritual ripples quietly spread out. You will rapidly increase your favorability toward me. Right after that, the mermaid fell into Yusho's hypnosis. Favorability +1. Favorability +1. Favorability +1. Favorability reached 91. Yusho nodded in satisfaction. He had already obtained all the rewards he was supposed to get at this favorability threshold, so there was no need to keep wasting spiritual power stacking it higher. The next second, a system prompt popped up. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a deep reward. Obtained hypnotic singing card X20. What was this? Wasn't this just a downgraded version of his own hypnosis? It had gotten his hopes up for nothing. Yusho shook his head. At most, it could save a bit of spiritual power. Yusho didn't pay much attention to the mermaid's changes. Instead, he looked toward the river in the distance. The speed of the reverse current really had increased a lot, to the point that some boats were starting to drift backward. Like the boat belonging to those two boys he had just seen. He probably didn't know them either. If he knew them, Wang Jie would definitely know them too. Aside from people in his own class, he basically didn't know anyone else. In a bit, I'll just use a hypnosis card. Yusho felt that card was basically just a hypnosis tuning fork without any consumption. Lin Xiao turned slightly and asked softly, how are you planning to deal with those two boys? Yusho's tone was calm. Take care of them, then dismantle their boat. Lin Xiao nodded lightly. There was no resistance in her eyes. Instead, she obediently agreed. That works too. That's the best choice. Ashu. Don't worry, I'll help you. While the two of them were speaking in low voices, the mermaid, who had been quietly staying to the side, took the initiative to walk over to Yusho. Yusho raised his brows slightly, a little puzzled. The mermaid's favorability was already capped at 91 points, and he had no intention of continuing to raise it with hypnosis. He had thought she would stay quietly to the side, so why had she suddenly come over on her own? He looked up. A faint blush had spread across the mermaid's delicate face, carrying a girlish shyness and bashfulness. The fine scales tightly clinging to the skin of her lower body gently parted ever so slightly. It carried an innate seductive quality. Yusho's gaze fell on the slit where the mermaid's scales had opened, and he couldn't help being slightly stunned. Favorability was like the wind rising in the heart, and the wind would naturally stir ripples through the body. Extreme favorability did not necessarily mean deep interaction, but it was the proper source of it. But this wasn't even human. He wasn't crazy enough to get involved with a mermaid, much less allow some half-human, half-fish monster to be born. Unless this mermaid could completely transform into a human, there was no point even thinking about it. Yusho lightly waved his hand at the mermaid, signaling for her to hurry and move aside. What a joke. Yusho was not the kind of person who accepted anyone who came along. If he really wanted intimacy, the Lin Xiao beside him suited his tastes far better. Refined and exceptionally beautiful, she was completely his ideal type. Thinking of this, he turned to look at Lin Xiao beside him, carrying a trace of reassurance in his tone. Don't be afraid. There's something a little wrong with this mermaid. She's just messing around blindly. Lin Xiao blinked and thought about it carefully for a moment before softly suggesting, then why don't we have her help us catch fish? If she stays idle with nothing to do, she'll probably start clinging to you again, Ashu, and cause you trouble. Yusho's eyes lit up, and he nodded. That's a good idea. Better than having her wander around on the boat. Poor mermaid. 1 second ago, Yusho's hypnosis had stirred her heart and made her take the initiative to show affection. The next second, she was being shooed away, without even the slightest bit of tenderness. She became sad instantly. Her azure eyes quickly filled with tears. Large teardrops rolled down her fair and delicate cheeks, dripping onto the deck and spreading into small wet marks. She looked utterly aggrieved. Seeing her tearful appearance, Yusho also felt helpless for a moment. The mermaid was actually crying now. Could it be that once favorability reached 91 points, deep interaction was mandatory? Forget it. He would just comfort her with his hand. Before today, Yusho hadn't even run into many women, and now he had even run into fishwoman luck. It really left Yusho feeling emotional. If only his hypnosis talent had come earlier. If that were the case, Yusho wouldn't have needed to search for targets all over the water. He could have just stood downstairs outside the girls' dormitory and hypnotized girls who suited his tastes. The mermaid's little face instantly flushed red. The soft fullness on her chest rose and fell with her quickened breathing. Soft, broken little moans came from her mouth, making her look alluring. After finishing, he said, "All right, now go catch fish for me." The mermaid still couldn't understand human language and only stared at him with wet blue eyes. Yusho found it a bit troublesome, so he simply pointed at his own mouth, then used his fingers to mimic the shape of a fish, repeating the gesture several times. Only then did the mermaid suddenly understand. With a flick of her tail, she leaped into the river, splashing up a spray of white water. Her sapphire blue long hair spread out in the water like a blooming blue lotus. Lin Xiao watched this scene from the side. A trace of confusion flashed through her heart, and she muttered inwardly, "Why did Yusho comfort the mermaid just now?" But on second thought, she quickly let it go. Forget it. Anything Yusho does must have his reasons. I just need to stay by his side and help him properly. Her gaze swept toward the distance by chance. She discovered that the two boys' small boats were getting closer and closer. She could already clearly make out the two tiny figures on the boat, so she hurriedly moved close to Yusho and reminded him, "Ashu, look, they're here. Do you need me to make a move and kill them?" Yusho, however, had a sudden idea. Wasn't the mermaid in the water a ready-made helper? There was no need to make Lin Xiao work harder. After their exchange just now, she had clearly still been so tired that she lightly stuck out her tongue, and her complexion still hadn't fully recovered. Yusho stepped to the edge of the boat. He took out the hypnosis tuning fork and gave it a light tap. The prongs immediately began to vibrate. The low spiritual ripples pierced through the water's surface and accurately reached the mermaid's ears. At that moment, the mermaid had just caught a plump river fish in the water. Hearing Yusho's hypnotic command, she immediately stopped and looked up toward him at the side of the boat. Her long hair floated in the water, her smooth and full forehead facing Yusho. Her skin looked incomparably translucent under the shimmer of the water, and her obedient softness was on full display. "Stop for now. Don't catch fish." Yusho gave the mermaid the command in his mind, then took out the item, amplifier. This item could enlarge a designated body part by 1 to 2 times. The effect would remain active, but it could only be used twice a day, and the uses could not be stacked. Directly enlarge this mermaid's fishtail. The amplifier was a small oval button. Yusho pressed it lightly, and the item immediately let out a cheerful electronic voice. Finally going to borrow my power. You want to enlarge the fishtail, and the target size is relatively small, so I'll enlarge it by 2 times directly. However, you only ask to enlarge the fishtail. If the waist gets too large, the proportions won't match, so I'll just lengthen it instead. Yusho raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected this item to be so adaptable. It saved him quite a bit of trouble. His gaze stayed fixed on the water surface. He watched as the mermaid's tail rapidly grew longer and thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye. The mermaid herself widened her blue eyes, staring at her own lengthening, thickening tail in shock, her eyes filled with disbelief. Yusho casually pulled up the mermaid's status panel, and his eyes lit up. Species: long-tailed mermaid. Level: first level threat. Base attributes: Constitution 30, Spirit 14, Sanity 51. Not bad, not bad. Her constitution had more than doubled outright, and her tail had reached over 2 meters in length. Her explosive power in the water would definitely be even stronger now. From now on, I'll call you Xiaolan. Remember this pronunciation. Yusho shouted toward the water while using his hand to gesture the mouth shape for Xiaolan. The mermaid nodded as if she half understood, her tail gently swaying through the water. See those 2 small boats in the distance? Yusho continued issuing commands in his mind. Sing first and hypnotize the 2 people on board, then push their boats over next to our big ship. The mermaid obediently agreed and first threw the fish she was holding onto Yusho's boat. Then, cheerfully swishing her tail, now over 2 meters long, she shot toward the 2 boys' small boats like a bolt of lightning. Lin Xiao stood beside Yusho, watching the scene with a face full of amazement. Ashu, you can actually communicate with a mermaid? That's way too incredible. More or less, I used a little trick. Yusho smiled, his gaze sweeping downward unintentionally and landing on Lin Xiao's slightly trembling legs. You're already shivering. Go back into the cabin and rest for a bit. Lin Xiao stuck out her pink little tongue. She obviously could still keep going if she pushed herself, but on the surface, she still let her junior have it his way. After all, Yusho had just dealt with several people. On the river in the distance, a canoe was struggling forward against the current. The 2 boys on the boat rowed while chatting on and off. My girlfriend asked me for food again, said a freshman guy with a Leslie perm as he laboriously worked the oar. The boy rowing beside him had a textured crop, and he said, Brother Wong, we 2 guys are already about dead from exhaustion, and you're still supporting her? What do you know? Student Wong with the Leslie perm proudly lifted his chin and pulled a sock out of his pocket. He even gave it a light sniff. This survival game has direct trading. She already gave me her sock. I can't just let her down, right? The textured crop guy laughed helplessly. Why you do you? The textured crop guy muttered softly. Maybe it's her bestie's sweaty sock. You'll regret it, little brother Wong. Student Wong turned his head. What are you mumbling about? I'm the A-rank one here, okay? Fine, you're awesome enough, alright? The textured crop guy kept rowing. Just then, Student Wong accidentally caught sight of something behind them. A large ship's shadow was faintly appearing on the water. He couldn't help rubbing his eyes and said in confusion, Hey, look, doesn't it seem like something's coming up from behind us? What could it be? Probably another player's boat. The textured crop guy didn't even look up. Brother Wong, aren't you an A-rank attack talent? Let's head over and take a look. If they've got supplies, maybe we can even rob them. Keep it low-key. First we check the other side situation, whether there are girls, what their talents are like. Student Wong began analyzing. Right at that moment, an ethereal and pleasant singing voice suddenly drifted over faintly. Soft and melodious, like a mountain spring, like whispers beneath the moon, it wrapped around the 2 of them in an instant. Sanity -1. Sanity -1. The song sounded beautiful on the surface, but it hid danger underneath. It was the mermaid's built-in hypnosis ability, a genuine gentle poison. After listening for only a few short seconds, the 2 boys felt dizzy, weak all over, and their consciousness gradually blurred. The mermaid's spirit was 14 points, only a few points weaker than Yusho had been at the start. If she knew how to eat people instead of only stealing things, her threat level would rise in a straight line. The 2 boys quickly fainted on the boat. Yusho saw that happen as well. With his spirit maxed at 80 points, it was like he had perception turned on. Not bad. This mermaid is definitely an expert on the water. Using her tail, now over 2 meters long, Xiaolan gently pushed one of the small boats, following the current toward Yusho's large ship. Moving with the current, the speed was unbelievably fast, and it reached the big ship side in no time. Yusho took out a coil of thick rope, tied an iron hook to one end, aimed at the other boat's planks, and gave it a light throw. The iron hook steadily caught the gunwale. That way, the small boat was firmly secured beside his own large ship. Splash! Xiaolan leaped up from the water. When she landed on the deck, she used a little too much force, making the large ship sway slightly a few times. How did her tail get so long? Lin Xiao looked at Xiaolan's over 2 meter long tail, its scales glossy and lustrous, and asked with a face full of curiosity. Yusho casually came up with an excuse. I have a talent that can enlarge body parts. I used it on her just now. Really? Lin Xiao's small mouth opened slightly, her eyes full of amazement. Then how did your talent come about? Didn't you start with SS-rank sanity soothing? It just awakened randomly. Would you believe that? Yusho said with a smile. Of course I would. Lin Xiao nodded hard and said seriously, a Shu would never lie to me. Even if you did lie to me, it would still be a well-intentioned lie. As she spoke, both hands went behind her plump hips, and her body leaned forward slightly, the softness before her chest swaying gently. For a moment, Yusho didn't know what to say. At that moment, Xiaolan swished her long tail and hopped over to Yusho. She pointed with her fair finger at one of the boy's small boats. Her blue eyes were full of a look asking for credit, like a little pet trying to please its master. Yusho quickly went over as well. As expected, they're two people I don't know, he thought. Afterward, he jumped onto one of the small boats and searched through the items on the two of them. He only found one bottle of Nongfu Spring and one sock. These two are way too absurd. They're still using a first-level boat at this point. They clearly have a fishing rod, but there isn't a single fish on the boat. They're probably terminally lazy. Yusho looked at the sock again, his face full of disgust. And this thing too. Could one of them be a fetishist? He bent down and stripped the coats off the two unconscious boys. Then he casually picked them up and threw them into the rushing river. Two splash sounds rang out. Large sprays of water burst up, and in the blink of an eye, the current carried them far away. Yusho put the items away, turned around, and jumped back onto his own level 4 large ship. Just then, the system prompt popped up for that ownerless small boat. Dismantle? Yes/no. So it really can be dismantled. Yusho chose yes without hesitation. Congratulations player, you have obtained wood times 7, nails times 7, ordinary cloth times 7, ordinary fishing rod times 2, rope times 3. This really wasn't much. Were some of the other party's things in the game backpack? Probably not. Yusho guessed that the other side had simply been using a first-level boat and rowed into a treasure chest, and that was where the ordinary fishing rods came from. He remembered that for his level 4 ship to upgrade to level 5, he still needed wood times 50, iron nails times 20, and waterproof canvas times 30. This little bit of material was still far from enough. His backpack only had 16 cubic meters of space. It was already packed with quite a few things, leaving very little room. So he simply took out the two ordinary fishing rods he had just gotten and placed them on the deck as spares. Just then, the cabin curtain was gently lifted. Wang Jielai was the first to walk out, with Su Jimon right behind her. It was because Wang Jielai had checked a few more times and discovered that Cheng Wanfeng was actually falling back now. So she came to inform Yusho. A mermaid? What is that thing? The two girls were naturally startled by the mermaid too. Seeing this, Lin Xiao hurried forward to explain. Don't be scared, she's one of us. Yusho tamed her. She's very gentle and won't hurt us. She can even help us catch fish. So that's how it is? The two girls smiled as well. Yusho really was full of surprises. In any case, they felt that since Yusho was the captain, whatever he did naturally had his reasons. Yusho smiled and asked, by the way, why did you two come out? Why aren't you resting properly in the cabin? As he spoke, he looked as far into the distance as he could. Just then, he caught sight of another small boat appearing on the river in the distance. Yusho, that's the one! Wang Jielai had also spotted the small boat in the distance. She pointed at it, sounding somewhat anxious. That's teacher Cheng Wanfeng. She's showing signs of falling back now. I think we should go a little faster. Otherwise, part of her body might start turning to stone. After hearing Wang Jielai's analysis, Yusho rubbed his chin. If she was falling back, that really couldn't be helped. Just one girl, and with the reverse flow river moving this fast now, trying to keep going upstream the whole time was obviously exhausting unless her talent was extremely strong. But even if she was going to petrify, it would still take a long period of lying flat. There was no way she would turn to stone that quickly. Otherwise, the difficulty would be way too high. Human-powered boats at night might as well just give up and die. Then, should we row together? Su Jimon suggested softly. Although the boat had now become a level 4 boat, with a drive shaft installed in the middle bottom and a propeller at the rear, running on mechanical power. The rows of or slots along both sides of the hull had still been preserved. Hearing that, Yusho shook his head and said, no need to rush. Our speed is already enough. What we need to do now is make use of our early advantage as quickly as possible and trade some food for supplies. His gaze sharpened. As for Cheng Wanfeng's matter, leave it all to me. After hearing Yusho's words, the three girls all nodded. After saying that, Yusho noticed the cylindrical wood-burning stove standing nearby. A moment ago, this stove had been half dead, flickering on and off, but right now it just happened to be burning with an open flame. His eyes lit up. Hey, this thing really came at the perfect time. He bent down and carried the stove to the front deck at the bow. Then he said to the three girls, you can grill some fish now, then use the grilled fish to trade with other players for supplies, like the waterproof tarpaulin and iron nails we urgently need. plus the daily necessities you girls use. This stove just happens to be working. Everyone move fast and take advantage of the fact that we're ranked first right now. Everyone else is willing to trade with us. Hearing that, the three girls nodded repeatedly. Following Yusho's method really could bring them quite a lot of benefits. They really were lacking a lot of daily necessities right now. Using fish that could be found everywhere in the river to trade for scarce supplies was practically a guaranteed profit deal. Lin Xiao walked over to the stove, took a careful look and softly suggested, "Let's boil the fish instead. I think with a cylindrical stove, boiling things is much faster than grilling them." The moment Yusho heard the words much faster, he immediately nodded in agreement. "Fine, we'll boil fish then. The faster, the better." For the next 10 minutes, everyone did their own job and stayed busier than ever. Little Blue obediently kept catching fish in the river. With a flick of her tail, she could easily catch a fat river fish. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 fish had piled up on the boat again. The three girls began processing them on the deck. Boiling river fish with nothing but clean water was a pretty helpless way to eat. If the fish was even a little less than fresh, or if the black membrane in its belly and the blood clinging to the bones weren't cleaned off properly, then the boiled result would have almost no fragrance at all. Lin Xiao and the others could only do their best to make it taste better. Not taking part in the girls' fish boiling, Yusho stood on the front deck, his eyes fixed tightly ahead. Now that the distance had closed, he could already clearly make out Chang Wanfeng's back. His mood couldn't help but grow excited. That woman had a head of flaxen gold long hair, draped loosely over her shoulders. Her figure was slim and graceful, and she was dressed in simple casual clothes. At this moment, she was laboriously rowing the scull. Sure enough, it was the young college English teacher from his memory. About time to contact her, Yusho thought to himself. Right now Chang Wanfeng had her back to him and hadn't noticed the large boat behind her at all. He might as well send her a private message now and greet her first. That way, he could get her to approach him on her own and gain an extra wave of favorability too. On the other side, Chang Wanfeng was panicking badly at the moment. She struggled to row the scull, inwardly complaining, "What rotten luck! Right at the start, I ran into a strange guy, and he even had bad intentions toward me. Good thing I reacted fast and kicked him into the river." She didn't regret it. In that kind of situation, she had no other choice. She could only protect herself. But now, the current of the reverse flow river was getting faster and faster, and her only A-rank speed talent had already consumed a lot of her stamina. She couldn't hold on anymore, and her boat could only slowly drift backward. If this kept up, sooner or later the current would carry her farther and farther away until she turned into a stone statue. Just as she was filled with anxiety, a message suddenly popped up on her private chat panel. "Yusho, Teacher Chang, I'm behind you." "Yusho?" She froze instantly, and her eyes lit up at once. Of course she knew Yusho, the current #1 on the regional server rankings, unquestionably the leading figure. And he was also a student from her class. Usually, he was very shy during English lessons, and when answering questions he was pretty slow-witted, so she had always teased him. She had also seen the earlier message in the group where Yusho shared news about boat fusion. It was obvious that he wasn't the selfish type. "I actually ran into him?" Chang Wanfeng was both shocked and delighted as she quickly turned her head to look behind her. Sure enough, she saw a level 4 powered boat several times larger than her own little boat steadily advancing upstream. White spray splashed up at the bow, giving it an imposing presence. "Chang Wanfeng. Classmate, meeting you really is such good luck." "Yusho, yeah, we already have 4 people now, and we're recruiting more team members." But Chang Wanfeng suddenly felt some hesitation in her heart. The people on his boat wouldn't all be men, would they? If that were the case, then her situation would definitely be very dangerous. She might become their disposable toy. She bit her lower lip. "Chang Wanfeng. Are you the only guy on your boat?" The key point was that the image Yusho had built up was pretty good. If it was only Yusho, then she would still feel at ease. Seeing the message Teacher Chang sent over, Yusho wasn't surprised in the slightest. If it were him, surviving alone on this boundless reverse flow river and receiving an invitation from an acquaintance, he would also stay on guard. There was no way he could really have no caution at all. Yusho directly sent a message. "Isn't my partner Lin Xiao?" Wasn't that already written in the previous announcement? After hearing that, Chang Wanfeng also reacted. She rubbed her head and wrote, "Seriously, I got muddle-headed too. I actually forgot about that." Yusho did not continue replying. He sat down on the spot and looked at the fish guts discarded nearby. Should he make a ruthless move on teacher Chang Wanfeng? As he thought about it, he found himself slightly at a loss for words. Back when he used to attend class, there were times when he couldn't help but fantasize about this young teacher with dyed golden hair, glasses, and a gentle intellectual air. But that was only fantasy after all. If he really put it into action, wouldn't it feel a bit too offensive? Teacher Chang was a young master's graduate who had just finished school. She had a gentle temperament and was especially tolerant toward him. In the past, when he answered questions wrong in class, she would never criticize him. She would only tease him a little. But how could she possibly tolerate a male student doing those boundary-crossing things to her? Another fish's guts were tossed onto the deck by Lin Xiao. Looking at those things, Yusho could not help but feel that, in his eyes, aside from the edible parts of a fish, everything else was automatically considered unimportant. Wasn't that a bit awful? Wait, did he really need to think about this and that? They were on a boundless river right now. Whatever happened here, no one would restrain it. At that moment, Lin Xiao called softly, "Hey Shou, that woman's boat is coming over." Yusho stood up and looked over. He saw Chang Wanfeng's level 2 boat slowly approaching. Chang Wanfeng still had her flaxen golden long hair draped over her shoulders, and her thin-framed glasses reflected the skylight off the river. She wore a simple white shirt, with the sleeves rolled up to her forearms, revealing slender, fair wrists as she struggled to control the oar. Detected a conquerable target. The favorability system is at your service. Name, Chang Wanfeng. Race, human. Age, 24. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Measurements, 90-60-190. Looks, 88. Reason, 81. Morality, 89. Favorability toward host, 26. Ordinary friend. Yusho was stunned as well. He had already taken the initiative to accept his teacher, yet he was still only an ordinary friend? The small boat gradually pulled alongside the large boat. Chang Wanfeng bit her lower lip and carefully raised her head to look at Yusho, her eyes carrying a trace of unease. After all, rowing a small boat upstream by herself had exhausted all her strength. She was covered in sweat now, her hair messy, and she could hardly be called presentable. "Student Yusho, please give me a hand." Her voice was soft, and her cheeks were slightly red as she spoke. Meeting someone she knew was reassuring, but right now, she looked very disheveled. Yusho stood up and handed over a rope, speaking flatly, "Grab it, I'll pull you up." Chang Wanfeng quickly nodded. She gripped the rope tightly with both hands, put strength into her arms, lifted herself slightly, and carefully climbed onto the large boat. But perhaps because she was too tired, her footing slipped when she landed. Her body pitched forward uncontrollably. She crashed straight into Yusho with her chest. Yusho could even smell that sweaty scent from her, and from the corner of his eye, he just happened to catch the deep cleavage at her collar, tempting to the extreme. Are you okay?" Yusho kindly wanted to support her, but Chang Wanfeng reacted as if she had been scalded. She deliberately avoided the hand Yusho reached out, stepped back half a pace, and widened the distance between them. Her cheeks turned even redder. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito's hum. "Thank you." Her gaze quickly swept across Lin Xiao, Sujimon, and Wang Jilei on the boat. Then she caught sight of Little Blue wagging its long tail in the corner. Surprise flashed through her eyes, but she did not ask any questions. She only stood properly by the side of the boat, her hands at her sides, her posture restrained and reserved. The whole time, she did not dare look directly into Yusho's eyes, but inside, she relaxed a little more. It seemed Yusho really was a good person. There were 3 girls on the boat, and things still looked harmonious. He probably was not the kind of person who forced them. Favorability, 26-27. Seeing this, Yusho was not surprised. He continued, "Teacher Chang, your boat is useless now. Dismantle it. You can trade it for some materials." He pointed at that level 2 small boat of hers. Chang Wanfeng bit her lower lip and nodded lightly. "Okay. I'll listen to you. I'll follow you from now on." She knew clearly in her heart that her level 2 rowing boat would not last long at all in this rushing reverse flow river. It might very soon be flipped over by the current. If it could be dismantled for some materials, that would at least count as making the best use of it. More importantly, she had no other choice now. She could only follow Yusho and the others. Yusho opened his panel and clicked the dismantle command. Chang Wanfeng's small boat instantly turned into a streak of white light, and a system prompt popped up. "Congratulations, player has obtained wood times 10, nails times 10, ordinary cloth times 10, fishing rod times 1, or boards times 2. Not many materials, but they're still useful." But his backpack could not hold these materials anymore. 16 cubic meters of space had already been almost completely filled by the supplies from before. So Yusho pointed at the supplies piled on the deck and said to Lin Xiao, "Xiao, put these into your space." "Got it." Lin Xiao answered with a smile. She raised her hand and gave a light wave. A faint glow flashed, and the materials on the ground were instantly collected into her game backpack. In Yusho's view, the boat's power was hard-won. The more weight they could reduce on the boat, the better. Saving even a little more power meant one more layer of security. After that, Yusho's gaze landed on Chang Wanfeng once again. Her hands were still pressed tightly against both sides of her hip-hugging skirt. Her body was slightly tense, and she was deliberately keeping more than a meter of distance from him. Was she wary of him? That restrained reserve instead felt like a small spark, instantly igniting the thought in his heart and making it grow even stronger. Without changing expression, he pulled out the hypnosis tuning fork and hid it behind his back. This was the moment. Yusho shifted his feet lightly and almost instantly closed the distance between them. Before Chang Wanfeng could react, His arms had already wrapped around her waist. Her waist was very slim and soft. Chung Wanfeng's whole body stiffened, as if struck by thunder. She jerked her head up, her eyes full of shock. Her lips parted slightly as if she wanted to say something, but no sound came out. Her body tensed instantly, and her hands subconsciously lifted, wanting to push Yusho away, but she was still too slow. The hypnosis tuning fork hidden behind Yusho's back was lightly struck, and the fork's prongs slowly trembled as low, gentle ripples quietly spread out. The sound of hypnosis seeped precisely into her mind. The hypnosis began little by little to break down the defenses in her heart. "Don't be nervous, Teacher Chung." Yusho's voice brushed against her ear, his warm breath sweeping across the rim of it, carrying a lazy kind of temptation. As he held her, he silently issued hypnosis commands in his heart. "Relax. Let go of your restraint. You will become infatuated with this feeling, mixed with your gratitude toward me, and your favorability toward me will keep swelling more and more." Chung Wanfeng's mind instantly fell into a haze. Her originally tense body seemed to have all its strength drawn away. It slowly softened and leaned into Yusho's arms, and her hands unconsciously lowered as well. She even lightly wrapped her arms around Yusho on instinct. Yusho's embrace was very warm. Teacher Chung no longer had the urge to push him away. Not far away, Lin Xiao, Sujimon, and Wang Jielei happened to catch sight of the scene, and their movements all paused for a moment. They exchanged a knowing look. Wang Jielei blinked and said in a low voice, "No wonder Yusho kept thinking about Chung Wanfeng. So, he already had feelings for her long ago." "Student, you really keeps things hidden well," Sujimon muttered. The three of them did not disturb them much. They only occasionally stole a glance at the two embracing each other and said nothing more. Seeing that the situation was completely under control, Yusho smiled too. It could really work? If he acted first and did what he wanted to do, the other party's favorability would rise directly. Favorability +1. Favorability +1. Favorability +1. Yusho had no intention of stopping the hypnosis at all. His mental power was still enough after all. That move made Chung Wanfeng's breathing suddenly grow rapid. Her heart was a complete mess. All kinds of emotions tangled together: panic, shyness, resistance, along with gratitude and heart fluttering she could hardly hide. All of it gradually amplified and fused together by the power of hypnosis. She kept telling herself over and over in her heart, "This can't happen. Yusho is my student. He's 7 years younger than me. This kind of physical contact goes way too far. It's far too shameful." But her body's reaction was beyond her control. Yusho's embrace was too reassuring, too warm. That feeling of being cherished made her unable to resist sinking into it. Even though the last bit of restraint still remained deep inside her, it could not withstand this fatal temptation. She remembered her bedraggled state alone on the second-level sculling boat. She remembered that male stranger with ill intentions. She also remembered the exhaustion of desperately rowing against the current. If Yusho hadn't appeared, she might have already fallen into a hopeless situation by now, right? "Hold me tighter." Chung Wanfeng let out a soft whimper. She stopped resisting Yusho's embrace and even quietly leaned further into his arms. Her cheek pressed against his chest, able to clearly hear his steady and powerful heartbeat. It was as if their skin had been fitted together. Yusho wished it were winter already. But right now, Teacher was clutching Yusho's hand, moving downward with all her strength. Chung Wanfeng's face grew redder and redder, the flush spreading all the way from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. Even the way she bit her lower lip became bashful and restrained. It was no longer that deliberate self-control from before, but carried a kind of flustered desire. "That still won't do." Feeling the beating heart of the person in his arms, Yusho not only didn't stop, but continued moving downward instead. "Really? Affection +1. Affection +1. Affection +1. Affection." 91 points. Chung Wanfeng still collapsed in defeat. She did not want to admit it, but she knew with absolute clarity that deep down, she had truly become infatuated with this, infatuated with everything Yusho brought her. It really was so sudden. But for some reason, she had actually not resisted at all. And now there was no turning back. Yusho could clearly feel the change in the person in his arms. From the initial stiffness and resistance, to later relaxation and dependence, and then to the current proactive closeness, the smile in his eyes grew thicker and thicker. Only then did Yusho put away the tuning fork, and the affection level stopped at 93 points. Spirit, 15.1/80.0. As for Chung Wanfeng, she had already completely cast off all restraint and wariness. Her face was so red it looked ready to drip blood, and even her cherry lips were trembling. Her eyes were full of shyness and attachment, and the way she looked at Yusho carried a trace of unconscious dependence. Yusho let go of his hand. "Ha!" That finally let Chung Wanfeng catch her breath for a while. Even her lenses had fogged up. It wasn't as if Yusho didn't want to, but she was already very tired right now. If she ended up with a lack of oxygen to the brain in a bit, that would be bad. Sure enough, he really was a considerate person. "Right, favorability system. Where's my reward?" Yusho had not only forcibly hugged Chung Wanfeng, he had even gotten rewards for 2 stages. Hypnosis was completely cheating. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the first reward through despicable means. Free attribute points. 17.6. 88 times 20%. Yusho smiled. Who cared what method it was? In any case, the result was that he ran into good fortune the moment they met. If he used normal methods, how was he supposed to enjoy this kind of blessing? Keep adding to spirit. I'm going to become a big shot in mental power. Spirit, 32.7/97.6. In an instant, Yusho only felt completely refreshed from head to toe, with sharper hearing and clearer sight. He could even hear the tiny sounds around him with absolute clarity, and could even smell the faintly fragrant scent of saliva spilling from the corner of Chung Wanfeng's mouth. The spirit power he had consumed just now was also instantly restored. Then the system popped up another prompt. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a deep-tier reward item. Shrinking body remote control. Each day, you can shrink any one body part of any person you can see by 1 to 2 times. Can be used twice a day and lasts for 1 hour. Very dangerous. Yusho froze. This system kept giving him ridiculously overpowered things. But he wouldn't use something like that. From what he could tell, Chung Wanfeng wasn't someone who needed that either, though youth really was a bit longer. Still, it seemed this item was not limited to that kind of use. As long as he wanted, with a light press aimed at someone's heart, making the heart contract, he could easily kill a person. It was basically a hidden killing move. At that moment, Chung Wanfeng tugged lightly at the corner of Yusho's shirt, pulling him back to his senses. Student Yu, let's not do this here. If you want, I can go inside and repay your kindness with my whole being. 93 points of affection was terrifying. No, that wasn't quite the right way to put it. After all, he had done quite a bit of setup beforehand. He had saved her, given her a sense of security, and used the hypnosis tuning fork. Getting this kind of result was also within expectations. Okay. He couldn't even spare a thought for the other 3 people and 1 fish anymore. His gaze was locked onto Chung Wanfeng alone. She was wearing a black bodycon skirt that clung tightly to her body, outlining the round and perky curve of her hips. When she moved, the hem swayed lightly, making her extremely alluring. Following behind Chung Wanfeng, Yusho planned to use the sensitivity adjustment device. Maybe even without hypnosis, he could still raise her affection level. The wind swept across the deck, carrying the rich fragrance of fish soup as it drifted through the air. Lin Xiao, Su Jimon, and Wang Jiele were all tactful enough to deliberately turn around and look toward the river. Pretending to keep watch on the surroundings, they did not spare even a single extra glance toward the cabin, leaving room for the 2 of them to be alone. Chung Wanfeng's face burned hot, and the mist on her lenses refused to clear. Under Yusho's gaze, her heart turned flustered and soft. An affection level over 90 points had already made her completely lower all her guard. The tiny bit of teacherly restraint she had left was now only a layer of surface disguise. Don't just stand outside. Yusho reached out and wrapped an arm around her slender waist, then naturally guided her forward into the cabin, casually drawing the thick cloth curtain closed. All outside gazes were cut off. As for why he wasn't directly going altogether, Yusho felt he wasn't made of iron. If his constitution increased later, then one day he could take on 10 at once. The cabin was quiet and enclosed. Only the breathing of the 2 of them remained. Chung Wanfeng was enclosed in his arms, her body trembling slightly, yet she showed not the slightest intention of dodging, obediently leaning against his chest. Her flaxen golden hair fell over her shoulders, making her skin look even fairer and more delicate. Her white shirt had been softened slightly by sweat, clinging to her full figure, while the bodycon skirt outlined smooth and rounded curves, giving her whole person a soft, seductive air. Do you think I'm being too casual? After a moment of silence, Chung Wanfeng spoke first in a low voice, her tone gentle and tinged with shyness. It was no wonder she would think that. Yusho had used his hypnosis talent to instantly max out her affection all the way through. Reaching this step, with her taking the initiative to cling to him and depend on him, was naturally understandable. No, I understand that in a place like this, things developing a little faster is normal. After all, there are completely no other people's eyes on us here. Yusho still comforted her a little. Chung Wanfeng revealed a smile. That's good. I only have such strong feelings toward you. So strong that I can't help trembling. If I really have to say it, then you're my life-saving straw. If I use my own to repay you, you'll be happy, right? Yusho could clearly feel the excellent effect brought by hypnosis. The current situation was completely in his control. He deliberately shook his head lightly. If you're not willing in your heart, then there's no need to force this repayment. Saving you was just something I did along the way. It doesn't count as something that requires you to deliberately pay me back. As soon as Chung Wanfeng heard that, she immediately grew anxious and quickly raised her hand to tightly wrap herself around Yusho's arm. I am willing, of course. Even without the life-saving favor between us, I'd still be willing to follow you and take the initiative to walk to your side. If I said I wanted you the moment I saw you, would you believe me? Hearing Chung Wanfeng say something like that, Yusho suddenly felt like even teacher had become alluring, as if she had turned into someone thirsting and taking the initiative. The affection in her eyes was clear and genuine, without the slightest bit of pretense or disguise. From the bottom of her heart, she had fallen for everything about him. I understand. Yusho stopped teasing Chung Wanfeng and took out the regulator from before. The next moment, Chung Wanfeng's whole body changed. MMH. A soft, sweet moan caught in her throat. She bit her rosy lower lip tightly, not daring to let out any loud sound at all. She was truly afraid the three people outside would hear, so she could only bury her face in Yusho's shoulder, the tips of her ears completely red. Feeling the softness and obedience of the person in his arms, Yusho no longer held back in the slightest and lowered his head along with the moment. There was still a trace of hesitation left in Chung Wanfeng's heart, but her favorability had already taken root deep inside her heart, and with the influence of hypnosis and the strange throbbing brought by the regulator, all struggle became pale and powerless. Instead, it stirred up love's firebird. She instinctively raised her hands and wrapped them around Yusho's neck. She let go of the last bit of deliberately maintained restraint and allowed herself to completely sink into this tenderness. Outside, the river surged on, striking the hull with gentle sounds, becoming the most natural cover. On the front deck, Lin Xiao stirred the fish soup in the pot and caught the faint intimate atmosphere drifting out from the cabin. She could not help laughing, then said softly to the two beside her, Yusho is pretty popular. Looks like everyone's taste isn't bad. Hearing that, Su Jiman nodded lightly. There's nothing we can do about that, but I still hope there'll be a little less of it. Wang Jiele was leaning against the side of the boat and looking out at the distant river surface, watching for any other players' boats approaching. When she heard that, she immediately turned her head and looked at Su Jiman with a puzzled face. Wang Jiele said, Why less? This is obviously a great thing. If someone joins our team, that means we get one more teammate. Su Jiman pressed her little lips together. What do you know? Brother Yu isn't made of iron. We can't just let any random person come over and drain him, right? As soon as those words came out, Lin Xiao immediately showed an awkward smile. She gently smoothed things over. You really are too blunt. You don't know how to be tactful at all. The three exchanged glances and, with perfect tacit understanding, stopped continuing the topic. They quietly stayed at the bow and did their own jobs. While keeping watch for other boats approaching, they also waited for the next pot of fish soup to finish cooking. They had already cooked 6 fish by now. Lin Xiao had traded those fish for quite a lot of things. For example, some wood. In the system's units, that was wood *12. She had even traded for several packs of compressed rations, as well as simple daily washing and care items girls would use. After one round of trading, the harvest was plentiful. Inside the cabin, time flew by like galloping horses. Chung Wanfeng had long since cast off all restraint. The gentle and dignified image she normally had in the classroom had completely faded away, leaving only the dependence and obedience of a little woman. She willingly let Yusho lavish tenderness on her as he pleased. There was not a shred of resistance in her heart, only complete reliance. Those worldly rules, on this reverse-flowing river where no one held authority over them. Before this young man who had given her shelter and peace of mind, they had long become too insignificant to mention. Yusho also completely let himself go, sensing every detail of the exquisite beauty beside him. He could not help sighing inwardly. Hypnosis plus the boost from favorability, paired with a heaven-defying item, really did make things twice as effective with half the effort. Favorability? 97. This favorability increase was way too easy. Then again, he had used a magical item, so naturally it had some effect. But Yusho had only set it to 1.2 times, and the effect was already absurd. If he went all out, the other side definitely would not be able to handle it. Who knew how much time had passed? The sounds in the cabin gradually calmed down. Chung Wanfeng went limp and leaned against Yusho's chest. Her brows and eyes carried a lazy watery haze as she smiled. I didn't expect I'd be like this and let you laugh at me. She nestled against Yusho's shoulder, unwilling to leave. Her small hand lightly clutched his clothes, and her eyes were full of thick attachment. There was no longer any of the unfamiliar distance she had deliberately maintained before. Yusho had just been about to say a few comforting words, but before he could finish speaking, Chung Wanfeng, beside him, lightly tilted her head and her body softened. She had actually fallen asleep from sheer exhaustion. Yusho froze for a moment, then helplessly shook his head and laughed. Forget it, it's my fault too. Right now, I should still raise it to max favorability. In Yusho's view, the remaining 3 points of favorability would probably be a bit difficult. After all, he had already raised the other party's threshold by quite a lot. He took out the hypnosis tuning fork, then struck the fork's arm, and the prongs kept trembling nonstop. It really was a bit heaven-defying. Better hold back a little. Favorability, 97 to 100. Spirit, 26.7/97.6. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the ultimate reward, the ability to shrink machines. For example, you can trigger an instant shrinking effect on enemy machines within your field of vision and crush the enemy. The more spirit power used, the greater the power and the longer the duration. A trace of joy flashed through Yusho's eyes, and he nodded lightly in secret satisfaction. Not bad. Another permanent talent, and this one's offensive too. Just then, the cold global system notification suddenly rang out in every player's ears. The first surge in river current speed is about to begin. It will trigger in 3 hours. The violent current will last for 1 hour. All players, please conserve your stamina in advance and save fuel. You may rest in place and gather strength. Players who successfully endure this violent current phase will receive treasure chests of corresponding quality, based on ship integrity and endurance performance. After hearing the system announcement, Yusho paused in shock, then could not help complaining inwardly. The opening pace of this survival game was way too brutal. Right from the start, it was using huge waves to wash away the sand and eliminate the weak. He had originally just wanted to stay steadily on the boat, slowly deepen his exchanges with the girls, and enjoy himself properly, but unexpected situations always had to show up. He straightened his clothes and gently covered the sleeping Chang Wanfeng with a thin blanket. Then he stood up, lifted the cloth curtain, and walked out of the cabin. When Lin Xiao saw him come out, she immediately hurried over, worry on her face. "Asho, the system says the river current is about to surge. What are we planning to do next? Should we slow the ship down and stabilize the hull in advance to build up strength?" Yusho glanced at the rankings. First place, Yusho's boat. Second place, Du Leijie's boat. Third place, Feng Yunwen's boat. He still planned to keep the ship's power at medium. When the violent current officially arrived, he would then go full power and force his way through it so he could steadily take the best clearance treasure chest. As for going full speed to search for a secret realm or a stone statue ship, Yusho was not confident he would definitely find one. That kind of thing depended on luck. Speaking of luck, Yusho had no choice there either. Fortunately, the game system could send away people who did not meet the conditions back to human settlements, which was pretty good. No need to slow it down to low. Medium is just right. He turned to look at Lin Xiao. First stabilize the hull and save fuel. When the current surges in 3 hours, then go full speed and tough it out. Lin Xiao felt that made sense too. She only needed to listen to Yusho. Looking at Yusho, Lin Xiao slapped her forehead as if she had just remembered something. With a hint of helplessness on her face, she said, "Right, Ashu. I was busy cooking fish and trading supplies earlier, so I didn't get the chance to tell you. People have been sending me private messages non-stop." Yusho raised a brow, looking like he understood immediately. "Oh, no need to guess. Most of them are probably asking for help, right? Our boat has a high level and the most supplies. If they don't come to you, who else would they go to?" "Exactly." Lin Xiao pursed her lips, sounding a little exasperated. "They're all asking for help, and quite a few of them are my old besties. They want me to help them out and kindly give them some fish or supplies." Yusho looked at her. "So you ignored them?" "Yeah. Why would I bother with them?" Lin Xiao rolled her eyes cutely, her tone crisp. "If I really helped them, they'd definitely push for more. In the end, I just wear myself out for no thanks at all. I might as well take the blame now," she continued. "But if more people come to trade for fish later, you should handle the negotiations. Okay?" Yusho froze for a moment. "Me?" Lin Xiao sighed, walked over to Yusho's side, lowered her voice, and spoke with obvious helplessness. "You have no idea. The girls who knew me before all think it's only right for me to give them fish. Either they don't want to pay anything, or they offer some trash, totally unwilling to trade anything of equal value. And when I try to negotiate with them, they even say I'm stingy and too calculating." Hearing that, Yusho instantly understood. Lin Xiao had a wide social circle and used to be popular at school, but this was survival on the reverse flow river now, not normal campus life. Between strangers, there wasn't much sentiment involved, which actually made it easier to negotiate terms and exploit the situation. But once feelings got involved, they became shackles. It made it hard to ask for a high price, and she could even end up getting manipulated. As for why Lin Xiao did not trade with boys, Yusho understood that perfectly well. Most likely because of him. Lin Xiao could not be bothered chatting with other boys who took the initiative. After thinking it through, Yusho smiled and nodded. "Alright, no problem. Leave the trading to me. I'll make sure they bring enough supplies in exchange. We definitely won't take a loss." Lin Xiao instantly let out a breath of relief, a smile appearing on her face, as she reached out and rubbed against Yusho's arm. "Oh right, when I was trading for supplies earlier, besides wood, canvas, and iron nails, I also got quite a few good things. There are 2 rolls of waterproof tape, a pack of band-aids in case someone gets hurt later, and also a small bag of salt." Yusho looked at the salt and nodded slightly as well. This salt really was quite good right now. The 3 girls had all gotten pretty dehydrated from all the exercise before. They could not possibly rely entirely on his professional dedication to make up for it. "You did well." Yusho took the chance to pat Lin Xiao on the head. "The trades were pretty comprehensive. It fills the gaps we had." Wang Jie leaned over and said with a smile, "Sister Xiao is amazing. Everything she traded for is exactly what we urgently need." Su Jiman nodded too, looking completely in agreement. Being praised like that, Lin Xiao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she waved her hand. It's nothing, really. I just got lucky and ran into a few people desperate to trade for food. Right. Ashu, hurry and check your private messages. I bet quite a few people are looking for you too. Either to trade for fish or ask for help. Yusho nodded, took out the system panel, and opened the private message interface. Sure enough, a huge wave of messages instantly popped up, packed so densely together it was enough to make anyone dizzy. He did not rush to read them one by one. Instead, he quickly started filtering them. First, he directly skipped over the people who had only sent one message. Why? Because if they only sent one, that meant they were not desperate and would not be easy to pressure. Just like someone in love would smash through a window, someone in a super urgent situation definitely would not stop after sending a single message. After filtering like that, half of them were eliminated immediately. The one who sent the most is actually the dorm manager auntie? Yusho rubbed his chin. The dorm manager auntie had sent 13 messages all by herself. One look told him every message was full of urgency. It seemed she really had no way out left, since she had even sent private photos. Looks like she really did not have anything else left to trade. Still, he was not some helpful married woman fetishist. He looked through the pictures, left them on read and moved on. Next, Yusho shifted his attention to the person who had sent 10 messages. It was Senior Wu, the one who had wanted to sell him a phone card. She had not contacted him for several months already. Seriously, she used to cling on and pester me endlessly before. I almost got tricked by her, and now she still has the nerve to come looking for me? Yusho was speechless. Even though this Senior Wu was pretty cute, he was not running a charity now. Yusho directly tapped into Wu Luiying's private chat box. All 10 messages instantly popped up at once, densely filling the entire screen. Yusho scanned through them quickly and could not help rolling his eyes. The first 8 messages were all flattering him, praising him to the skies. Stuff like, "Boss Yusho is the most amazing, and only boss can save me now." One rainbow fart after another. Yusho skipped over all of it completely. Only in the last 2 messages did Senior Wu reveal her real purpose. "Wu Luiying, boss, what a coincidence. I have a beautiful girl doll you can definitely use. Do you want it? Give me some food and information." "Wu Luiying, boss. I also have clothes-fitting bras and panties. I know Senior Lin is on your vehicle, so you can give them to her." Crying hard. Looking at those 2 messages, Yusho's mouth twitched. This Wu Luiying had actually taken him for some kind of fetishist? He currently had Lin Xiao, Su Jiman, Wang Jielei, and Chang Wanfeng, whom he had just been intimate with. Every one of them was the real deal, so how could he possibly care about her random junk? Yusho started thinking. The dorm manager auntie did not have much value. But Wu Luiying, in the regional ship rankings, Yusho had previously seen Wu Luiying's name in 8th place. Although she could not compare to his own level 4 big ship, she was still far stronger than most players. Being able to hold steady in 8th place meant she had a certain amount of supplies on hand and some real survival ability. She was not the type of pretty vase who only had looks and no strength at all. "Yusho, these things of yours aren't that useful right now. If you give me enough wood, I'll consider it." Yusho still had more than 10 cooked fish on hand. If he could trade them for 20 units of wood, that would be pretty good. After all, wood was still very precious. By real-world standards, trading 1 fish for 1 unit of wood was absolutely an outrageous markup. Yusho did not have to wait even a few seconds before the other side replied. "Wu Luiying, okay, I still have 5 units of wood, but I don't want food anymore. I want a weapon. Even a knife would do." Looking at that, Yusho realized the other party really knew what she was doing. This reverse flow river was originally a collection point for supplies. If resources could be mobilized well, it was possible to seize the initiative. This Wu Luiying had probably already traded for quite a few things. But a weapon? Yusho glanced at his game backpack. Aside from a revolver, he did not even have a regular iron knife in his possession. Still, how could Yusho be out of options? Why keep thinking like a fixed lone wolf at a time like this? Among nearly 10,000 players, he could still be considered extremely strong. Could he really not even draw someone a pie? "Yusho, you can give me the wood first. I'll deal with the weapon later. My ship can upgrade to level 5 and last a long time. Don't you want to place your bet early?" Yusho felt this basically counted as pooling strength together. There was no need for him to be so rigid. Did every bit of material have to be obtained by himself? There was absolutely no need. The first priority was gathering resources, and that required even more strength than simply exchanging resources. But he deliberately did not shout in the public group to recruit people. That group was a mixed bag with all kinds of weirdos in it. If he recruited loudly and high profile, some people would inevitably jump out with sarcastic remarks and deliberately stir trouble, which would only be a hassle. What about privately reaching out one-on-one like this? A private invitation with clear favoritism could instead give the other party a sense of being specially valued, making it easier to build trust and also adding a bit more anticipation in their heart. After the message was sent, the private chat box stayed quiet for a moment. Yusho knew the other side was also weighing the pros and cons, and he felt a bit expectant about her reply. A few dozen seconds later, she sent another message. "Wu Luiying, IIVE decided to join you." "Wu Luiying? But you're not going to trick me, right? Don't scam your senior so badly I'm left with not even my underwear, woo. Yusho smiled. His goal had been achieved. If he made it onto the rankings and didn't play this game, then what was the point of exposing himself on the rankings? Just to show off? Showing off wasn't impossible, but he didn't have some emotion value system. He only had a heaven-defying favorability system from an eroge world. Yusho, no need to worry. Just wait with peace of mind. You've made an unbelievably correct decision. Happy cooperation. That tone sounded a bit like a scammer. That was right, Yusho was deliberately imitating online scammers. Coincidentally, Wu Luing also counted as half a scammer. Selling phone cards was basically tricking freshmen. But even knowing she didn't have complete confidence, she still directly placed her bet. Why was that? Yusho was thinking about it too. It couldn't be that she had hopelessly fallen for him. In the past few months since starting college, the only girl he had spoken more than a few sentences to was the psychology committee member Lu Inhua. Then the reason was simple. At this stage, her wood really wasn't that important. To upgrade from level 3 to level 4, he needed blueprints and fuel. Something like that would most likely appear on other stone statue ships. It was something you could only encounter by chance. Even if he had enough wood, he still couldn't upgrade. At that moment, she sent another message. Wu Luing. If Big Boss still wants wood, I can keep trading for some more. Yusho. What else do you have that you can trade with people? Wu Luing. I have a tool called a water gathering basin that can produce purified water. I posted about it a lot in the group chat before. Big Boss might not have seen it. Seeing this, Yusho couldn't help sighing at how many lucky dogs there were. She really was being fed by the heavens. With purified water, if everyone happened to be low on sanity, her business would definitely be excellent. Yusho, I still need 21 units of wood and 30 units of waterproof canvas. Wu Luing. I still don't have that much. I can scrape together 15 units of wood for you in total. As for waterproof canvas, I don't have any. Yusho, fine. After closing the private chat with Wu Luing, Yusho felt especially refreshed. This kind of operation where he just moved his mouth, painted a dream, and then got resources with empty hands really was far too comfortable. Next, it was time to look for the next target to recruit. He started flipping through his private message list, specifically picking those who were in the top 100 of the rankings and had also taken the initiative to message him. Deep down, he was actually faintly hoping to see Lu Inhua, but unfortunately, after looking through everything, he still didn't find her. She hadn't made it into the top 100. Her rank had landed at 129. Still, ranking position couldn't be completely equated with real strength. It could only reflect physical ability and vehicle advantages. As for actual offensive and defensive power or special methods, it wasn't even time for those to be compared yet. Patiently continuing to scroll downward, he finally locked onto someone who perfectly met the conditions. It was actually his former counselor, Zhang Gexing. She had even left him 6 unread messages, and her own team was ranked 69. Their strength could be considered pretty good. Yusho directly copied the same pitch as before. He opened by promising support in the future, and for now, he first needed the wood in her hands as assistance. Maybe because Zhang Gexing had finished reading his purpose, she quickly replied. Zhang Gexing. Yusho, you're not going to scam your teacher, are you? HM? Her reaction was pretty much the same as Wu Luing's. Looks like there was hope. Yusho, you're my beloved teacher. Please trust me. I haven't even approached anyone else. Zhang Gexing. That's what you say? But when I asked you for a fishing rod before, you didn't reply? Yusho, I was busy opening several treasure chests before and didn't see the message. Do you still want it now? Zhang Gexing. No need. The class study committee member already gave me a fishing rod directly. Yusho. Give him a like. Zhang Gexing. Alright, enough about him. I can give you 8 units of wood. I hope I can follow you in the future. Do your best. He could clearly feel that the counselor's tone had instantly become much gentler and closer. A faint trace of emotion passed through Yusho's heart. In the end, she was practical by nature, a typical performance-oriented type. Whoever ranked high and had overwhelming strength was the one she would treat with warmth and kindness. That halo of being a teacher instantly faded away. In his eyes, in this survival world, she was nothing more than a lightly mature woman. At that moment, Wu Luing sent over a trade request. I'm Wu Luing. Come trade with me already. Seeing this message, Yusho first traded with Wu Luing. Yusho opened the trade window, and 2 interface panels appeared before him. I have to put something in. Yusho noticed the trade had popped up a reminder. Please place the item for trade, and only after the other party checks whether they are satisfied can the trade proceed. Why wasn't this here before? Yusho muttered. Previously, this game system was able to identify the exchanged content in the chat, but this time, this system did not identify it. Fine then. Yusho took out the compressed biscuits he had gotten earlier from the stone statue ship. Straight up taking other people's resources for free wouldn't look too good in the end. Giving a little sweetener would also help maintain goodwill for future cooperation. The trade was quickly finalized, and 15 units of wood landed steadily in his storage. Not bad. Next, trade with the counselor. Not long after, his trade with Zhang Gexing was also completed smoothly. With 2 resource deals in hand, Yusho gathered a full 50 units of wood, almost without paying any real price at all. A pile of logs was stacked neatly in the corner of the deck, piled high and especially eye-catching. Lin Xiao, Sujimon, Wang Jiele, and the others in the cabin all froze when they saw this sudden huge pile of wood, their faces full of surprise. Lin Xiao blinked her clear eyes and looked at Yusho with disbelief, her tone full of curiosity. "Hey Shou, how exactly did you get so many supplies? That's way too amazing." She truly couldn't figure it out. Everyone was struggling to survive in the river, so how was Yusho able to stockpile so much wood so easily? Beside them, Wang Jiele covered her mouth and lowered her voice as she muttered softly, "Could it be?" Yusho went and traded on his looks for it. The moment those words fell, Lin Xiao and Sujimon both turned to look at her at the same time. Wang Jiele's cheeks instantly heated up, and she awkwardly waved her hands. What are you looking at me for? I was just casually making a joke." Yusho smiled and shook his head at the sight. "What are you thinking about? It's really not that far. I just found a few kind sponsors willing to invest in me." Just as he said that, the corner of his eye caught sight of the mermaid on the front deck. Little Blue the mermaid was lying against the side of the ship, her sapphire blue long hair falling over her shoulders, her slender fish tail lightly tapping against the planks. Her delicate little face was turned toward Yusho, and one small hand even lifted and waved lightly, as if greeting him. When the mermaid smiled, her eyes curved sweetly. Her temperament was clean and bright, carrying a bit of innocent cluelessness untouched by the world. She was like a naive and lively little girl, pure and lovable. Yusho also raised his hand and lightly waved back, returning her greeting. But in the instant the two of them interacted across the distance, the surrounding environment changed without warning. The boundless river surface, which had originally been wide open to the eye and clear with shimmering water, had still been normal one moment, but in the next second, strands of white mist quietly began to rise from the hidden dark places on the water. The white mist came silently, layer upon layer, thick yet ethereal. It drifted and spread slowly along the river's surface. Before long, it had fully unfurled, bit by bit swallowing the distant view, and in the blink of an eye, it shrouded the entire surrounding water. A hazy, misty expanse appeared in front of the boat. The sky and the outlines of the flowing water were all covered by white fog, turning blurry and indistinct. "What's going on?" Yusho became a little alert as well. Lin Xiao followed Yusho's gaze toward the river. Why did such a heavy fog suddenly rise? It came way too abruptly. The other 2 girls and the mermaid all turned their heads at the same time. Everyone's attention was drawn to the sudden fog on the river, their expressions full of confusion. Just as the fog was growing thicker and thicker, a flash of light suddenly flickered. An ancient-looking treasure chest directly popped out from beneath the boat, as if it were about to smash onto the deck. "That's a treasure chest?" Yusho reacted quickly and reached out, catching it firmly in one grab. Lowering his head for a look, it really was a treasure chest. It had a bronze color all over with intricate patterns. It was a bronze treasure chest. The 3 girls immediately showed surprise and looked over with curiosity. Yusho directly raised his hand and opened the treasure chest. One item immediately came into view inside. Item: Magic Illumination Lamp. Quality: Rare. Type: Daily Support. Description: Can activate strong light illumination at night or in dense phantom fog. The light carries a weak purification effect and can intimidate and drive away water ghosts wandering at night. Evaluation: A must-have divine tool for traveling at night. No more running around blindly in the dark and crashing into ghosts. With it in hand, even strolling through the fog feels safe. There was also a yellow slip of paper inside the treasure chest with sloppy handwriting on it. Note: This is the Phantom Fog secret realm. Remember, do not take the initiative to go deep into the foggy area recklessly. I was originally thinking of asking in the group who had waterproof canvas, but I ran into a secret realm first, so that has to be put aside for now. Yusho was still a little excited. He casually pulled up his own status panel and glanced at his attribute values. Physique, 30.1/37.2. Spirit, 31.2/97.6. He had missed the last secret realm opportunity. Now that he had encountered the Phantom Fog secret realm, he was going in to take a look and grab some benefits. The level 4 large boat glided forward, slowly approaching the area covered in white fog. The 3 girls on board were full of curiosity, though there was also a trace of faint nervousness in their eyes as they curiously observed the surging dense fog around them. Yusho's expression stayed steady as he warned, "We're about to enter the range of the Phantom Fog. The atmosphere here is special, so everyone be careful. Go into the cabin and stay there. Don't casually go near the sides of the boat." Wang Jiele took half a step forward. "How about I go out and scout the situation in the fog first? That way we can get a sense of the danger in advance." "You can't scout an illusion. Did you forget the reed field from before?" Yusho reminded her. "Right?" Wang Jiele immediately wilted. a bit of disappointment showing on her face as she obediently gave up the idea of going out to explore the way. The girls quickly all entered the cabin. Yusho and the mermaid, meanwhile, still remained on the deck. As the boat completely sailed into the dense fog, the surrounding environment instantly became hazy and dreamlike. Yusho's mind stirred, and he quickly sensed that something was wrong. This so-called phantom fog should be a kind of mist that affected the mind, specifically interfering with a person's mental senses and creating false illusions. Just as the thought fell, the scene before his eyes suddenly changed. Within the hazy white fog, a figure slowly appeared. It was actually Counselor Jiang Gexing, the one who had privately messaged him just now to recruit him. She was dressed in simple commuter clothes, her figure graceful and exquisitely curved, slowly walking out of the fog and onto the front deck. Her body was supple and flexible as she struck a seductive pose. Her entire body carried a unique charm, and every curve of her figure was especially eye-catching. If it were anyone else, it would probably have been dangerous. In this dense fog that cut off sight and sound, misty and illusory, seeing a woman so perfectly in line with one's preferences and so irresistibly alluring would most likely have already caused their mind to collapse. But Yusho was different. His spirit was very strong now. And more importantly, he had never seen Counselor Jiang Gexing's private parts, so the illusion could not simulate them. Even if it was trying to tempt him, it wouldn't leave out everything, right? Even so, Yusho did not dare relax in the slightest. The information on the note is probably true. Since this bronze treasure chest secret realm is like this, who knows how many dangers are hidden farther ahead. He was still thinking when, from the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed that figure resembling Jiang Gexing slowly walking toward him with light steps. Yusho's heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he instantly realized something was wrong. Ordinary illusions could not bring this kind of realism at all. As this thing stepped on the old deck boards, he could actually vaguely hear the faint creaking of wood, and there was even a trace of damp, cold water vapor lingering in the air. It was real to an absurd degree. His expression sharpened, and his whole body instantly tensed. His mental power was already absurdly high, yet this illusion had still deceived him for a moment. This fog secret realm was practically made to screw over newbies. Before that figure could pounce close, Yusho no longer hesitated and moved his mind. He directly opened the item space of the favorability system, and a faintly glowing immobilization card instantly appeared in his palm. With 2 fingers, he pinched it and directly activated the card's effect. The next second, the figure disguised as Jiang Gexing froze on the spot, completely motionless, as if it had been nailed hard to the deck. Nearby, Xiaolan, the mermaid sitting cross-legged by the side of the boat, stared straight over here with her round eyes, completely dumbfounded. Yusho said inwardly, "Right. If the other party is a female creature, why didn't the favorability system respond?" "Host, you guessed right. The other party is a female monster, but her looks are too low, so she cannot be used as a conquest target. However, host can conquer her on your own." Fine then. This immobilization technique was practically a broken item. But strangely, even though it had already been immobilized, the realistic layer of illusionary disguise on its body still had not dissipated. It seemed that the strange surrounding fog was secretly reinforcing it, letting living monsters use the chance to harm people. Yusho narrowed his eyes and took out the shrinking body remote control from the favorability system's item space. Looking at the frozen figure, he thought, "All right, time to finish you off." Then, without hesitation, he pressed the button on the remote control. He locked onto the target and aimed straight at the heart position of its disguised body. No matter what, he had to see how powerful this move was. In an instant, that fabricated body suddenly stiffened violently. Then the Jiang Gexing before his eyes scattered inch by inch like shattered bubbles. At last, the monster's true appearance was revealed on the deck. It was humanoid, but extremely ugly, with a withered, thin body like it had suffered hunger all year long. Its skin and flesh were grayish-blue, hanging loosely over a jagged skeleton without the slightest trace of fullness. Its brows and eyes were crooked, its eye sockets deeply sunken, and its eyeballs murky and dim, covered with a watery sheen, making it look dull and bizarre. Its hair was messy like rotting grass underwater. Its limbs were pitifully thin and even covered by a dim, thin membrane of water. Sanity minus 0.2. Sanity minus 0.2. 2 consecutive sanity deduction prompts popped up. Yusho's gaze darkened slightly, and he bent down to casually grab a thick wooden plank from beside him. Then, without another word, he stepped forward and swung the plank hard at the monster's head. Again and again, each strike full of force. After smashing it, he grabbed a large piece of burlap from the side, strode forward, and directly covered the monster's entire body tightly. Its ugly, terrifying appearance was completely blocked from view. Yusho set down the plank, gently shook his head, and said with some emotion in his tone, "It can actually imitate the appearance of a normal person. If this thing hides in the fog and launches sneak attacks, that's way too dangerous." As soon as his words fell, lines of pale blue text slowly emerged above the monster's corpse. Species: Mistwater Ghost. Level 2 threat. Base attributes: Physique, 42. Spirit, 55. Sanity. 36. Habits. Lurks year-round within the secret realm's mist, using illusions to confuse the minds of living beings, waiting for a chance to approach and kill them, surviving by feeding on the life force of living beings. Overall evaluation. Extremely strong at hiding, highly deceptive, a huge threat to low-rank transcendence in one-on-one combat, and ordinary attacks cannot inflict fatal damage. Using the remote control to forcibly contract the other party's heart just now was equivalent to instantly cutting off the organ's blood supply. The humanoid monster simply could not withstand that kind of internal injury. Its vitality had long since dissipated, and the wooden plank strike afterward was merely a safe finishing blow. Right after that, 2 reward notifications popped up one after another. Congratulations, player Yusho, for killing a level 2 threat, Mistwater Ghost. Reward obtained: Constitution points +5, Spirit points +5, and 1 bronze treasure chest. Congratulations, player Yusho, for resisting 1 illusion of the mist. Reward obtained: Spirit points +5. With 2 notifications dropping out in a row, even Yusho himself was stunned for a moment. He had not expected to pick up a bronze treasure chest for free, and even resisting the illusion's confusion could earn him an extra spirit reward. This phantom mist secret realm was full of danger everywhere, but the rewards it gave were genuinely solid. Now Yusho's maximum spirit value had reached 107.6. His panel was also quietly changing. Name: Yusho. Strength: 2nd rank transcendent. Talent: Hypnosis. SS. Constitution: 35.6/42.2. Spirit: 35.1/107.6. Sanity: 98.2/99.0. For the moment, this sudden crisis had been temporarily dealt with. Yusho had just let out a sigh of relief when the little mermaid, Xiaolan, had already come over from the side. Her face still had that blank yet cute expression, her eyes full of curiosity as she stared at the monster covered by the cloth. Yusho looked at her, full of confusion. That is not right. Why does Xiaolan not look affected at all? He casually pulled up Xiaolan's status panel. Basic attributes: Constitution, 30, Spirit, 20.2, Sanity, 56. Compared to the previous data, her spirit value had quietly risen by a bit. Yusho instantly realized that he could only see the other party's current actual attributes, not the upper limit of their max values. Xiaolan's spirit had risen for no clear reason, which obviously meant she had already seen through the Mistwater Ghost's disguise and had not been confused by the illusion at all. As if the mermaid understood the confusion all over his face, she raised her fair little hand and started making gestures. First she pointed at the monster on the ground covered by the cloth, then pointed at Yusho, and finally lightly tapped her own small nose. The movements were simple and direct. Yusho stared at her gestures and thought for a moment, vaguely guessing what she meant. Is she saying she identified me by using her nose? If that was the case, then this phantom mist that confused the mind made what the mermaid saw different from what he saw. It forcibly reversed cognition here and displaced identities. Under the twisted influence of the illusion, the self in the mermaid's eyes had been replaced by a stranger, while the Mistwater Ghost had instead disguised itself as him. That was how Xiaolan had identified him through scent. Still, that was a good thing too. He could completely use it to farm Xiaolan's spirit points. After all, Xiaolan was now his animal friend. Just as he figured it out, worried voices from Lin Xiao and the others came from the cabin. Their voices drifted faintly through the thick curtain. Yusho, did something happen outside? Are you okay? The dense fog was firmly blocked outside by the heavy cabin curtain and could not get in at all. It seemed the people inside the cabin had not suffered much mental interference. Yusho raised his voice toward the cabin and replied, I am fine. I just dealt with the first trouble. It is still not safe in the fog, so stay inside and do not come out for now. The people inside naturally heard Yusho's loud voice. Lin Xiao responded toward the curtain first. Okay, we understand. After saying that, she turned around and sat down on the floor close beside Sujimon and Wang Jile. The 3 of them sat very close together, each with her own charm, their dresses clinging to their graceful figures. From time to time, their gazes secretly drifted toward Chung Wanfeng, who was sleeping peacefully on the bed nearby. Their eyes landed on her calm, sleeping face, with a bit of curiosity in them. Wang Jile asked softly, How much longer do you think it will take before Teacher Chung fully wakes up? Do not disturb her. Lin Xiao shook her head. She seems to be sleeping very soundly. She is even drooling. After pausing for a moment, Lin Xiao suddenly spoke, her tone carrying a bit of probing. By the way, would you mind if Yusho did that kind of thing with other people too? Hearing that, Wang Jile did not hide anything and answered frankly. If you ask whether I do, then yes, a little. Human nature was possessive to begin with, and favoritism itself was an instinct with exclusivity. Lin Xiao gently continued. But have you ever thought about how he has never abandoned any of us? He has always kept us protected on the boat, has he not? Sujimon nodded lightly, her brows and eyes gentle and soft. All I can say is that his energy is just way too strong. As long as we stay safely on the boat and do our own part, there is no need to think too much. Wang Jiele turned to look at her. Jiman, what are you even saying? Su Jiman looked up, startled by her reaction. If then what do you think? Do you have some special insight or something? Wang Jiele's favorability toward Yusho had already reached 100 points, so naturally her thoughts were somewhat unique. She thought about it, then seriously gave her opinion. I actually think he is just too kind-hearted. If he sees some girl on this river all alone and helpless, frightened and uneasy, he is willing to lend a hand. He takes her into the fleet, and because he is afraid she might feel embarrassed, he is even willing to give her a chance to repay him with her body. It is nothing like what you said. Take this. Su Jiman froze for a moment and carefully thought it over again. Now that you put it that way, it really does make a lot of sense. A wave of guilt immediately rose in her heart. Just now, she had actually made wild guesses in private and thought Yusho was simply getting close to girls everywhere out of his own selfish desires. But danger was hidden outside in the fog right now. He was alone at the bow, blocking all the unknown dangers for them, while she was still secretly doubting him behind his back. At that thought, it felt like a soft lump was lodged in Su Jiman's chest, making it stuffy, bitter, and oppressive, and her mood suddenly sank. Seeing her suddenly wilt like that, Wang Jiele immediately softened her tone and gently comforted her. Hey, do not be like that. Why are you suddenly feeling so down? We are just chatting in private. It is not like we are going to run off and report to Yusho. So what are you afraid of? Lin Xiao also raised her hand, gently rubbed Su Jiman's long hair, and teased with a smile. Exactly. This cabin is sealed up so tightly. It is not like there is some listening device installed here that can send our words outside. Right? Relax. Outside the cabin, Yusho really had heard every word. His spirit power had already broken past 100, and spirit power was essentially the perceptive radiation of consciousness waves. The stronger the range, the more precise his grasp of the surrounding sound waves and emotional fluctuations became. He could not help feeling both amused and helpless. The reason Wang Jiele came up with in her own imagination had practically turned him into some warm and perfect old-fashioned nice guy, to the point that even he felt a little strangely embarrassed. Still, he had to admit that this explanation fit the perfect image the girls had imagined in their hearts quite well. If he needed to use hypnosis to calm people in the future, he could just use this whole line directly. It would save trouble and work well too. Yusho shook those thoughts away and stopped dwelling on it, turning instead to think about the rare mist illumination lamp in his hand. This item was originally meant for lighting the way in the fog, breaking through dense mist, and intimidating and driving away water ghosts, but in the rush earlier, he had not had time to use it. Now the fog had still not dispersed, so logically it was the perfect time for it to come in handy. But if the water ghost was driven away, then what about his attribute points and treasure chest? Sure enough, risk and opportunity really do coexist. Better not use that lighting tool after all. The large ship still glided steadily forward on fuel, moving slowly through the thick white fog. Right at that moment, Xiaolan the mermaid, who had been staying by the side of the ship the whole time, slowly swayed her long fish tail and little by little moved closer toward Yusho. Her delicate, girlish face carried a timid sort of innocence, and her sapphire blue eyes stared fixedly at him. Watching her slowly approach, Yusho thought, why did she suddenly come over? Xiaolan the mermaid pressed her soft pink lips together and carefully raised her slender, fair hand, slowly opening it. Yusho looked over. Lying quietly inside was a translucent fish scale. So she's giving me a scale? The scale was small and exquisite, with a gentle luster. It looked plain and unremarkable, not flashy in the slightest. It really was an extremely inconspicuous little thing, yet it carried a faint glow. She timidly shifted half a step forward, leaning slightly toward him, and solemnly held that scale out in front of Yusho. A soft, light cooing hum with a hint of eagerness to please spilled from her throat, as if she were offering him the most precious treasure in her world, with a heart full of devotion. Behind her, her fish tail lightly brushed the deck in unease and shyness. Yusho let out a low chuckle and reached out to gently pat the top of her head. The next second, a system prompt popped up automatically. Item, mermaid scale. Quality, rare. Type, token. Description. Holding this item allows you to precisely track the location of this mermaid in any body of water. Evaluation. For mermaids, who are born loving freedom and hating restraint, willingly giving away a scale is equivalent to handing over their own whereabouts. It shows that they place great importance on the other party. Freedom was the instinct of all living beings. To willingly give up part of that freedom and entrust it to someone else was the ultimate sign of recognition and affection. Yusho understood immediately. She was probably afraid the phantom fog would distort perception, afraid he would not be able to tell what was real and what was fake or find her, so she had brought over this precious personal scale. It was to make it easier for him to recognize her in the fog. Mermaids were naturally full of spiritual intelligence, with clear and perceptive minds. She really was fairly clever. Though with his current perception and sense of smell, he had no need at all to rely on a scale to find someone, This intention was rare, so he did not refuse it. Yusho reached out and took the fish scale with its gentle sheen, then casually put it into his pocket for safekeeping. Just like that, several quiet minutes passed. Inside the dense fog, everything remained completely silent. After waiting and waiting, no second water ghost appeared to cause trouble. Instead, Yusho began to feel a bit puzzled. Could it be that this phantom fog secret realm only had that one monster just now? Or was it that there was only this one low-level mob, and what would appear next was the true final boss presiding over the secret realm? With nothing to do, Yusho opened the group chat channel. He paused in slight surprise. A new section had appeared next to regional channel. Server-wide chat had also opened, so Yusho quickly clicked into it to see what was going on. Server-wide chat opens upon reaching second-tier transcendence. Second-tier transcendent. 4 players. This means physique reaching 100 points, and spirit or mana reaching 100 points. At this moment, the number of people online in the server-wide channel showed only 591. Yusho was secretly astonished. These were all the against the current river players in the entire world, yet in the end only a little over 500 had managed to reach the threshold of the second tier. One could imagine how many heaven-defying talents and terrifying top experts were hidden among them. Quite a few were definitely characters holding SS-rank rare talents. A system prompt popped up at the bottom of the screen. Server-wide chat requires you to set an exclusive nickname. Please enter your chat nickname. Yusho also started thinking. What name should he use? After thinking for a while, this could count as the nickname he would be showing to the world, so it was better to keep it normal. Best not to use something like, I want 1000 ADP, or, super positive big. He directly entered. After the clouds part, the moon appears. Not bad. This was much more normal. After confirming and saving it, Yusho entered the server-wide channel. The channel interface was absurdly quiet. Out of the more than 500 people online, most were lurking, and the number truly willing to speak was pitifully small. A few messages slowly refreshed across the screen. 10,000 immortals retreat on against the current river. Looks like I still have the advantage. No wonder he had inexplicably thought of a line of poetry earlier. So he had been influenced a little by Insect Chronicle. But he would never imitate this 10,000 immortals retreat on against the current river. Because those who imitate Fong Yuan can only become Fong Zheng. Can't swim. Hey, friend. I'm from Great Xia too. 10,000 immortals retreat on against the current river. The text here is automatically adapted by the system into your native language. What you see is all text you are familiar with and everyone's nicknames are uniformly translated. Manuel. That's what I think too. Karen. The death rate in the secret realm is very high. I've already seen 2 ships disappear on my side. Anatoly, normal. Going in is basically delivering yourself to death. Can't swim. Any Great Xia big shots here? Come private chat me. The Smith family are bastards. Humph, what's the use of huddling together for warmth? The dangers of the secret realm don't care about numbers. A bunch of weaklings gathered together are still just cannon fodder in the end. Nordic Olaf. Agreed with the person above. Instead of hoping for others, you might as well polish your own talent properly. George Bird without a trace. Bitter smile. After just a few sparse lines, it fell silent again. Yusho glanced over it twice and understood. Every one of these players who had reached the second tier was a top ruthless figure, and their wariness was absurdly heavy. Either they did not speak at all, or if they did, it was all probing. Not a single truthful sentence. After watching for a while, Yusho left. It was better to check regional channel instead. After all, the regional channel was basically full of familiar people from his school. They spoke more directly with less fluff and he could pick up a lot of real information. He opened the regional channel, and messages kept jumping upward one after another. Li Jian. Why are there fewer and fewer people? Did a lot of people enter secret realms? Zhao Zhirong. There's nothing we can do about that. Some classmates are most likely already gone. Li Jian. Some people have a screw loose and insist on charging into danger. Even with my A-rank talent, I've been honestly taking detours. I don't dare touch secret realms at all. Huang Jingguan. You're just too weak. That's why you don't dare. Li Jian. You're really wrong there. Ordinary bronze secret realms are at least second-level threats. At the beginning, who could withstand that? Either your physique has to be absurdly high, or your spirit has to be maxed out. Otherwise, going in is just throwing your life away. Zhao Zhirong, second-level threat? Teacher, I've never seen one before. About how high are the stats? Li Jian. Anyway, if we fight one head-on right now, we're dead for sure. Feng Yunwan. I think that's correct. Huang Jingguan. Classmate Feng is speaking too. Since the number 2 big shot has spoken, then I definitely believe it. Li Jian. One sarcastic sentence immediately left Li Jian speechless. Right after that, a calm and rational message popped up. Lu Yinhua. Right now, everyone's top priority should be finding stone statue ships. Do not casually touch secret realms. Yusho raised a brow. Lu Yinhua was still as clear-headed and steady as ever. Not a single person able to speak in the channel was weak. Those without strength were already too busy to care for anything else, struggling to stay alive. They had no extra energy at all to chat in the channel or voice opinions. Unfortunately, no matter how hard this group tried to imagine it, they would never guess that he, the current number 1 on the rankings, had not only entered a secret realm, but had even already reached deep inside it. And along the way, he had casually killed a second-level threat water ghost and obtained a huge pile of attribute points. Yusho smiled faintly and casually closed the chat interface. At this moment, the laziness on his face completely disappeared. The dense fog was still slowly surging all around, and the vast white mist tightly wrapped around the level 4 large ship. The river surface was eerily still. Even the sound of the current had become faint and low, as if the entire river were holding its breath. Although his strength far surpassed everyone else's, the depths of the secret realm were filled with danger, with countless unknown threats lurking everywhere. He absolutely could not afford to be careless or underestimate anything. He had no intention of capsizing in the gutter in a hellish place like this. He directly took out 4 immobilization cards. The 4 cards were tucked between his fingers, arranged in a loose and natural way that felt smooth in his grip. In classic magician techniques, this was called the 4-card finger spread grip. The whole point was to hold the cards in a relaxed way, without stiffness. Once mastered, it became muscle memory. There was no need to look or adjust. With only the slightest finger movement, he could draw a card, flip it, fire it out and trigger its effect. Yusho was not that skilled. He could only reliably fire 1 card out, but that was enough. As long as anything moved strangely, he could trigger the card's effect in an instant. Straightening his body, he swept his gaze over the vast white fog around him. His spiritual power spread out at full force as he stayed on guard against even the slightest movement or fluctuation in aura from all directions. Not long after, inside the warm and enclosed cabin, the cloth curtain blocked out the cold fog, making the temperature inside the cabin soft and comfortable. Lin Xiao sat properly, her long legs lightly together, her temperament gentle and serene. Wang Jie sat with her body slightly straightened, but her eyes kept drifting toward the outside of the curtain. She knew the thick fog outside was filled with danger, and she could not stop worrying about Yusho standing guard alone outside. Her heart was hanging in midair. At this moment, Su Jimon, sitting to the side, suddenly gave a slight tremble. HM? Her thin shoulders suddenly shrank, and her petite body instinctively leaned a little closer to Lin Xiao. That sweet, soft little face of hers instantly turned pale, and her eyes were filled with inexplicable panic. Her danger sense had triggered without any warning for the first time. The talent danger sense belonged to the mental warning type of talent. It gave her a sensitivity to hidden nearby dangers far beyond that of ordinary people. She did not hesitate either. It was rare for her talent to be so useful. Without wasting even a moment, she raised her voice toward the outside of the boat and shouted, "Yusho, there should be something approaching outside." Yusho at the bow heard her clearly. A trace of doubt instantly flashed through his heart. Why would class monitor Su know? Yusho had not asked about her talent before, but he quickly reacted and thought, this is probably related to her talent. But Su Jimon had not reacted to that water ghost earlier. Yet this time her warning was so intense. Could it be that the water ghost just now had posed a lower threat, not enough to trigger a warning, while the thing approaching now threatened the entire boat, enough that even the people in the cabin would be affected? After running through all that in a flash, Yusho became even more vigilant. But right at that moment, the river beneath his feet suddenly began to shake. The water churned, and it seemed something was moving beneath the entire river surface. Even the level 4 ship began to rock slightly with it. Yusho's gaze swept across the surrounding dense fog, ready to use an immobilization card at any moment. The next instant, a blinding golden light suddenly pierced through the white fog. A treasure chest? Yusho immediately locked his gaze onto that thing. A ridiculously huge golden treasure chest flew out of the fog from nowhere. Its gleaming golden shell shone so brightly in the gray-white mist that it hurt the eyes. This treasure chest was enormous, almost as tall as Yusho himself. Its body was thick and rounded, carved with complicated ancient patterns. Just looking at it made it seem heavy. Ecstatic with joy? Not at all. His mind was very clear. Su Jimon's warning was still ringing in his ears, and this fog was already full of illusion traps to begin with. How could there possibly be such a good thing as pie falling from the sky? It was 100% an illusion. Better safe than sorry. Yusho muttered to himself and flicked out an immobilization card. Immobilization card. Activate. As expected of something produced by the system, this card could immobilize anything within Yusho's sight. Still, there was probably some upper limit to it. The golden treasure chest floating in midair instantly froze, hanging motionless in place for a moment. The next moment, gravity took effect. Splash! The heavy object slammed into the water, blasting up a huge spray. Muddy river water splashed several meters high and soaked the edge of the boat all around. A system prompt popped up immediately after. Congratulations, player Yusho, for resisting one illusion of the mist. Reward obtained. Spirit points +5. The girls in the cabin clearly felt the boat shake. Su Jimon's heart tightened, and through the curtain she called out, "Yusho, what happened? Are you okay?" "I'm fine. I'll handle it." Yusho's voice was still steady as he turned his eyes back to the spot where the treasure chest had fallen. At this moment, the dazzling golden treasure chest had long since lost its golden glow, revealing its true form, a giant jet-black boulder covered in spikes. The stone had fallen at an absurd speed. It was obvious its density was extremely high. If he had foolishly reached out to catch it just now, he would most likely have been seriously injured, and the boat might even have been smashed open with a huge hole. Yusho did not think further. Raising his hand, he pulled out the mist illumination lamp and pressed the switch directly. A blinding white light instantly exploded outward, covering a large stretch of water in front of him. The sticky white fog around him was forcibly torn open by the intense light, and the mist quickly retreated to both sides. Now that his vision had cleared, Yusho hurried to find out who had done it. With one sweep of his gaze, 3 sturdy black shadows appeared underwater not far away. 3 mist water ghosts floated half-submerged in the water, their gray-green skin hidden beneath the surface. They were clearly the hunters that had been lurking here just now, waiting to launch a sneak attack. Wawa! Seeing their illusion broken and their ambush fail, they showed no intention of fighting. Their bodies twisted, and they immediately turned to flee toward the dark depths. Run? Yusho had no intention of giving them that chance. He could hypnotize them just like he had hypnotized the mermaid. But killing them now would give him spirit points, and as for hypnotizing them, he would not even collect affection from ugly things like these. Their spiritual power was also pretty high. If he hypnotized them and turned them into thugs, it would even cost him quite a bit of spiritual power. It was completely not worth it. Yusho could not help sighing. Ah! When am I going to get a group of pink-haired little water spirit girls? As he thought that, he stretched out one hand, spread his 5 fingers wide, then instantly clenched them shut. The shrink body skill activated. He could only use his shrink body remote control twice a day, and Yusho felt its power was just average. That last water ghost had actually taken a while before it died. So he would try his permanent version. His spiritual power instantly dropped by 5.1, and even Yusho was startled. It was the first time again that he had not held back his strength. The 3 water ghosts underwater were almost simultaneously locked down by an invisible force. Their swaying, swimming bodies suddenly froze stiff in the water, as if tightly gripped by an enormous invisible hand. Their chests and internal organs were all forcibly compressed inward. Flesh twisted and deformed, and their limbs convulsed wildly out of control. Their murky eyeballs were pressed inward with force, filled with panic and despair. Urgh! A hoarse, unpleasant howl was squeezed out from deep in their throats, sounding especially harsh across the empty foggy waters. But no matter how they struggled, they could not break free from that invisible restraint. Their hearts were being forcibly compressed, and their life force rapidly drained away. Little Blue, the mermaid by the side of the boat, got so excited that she clapped her fair little hands, her fishtail constantly slapping against the deck. Abba Abba Heba! Soft, sticky syllables came from her mouth. Her sapphire blue eyes sparkled brightly, filled with nothing but admiration. Yusho could not understand what she was saying, but just looking at that radiant smile, it was probably praise anyway. Congratulations, player Yusho, for killing 3 level 2 threat mist water ghosts. Rewards obtained: Constitution points +5, Spirit points +5, Spirit points +5. Yusho looked at the reward panel and let out a breath. He complained inwardly, this game system cut down the rewards. Couldn't it at least make it 1 treasure chest per monster? Unlike Yusho's calm composure outside, the 3 girls all held their breath and quietly listened to the sounds outside. Those few monster roars just now had made their scalps tingle. Sujimon let out a light breath, her chest rising and falling slightly. There's no movement outside anymore. Classmate Yusho should have already taken care of the problem. He probably did. Those weird cries just now made my scalp go numb. Wang Jie replied in a low voice, subconsciously raising a hand to rub her chest. Her full curves swayed lightly with the motion, a breathtaking sight. Her cheeks were still a little red. She had clearly been frightened by those roars just now. Right at this moment, Chung Wanfeng, who had been sleeping on the soft mat for a long time, slowly woke up. She didn't open her eyes right away. She first lazily turned over, then casually brushed the thin blanket covering her off to the side. The 3 of Lin Xiao's group all looked over together. Wang Jie even directly covered her mouth, widening her eyes in shock. Chung Wanfeng was like a fully ripened August melon bursting open. In her hazy state, Chung Wanfeng also noticed several gazes on her. You all! She suddenly came back to her senses, and her cheeks were instantly dyed with a layer of blush. She hurriedly gathered up the thin blanket that had slipped down and wrapped her tight, full figure up securely. Even the tips of her ears were red, full of embarrassment. Even though they were all girls, having this awkward yet alluring side of herself seen still made her feel uncomfortable all over. She forced herself to stay calm, cleared her throat, and spoke. Huh? You're here too, right? Where's Yusho? Why are you all staying in the cabin? Hearing Teacher Cheng's question, Lin Xiao, with her gentle personality, softly explained at once. You don't need to panic too much. We've entered a secret realm now. There was even a monster sneak attack outside just now. It looks like Yusho has already dealt with all the danger. Okay. Chung Wanfeng nodded lightly, her eyes still a little unfocused. Then how long was I asleep? Wang Jiele glanced at the time that came with the system and answered casually. Almost 1 hour. The game started at 10 in the morning, and it's now 1:55 in the afternoon. Chung Wanfeng lowered her brows, guilt in her voice. It's all my fault. I used up quite a bit of Yusho's energy earlier, then turned around and left him to fight outside alone. It's so dangerous out there. Will he be able to handle it? If it were someone else, they definitely couldn't, but Yusho is different. He's full of energy. Wang Jiele pressed her lips together and smiled, speaking with complete bluntness and no attempt to hide it. And it's not just you. We've also been cooperating with Yusho too. Really? When Chung Wanfeng heard that, her expression changed. You shouldn't be in your lucky period, right? If your cooperation leads to results, that would be very dangerous. Lin Xiao lightly shook her head, her expression calm. It's fine. Wang Jiele also waved a hand. I am also fine. Only Su Jiman at the side instantly shut her mouth and didn't dare say a word. She was a little flustered, but Yusho's calm and handsome face immediately appeared in her mind. Her ears turned slightly red, and she simply lowered her head, quietly pretending nothing had happened as she thought to herself. Maybe it's actually a good thing? Walls have ears. On the deck, Yusho heard every word of the conversation in the cabin without missing a single one. He stroked his chin, secretly complaining with a regretful look. What a pity. Why don't I have some kind of fertility blessing talent? The favorability system looks high-end, but it can't even solve the issue of descendants. Host, how can you think that? In his mind, the favorability system suddenly jumped out. Why are you popping out now? Yusho raised a brow. Hearing you question this system's ability, I came specifically to defend myself. Meow. This system has a large stock of special items. As long as your luck is good enough and you draw pregnancy protection or painless type items, girls won't suffer even the slightest pain from being pregnant. Heck, you're even less reliable than the furnace that sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. He stopped paying attention to the system and lifted his eyes toward the surface of the river. At this moment, the white fog around them was slowly dispersing. The thick mist faded away little by little, and the view over the river became broad and clear again. For more than 10 full minutes, the river surface stayed quiet. Not a single water ghost appeared again to cause trouble. Yusho instead found it strange. Could it be that, after seeing their companions get killed, that group of water ghosts just chickened out and ran? He had originally thought that after killing a few small monsters, the other side would gather all its strength to come take revenge. In the end, these monsters were absurdly cautious. If I'd known, I would have left 2 of them alive and let them go back, deliberately showing weakness so they'd think I was only average in strength. Yusho sighed lightly. Regretting it now was useless. The large boat slowly glided forward and was just about to completely sail out of this mist-secret realm. Right then, vague human voices drifted over faintly in the wind, broken and intermittent, impossible to hear clearly. Yusho's eyes moved. Are there other boats outside the secret realm? After being in the secret realm for so long, he had finally run into other living people. Seeing that the situation outside was stable and there wasn't the slightest danger, he simply lifted the burlap curtain and bent down to walk into the cabin. Inside the cabin, all 4 girls were leaning against each other with their eyes closed, resting and recovering. Their breathing was even, and their expressions relaxed. Hearing footsteps, Lin Xiao was the first to look up, her soft long hair resting against her fair shoulder. Esho, are you okay? Nothing else happened afterward, right? It's fine. Everything's been dealt with. Yusho replied casually. We're about to sail out of the secret realm. I heard human voices outside. Wang Jiele, check the situation outside. So that's how it is. Okay. Wang Jiele agreed readily. She had long since gotten used to the ever-changing nature of the Nilio River, and her scouting ability never slackened. She gently closed her eyes, and her exclusive talent, map detection, instantly activated. Centered on her body, a transparent map continuously spread outward. The depths of the mist were still completely blurry, impossible to scout through, but the scene outside the secret realm was revealed clearly. A few seconds later, Wang Jiele opened her eyes, her tone serious. Yusho, there's a boat very close to us. It's 2 players, and they seem to be Ing Xinhui and Wang Nianru. The moment he heard the name, Yusho immediately felt that it was quite a coincidence. The girl named Ing Xinhui was, unexpectedly, someone he knew. Su Jiman, at the side, paused slightly and analyzed calmly. This Ing Xinhui is from our class. As for that Wang Nianru, I haven't heard of him. Is he her friend? No idea. Wang Jiele spread both hands. After learning this information, Yusho also felt much more at ease. Ing Xinhui's looks were not bad either. She could be considered one of the girls in his class who liked posting on moments. His luck really was pretty good. There were clearly only 13 girls in one class, and only about half of them were fairly attractive, yet he had already run into 3 of them at once. As for that Wang Yanru, he had no idea who he was. He hadn't seen him on moments either. Yusho couldn't be bothered to think about it anymore. He would see them very soon anyway. Alright, I got it. I'll go out and check the situation some more. You all just stay here. After saying that, he turned around and stepped back onto the deck. At this moment, the fog had almost completely dispersed. Sunlight fell onto the river surface once more, and the water shimmered clear and bright. A message from the game system popped up. Regional announcement. Players, Yusho, Lin Xiao, Sujimon, and others have cleared this region's first second-tier threat secret realm, Mist Secret Realm. All members obtained +5 constitution points and +5 spirit points. Obtained 2 bronze treasure chests. Please don't lose heart. There are people risking their lives to accomplish the impossible. This message also made Yusho let out a long breath of relief. Not bad at all. One trip directly got me 15 constitution points, another 30 spirit points, and 3 bronze treasure chests. The first treasure chest had dropped from killing the first water ghost. The other 2 were rewards for clearing the secret realm. He would leave them aside for a few minutes first, then open them in front of Lin Xiao and the others later. As expected, quite a few people were discussing it in the chat channel. Huang Jingguan, that's basically cheating, right? It's not fair at all? Wang Jiahao, no way, bro really does have a lot more people on his boat. I thought he was just talking big. Li Jian, looks like I need to get a little more serious too. Yusho didn't read much more. His lead had already become huge. He looked up into the distance. Through the clear river surface, he immediately spotted that crude little rowboat. There was a man and a woman on the boat. The guy had his head down, desperately rowing. His movements were clumsy and strained. The girl sat in front. She was tall and slender with delicate features. It was Ying Xinhui. You're seriously so annoying, a woman's voice carried over. How did I end up on the same team as you? Why were you pestering me non-stop before the teleportation? The boy opposite her wore a simple solid-color short-sleeve shirt and looked a little dull. He replied in a low voice, say whatever you want. We're on the same team now anyway, and you're the captain. And Xinhui gave him no face at all. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have even come out. You actually followed me to class. You're a third-year student with nothing better to do. Huh. Stop nagging already. I'm clearly putting in effort. I'll make you change your opinion of me. That boy's tone got a little agitated. Fine, stop talking. The boat's slowing down. And Xinhui felt helpless. This Wang Yanru was basically a self-moved freak. And Xinhui thought to herself, good thing my attack talent is A-rank now. Yusho saw the whole scene. So this Miss Ying had someone stalking her all the way to class? That was way too ridiculous. At that moment, Ying Xinhui accidentally looked up, and her gaze swept over Yusho's massive, grand, luxurious level 4 ship. Her pupils suddenly contracted, and her pretty face froze instantly. Although she couldn't clearly see the person at the bow, she knew one thing with absolute certainty. On this countercurrent river, anyone who could possess a ship like this had to be a top-tier big shot. A trace of longing flashed through her eyes. If she could hitch a ride on that big ship and get rid of the annoying guy beside her, then for a long stretch of time after this she could live safely without worries. But the moment that thought appeared, a strong sense of unease suppressed the impulse in her heart. She frowned slightly, her pretty brows drawing together, her soft pink lower lip pressing tight. No one knew what kind of personality the owner of that ship had. If the other party wasn't a good person, then going up to him on her own would basically be delivering herself to his door. Right? Yusho stood at the bow, taking in every change in Ying Xinhui's expression from the little boat opposite him. Even though he didn't have Anya's mind-reading ability, he could still tell that she was definitely struggling inside. On a dangerous countercurrent river full of threats, who would casually trust a stranger? Being full of concerns was only human nature. What should I do? Since she's pretty, I guess hypnosis it is. As soon as the thought fell, he immediately called out to the system in his heart. Favorability system, we've already met. Hurry up and pull up in Xinhui's detailed panel. Received. Host. I was originally planning to wait until you got a little closer before proactively reporting it. Detected a target that can be conquered. The favorability system is at your service. Name. Ying Xinhui humanoid. Age. 18. Height. 163 centimeters. Weight. 50 kilograms. Measurements. 90-62-91. Appearance. 88. Rationality. 83. Morality. 79. Favorability toward host. 21. Ordinary friend. Yusho was slightly stunned when he saw this. What does humanoid mean? Isn't she human? That's right. According to this system's detection, she has the ability to transform into another form. Hearing that explanation, Yusho was immediately filled with strong interest, and he couldn't stop guessing what kind of form she could turn into. As long as it wasn't a mermaid girl, that was fine. He still preferred legs and hips. After sorting out his thoughts, He planned to use the hypnosis tuning fork while checking the attribute values he had accumulated to see how to spend them. Constitution, 49.6/57.2. Spirit, 60.1/137.6. He had never fought such a rich battle before. There was absolutely no need to worry about not having enough spirit points. He raised a hand and took out the hypnosis tuning fork from the system space. The river current was swift, and the crashing sound of water kept sweeping through the surroundings. If he activated the tuning fork from a long distance, the faint sound waves would very easily be completely drowned out by the rushing water. If he wanted the effect to work steadily, he had to pull the two ships closer together first. During this gap, Wang Nianru on the little boat opposite them finally noticed this massive and incomparably grand level 4 ship. The boy's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. His gaze was packed with shock and panic, and he subconsciously raised a hand to point at the large ship ahead. My God! This ship is way too exaggerated and terrifying. Could it be some otherworld pirate fleet that accidentally entered this riverway? The presence it gives off is way too frightening. Xinhui slowly turned her body sideways. Her delicate, pretty face carried a hint of calm as she carefully examined the hull of the ship opposite them, then gently shook her head and replied, "It probably isn't pirates. There are no attack cannons mounted on the ship, and there aren't any pirate-exclusive flags hanging either. There's an 80 to 90% chance it's a player team participating in survival together with us." Wang Nianru still looked resistant and refused to believe what was right in front of him. He said, "How is that possible? We all started the survival game at the same time, but the gap between ships can actually become this huge? It seriously doesn't make sense." Xinhui, however, was certain. That was because she had animal-like perception, one of the benefits brought by her talent. The ship opposite them didn't have that kind of cold, sinister feeling. Instead, it gave off a warm and gentle aura. This ability to sense aura was passive. Even without using animal transformation, she was still benefiting from it right now. An A-rank talent really was worthy of the name. Xinhui said, "Once the ships get a little closer, I plan to go forward on my own and communicate with them, and try to join their team." Beside her, Wang Nianru immediately waved his hands in refusal, looking anxious. "That's way too risky. We know absolutely nothing about that strange team. You definitely can't approach them so easily. It's safest if I go negotiate instead." The moment she heard that, a wave of irritation instantly surged up in Xinhui's heart, and her brows furrowed lightly. This senior had been clinging to her and following her the whole way, and his own talent was only the mediocre B-rank, blue grass bind. His actual combat ability was plain and unremarkable, and he always acted on his own in situations. It was truly unpleasant. The distance between the two ships kept shrinking. Their view also became clearer and clearer. Xinhui focused her gaze on the tall figure at the bow, and her whole body instantly stiffened, her eyes filling with shocked delight. She saw the boy standing at the bow. It was Yusho, the somewhat shy guy from her class. Right, why hadn't she thought of that sooner? At this stage, who else could possibly have such a huge lead? It had to be Yusho's team. She actually hadn't contacted him before. They weren't familiar anyway. Half a semester had passed, and she hadn't exchanged a single word with this Yusho. He had only viewed her social media posts and had never even liked one of them. But according to the announcement, class monitor Sujimon is here too. Then this is stable. In an instant, every concern in her heart vanished completely. Joy and excitement unconsciously appeared in her brows and eyes. Now she no longer had to worry about safety at all. A moment later, the two ships had already drawn side by side. At that moment, Xinhui shouted loudly, "Classmate, classmate, it's me, Xinhui." She was finally about to get rid of this annoying Wang Nianru. She had already planned everything out in her heart. There was no way she would bring this burdensome senior along onto the ship. Using their prior acquaintance, she would directly shut him out and join a stable, powerful team by herself. "You know him?" Wang Nianru's expression also started shifting uncertainly. Before he could do any little tricks, Yusho directly activated the hypnosis tuning fork. "You're still chatting? Then let me arrange each of your fates now." The hypnosis tuning fork kept vibrating and swaying. Gentle yet highly penetrating sound waves layered over the small boat across from them. Yusho slowed his tone, and his soft, bewitching voice rang out slowly. The exclusive hypnosis command followed the invisible sound waves and drilled straight into the depths of the two people's minds. "You've held on for so long, so why don't you both fall asleep for a bit?" Their boat instantly came to a halt. Yusho casually grabbed the thick hemp rope with the sharp iron hook beside him. With a slight exertion of his arm, he hurled it out hard. The iron hook firmly and accurately caught onto the other boat's hull, steadily fastening the two boats together. The hypnosis effect spread quickly. Wang Nianru's eyes instantly lost their light, and his body went limp as he fell straight onto the deck. Before he fell, he was still thinking about how to stay by his junior Xinhui's side. Yusho stepped onto the other party's boat. He bent down and swiftly stripped off all of Wang Nianru's outer clothes and coat, casually storing them into his own storage space. At the edge of the boat, The little mermaid Xiaolan swayed her beautiful fishtail, her clear and bright eyes quietly watching Yusho's every move. Her tiny face was full of admiration. She vaguely sensed that her master seemed to possess a hypnosis melody talent that shared the same origin as the merfolk race. Just by striking the tuning fork and producing sound, he could easily make people fall into sleep and unconsciousness. This understanding made Xiaolan acknowledge her attachment to Yusho even more, and the sense of belonging in her heart grew deeper. It was just that the favorability value still remained relatively steady. Yusho did not care at all about other people's gazes or opinions. A complete set of clothes collected like this had plenty of uses. They could be kept as spares, and later could also be traded for all kinds of scarce supplies and items. At the same time, an item appeared in his view, and the system prompt popped up. Item: portable water storing bamboo tube. Quality: common. Type: container. Description: a simple water flask polished from natural old bamboo. The seal is average. It can hold clean water without issue, but cannot store special river water or mistborn water for a long time. It has moderate capacity and is convenient to carry at the waist. Evaluation: the most basic water storage item. It has no special abilities, but it wins in durability and practicality. Thanks for the parting gift. After giving his thanks, he did not hesitate in the slightest. He raised his hand and directly threw Wang Nianru, who had fallen into a deep coma, into the rapidly rushing river. With a splash, a figure instantly fell into the surging river water and was swept away by the current in the blink of an eye, disappearing at the end of sight. In this cruel world of desperate survival, a soft heart, kindness, and saintly compassion simply could not gain a firm foothold for long. What's more, the other party was just a complete stranger with no connection to him, so Yusho did not feel much burden in his heart. After dealing with all the trivial matters, he slowly turned around. His gaze fell on Ing Xinhui, who was quietly lying on the deck. At this moment, Ing Xinhui was deeply asleep under hypnosis. Her whole body carried not the slightest trace of defensiveness as she lay peacefully stretched out on the flat deck. Her soft chestnut-colored long hair spread out freely, the ends carrying naturally gentle curls. Paired with her delicate, light bangs, it made her whole face look charming and lovely. She naturally carried a bit of the temperament of a gentle little princess. As she slept, her pink, soft lips were slightly parted, revealing neat, white little shell-like teeth. She looked obedient and soft, like a tame and lazy little rabbit that made people feel tender toward her. The hypnosis tuning forks effect was still stable and powerful. Looking at the girl before him, completely unable to resist, Yusho secretly thought to himself, given the current situation, that means whatever I do to her right now would work. He slowly moved his steps, approaching Ing Xinhui lying on the ground bit by bit, unable to stop a trace of restlessness from rising in his heart. Sigh. This really was a test of human nature. Her social media posts before had been so tightly wrapped up. Now he could try seeing whether other aspects of her were just as refined. No, wait. At the critical moment, he forcibly steadied his mind and promptly stopped the distracting thoughts rising from his heart. Yusho's heart pounded hard. Just a little more, and he would have fallen into the lower path. He clearly had a good way to raise her favorability and make her willing on her own. If he insisted on taking advantage of her vulnerability, not only would he make her panic from the start, but he might also need more mental power to raise her favorability. Thinking of this, Yusho slowly withdrew the hypnosis sleep command. A moment later, a soft and gentle little murmur spilled from Ing Xinhui's throat as she lay on the deck. Her long eyelashes trembled lightly, and she slowly opened her clear, lively eyes. You're awake. Yusho took the chance to extend his hand and gently support the girl's soft back. You? Ing Xinhui immediately saw Yusho's face and was startled. Yusho, meanwhile, secretly used the hypnosis tuning fork at once. Don't be afraid. Your favorability toward the boy in front of you will increase now, because it looks like he'll let you come aboard. Favorability +1. Favorability +1. Favorability +1. Ing Xinhui's heartbeat instantly sped up quite a bit. She said, I actually fell asleep all of a sudden. Thank you for waking me up. Yusho's hand rested on her shoulder, and he caught the special fragrance coming from her body. Maybe it was some kind of perfume. It was not as fresh as Lin Xiao's. Oh right, your companion suddenly fell into the water just now. Ah! Hearing this, Ing Xinhui instantly became fully alert. She quickly turned her head toward where her companion had been earlier. There was nothing in sight anymore. Not a trace of Wang Nianru could be seen. How is that possible? Yusho shook his head. You may have been targeted by a monster in the river that launches sneak attacks. Probably wasn't just a level 1 threat. It really was dangerous. He kept a poker face. When saying something false, it was best to use a speculative tone and let the other person think it through on her own. Favorability +1. Favorability +2. Favorability +1. The favorability continued rising steadily. The way Ing Xinhui looked at Yusho became more and more trusting and dependent. He held control of a massive ship, and his strength was powerful and unfathomable. If he had harbored evil intentions, He could have easily made a move on her from the very beginning. There was no need at all to go through the trouble of fabricating lies to deceive her. After hesitating for a moment, she bit her pink lips and gathered the courage to ask softly in a probing tone. Yusho, it's too dangerous for me to stay alone on a small boat. I wonder if I can come aboard your big ship and follow you as we move forward and survive together. The moment she voiced the request, Shinhue's whole heart hung high with tension as she nervously waited for his reply. This would directly determine whether she could stay away from danger and live in peace from now on. Fine. Yusho nodded. But you have to obey my orders. I'm willing to obey all arrangements. Hearing his agreement, overwhelming joy instantly surged up in Shinhue's heart. She did not feel the slightest disappointment because of Yusho's indifferent and calm attitude. Instead, she felt that his steady and forceful manner made him seem especially reliable and safe. The host's favorability has reached 51 points. First reward obtained. Congratulations, host, on obtaining 17.6 free attribute points. 88 times 20%. Affection toward the host has reached 91 points. Deep reward obtained. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the system item, humanoid bracelet. Item effect. Allows all kinds of female mutated lifeforms to switch into their exclusive humanoid forms. After transforming, their base combat power is directly doubled. The host can use the bracelet to issue any and all commands. The bracelet's bound target can only be freely changed after 24 hours. The deep reward was still the system performing as usual. But Yusho had a question. Hajitong, are your rewards related to the target I'm pursuing? Yeah. The one in front of you, Shinhue, can transform from human form into a non-human form, so the system naturally made a related deep reward. Seeing Yusho spacing out, Shinhue cautiously said, Yusho, should we hurry and get on the boat? Hearing that, Yusho first replied, okay. The two of them quickly boarded the level 4 boat. The moment they stood firmly on it, Shinhue's affection toward Yusho shot straight to the cap of 100 points. Affection. 100 points. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the ultimate reward. Human transformation skill. By consuming mental power, it can turn living beings into human form. But note, the affection system will not grant pursuit rewards for creatures transformed into human form, because they were already obeying the host to begin with. This kind of reward had long been within Yusho's expectations. He turned to look at the gentle-browed, obedient-looking Shinhue beside him. He was finally going to ask the question that had been on his mind. By the way, what's your talent? We should at least know something about you, right? With her affection maxed out, Shinhue had completely turned into a little fangirl full of admiration. Her sparkling eyes were fixed tightly on Yusho. Hearing his question, she didn't hide anything and answered obediently and honestly. My talent is the A-rank, catification. A tender cat girl? Yusho looked at her denim shorts and felt a little puzzled. By the way, have you transformed into your cat form before? And no. Shinhue shook her head. Even without transforming, my whole body gets enhanced. It's just that after catification, I gain sharp fangs, cat claws, and a tail. Shinhue noticed Yusho's gaze and also glanced at her own shorts. The tight, fitted denim shorts hugged her body closely, perfectly outlining her smooth and rounded curves. They made her straight, long legs look especially eye-catching. She wasn't wearing stockings today. Her snow-white, delicate skin was exposed directly to the air, and on her feet were a pair of cute pink leather boots. Of course, part of it is also because pants would get in the way of my tail coming out. Shinhue muttered softly, her face burning hot, a little embarrassed. After saying that, a strange flutter suddenly rose in her chest. Yusho had helped her, and he had an enormous pull on her. Most of that attraction came from the way he spoke. They had been classmates for half a semester before, but she had never really paid attention to Yusho. Only now did she realize how good this guy's voice sounded. Just hearing it was enough to make sweat stream down her body. The hips wrapped in denim shorts twisted slightly because of her nervousness. Yusho noticed her tiny movements. Looks like she's already started her preparation work. He wasn't in a hurry to tease her. His gaze first shifted to the abandoned level 2 rowboat beside them. A system panel popped up before his eyes. Disassemble? Yes/no. Yusho chose yes without hesitation. Congratulations, player, on obtaining wood *10, nails *10, ordinary cloth *10, or boards *2, ropes *3. The next second, the old broken wooden boat beside them vanished into thin air, not even leaving behind a single wood chip. Shinhue blinked, her expression calm, not caring at all. At this point, she had completely committed herself to Yusho in her heart. Forget disassembling one broken boat. Even if he disassembled the things she carried with her, she wouldn't have the slightest objection. While nervous, she curiously looked around the deck. Her gaze swept over the piled-up wood and hemp rope, and finally landed on the unfamiliar blue-haired girl by the boat. Yusho, why isn't Class Leader Sue on the deck? Also, why is there suddenly a mermaid on this boat? Class Leader Sue and the others are resting in the cabin. The mermaid is my companion. She means no harm. Yusho explained casually and, with a flip of his hand, took out the humanoid bracelet he had just gotten from the system space. He planned to use it on Xiaolan right now. He walked a few steps to the mermaid, opened his palm, and handed over the delicate light gold bracelet. The mermaid, Xiaolan, lifted her head in confusion. Her sapphire blue eyes sparkled as she obediently accepted the bracelet. Yusho raised his hand in a gesture, telling her to put it on her fair, slender wrist. Xiaolan nodded obediently and quickly put it on with her soft little hand. The next instant, a gentle white light wrapped around the mermaid's body. Her beautiful fish tail, more than 2 meters long, instantly vanished into thin air, replaced by a pair of fair, slender, smooth, crystal-clear long legs. However, there was no hair anywhere on her body. These, such fair and tender jade-like arms. Yusho immediately felt that Xiaolan had become much more charming. Master, this bracelet is way too magical, isn't it? A crisp and pleasant young girl's voice rang out, clear and soft. Yusho raised a brow, secretly thrilled. He hadn't expected the bracelet not only to transform her shape, but also to let the mermaid speak. But on the surface, he remained calm and composed, as if everything were fully under his control. Not bad. Get used to this form properly. I got it. Xiaolan nodded hard, so excited that she lightly bounced in place twice. She still wasn't used to standing on 2 legs. After landing, her body swayed slightly, and she obediently sat on the edge of the boat, curiously lowering her head to fiddle with her long legs, her little hands gently touching the smooth skin with a face full of novelty. Xinhui subconsciously covered her mouth, her eyes widening into circles as she stared at the mermaid's brand new form. She had still been on Earth a few hours ago, so why had she now run into an elf? And the elf had even acknowledged Yusho as her master? Why? The question spun through her mind once before she quickly shook her head and threw the distracting thoughts away. Xinhui, you're confused. Why are you worrying about that? Su Jiman and Lin Xiao were both resting in the cabin, and the mermaid was definitely simple-minded. The deck was the quietest place right now, which made it the best chance for her to get closer to Yusho. She took a deep breath, gathered her courage and looked up at Yusho. She kept her voice very low, afraid the people in the cabin would hear. Oh right, Yusho, do you want to watch me transform into my cat form? Yusho turned back as well. Sure, he thought to himself. If you want it, why not just say it directly? And you're even being this subtle about it. If I'm going to watch you turn into a cat, then you definitely have to get rid of the restriction of those denim shorts first. Xinhui's eyes instantly lit up, and a wave of secret delight surged in her heart. It worked. Looks like I'm actually pretty capable. She softly suggested. And then, should we go over under that canopy? She was referring to the rain canopy that came with the boat's level 2 unlock. It counted as a small open-air partition with no curtain blocking it, and there was even a blue luan stone carving on top. Yusho nodded and followed her. Xiaolan, now in human form, was extremely curious too, so she trotted along behind them and obediently followed over to watch the excitement. When they reached the area under the canopy, the surroundings were open and quiet. We're here. Yusho looked at Xinhui beside him and deliberately teased her a little. Should we call Su Jiman and the others over to take a look too? They're resting in the cabin right now. And no! Xinhui panicked instantly and hurriedly reached out to grab Yusho's sleeve. Only after the words left her mouth did she realize her tone had been too urgent. Her face instantly turned completely red, and she awkwardly let go of her fingers. She only wanted Yusho alone to see her transformed appearance. Right at that moment, Yusho proactively stepped back. Then let's start quickly. Where's your tail? I am about to show you my tail, Xinhui said, feeling a little embarrassed. Yusho had actually seen right through her goal in an instant. Cat transformation activated. A cat tail emerged from behind her tailbone. The rest of the restraints naturally came undone. Yusho could see her cat tail and pink leather boots, and he instantly held his breath. Fluffy cat ears also grew out on Xinhui's head, and her teeth became much sharper too. Yusho, come closer. All right, I'll listen to you. They were getting closer and closer. At this moment, Yusho couldn't help but straighten up a little. Xinhui's heart was beating so fast it felt like it was about to explode. She bit her lower lip, gathered the greatest courage of her life, and murmured softly. My tail is a little itchy. Classmate, can you scratch it for me? Both cat ears stood straight up nervously. Yusho couldn't help laughing. Classmating, are you messing with me? I'm not messing with you. Xinhui's heart tightened, and she quickly turned back to glance at him. I am really a little itchy. The wind gently brushed past the canopy, stirring her chestnut-colored, slightly wavy long hair. Yusho slowly lowered his head, his warm breath lightly brushing against her fluffy cat ears. The sensitive cat ears instantly trembled slightly. Xinhui's whole body tensed up, and her voice turned soft and shaky. Yusho, do you, like me, turning into a cat girl? Of course. Yusho answered bluntly and directly, and also started his investigation work. That lit the fuse. Xinhui's mind went hot, and she instinctively let out several cries. Meow! Mew! Meow! This commotion was not small at all. Seeing this, the mermaid also sat down in confusion, imagining herself as Xinhui, inside the sealed cabin next door. Su Jiman, Wang Jielei, Lin Xiao, and Cheng Wanfeng were leaning against each other and resting. Several clear meows suddenly came from the quiet cabin. Resting her chin on one hand, Wang Jielei raised a brow in confusion. Why is there a cat meowing outside? Are there cats in this river too? Lin Xiao had the highest spiritual power, and her hearing far surpassed that of ordinary people. She could hear the intimate conversation and soft sounds from outside between the two of them with perfect clarity. Her fair cheeks had long since turned red. She raised a hand to cover her face and let out a helpless soft sigh. She silently complained in her heart. A show's charm is way too strong. Why are they all taking the initiative? Yusho didn't even dare use the system's items. Since the other party was so sensitive to the core, it naturally saved Yusho a lot of trouble. 10 minutes later, Xinhui, who was full of bad ideas, was beaten back to her original form by Yusho. At that moment, Xiaolan the mermaid slowly pressed closer from the side. Her sapphire-like eyes glimmered with moisture, and her fair little hand clutched the back corner of Yusho's clothes. Master! Now I can too. Her blue hair fluttered in the wind. Her pretty face was flushed, and her eyes were damp. Why are you crying too? Yusho lowered his head to look at her. I'm not crying. Xiaolan hurriedly waved her hands and revealed a sweet smile, her tone a little excited. It's just that when I get stimulated, my tears increase. Looking at her pure and adorable appearance, Yusho couldn't help chuckling. He reached out and pulled her straight into his arms. Mermaid's favorability toward host? 98. Her favorability rose by another chunk. Yusho sighed faintly to himself. Although it hadn't triggered the ultimate reward, this childish little tagalong was far more precious than any reward. Buried in his arms, Xiaolan asked timidly in a small voice, Master, can I keep wearing this bracelet forever? I don't want to change back. Of course you can. Yusho rubbed her soft blue hair and straightened up. After favorability was maxed out, girls became way too proactive and clingy. Even he was having a hard time taking it. Looks like he'd need to add more physique points later. Xinhui was still quietly asleep on the soft mat under the canopy, her brows and eyes gentle. Only her cat ears had yet to disappear. Yusho couldn't be bothered to fuss with it, so he simply had the people in the cabin come out and look after her. Xiao, all of you can come out now. The cloth curtain was lifted, and the four girls walked out of the cabin one after another. At first glance, they all noticed Xinhui lying on the soft mat with cat ears on her head, and their expressions varied. Lin Xiao had a gentle temperament and liked helping others, so she took the initiative to step forward. Leave it to me, I'll carry her into the cabin to rest. Yusho nodded lightly. He turned his attention to the supplies and began thinking about his next move. Right now, he had 60 units of wood, 26 units of cloth, 40 units of nails, and 3 bronze treasure chests. Touching his chin, he analyzed calmly. Right now I don't have enough canvas to upgrade the hull. I'll open the treasure chests first and try my luck. Game reminder, ordinary cloth can be combined into waterproof canvas at a conversion ratio of 3:1. There's even a synthesis mechanic? Yusho raised a brow and casually complained. This system is pretty considerate. Otherwise, I wouldn't even know where to find waterproof canvas. He looked up and felt the wind direction over the river. The wind was still blowing upstream against the current. As long as he had enough canvas, the boat's sailing speed would definitely increase by another big margin. Synthesize. Player has obtained 12 units of waterproof canvas. Only 18 units of waterproof canvas are needed to upgrade. Yusho smacked his lips. Only needed? Is that even human language? If he hadn't run into a slightly higher level stone statue boat, he'd have had to coax and trick his way into getting 53 units of ordinary cloth. Forget it. Better open a treasure chest first. Yusho set his gaze on those 3 treasure chests. Detected that you have 3 bronze treasure chests. Friendly reminder, treasure chests can also be synthesized into higher-level treasure chests, with a ratio of 10:1. Yusho was slightly stunned as well. When I had 2 before, why didn't you say anything? The system stayed quiet, playing dead and refusing to answer. It looked like it wasn't as responsive as the favorability system. Come on, what are you doing? You only come out to tell me they can be synthesized after you see I have more treasure chests? Aren't you messing with my mentality here? Yusho complained. Still, he didn't care too much. The Sanity Recovery Music Box and Qinghuan stone sculpture he had opened before were both highly practical. The bronze treasure chests weren't low quality, so there was no need to stubbornly force together 10 of them to synthesize a higher tier. Besides, the berserk current would arrive in 1 hour, and at that time he would also be able to get high-quality treasure chests. Open! Yusho decided he still had to open the treasure chests. What if a bronze treasure chest produced something rare or above? Wang Jielei, Su Jiman, and Cheng Wanfeng simply sat on the piled-up wood nearby and formed a circle to watch the fun. Cheng Wanfeng smiled gently and analyzed in a soft voice. These 3 treasure chests came from the same secret realm, and their appearance is exactly the same. There's a high probability they'll open into the same type of item. What Teacher Chung said is exactly what I was thinking. Yusho nodded in agreement and raised his hand to open the 3 bronze treasure chests one by one. 3 rays of golden light lit up at the same time, and 3 identical round beads slowly floated out. Item: Mist Concealment Pearl. Quality: Rare. Use: releases a hallucinatory mist with a radius of 20 meters. It not only conceals one's figure, but can also slightly interfere with the enemy's perception and judgment. It can remain effective for 4 hours per day. Evaluation: turn ordinary mist into invisibility magic. It can be used to avoid threatening creatures, quietly take a detour and slip away, and it's essential for sneak attacks. 3 marbles. Sujimon narrowed her eyes slightly and asked softly in confusion. Yusho reached out and caught the 3 transparent beads, each about the size of a quail egg, and played with them a couple of times. So it really is the same thing. Things inside that secret realm are pretty uniform. 3 marbles, 12 hours a day. He no longer had to worry about standing out too much. From now on, only he would be the one pulling tricks on others. While the few of them were chatting, the river water that had originally been flowing steadily suddenly slowed down again. The river surface was quiet and flat, and even the waves had mostly disappeared. Xiao Lan, who had turned into human form, had the sharpest senses. She spoke in confusion. The water. Why did the current suddenly get weaker? That clear female voice gave Wang Jiele a fright. She suddenly looked up, only then realizing that this mermaid could actually speak now. I thought she only grew legs, but she can talk too? Yusho spread his hands and smiled, joking, stay calm. If you're getting stronger with me, isn't being able to talk perfectly normal? Sujimon covered her mouth and laughed, seeming to think Yusho's words were a bit too over the top. Yusho lifted his eyes toward the calm river in the distance, then slowly sat down on a pile of dry wood. But Xiao Lan is right. The speed of the water really has slowed down a lot, almost back to how it was at the start. Let's check what's going on in the group first. The people in the group naturally had already noticed. Quite a few of them were rowing. Whether it took less effort or not, they knew very well themselves. Zhang Wanhui, the game system finally grew a conscience. The speed of the current has slowed down, and I can just take a break for a while too. Wang Jiahao, I thought we'd have to keep forcing ourselves against the rapids the whole time. If this keeps going, my hands are gonna row out calluses. Lin Hao, don't be happy too early. This might be the calm before the storm. Maybe another violent current will come later to screw us over. Wang Jiahao, even if it slows down, I still don't dare relax. There are monsters in the river. Staying put safely is still the most reliable choice. Lu Yang, finally don't have to fight with everything I've got to row against the current. I'm gonna hurry and take a couple bites of fish to recover some stamina, or sooner or later I'm gonna collapse from exhaustion. Huang Jingwen, the fish pulled out of the river don't have any fat at all. They're bland as hell and completely awful to eat. Wang Jiahao, stop being picky. Just make do and fill your stomach. Old Mo from India was advocating for everyone to eat less oil before, and now he got his wish. Chang Wanfeng was also scrolling through the messages in the group. She gently adjusted the glasses on her nose and said, I actually think this arrangement is very reasonable. If it were dangerous rushing rapids the entire way through, no one's stamina could handle it. The system has to leave everyone a stretch of time to catch their breath and recover. Yusho glanced at the survival count panel. 8,295/9,000. I didn't expect this many people to be gone after only a few hours. They really do need to relax for a bit. Right then, a new message popped up in the group. Huang Jingwen. Ah, why did I drop out of the top 100 just like that? Are people still grinding this hard right now? Li Jian. Everyone gets on the leaderboard by ability. What? Other people aren't allowed to pass you. Wang Jiahao, I'm gonna pass too. Huang Jingwen. Li Jian BR0, your rank is only a few spots higher than mine. What exactly are you so proud of? Seeing this, Yusho also curiously checked the leaderboard. Now really is a good time to look for a cooperation target. I still need 54 units of ordinary cloth. Most people were also just joining in the fun and went to look. Very quickly, Yusho noticed that the changes really were pretty huge. Classmate Lu Yinhua is climbing so fast. Wang Jiele immediately locked onto Lu Yinhua's name. Are you from the same dorm? Yusho asked. No, she's from Ming Xinhui's dorm, Wang Jiele said. I didn't expect her to be this good at holding back and building up strength. She jumped more than a dozen places in one go. Most people have already been worn out in body and mind by the rapids. So how is she still able to charge upward against the trend by this many ranks? In less than 10 minutes, Lu Yinhua's rank steadily climbed all the way up. In the end, it stopped at rank 81. She firmly secured a striking little comeback. But she still wasn't the most eye-catching one on the leaderboard. There was another person who was even more outrageous, directly leaping from beyond rank 500 into rank 99. Her rank was still continuing to jump upward at a speed visible to the naked eye, and her momentum was fierce enough to be alarming. Yusho also grew somewhat curious. Not long after, this person proactively appeared in the regional group chat and spoke. Zhang Sufan. Looks like I really did guess the right approach. She only said half of it, instantly stirring up everyone's curiosity. What did she guess right? Why does this person talk like she's deliberately keeping people hanging and only saying half of it? Almost every online player had noticed Zhang Sufan's ridiculous climbing speed, and they all squatted in the channel waiting for the rest. Zhang Sufan? I figured it out a long time ago. The speed of the river current rises and falls according to a patterned curve. Otherwise, with ordinary human stamina, there's no way anyone could withstand endless sprints against the current. Wang Jiahao. Holy crap! Big Shot Zhang Sufan is awesome. I worship the Big Shot. Zhang Sufan. Actually, it's nothing that profound. I like playing stocks, and the logic of market fluctuations works just as well here. Think it over a little and you can see through the pattern. You all should understand, right? Everyone else? Seeing that not many people responded, she stopped keeping them in suspense and explained directly. Zhang Sufan, I'll just say it straight. If you force yourself to row hard in violent rapids, you have to overcome huge resistance from the current. It's exhausting and not worth it, and your rank still won't rise. It's better to stay steady and row with full force during the calm stretches. The efficiency is way higher instead. Li Jian. Your guts are way too big. Aren't you afraid you'll keep getting pushed backward in the rapids and turn into a river stone statue? Zhang Sufan. I'm very stable. I've been staying around rank 500 the whole time, which puts me in the upper middle tier. The ones who mysteriously stalled, disappeared, and turned into stone statues are basically all the people beyond rank 6000 who fell behind and gave up. Looking at what happened to them is enough to avoid the risk. Li Jian. That actually makes sense. The bad news about turning into stone statues really has all been from lower-ranked players who fell behind. Zhang Sufan. Thinking about it, it's pretty emotional too. I started regularly investing in Nasdaq when I was 18 and held on all the way to my second year of grad school. I finally managed to save up a little money, and then in one day I got transported into this desperate world and everything got reset to zero. Can anyone understand this sense of loss? Yusho looked at Zhang Sufan's messages in the chat channel and helplessly twitched the corner of his mouth. Looks like the real Justin had arrived. But her analysis really did make some sense. Looks like Lu Yinhua was probably thinking the same thing too? At that thought, Yusho also planned to borrow some ordinary cloth from Lu Yinhua. He opened the regional player list and accurately searched for Lu Yinhua. Then he directly started a private chat window. Lu Yinhua counted as one of the few people he actually knew. Compared to the other unfamiliar players in the group, he was willing to talk with her. Yusho, classmate Lu Yinhua, I saw your leaderboard rank rising really fast. Do you have time? Lu Yinhua. Typing. Yusho rubbed his chin. She's typing pretty slowly. Is she thinking over what to say? A full minute later, the other side finally replied. Lu Yinhua. My strength isn't enough, so I can only save some energy. It's not really anything impressive. You suddenly private messaged me, so you probably have something to say, right? Yusho didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Yusho, my boat upgrade is short on ordinary cloth. I'm still lacking 54 units. If you have any extra on hand, could you lend me a batch first? Of course, I'll definitely repay you later. Lu Yinhua. What? You need that much? Yusho, yeah. How much do you have? Yusho, later on, I can repay you with weapons or items. What do you think? Lu Yinhua. To be honest, 54 units is really a lot. I only have at most 20 units in my hands. Yusho, that's great. Lu Yinhua, I trust your character, and your strength is also top tier right now. Sticking together and helping each other survive longer than fighting alone anyway. When Yusho saw that, he gave her silent praise from the bottom of his heart. As expected of the psychological committee member, she really understood how things worked. Investing in yourself early on is definitely never a loss. Of course, she wasn't some kind of big spender either. She couldn't earn that much herself. Lu Yinhua, but we still need to make this clear. The compensation you're talking about is too vague. Lu Yinhua, you have to return triple the cloth to me in 12 hours. Can you do that? That really wasn't a harsh demand at all. Yusho, deal. No problem at all. Lu Yinhua, good. Just start the material trade directly now. Less than 2 seconds later, 2 trade windows popped up immediately. Player Lu Yinhua has initiated a material trade with you, ordinary cloth X23. Your material is 1 pack of compressed biscuits. The other party has agreed to the trade. Trade successful. You obtained ordinary cloth X23. Yusho let out a soft sigh. He obviously hadn't planned to take advantage of his dear psychology committee member, yet she still insisted on keeping the accounts clear. Everyone really is sharp. There were quite a few capable people in his university. He was still short 31 units of ordinary cloth. He was still a fair bit away from gathering enough to upgrade the hull. He looked through his private chat list, and his gaze landed directly on Wu Luiying's profile picture. This girl knew how to read the situation, and she also knew how to place an early bet and latch onto a strong backer. The supplies she had stockpiled were always far more than those of others her age. Yusho directly opened the private chat window. The message was sent. Unlike Lu Yinhua, Who had made him wait a minute? Wu Luing replied almost instantly, without the slightest delay. Wu Luing. Yo, boss Yusho actually has time to look for me? Rare. You even took the initiative to private message me. Yusho didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Yusho, I'm still short ordinary cloth for upgrading my ship. I'm missing 31 units. If you have any extra, lend me some to tide me over first. Wu Luing. 31 units of cloth? Good lord, your appetite is way too big. Isn't it? You're asking for 31 right off the bat. Do you think cloth is like river water you can just scoop up whenever you want? Yusho looked at the messages and secretly found them amusing. Sure enough, she couldn't take it anymore. But if she refused, then the wood from before would become sunk cost. Yusho, I know you've stockpiled a lot. You're also good at trading materials in your circle, so you can definitely squeeze out 30 units. Same compensation as usual. I'll make it up to you later. Whether it's fine weapons, chest items, or scarce supplies, I can get it for you. I definitely won't shortchange you. The private chat box went quiet for a few seconds. Clearly, Wu Luing was quickly weighing the pros and cons. She knew very well that Yusho was now firmly in the top tier. Sitting on a level 4 big ship, his resources, strength, and vision were miles ahead of ordinary players. So, if she invested just a little more material now, the return she got later would definitely be doubled. This was top-tier investing. She herself was basically an angel investor. After a moment, a message popped up right away. It still carried a complaining tone, but she had already relented. Wu Luing, I give up on you. You really know how to paint a big future for me. Fine. I just happen to have a bit over 30 units of ordinary cloth stockpiled. I originally kept it for repairing my own little boat. Wu Luing, since your strength is solid enough now and your character isn't too shady, I'll move it to you first. Wu Luing, but let's make this clear first. Don't even think about freeloading off your senior, or your senior sister will really be done for. If I'm short on equipment or life-saving items later, you'd better spare some for me first thing. Don't make me beg you, woo. Yusho looked at her words and nodded to himself. She had a lively personality and wasn't coy. Complaints were one thing, but when it came to getting things done, she wasn't sloppy at all. Then he thought about it some more. Aside from the sunk cost consideration, maybe the Franklin effect was at work too. People who have helped you are more willing to help you again. On the other hand, people you have helped may not necessarily be willing to repay you. The reason was that people subconsciously rationalized their own actions. They would persuade themselves that if they had helped someone, that meant the other person was worth helping. To keep their logic consistent, they would most likely continue helping. Yusho, don't worry. If I promised you, I'll definitely do it. Just start the material trade directly now. The next second, the trade window popped up immediately. Player Wu Luing has initiated a material trade with you, ordinary cloth X31. After the whole process, Yusho finally gathered all the upgrade materials. And now, he lacked nothing. The level 5 big ship was finally coming. At this time, there were only 20 minutes left before the game system's announced rapids began. This really was comfortable. He had settled Lu Yinhua, drawn in Wu Luing, and even Counselor Jiang Gexing was willing to support him with wood. Resources were gathering into his hands bit by bit. He didn't need to desperately fight and grind solo himself at all. For someone with a first-mover advantage, playing survival was never about burying your head and working yourself to death. Wind brushed past the ship's side. Little Blue stayed stuck to Yusho's side, standing lightly on her fair long legs. Her blue hair drifted in the wind, and her sparkling eyes kept staring at Yusho's profile, full of dependence. Lin Xiao, Su Jiman, and the others stood quietly by the edge of the ship. They didn't disturb him while he negotiated in private chat. They only silently watched the river's movements, guarding against river monsters that might appear and attack at any time. Alright, everyone, I've already gathered the materials for level 5. We can upgrade now. As soon as those words came out, everyone on the deck instantly looked over. Wang Jielei's eyes lit up. She straightened slightly, her face full of curiosity and anticipation. Chang Wanfeng also pushed up her glasses, a trace of expectation in her gentle eyes as she looked on. Little Blue, who had already taken human form, stayed pressed against Yusho's side. Her blue hair lifted gently in the wind as she tilted up her delicate little face and looked at him with eyes full of worship. Lin Xiao's gaze fell on Yusho. Straight to level 5? When had a show gathered that many materials? Yusho didn't explain much. With a thought, he directly summoned the system upgrade panel. Do you want to consume enough wood, waterproof canvas, and nails to promote your level 4 ship into a level 5 ocean-going vessel? Unlocks after upgrade: fully covered waterproof canvas mainsail, reinforced hull armor, greatly increased sailing speed, and improved endurance. Upgrade, Yusho said softly, making the decision. In the next instant, a layer of pale golden flowing light lit up across the entire ship. The glow slowly flowed along the ship's side, deck, and mast, while the wooden hull gave off a deep, steady hum. The level 4 big ship, which had originally only been of a simple standard design, visibly began to transform. The mast rose higher and thickened, while broad, Sturdy sheets of waterproof canvas slowly unfolded and spread out. They became a massive curved mainsail. The sail was firmly mounted on the mast, billowing lightly against the river breeze. The entire ship instantly became far more imposing. The broad sail cast a huge patch of shade. The canvas was tough and wear-resistant. It could catch the wind to increase speed, while also blocking river fog and keeping out the river's dampness, resisting both rain and waves. A ring of dark wooden reinforced armor quietly appeared around the edges of the hull. It gave off an overwhelming presence that crushed all the small boats. Lin Xiao watched with her eyes widening slightly. Her delicate face was full of amazement as she slowly walked to the ship's side and looked at the fully spread waterproof canvas high above. With such a big sail, it'll be much easier to travel by borrowing the wind. Just as she finished speaking, a gust of breeze swept across the river and happened to fill the unfolded canvas sail. This kind of commotion naturally also alerted Ing Xinhui. She rubbed her temples, then struggled to brace herself and stand up. Why did I suddenly faint? That performance was way too pathetic, wasn't it? Her physique had clearly already reached 19 points. Her reactions and stamina weren't weak, but whenever she ran into Yusho, it felt like all her strength got drained away. She didn't dare waste time and hurriedly put her clothes-fitting clothes back on. The cabin was empty, and she couldn't spare attention for anything else. She reached out and lifted the cloth curtain. Yusho's senses had always been sharp. Almost the instant Ing Xinhui lifted the curtain, he noticed the movement behind him and turned to look. On the deck, Sujimon, Wang Jiele, and Cheng Wanfeng also turned along with his gaze. Everyone's eyes landed in unison on Ing Xinhui, who had just stepped out of the cabin, and they all froze for a moment. Student Ing, you slipped out, Wang Jiele said awkwardly, pointing at the deck as her gaze drifted aside. Ing Xinhui's face turned bright red with a whoosh. She had come out too hurriedly, and without any tools to clean herself up, all she could do was press her lips together and try. Judging by the result now, it clearly had not worked well. Yusho glanced at the system space. There was still a little water left in the cup. Any cloth that could be used had probably already been traded for supplies, so there really was nothing available to clean up with right now. Do you want to rinse it off with some water first? He asked. No need. Ing Xinhui looked at Sujimon, Wang Jiele, and Cheng Wanfeng in front of her. Her throat tightened, and she could not get a full sentence out smoothly. The moment she got on the boat, she had already felt Yusho's professional dedication. Right now, she had no time to care about what the others thought of her. Why am I overthinking this? I've already come this far. How can I still care about being reserved or acting delicate? The next second, her cat transformation talent activated directly. A pair of soft, fluffy cat ears popped up from her chestnut-colored hair, and a fluffy tail extended behind her, swaying lightly. The girls around her all widened their eyes instinctively. Little Blue the mermaid tilted her face up at Yusho, sapphire blue hair falling over her shoulders. Master, why is she transforming? Does she need you to stop the itching again? Lin Xiao sat on the stacked wood, the curve of her waist and hips pressed out by her seated posture. She lightly bit her finger and muttered inwardly, this newcomer really isn't holding back at all. Now, on the level 5 big boat, in just a few short hours, Yusho had already broken down the barriers between everyone. It was only natural that it would make people want to get closer to him. Don't misunderstand, that's not what I meant, Ing Xinhui said in a low voice. She controlled her tail and used the rounded tip to gently clean herself. Very quickly, a few marks got onto her tail. She lowered her head like a cat and lightly licked the tip clean. Yusho had not expected her to be this direct. Even he was stunned for a second. Little Blue the mermaid tilted her head, completely confused. What is she doing? Wang Jiele leaned against the side of the boat, her chest rising and falling gently with her breathing, the full curves of it clearly stretching her short-sleeved shirt. She could not help laughing. What else could she be doing? She's eating little Yu's roe. Jiele, you make jokes like that now too? Yusho said, a little surprised. Wang Jiele folded her arms, and the soft flesh on her chest swayed lightly. Aren't I right? Hearing that, Yujio took another careful look at Ing Xinhui's lips. Actually, no. Fish roe is from females. Fish milt is from males. Ing Xinhui swallowed, and her ears twitched along with it. Stop teasing me. I just like Yusho, and if I like him, I want to be direct about it. Is that wrong? Although, for you all, getting intimate this fast probably does seem a little rushed. The other girls looked at one another. Who said it was fast? And this Ing Xinhui really thought she was the pioneer here. Wasn't she being way too pleased with herself? Seeing the scene, Yusho said, actually, they were earlier than you. Ing Xinhui froze on the spot. Her eyes went wide and round, as if she could not believe what she had just heard. Her mouth hung slightly open, her face full of shock and confusion. You all... Wait, even class leader Su did this too? Sujimon was the class leader. She was usually gentle and reserved. No matter how you looked at it, she did not seem like the type to take that much initiative. Sujimon was so embarrassed by the look Ing Xinhui gave her that she immediately turned her head to look at the distant water, her cheeks burning, unable to say a single word. Xinhui instantly turned to stone. Then what had all her shame and awkwardness been for? There had been no need at all. A wave of intense embarrassment surged through her, making her want nothing more than to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Stop standing there. The violent current is about to arrive. Everyone get into the cabin first. Yusho's voice sounded at just the right moment, interrupting Xinhui's embarrassment. He looked up at the river. The water, which had been relatively steady, had already started to churn slightly, and the atmosphere in the air was becoming more and more oppressive. It looked like the secret realm's first trial was about to begin. He did not want the girls staying outside and taking risks. The cabin was not spacious, but at least it could shield them from the impact of the waves. Fortunately, the attribute points earned from clearing the secret realm were shared by the whole team. Not every girl needed to fight personally. As long as he charged ahead and did his best to handle the danger, he could carry everyone upward together. Not long after Yusho finished speaking, a message from the game system appeared. The first surge in river flow speed is about to begin. It will trigger in 5 minutes. The violent current will last for 1 hour. All players, give it your all and keep sailing. Players who successfully endure this violent current phase will receive treasure chests of corresponding quality, based on ship integrity and speed performance. She looked at Yusho, her tone full of trust, without the slightest trace of forcing herself to act strong. Yusho, teacher's talent is A-rank speed. Can only be used for travel and won't help much in battle. From here on, I can only rely on you. She did not pretend to be brave, nor did she deliberately act tough. She clearly understood the limits of her abilities, and she trusted Yusho's strength even more. But she also felt uneasy about hiding in the cabin the whole time and doing nothing. So she softly added, "We'll go inside and make some food to help recover some strength. Once you're done dealing with the current, you'll be able to come out and eat something hot." The other girls nodded along as well. Yusho called out, "All right, just Little Blue the mermaid and me staying here is enough." But Lin Xiao did not move. She stepped forward, her skirt clinging tightly to her legs and outlining the long, straight lines of them, her figure slender and upright. She lifted her head and looked at Yusho. With a trace of determination, she said seriously, "No, I can't keep hiding behind you forever. My talent may not be top tier, but I can still help. I want to stay by your side and face this together with you." To Lin Xiao, standing beside Yusho and facing danger with him was far more reassuring than hiding in the safe cabin. She did not want to stay the one being protected forever. She wanted to become someone who could protect Yusho too, someone who could share his burden. "I see, then Xiao, you stay too." Yusho made the decision just like that. Senior Lin's talent really was pretty good. She at least had the ability to protect herself. The remaining 3 female classmates and teacher Chung had no choice but to enter the cabin, taking the stove and several fish with them. Very soon, only he, Lin Xiao, and Little Blue the mermaid, who had taken human form and kept clinging to his side, were left on the deck. Across the entire deck, only the sound of waves slamming against the hull and the howling wind remained. At that moment, Lin Xiao said, "Hey Shou, why did you negotiate with others so many times?" My physique is high, so naturally there was more of that." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "She even thought she was the first, when obviously I came first. But the other party is a classmate you're familiar with. In terms of stimulation, I really do seem inferior to her." The senior was actually reflecting on that. Yusho helplessly pressed a hand to his forehead. "Xiao, you're not wrong at all. Why are you only thinking about this? There are plenty of things you can do for me. Even a simple hug is enough to make me satisfied." Lin Xiao's eyes lit up, and the grievance on her face instantly vanished without a trace, replaced by pure joy. She nodded lightly, reached out, and hugged Yusho's arm, pressing her cheek tightly against his sleeve. Lin Xiao said softly, "That's true. I need to help you recover your energy." Yusho thought to himself, Thanks, I guess." Just then, that cold mechanical prompt sounded again, announcing the official start of the trial. Regional announcement. The first surge in river current has begun. It will last for 1 hour. All players, please prepare yourselves. The river surface, which had been fairly calm a moment ago, instantly started churning violently, like a giant beast being awakened. The waves rose higher and higher, slamming hard against the hull of the level 5 ship and producing dull, heavy thuds. The entire ship swayed slightly with it. Fortunately, the hull of the level 5 ship was extremely sturdy, as stable as flat ground. Even under repeated impacts from the waves, it showed not the slightest sign of damage. He could only clearly feel the mad pulling force of the current. Yusho immediately focused himself, let go of Lin Xiao's arm, and strode quickly to the power control console. He reached out and pressed the start button. The internal combustion engine was pushed straight into high gear. The drive shaft ran steadily beneath the ship, letting out a low rumble, while the propeller at the stern spun rapidly, viciously cutting through the raging current. Yusho then casually adjusted the angle of the sail so the swollen canvas could use the wind to help them, and the ship's speed increased by another notch. The wind's gotten stronger too. "Good thing it's a tailwind," he muttered softly. He did not look at the regional channel, nor did he open the global chat. Right now, no message was more important than the river in front of him. With the river current surging like this, it would not just be river water. There would likely be even more statue ships and other players' vessels being washed down as well. Yusho now felt that having Wang Jile scout around did not seem all that necessary. Right now, moving straight ahead should be the most efficient option. If they used the diagonal route just to look for other classmates, it would instead slow them down during this 1 hour. As usual, Yusho checked his attributes. Constitution, 40.6/57.2. Spirit, 49.1/137.6. Free attribute points, 17.6. Right, the attribute points in Xinhui had brought him earlier still had not been allocated. At this moment, facing all kinds of danger that were about to come, he did not hesitate in the slightest and directly dumped all of his free attribute points into Spirit. Spirit, 66.7/155.2. Anyway, killing certain threatening creatures would give constitution points, so there was no need for him to add those himself. Right now, many of his skills were all powered by spirit power. The mermaid Xiaolan suddenly reached out with her soft pale hand and grabbed Yusho's arm. She raised her head and said softly, "Master, look over there." Yusho looked in the direction she was pointing. Sunlight slanted down through the clouds, the bow crashed through the rushing river water, and countless tiny droplets sprayed up into the air, leaving a thin layer of mist hanging midair. A rainbow that was not too dazzling stretched across the front of the ship just like that, curving from the water on the left into the mist on the right. Yusho also pointed at the rainbow and said, "Xiao, look at the rainbow too." But Lin Xiao kept staring at Yusho's profile. "What's so surprising about a rainbow? If you're in front of me, none of that matters." The mermaid Xiaolan was not stupid. She instantly understood what Lin Xiao meant. She immediately pulled back her gaze, tilted up her little face, and stared at Yusho with worship written all over it, her eyes full of attachment. "Right, Master looks the best. The rainbow isn't as nice as Master." Yusho was caught between two burning gazes. One was gentle and clingy, with eyes full of deep affection. The other was innocent and attached. He sighed inwardly. So Lin Xiao kept saying she wanted to stay and help, but in reality, how was she here to help at all? She was obviously here to keep an eye on him. At that moment, two golden announcements suddenly popped up in the global channel. They were dazzling, instantly taking over everyone's field of vision. No matter what they were doing, everyone could clearly see them. Congratulations to 10,000 Immortals Retreat Against the River for obtaining the server's first golden treasure chest. Reward obtained. Free attribute points times 10. Congratulations to 10,000 Immortals Retreat Against the River for the first kill of a level 3 threat, Small Kraken. Reward obtained. Vehicle upgraded directly once. Limited to 30 minutes of use. Yusho steadied himself a little as well. As expected, quite a few strong people were hidden in the secret realm. Even among players across the whole world, there were people capable of going head-on against a level 3 threat. That person might not be the strongest, but he was definitely one of the boldest, the most willing to charge and fight. And he was lucky too. That was the only reason he could kill a level 3 threat in such a short time, obtain the server's first golden treasure chest, and leave the vast majority of players behind. The global channel instantly exploded, with all kinds of messages flooding the screen, full of shock and envy. Boy who eats fermented grains. How is that possible? Can't play games. Crying? Am I the only useless one in the whole channel? Yusho did not keep reading. He quickly closed the global channel and focused all of his attention on the river ahead once more. Looking at other people's achievements would not make him stronger. He felt that he could clearly kill a level 3 threat too. After all, level 2 threats were not that difficult for him either. He simply had not run into one yet. When the opportunity came, he absolutely had to seize it. Otherwise, he might not be the one laughing last. And now, a bit of an opportunity had appeared. On the water's surface, a huge dark shadow was slowly rising from the waves. Its outline was blurry, but it gave off a considerable sense of pressure. It was clearly a statue ship. He took a deep breath. This counted as a good opportunity too. Statue ships often hid high-level secret treasures. If he seized this chance, he might be able to open high-grade supplies and attribute points. As long as I get through this 1 hour, if my ship's durability is high enough and its speed is fast enough, then getting a golden chest or something even higher isn't impossible either. Thinking of this, Yusho said to Lin Xiao and Xiaolan, "A ship will appear in the distance in a bit. The aura on that ship isn't quite right. You'd better not look at it." Lin Xiao recalled it. "You mean that kind of ship that turns into a statue?" "Probably, yes. After all, we've encountered this kind before," Yusho said. "Do you want me to flip it over?" the mermaid Xiaolan asked obediently. Yusho shook his head. "Statues usually have a sanity reduction phase. Last time, it reduced our sanity through vision and speech, so you'd better not take the risk." "Ah? Last time, I thought it looked pretty easy. Didn't it?" Lin Xiao asked with some surprise. But after thinking about it, she immediately understood. Most likely, Yusho had some special method. After all, Yusho had an SS-rank soothing type talent. "I have my own way of handling it, so don't worry about it." Yusho did not explain further. Lin Xiao nodded. She also understood in her heart that Yusho's talent was not that simple. She could not help thinking, could it be one of those twin talents from novels? Some people really do have twin talents, and then they go around slapping everyone in the face. Her gaze could not help drifting toward the mermaid Xiaolan's long jade-like legs, and she thought, could it be that he gets items by getting close to all kinds of women? So that's why Yusho keeps dealing with other people. The more she thought about it, the more right it felt. Everything started making sense. It's just that. Yusho is probably too embarrassed to say it. Yusho has been bearing all of this alone, and no one even understands him. Seriously, this is making her feel a little sorry for him. Thinking of this, she clenched her fist a little too. If that's the case, I can't let other girls misunderstand him, but I also can't reveal Yusho's secret. That really is a bit of a challenge. Yusho did not have Anya's mind-reading ability, but he believed Lin Xiao would come up with the best possible explanation on her own. After all, Lin Xiao had 100 favorability points, so she naturally stood on his side. No matter what I did or said, she would probably choose to believe me. That said, once favorability reaches 100 points, if I did something, would it still go down? Host, please rest assured. Once favorability is above 95 points, it will almost never decrease. Favorability system? Is this your divine power? Not at all. This is just this system's experience. Meow. Yusho sensed something strange. That can't be right. I remember you clearly said before that you were a rookie system. I'm just a newcomer on the job. I quietly distilled all the data from the previous system and analyzed and summarized it. So it was standing on the shoulders of giants? Yusho relaxed a little. What he feared most was this favorability system being a complete newbie. After all, he only had one life. With that thought, Yusho directly took out an immobilization card. He looked into the distance. The boat on the river was getting closer. The originally blurry dark shape slowly revealed the outline of the vessel. It was a small boat with fuel-powered propulsion. It was not large. Two figures could vaguely be seen standing on the deck, motionless, giving off an eerie aura. Yusho slowly spread out his spiritual power. Invisible threads of spiritual force formed a giant net and instantly covered that small boat. With just one glance, he saw the situation on the boat clearly. The two figures on the deck were both women. Judging from their clothing, they looked like explorers who spent years wading outdoors. They wore professional outdoor wading suits, the clothes clinging tightly to their petrified bodies, half wet from the river water. The older one looked to be in her 30s. There was a trace of calm competence between her brows and eyes. Her gaze was hollow as she stood motionless on the deck, carrying the charm of a mature woman. The younger one was around her early 20s, with a lighter, more slender figure. Her wet hair clung to the sides of her face, and her skin was cold and pale. Even though she had long since been petrified, she still retained the appearance she had before death, giving off a fragile air that made one's heart ache. The two of them wore matching outdoor wading suits and looked like companions who had worked together for many years. If I only managed to upgrade my boat to have power now, how much effort would it take me? But the people on this boat should also be stronger. I have a real chance to get a better petrified statue hidden cache. It got a little closer. The other boat's information popped up. Vehicle information. Basic motorboat. Captain. Petrified statue no. 9178. Level 4. Can be upgraded to level 5. Durability 7/25. Speed. Basic fuel-powered propulsion. Fuel. Can be used at full power for 0 hours and 0 minutes. Dimensions. Boat length 15 meters, width 3.2 meters, draft depth 1.1 meters, load capacity 500 kilograms. Boat evaluation. The hull is made of solid materials, with wind and wave resistance far beyond ordinary small boats. Powered propulsion replaces manual rowing, making travel labor-saving with strong endurance, and the hull has excellent stability. It fears neither rapid currents nor long-distance drifting against the flow, making it a practical basic vehicle for long-distance travel in wild waters. Items on the boat: ordinary solid wood storage boxes ×2, inferior fishing rod ×1, waterproof canvas ×11, ordinary marine repair toolbox ×1, spare small fuel barrel ×1, folding oars ×2, emergency lifebuoys ×3. After reading it, Yusho was somewhat tempted. My current level 5 probably requires specific items to upgrade now. Even without looking, Yusho knew he most likely could not upgrade for the time being, but that did not mean this level 4 boat was useless. There really were quite a few supplies on this boat. It was still worth collecting. Sanity -0.1. Sanity -0.1. The cold system prompts rang out repeatedly in his mind. Even though Yusho's spiritual power far exceeded ordinary people and normal players, merely sweeping over those petrified statues with his spiritual power still caused the bizarre force on them to gnaw at his mind, making his sanity drop slightly. He did not dare be careless in the slightest. He shifted his gaze away and stopped looking directly at those petrified statues to avoid further sanity loss. But with my spirit points this high, I still lose sanity. Of course, host. This system has analyzed the rules of this world. Sanity is mental health, clarity of mind, and resistance to madness. Spirit points are special spiritual energy and skill consumption value. There is still quite a big difference between the two. Favorability system, then why don't you give me sanity points? Shouldn't you adapt to local customs? Yusho asked. Sorry, host. The current version doesn't have that function yet. You have to wait 6 weeks for the update to replicate this world's rules. Only then will items and functions for increasing sanity be unlocked. For now, I can't increase your sanity, meow. The system's voice carried a trace of apology, and the soft meowing tone made it impossible to get angry. A 6-week update? Copying Genshin, are you? A complaint was a complaint, but there was nothing he could do about it. Master, are you okay? Little Blue the mermaid noticed Yusho suddenly turning his head. She immediately reached out with her small hand and tightly grabbed Yusho's arm. Her eyes were clear and worried, and her voice was full of concern, afraid he had been hurt. I'm perfectly fine. Yusho raised his hand and gently rubbed her blue hair. The strands were as smooth as silk soaked in cool water, and the touch was excellent. Little Blue blinked. Her long lashes trembled gently like butterfly wings, and the worry in her eyes gradually faded. Then she seriously suggested, instead of waiting for it to drift over and threaten our boat, why don't I take you straight over there, master, and strike first? That would be safer, and it would also keep it from getting close to us and hurting our boat. She was naturally close to river water. Even in violent rapids, she could still move through them nimbly. Taking Yusho over there was not difficult for her at all. Yusho felt the necessity was not all that great. Facing the petrified statue boat head-on in the violent rapids was actually not very risky. He had an immobilization card and immobilization spell in hand. With his current spiritual power, he could completely control the situation. Even if an accident happened, he could respond in time. But being a little more cautious was not wrong either. Thinking that, Yusho nodded lightly. All right, we'll do it your way. Hearing that Yusho had agreed to fight together with the mermaid, Lin Xiao said nothing. The key was that the mermaid really could turn into a fishtail and swim in the water, while she herself could only control surging river water. That counted as an offensive control ability, and she did not even have an elemental attribute. All she needed to do was cheer from the side. When Little Blue the mermaid heard Yusho agree, a happy smile immediately appeared on her face, and her eyes curved like crescents. Then she slipped off the bracelet on her small wrist, the one that let her maintain human form, and carefully handed it back to Yusho. In a serious tone, she said, Master, I'm going to transform. Please hold onto the bracelet for me first. Yusho reached out and took the bracelet, put it into the game backpack, and nodded. All right, I'll keep it safe for you. Go ahead without worry. The next second, a faint blue glow rose from Little Blue the mermaid. The light was soft and covered her whole body. Her originally straight, slender legs turned into a glossy, flowing fishtail. The scales on the tail were very beautiful under the reflection of the daylight and waterlight. Master, in a moment hold tightly to my hair and I'll take you over there. I'll move very steadily and won't let you fall off. Little Blue tilted up her small face and looked at Yusho, her tone carrying a trace of pride. Yusho nodded. Got it. Thanks for the hard work, Little Blue. Little Blue smiled and said no more. With a leap, she lightly dropped into the water. Her smooth back floated on the surface, her skin fair, her lines graceful, like an elf by the water. She was naturally close to river water. No matter how urgent the waves were or how fierce the water was, it could not shake her figure. Instead, she could borrow the force of the current to move forward quickly. Yusho first took the mermaid scale out of his pants and put it into his game backpack. Then he took off his jacket and long pants. Moving in the water while wearing a jacket and long pants would be very inconvenient, and it would also increase resistance. He casually moved to place the clothes he had taken off on the deck. At that moment, Lin Xiao stepped forward. I'll hold them. All right. Yusho had no reason to refuse. Lin Xiao's expression brightened with delight, and she quickly reached out to take the clothes as if she had obtained a treasure. She hugged them tightly to her chest. The fabric still carried Yusho's body warmth, clear and warm, causing a trace of warmth to rise in her heart. Looking at Yusho's figure, she softly reminded him, Be careful, stay safe. I'll wait for you on the ship. I will. Yusho did not say anything more. He leaped forward and cleanly dropped into the water. Splashes rose up, then were quickly swallowed by the raging waves. Smack! Xiaolan steadily caught him with her back. Her body did not sink even a little. She still floated firmly on the water like a solid floating board. Naturally, Yusho did not step on her back. Instead, he bent down and steadily lay on her. His legs naturally parted, his hands lightly holding Xiaolan's long hair. It was best to keep his center of gravity stable and not add any extra burden to Xiaolan. It was just that. His supreme bone was still pressed against the mermaid's smooth back. Feeling the sensation on her body, Xiaolan's lips curved into a happy smile. Sit tight, Master Yusho. Her tail lightly swayed, and she happily shot forward. Her speed was extremely fast. In the violent current, she weaved through it with agility, avoiding one surging wave after another. This That fishtail really is strong. Yusho could feel the soft, tender waist of the mermaid rising and falling with the movement of her tail. The mermaid's physique had already reached 30 points. Both her strength and speed far surpassed ordinary people. Even while carrying Yusho, she could still move steadily through the torrent without being affected at all. Lin Xiao stood on the deck of the level 5 ship, her gaze never leaving the water for even a moment. Her hands hugged Yusho's jacket even tighter. Her mind was highly focused, prepared at all times. As long as anything at all happens on the water, I can immediately activate my talent, control the current, and blast them back onto the ship. I absolutely won't let them suffer the slightest harm. Yusho lay on Xiao Lan's back, feeling the warm skin beneath him and the surging current around them. Deep down, he actually wanted to say he could swim and he was pretty good at it too. But it was hard to refuse the mermaid's goodwill, and he also wanted to preserve some stamina. Very soon, the man and fish rapidly advanced through the violent current and quickly drew close to that statue ship. Yusho slowly straightened up and tightly held 2 immobilization cards in one hand, ready to act at any time. Although this type of item had a usage limit, it tracked reliably and took effect quickly. In the early stage, when dealing with stationary threats like statues, it was more than useful enough and could help him quickly seize control of the situation. His other hand tightly gripped the revolver at his waist, his finger lightly resting on the trigger. The bullets had long since been loaded, and he could fire at any moment. These statues were very likely not living bodies. His greatest trump card, shrinking bodies, might not be able to kill them in one strike. It might even have no effect at all. So he could only rely on the immobilization cards and immobilization technique to force his way through. First immobilize the statues, then slowly search for their weaknesses and completely deal with them. Fortunately, his current mental power was more than sufficient. A spirit value of 66.7 was enough to support him casting immobilization technique many times, and also enough for him to deal with all kinds of sudden situations. He could afford the attrition, and he had the confidence to handle all of this. Right then, a soft female voice drifted over, slowly murmuring. My limbs have lost their warmth, my soul slowly falls asleep, the drifting ship carries me, and I have already drifted to a place with no return. That voice attack again? Yusho directly used one of his immobilization cards. The card shot out like a stream of light, then fixed itself onto that female statue who looked to be around 30 years old. Immobilization duration: 1 hour and 51 minutes. The voice stopped abruptly. All that remained around them was the sound of violent water slamming around. Yusho felt a bit puzzled. This time, his sanity value had not been deducted at all. Had resisting the statue's whisper before already given him resistance, greatly reducing the effect of similar influences on him? Master, should we go up? Mermaid Xiaolan poked her head out of the water, her blue hair wet and clinging to the sides of her face, her fishtail lightly swaying beneath the surface. Yusho glanced at the mermaid's status panel. Mermaid sanity: 50.8. Clearly, Xiaolan had still been affected by the statue and had lost 0.2 sanity. No need to come up. Just wait underwater. He did not want Xiaolan to continue enduring sanity loss. Although Xiaolan could hypnotize others with her singing, a mermaid's hypnosis would not have much effect on targets in a petrified state. Yusho jumped onto the ship. That young girl was not standing, but sitting on a stool on the deck, her body maintaining a frozen petrified posture. Her whole body was gray-white, like a carefully carved human sculpture, but those petrified eyeballs of hers actually moved. Her gaze swept across the deck, and her mouth also opened slightly, as if she wanted to speak. What nonsense was she trying to say? Want to play a round of Gwent? No, wait, immobilization card. An immobilization card flew straight out from Yusho's hand, fixing the girl's already petrified eyeballs and mouth in place, making her unable to move her eyes and unable to make any sound. Immobilization duration: 2 hours. Now that's more like it. Silence is golden. He had originally had 50 immobilization cards. By now, he had already used 6. Yusho thought about how these cards could be used on single targets, and the duration was also pretty long. Using a few in the early stage was fine, but later on, Yusho would not waste them. He was still thinking about directly immobilizing level 5 or level 6 threats. Even if he could only immobilize them for about 1 second, that would still give him enormous room to maneuver. Host, you can still obtain this immobilization card again later. The system's voice sounded at the right moment. HM? Your items can be given repeatedly? I thought using one meant one less forever. Yusho was somewhat surprised, and his tone carried a trace of delight. Immobilization cards were so useful. If he could obtain them repeatedly, he would have much more confidence when dealing with danger later. Before the first round of updates, this system provides a total of 18 normal urban skills. And 6 weeks later, this system will finish analyzing the talents of the completed survival world. At that time, it will form new heaven-defying skills. After hearing that, Yusho laughed. You finally let me relax a little. Humph, you actually doubted my strength before. That really hurt this system's heart. Naya, carrot is not equal to. Yusho shook his head and stopped joking with the system. His attention returned once more to the statue ship before him. Wait, just now he had stopped the statue's strange voice, so why had the system prompt for resisting pollution invasion not popped up yet? He raised his head and looked toward the tightly shut wooden cabin door in the center of the statue ship, his brows knitting again. This statue ship actually had a wooden plank door. It looked a bit crude, but could there still be something else inside the cabin that could reduce sanity? Thinking of this, Yusho stopped hesitating. He stepped forward, lifted his foot, and fiercely kicked toward the wooden plank door. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, full of force. That wooden plank door, which had not been all that sturdy to begin with, was instantly kicked flying and set free. The space inside the cabin was instantly exposed before his eyes. It was not large, but everything could be seen at a glance. In the middle of the cabin sat a shabby wooden table, and on the table was a tiny iron cage. Curled up inside the cage was a little hamster that had already turned to stone. Yusho had only glanced at it once. Then the system prompt sounded again. Sanity minus 0.1. So there really are creatures that reduce sanity. He saw the petrified hamster's eyes suddenly light up with a red glow. Its little mouth opened slightly, as if it was about to make that kind of sanity-eroding sound too. Yusho thought to himself, forget it. This is a good chance to test the immobilization spell on this little thing. Let's see how effective the immobilization is without using any items, relying purely on my own ability. The moment the thought arose, he immediately activated his mental power. A beam of golden light solidified in front of him, turning into a small immobilization card that shot out and landed precisely on the petrified hamster. The red glow in its eyes vanished. Congratulations. You stopped the stone statue whisper, which would originally have lasted for 2.5 minutes. Successfully resisted the stone statue mission. 3rd level corruption. Time used, S. Ship integrity, S. Sanity upon completion, 98.8. Overall rating, S. Obtained complete stone statue treasure. Depetrification potion. Must be used within 30 minutes. Times 1. Intermediate tempering method times 1. Fishing net times 1. Women's clothing times 4. Fuel times 3. Please use the depetrification potion as soon as possible. The 3 stone statues will also cease to exist in 1 minute. Yusho was delighted at first. This treasure stash was much better than last time. This intermediate tempering method was interesting. Could it be that all these stone statue ships came from another high martial world? Still, there was no need to dwell on that question right now. The most important thing now was to hurry up and use the depetrification potion to revive one of the stone statues. The 3 stone statues were about to disappear. Yusho stopped thinking about it, turned around, and quickly left the cabin without the slightest attachment to the petrified hamster that had been immobilized. The hamster's soul was probably peeing itself in heaven while watching Yusho. He quickly walked over to the stone statue of the 20-year-old girl sitting on the stool. He stopped and carefully looked her over. Although the girl was completely petrified, the contours of her features were still very beautiful. Her brows and eyes were delicate, her nose bridge high, her lips small and fine, like an exquisite human sculpture. She was more pleasing to the eye than the 30-year-old female stone statue beside her. Even in her petrified state, her lovely body lines were still obvious. Her waist was slim, her chest curved outward in a round and full arc, and her 2 legs were straight and long. How should he put it? The 20-year-old girl was prettier, and she hadn't tried a sneak attack at the start either. Of course he would choose her. The potion was in his game backpack, and Yusho quickly took it out. It was a bottle of deep purple liquid, rich in color like berry juice. He raised the mouth of the bottle and tilted it, letting the potion slowly pour down from the top of the girl's head. The deep purple liquid slowly ran down her forehead all the way to her chin. Under his gaze, the petrified state on the girl's body began to slowly fade away. The gray-white stone surface gradually receded bit by bit, revealing the glossy skin tone underneath, her skin clear and translucent. Her eyelids trembled a few times first, then squeezed shut tightly once before snapping open. Where am I? The girl's voice was still a little weak, and her eyes looked around at everything in confusion. The affection system also popped up. Detected a conquerable target. The affection system is at your service. Name, Yen Shiji. Age, 20 years old. Height, 162 centimeters. Weight, 55 kilograms. Measurements, 92-60-88. Appearance, 90. Morality, 80. Sanity, 20. Affection toward host, 10. Stranger. Special statuses, amnesia, innocent. Amnesia? Yusho had originally wanted to ask her where she came from and how she had turned into a stone statue. He had not expected that she would not even remember her own past. Crack, crack. At that moment, the other female stone statue on the deck suddenly began making cracking sounds. Then her body split apart little by little. Very quickly, she turned into countless tiny specks of powder, and with a single gust of wind blowing head-on, she completely dispersed into the air. Yen Shiji stared blankly at the scene, her eyes wide and round. Her body trembled slightly. She was a little frightened. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but did not know what to say. She could only look blankly at Yusho beside her. He was the first person she had seen after waking up. Yusho spoke. You turned into a stone statue. I was the one who saved you. The mermaid had been staying under the ship the whole time. Hearing Yusho's voice again, she also poked her head out. However, from where her head was, she still could not see what was on the ship. Master can turn stone statues back into real people? She found it hard to believe. There were too many stone statues underwater to count, in all kinds of forms. If they really could all be turned back into people, then Master could have many companions, right? At this moment, Yen Shiji seemed thoughtful. You're my lifesaver. I should repay you, right? She had been taught since childhood that even a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring of gratitude. Affection. 10 to 47, friend. Reminder to host. Gratitude and affection are not completely the same. Damn, this is great. Saving Yen Shiji was absolutely the right choice. 80 points in morality and still innocent. My luck really is pretty good. Yusho nodded. You understand correctly. From now on, follow me. Yen Shiji lifted her fair fingers and gently wiped away the remaining deep purple potion on her face. Okay. Anyway. Right now, I don't know where I should go either. As she spoke, she tilted her head at a 45-degree angle to look up at the sky, as if she had a somewhat melancholic aura. She did not know who she was, where she came from, or where her family was. All she had left was a name and this stranger in front of her who had saved her. Oh right, do you know my name? She looked at Yusho, still seeming somewhat reserved. Right now, I only know my name too. Go on, Yusho said, pretending not to know. Yen Shiji. What exact 3 characters? Yusho asked. Yen as in appearance, Shi as in cherish, and the last one is Ji as in Angelica. As soon as she finished speaking, Yusho noticed that his level 5 ship was already very close to them. The violent current had pushed them back, and in just a few short minutes they had drifted quite a long distance. Lin Xiao on the deck could already clearly see their figures. Yusho said, Got it. Come with us to my ship. Yusho grabbed Yen Shiji by the wrist, and Yen Shiji quickly stood up as well. Because of Yusho's grip, her heart started beating faster again after a long time. The rise and fall of her chest also became more pronounced. The close-fitting clothes on her body were stretched into obvious folds, outlining her full curves. Affection. 47 to 65, clearly likes you. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the first reward. Obtained free attribute points. 18 points. 90 times 20%. Yusho could not help but feel moved inside. Someone innocent with amnesia really is perfect for falling in love. I was the first person she saw. Any action from me probably feels warm to her, right? Too bad I do not have time to play some romance game while struggling to survive. Later on, hypnosis will probably still be necessary, likely when it gets to 80-something points. Xiaolan, we're heading back. Yusho lowered his head and called to the mermaid Xiaolan under the ship in a gentle tone. The little mermaid Xiaolan chirped happily. Okay, master. Her voice was crisp and pleasant, full of joy. Her tail lightly swished across the water's surface, splashing up a spray. After this mermaid had turned human once, she had completely learned human language, and she could even speak it very fluently. Looks like having high spirit and wearing that human form bracelet really did have its benefits. He turned to look at Yen Shiji beside him and asked, Can you swim? We need to jump down now and swim back to my ship. Xiaolan will protect us from the side too. Yes, I can swim, and I'm actually pretty good in the water. Yen Shiji nodded quickly. That makes things easy. After Yusho said that, the two of them jumped together into the raging river. His system space was only 16 cubic meters. If he dismantled the stone statue ship now, he still wouldn't be able to fit it all inside. Later, he'd use a rope to hook the stone statue ship, then give the materials to the girls or pile them up on the deck. Not far away, Lin Xiao saw this scene too. She seemed to understand what Yusho meant. Yusho's system space probably isn't big enough, so he wants to hook that ship, right? Once they got a little closer, she would help Yusho out. In the violent river, the sound of rushing water roared non-stop. Waves surged wildly and kept slamming into their bodies, and the current hit with tremendous force. The two full, soft mounds on Yen Shiji's chest swayed lightly along with the motion of her arms. His gaze falling on Yen Shiji, Yusho floated in the water. Master, what are you doing? Xiaolan looked at Yusho in confusion. Was Master not going to ride her anymore? Yusho glanced at the surprised Yen Shiji beside him and also felt that if even Yen Shiji was swimming, then him still riding Xiaolan was a bit... No, wait. How could he think that? Did he need to show off in front of girls? There was absolutely no need. It was better to just do what he liked and what benefited him. What Yen Shiji thought of him wasn't important at all. Once he figured that out, Yusho stopped hesitating and swam over to the little mermaid Xiaolan's back with a clear conscience, gently wrapping both arms around her waist and abdomen. Beneath that layer of fine, soft scales, her muscles were firm and springy. A happy smile immediately appeared on the mermaid's face. With a light flick of her tail, she leaped cheerfully out of the water. Splashes flew up and hit Yusho's face with a trace of coolness. Yen Shiji followed behind, gliding through the water. Benefactor, he can't swim, can he? Actually, I could carry him too. Her water skills were absurdly good, as if she had received professional training. In the surging current, she was incomparably agile, and her strokes were smooth and powerful, like another spirit of the water. Looking at Yusho around the mermaid's waist, Yen Shiji was thinking, if my benefactor saves me and brings me back, what can I give him in return? Since she had received someone else's kindness, she couldn't just repay it with one light, careless thank you. But right now she had amnesia and remembered nothing. She had neither any special abilities nor any usable supplies, so how was she supposed to repay her benefactor? Would it be enough if she just gave him her first time? At that thought, she choked on a mouthful of water, but quickly adjusted. What on earth was she thinking? She secretly felt annoyed at herself, her cheeks burning hot. Would such a kind benefactor really be that kind of person? While comforting herself, she sped up her strokes and did her best to keep up with Yusho and Xiaolin. Yusho lay on Xiaolin's back and glanced back from time to time at Yen Shiji swimming behind them. Just a moment ago, she had looked completely at ease while swimming, her figure weaving lightly through the rushing current. But after a while, her little face had turned completely red. She'd better not pull a Hanma Miko and fall into the water. Fortunately, the distance between the two ships wasn't too far. If they held on a little longer, they would reach his level 5 ship. Nothing should go wrong. Very soon, Yusho and the others arrived beneath the level 5 ship. With a light flick of her tail, the little mermaid Xiaolin borrowed the force of the current and leaped up with Yusho, landing steadily on the wide, stable deck. After Yusho got up, he turned and looked over. Did he need to use a rope to pull Yen Shiji up? Just as he was thinking that, Yen Shiji had already climbed up herself. Her soaked outdoor wading suit clung tightly to her body, making the 2 full mounds on her chest look especially round and enticing. Her slender waist narrowed tightly, and below that were her lifted hips and 2 straight long legs gleaming from being soaked by the water, her fair skin shining brightly. Droplets slid down along her thighs and dripped onto the deck. Yen Shiji has become your crew member. The captain's authority is higher than that of new crew members and can see crew members' levels and sanity values. Yusho wasn't too surprised. Before, Yen Shiji hadn't boarded the ship yet, so she didn't count as his crew member. Naturally, the system hadn't displayed her detailed information. Now that she had followed him onto the level 5 ship and become his crew member, the game system displayed her information. Name, Yen Shiji. Level, First Tier Transcendent. Sanity, 23.4, recovering. A First Tier Transcendent. That made sense. She had even dropped a tempering method, so she was most likely no ordinary person. At that moment, Lin Xiao handed a rope to Yusho. There was an iron hook attached to the rope. A show. The ship on the other side is almost here. Lin Xiao still didn't take action herself. After thinking it over, she realized that stepping in now would feel a bit like stealing credit. Only people with high contribution points could become captain, so she would just let Aisho's contribution points stay high. It was enough for her to stay underneath him. After taking the rope, Yusho was finally going to get some exercise for his upper body. This time, the ship wasn't directly in front of them and was still a bit far away. He first raised his hand and opened his personal panel, quickly sweeping his gaze over the values above, so he knew what he was dealing with. Physique, 43.6/57.2. Spirit, 64.7/155.2. Free attribute points, 18.0. His physique value was already high enough. With this level of physique, he should be able to throw the iron hook steadily onto the stone statue ship across from him and hook the hull. As for becoming supreme through strength, he would still rely on the game system's threatening creatures to do the heavy lifting. He would keep going all in on spirit with his attribute points. Spirit, 82.7/173.2. Yusho had his own considerations. With more spirit, maybe he would soon reach 3rd tier transcendent. Besides, he still had a hypnosis item that had never been unlocked. After his level increased, maybe that item would unlock too, giving him one more trump card to deal with danger. After making his preparations, Yusho gripped the rope tightly with both hands. Then, putting a little force into his arms, he swung the rope to build momentum and suddenly hurled the iron hook out. Swoosh! A sharp sound of something cutting through the air rang out. This counted as one of Yusho's full force moves. The power behind it was immense, with not the slightest reservation. The rope pulled taut in midair, carrying a fierce momentum as it landed precisely on the stone statue ship across from him. The iron hook viciously bit into the ship's wooden hull, hooking it firmly. Under these circumstances, the game system finally saw fit to show up with a message. Decompose? Yes/no. Without the slightest hesitation, Yusho chose yes. Congratulations, player, you have obtained wood times 36, ordinary cloth times 29, iron nails times 25, fuel times 1, ordinary solid wood storage chest times 2, inferior fishing rod times 1, waterproof canvas times 11, ordinary ship repair toolbox times 1, spare small fuel barrel times 1, folding oars times 2, emergency lifebuoys times 3. The next second, That level 3 stone statue ship vanished from the water out of thin air, as if it had been broken apart like an MC block. Yusho secretly sighed in his heart. Thanks for the gifts from those who came before. He fully carried out the doctrine of taking what was useful, even though he had no idea where these supplies had come from. It was just that his system space was only 16 cubic meters. There was no way it could hold this many supplies at all. Left with no other choice, they could only pile all the supplies onto the deck of the level 5 ship, temporarily taking up quite a bit of space. Aisho, I still have 10 cubic meters left in my system storage. Why don't I store some of the supplies? Lin Xiao looked at the deck piled full and continued. These logs are the heaviest. I'll take some of them first, and that should free up more room on the deck. Hearing that, Yusho nodded. That works. He had been thinking the same thing. Seeing Yusho agree, Lin Xiao immediately activated her system and stored part of the heavy lumber into her own space. The deck instantly became much more spacious. Looking at her back, Yusho spoke again. Right, go call the people inside out too. It's temporarily safe outside now. There's no danger for the moment. Have them help sort out these supplies too. Okay. Lin Xiao nodded obediently. Before turning away, she picked up a clean dry cloth from the side. For you. She held the cloth out to Yusho. Wipe the water off yourself first. After that, put your clothes on quickly. I'll go call them out. Yusho took the dry cloth. Meanwhile, Yen Shiji had been standing quietly in place ever since stepping onto the deck, curiously observing everything around her. The spacious deck, the sturdy hull, the supplies stacked to one side, and Yusho and Lin Xiao in front of her. Everything about her benefactor felt new to her. But along with that novelty, she also felt a little uneasy and nervous inside. She secretly glanced at Lin Xiao. Looking at her graceful figure, a thought couldn't help but arise in her heart. This girl is so pretty, her temperament is gentle too, and she's so good to her benefactor. Their relationship must be anything but ordinary, right? Could she be her benefactor's girlfriend? If that were true, then her earlier thought of repaying him with her body would be way too absurd, wouldn't it? Interfering with someone else's happiness and ruining someone else's relationship. Just thinking about it made her feel deeply guilty. Yen Shiji bit her lower lip, her mind a complete mess. Affection. 65 to 66. Clearly likes him. HM? Yusho turned his gaze toward Yen Shiji. Why had this girl's affection gone up again? She had clearly looked dazed just now, so how had her affection still increased? With his social man-eating tree instincts, he roughly guessed what Yen Shiji was thinking. It was probably because his ship gave her a sense of safety. Since it had reached 66 points, he could probably do things appropriate for this stage now, like kissing her on the cheek. What if it just skipped straight ahead to stepping on his back? It wasn't like he could only rely on hypnosis. He had gotten so much experience from cornering wood, and read so many innocent masterpieces. Wasn't it all for today? Lin Xiao had just turned and started walking toward the cabin. Before she could get far, Yusho quickly walked over to Yen Shiji. He reached out with both hands and gently cupped her face. Yen Shiji's face was smaller than Yusho had imagined. His two palms could just barely hold her cheeks, his index fingers brushing against the soft flesh of her earlobes. Before Yen Shiji could even react, Yusho tilted his head and directly kissed her on the cheek. Maybe because of her long-term training, the skin on Yen Shiji's face was very firm. After being pressed by his lips, her skin bounced back quickly, a little like touching the white of a soft-boiled egg. Yen Shiji looked at Yusho with a blank expression, completely stunned. Why you? She parted her lips, wanting to say something, but because she was too flustered, she couldn't get a single sentence out, and her cheeks instantly turned even redder. A lot of thoughts suddenly popped into Yusho's head, like things such as, this is just a captain's etiquette toward a crew member, or this counts as part of repaying a favor. But in the end, he didn't say any of them. He just let her fill in the blanks herself. That should count as a choice that wouldn't go too badly wrong. Just as Yusho expected, Yen Shiji's face turned red all at once. Benefactor. Had he seen through her intention to repay him with her body? Was that why he kissed her, using this method to tell her he approved of it and was even encouraging her? The moment that thought appeared, her heart started racing, and she felt both shy and delighted. Affection. 66 to 71. Light affection. Crap, the growth speed had slowed down. Yusho knew it. He had still been taking things for granted. No normal human was going to start fighting within 5 minutes of meeting. Thinking of that, he didn't hesitate in the slightest. In 0.091 seconds, he took out that hypnotic tuning fork from his system backpack. He lightly flicked one prong, and the tuning fork immediately began vibrating rapidly, letting out a faint but rhythmic hum. Yen Shiji didn't even have time to react before Yusho's hypnotic words sounded out. Relax. You're safe now. Because of my kindness to you, your affection for me will rapidly increase until it reaches the peak. Affection +1. Affection +1. Yen Shiji's cherry lips parted slightly, and faint pink rings appeared in her eyes. Student Yusho, we're here. At this moment, the other girls had all come out, and the mermaid Xiaolan was watching from the side too. But Yusho didn't really have anything to worry about. Who's this new girl? Chang Wanfeng's awkward gait had eased up quite a bit, but she still forced herself to stay composed. When it came to Yusho, this student of hers, she didn't have much confidence in herself. After all, the others were all several years younger than her, and their relationships with Yusho were closer too, so she couldn't help feeling a little inferior, afraid she wouldn't be able to keep up with everyone and would be ignored by Yusho. Yusho said, "Her name is Yen Shiji. I rescued her from the stone statue ship. She has amnesia. She doesn't remember her past, and she doesn't know where she came from either. I guess she's probably not from Earth." Amnesia? An alien? Wang Jielei's eyes lit up. She immediately pulled Su Jimon and Ning Xinhui over, her face full of curiosity. The three of them were classmates, and now they were practically inseparable. Right then, the affection system's voice rang out. Affection? 100. Congratulations, host, for obtaining a deep reward, Purification Angel Summoning, scroll times 20. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the ultimate reward, Purification Angel Summoning skill. Can apply the Purification Angel's headpat purification to any target. The more mental power consumed, the more thorough the purification. Yusho froze slightly, so this meant summon an angel and whoever got touched turned stupid. Even though it was a bit like his hypnosis, this would let him deal more calmly with threats that had high mental stats. Affection system, if there's a correlation like this, why don't you give me a skill that causes amnesia? The affection system immediately jumped out, sounding a little helpless. Host, correlation isn't absolute. Okay? It just means the chance of drawing a related skill is a bit higher. Can't be guaranteed, forget it. The Purification Angel skill was still very practical. It would definitely be useful in a big way later, so it wasn't a loss at all. At that moment, the hypnotized Yen Shiji slowly came back to her senses. Her eyes still carried a trace of haze, but she unconsciously moved close to Yusho right away. She pressed tightly against his arm, paying no attention at all to the looks from the others around them. As if, in her eyes, there was only Yusho alone. The three female classmates, Lin Xiao, Chang Wanfeng, and the mermaid all stared at the scene, all somewhat surprised. With so many people here, what was she trying to do? Aliens really were hard to understand. Yusho didn't avoid her either, and instead said, "Yen Shiji, what are you doing?" Yen Shiji parted her cherry lips lightly. "You revived me. I don't have any family or friends, so the emptiness inside me can't be filled without you. I want to offer everything I have to you." After saying that, she took off her professional outdoor wading suit. Is she really that eager? Wang Jielei quietly said something to Su Jimon. Lin Xiao made a shushing gesture instead. She knew very well that a show most likely had a talent that let him grow stronger through getting close with girls, so this worked out perfectly. Seeing this scene, Yusho's eyes lit up. He had always thought he was one of the aggressive ones. Looks like he had actually been conservative. The wild match quickly began. With favorability at 100 points, it really did have both pros and cons. When it came to this, it was definitely a pro. Chang Wanfeng, however, was a conservative person. She hurriedly looked away and waved at everyone, her tone a little flustered. I'll gather some supplies and head into the cabin." Her face could not help but turn red as well. She could not help feeling troubled in secret. It had clearly been so hard to tone it down before. "Jimon, you're watching too?" The moment Wang Jielei turned her head, she discovered that Su Jimon was staring without blinking. Ning Xinhui let out a few light laughs. "Jimon isn't projecting herself onto her, is she?" Su Jimon said nothing. Little Blue the mermaid had also opened her pure blue eyes wide, staring at everything in front of her without blinking as she continued learning human behavior. The waves at the bow were still huge, smashing hard against the deck again and again, splashing up spray. More than 10 minutes later, Yusho put his clothes back on, looking refreshed and invigorated. How should he put it? Luckily his stats were high enough. Otherwise, he probably would have been trembling while getting dressed. Taking a deep breath, Yusho looked ahead. What a pity. What left Yusho helpless was that no level 3 threat had appeared in the rapids. There was not even a level 2 threat. If he could run into a level 2 threat, he could just use hypnosis to hypnotize a group of them and have them help pull the boat, saving stamina. After using them, he could kill them off and get constitution points from the drops too, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. But on second thought, if that were the case, the other players might as well just give up on living. With currents this fast and threatening creatures on top of that, was that something newbies could resist? At this moment, Yusho glanced at the leaderboard. First place, Yusho's boat. Second place, Feng Yunwen's boat. Third place, Zhang Sufin's boat. Fourth place, Du Leijie's boat. This Zhang Sufin had really strong momentum. Her talent was probably not low tier. Yusho had gone to check the messages, but Yen Shiji was still lying there where she was. Lin Xiao did not stand by and watch like the others. She walked over and bent down, wanting to help Yen Shiji up. Her arm passed under Yen Shiji's armpit, and her palm happened to support the side edge of the other girl's chest. "Please don't move me. Let me lie here for a while." Yen Shiji shook her head instead. Earlier, she had not even let Yusho dare carry her up. Why was that? Thinking of this, Lin Xiao lowered her head and casually glanced at the other girl's legs, soaked by the water until they shone. Her skin was fair and delicate. Could it be that she could not bear to lose something she had already invested in? Right then, Wang Haolei's voice came over. Sister Xiao, something big seems to be happening in the group. Something big? Lin Xiao's gossip-loving heart was instantly ignited too. She tapped in to take a look and found that everyone was sending messages. Senior Zhang Sufan, give me 1 bottle of stamina recovery potion too. Yeah, we can give food too. If everyone can make more progress because of this, Sister Zhang would practically be a godsend. The group chat was full of girls spamming exaggerated praise for Zhang Sufan, which only made Lin Xiao even more curious. Slowly scrolling upward through the messages, she wanted to figure out what exactly had happened. On the other side, Yusho had already figured out the whole story. He sat on a pile of lumber, his legs spread casually apart, his back leaning against the wooden wall of the cabin. This Zhang Sufang's talent was related to recovery? Not only had she taken 3rd place, but now, in the final dozen or so minutes, she had started selling recovery potions. Her timing was pretty good. Right now, the overwhelming majority of players were still relying on manpower to row their boats. After being battered by the violent current for dozens of minutes, everyone was exhausted and had overdrawn their stamina. At a time like this, stamina recovery potions were practically life-saving items. They were even more attractive than ordinary supplies. Zhang Sufan, everyone stop spamming. My personal ability is limited, and the number of recovery potions I have is not large either, so I can't provide them for free. If you want them, trade food for them. Fair trade. Honest dealing. Lin Hao, no. Senior Zhang, I've had an empty haul for 1 whole hour already. I haven't even caught a single fish, so I really don't have any food to give you at all. Please make an exception and give me 1 bottle first up. Yeah, Senior Zhang, we really don't have any food. Please give us recovery potions first. Same here. I'm practically rowing myself into collapse. My toes have practically petrified. I'm the most miserable one. A whole group of people echoed along, their tones full of pleading as they all described their own hardships. Looks like they wanted to get recovery potions for free. Huang Jingwen. Senior, you're being way too cold-hearted, aren't you? Most people are desperately rowing right now, so where would they even find the time to get food for you? Huang Jingwen. How about this, Senior? Give us the recovery potions first. Once we open treasure chests later, we'll split the supplies inside with you as payment. That should work, right? When Yusho saw this, he could not help laughing. Zhang Sufan had chosen a good time and was offering a good item, but there would always be people who wanted to freeload first. After treasure chests were opened, the supplies inside would belong to the players themselves. Who could investigate them one by one? Who would willingly take the initiative to share precious supplies with Zhang Sufan? By then, they would probably just hand over a bunch of low-grade stuff. Zhang Sufan. Give them in advance. Do you take me for a charity worker? Li Jian. Ha, supported. Huang Jingwen. So that's how it is. I knew it. In this survival world, there are no people with great love. But that isn't really wrong either, is it? Quite a few people said that, but they had probably already gone off to trade for stamina recovery potions. Zhang Sufan clearly did not care about saving face at all. After all, she was a second-year graduate student, not some naive college student. Was she really going to get cornered by a few words from others? That Wu Luyin from before had handled those people in the same business-like way too. Zhang Sufan, I want a large amount of food, and right now, as long as someone gives me enough food, I'll give them enough enhancement potions. Yusho understood now. This Zhang Sufan would accept all food as long as it was food. She had absolutely no intention of tying herself to anyone. Did he need what she was offering? Not at all. He clearly had high constitution, and his boat did not rely on manpower for rowing. But a lot of other players needed it. If this kept going, Zhang Sufan might quickly take over the small and mid-tier trading market. The key point was that the small and mid-tier players were still all using stamina-based movement right now. It would take at least another 1 or 2 weeks before non-manpower propulsion might become possible. During that period of time, she would definitely be able to gather a large amount of supplies. Right now it was food. No one knew what she wanted it for, but later, when upgrades became possible, she would probably want materials. Right then, Lin Xiao slowly walked over, bent slightly, and crouched down beside Yusho. Her collar drooped slightly, the view inside faintly visible. A show. Should we trade with this Zhang Sufan? Lin Xiao added. We have so many fish on our boat, and both Miss Mermaid and I are good at catching fish. We can catch quite a lot every day. Instead of just leaving them there, we might as well work with her and trade fish for some recovery potions. They might come in handy later, right? Work with her. Yusho also started calculating. He really didn't have much need for stamina recovery. No, that's not right. He didn't need physique recovery potions, but he did need materials. He could have other people trade materials for food, then have them go trade with Zhang Sufan. Yusho first checked his upgrade requirements. Upgrade requirements: high quality wood *40, sturdy iron nails *20, premium canvas *10, metal ingots *30, turbocharger components *20, low-grade energy cores *3. The ratio of high-quality wood to wood is 1 to 3. The ratio of sturdy iron nails to iron nails is 1 to 3. After upgrading, the internal combustion engine part of your vehicle and some ordinary wood will be removed, and all materials will be returned. Yusho frowned. A level 6 ship actually needed this many materials. And it even needed high-end resources like turbocharger components and low-grade energy cores. Looks like a level 6 ship was about to enter high-end mode. It would no longer be driven by simple manpower or an internal combustion engine. With so many materials needed, he couldn't keep gathering supplies on credit like before. The return cycle was too long. It would be very easy to screw over the people willing to provide him with materials. Over time, no living person would be willing to work with him anymore. The timing was about right. He should say something in the group now. With a thought, Yusho sent a message in the group. Yusho, I need a large amount of wood, iron nails, and canvas. I can provide some food. The moment Yusho said this, the public group chat of 8,000 people, which had been scrolling non-stop, instantly fell into silence, as if someone had hit pause. Everyone was stunned, and the same thought popped into their minds. Had Yusho and Zhang Sufin planned this together, joining forces to harvest ordinary players like them? Not just stripping away their food, but also taking another round of materials. Didn't expect the class gap to open up this fast. Pfft. What are you even saying? Huang Jingwen. Didn't classmate Yusho say everyone should unite? Can't you give the food first? Li Jian. Still trying to freeload? I'll beat you with a gun. The group instantly turned noisy again. Some people complained while others showed understanding. Some had already started considering whether they should use the few materials they had to trade with Yusho for food, then use that food to trade with Zhang Sufin for recovery potions. At this moment, when Wu Luyin saw Yusho speak up, she couldn't sit still either. As someone who had given Yusho supplies in the early stage, Wu Luyin didn't want him to become a target of everyone's criticism. Wu Luyin. What brother Yusho is doing is a good thing. After all, he's giving everyone a chance to exchange for stamina recovery potions. Seeing someone come out to defend him, the other girls on the deck also quickly spoke up. Lin Xiao. I also think Yusho's way is fine. Fair trade, both sides willing, no one is forcing anyone. There's no need to complain this much. Wang Jie. Yeah, nobody's forcing everyone. We're just providing for everyone too. Huang Jingwen. Lin Hao. What can I even say? If we can trade, then let's trade. It's better than having no recovery potions and not making it through. Zhao Zhirong. Everyone, stop arguing. Be rational. At a time like this, only by trading and supporting each other can we survive. The argument in the group gradually died down. More and more people started messaging Yusho privately to ask about the details of the trade. They wanted to exchange the materials in their hands for food. Somewhere far away, a girl in a black tank top was sweating all over as she rapidly rowed with the oarboard. The muscles in her arms tightened and loosened with each movement. Her face was full of exhaustion, yet she still didn't dare stop. But her speed was astonishingly fast. Huff! I'm exhausted. The girl stopped moving, wiped the sweat off her face, gasped for breath, and muttered. This Yusho really knows how to pick his timing. Huh? Sister Zhang, couldn't he just trade directly with you? Why does he have to go around in a circle and trade with those players for materials first? Isn't that completely unnecessary? Beside her sat a girl wearing an off-white baseball cap. Her lips, coated with pale lipstick, parted. If he trades with me, then he's the one looking for me, which means there's only one channel. But now other people are looking for him, so he makes the rules. This girl was none other than Zhang Sufin, ranked 3rd on the leaderboard. In front of Zhang Sufin were rows and rows of potions. She said, anyway, I'm not losing out. But what's annoying is that we've clearly worked hard too. So why can we only be stuck in 3rd place? The tank top girl smiled. Our luck is just too bad. When are the materials to upgrade to level 3 ever going to show up? How would I know? Why don't you go ask that junior Yusho? I'm afraid I'd just be warmly received with a cold shoulder. Stop talking and hurry up and take another potion. The tank top girl shook her head helplessly, not daring to say more, and continued burying herself in rowing the boat at high speed. On this side, within these 10 minutes, Yusho received quite a few private messages. This time, Yusho handled everything strictly as business. He directly traded 1 unit of wood for 1 ordinary fish. Of course, it wasn't just fish. The mermaid Xiaolan had also brought back quite a few creatures unique to the water. But right now, using 1 fish in exchange for wood was definitely a good deal. The mermaid caught them underwater and tossed them straight up. Lin Xiao sprayed water up, and Wang Jielai used a fishing rod to catch fish. In Xinhui, Su Jiman, and Chang Wanfeng used the newly arrived fishing net to catch fish. After staying busy for a while, Yusho ended up trading for a total of 50 units of ordinary wood, plus more than 10 units of iron nails and canvas. Although there was still a huge gap before meeting the requirements to upgrade to a level 6 ship, he had at least taken the first step and built up part of the basic materials. While replying to players' private messages and arranging trades, Yusho also wasn't idle. Right now, he had to make sure he could stay firmly in the lead. So he began using his mental power to hold part of the water flow in front of him in place. Their ship's speed immediately increased. Fortunately, this leaderboard didn't show the gap between him and the others. Otherwise, it would really be too crushing for them. Very soon, time was up. The system's notification sounded in every player's mind, clear and loud. The raging current has lasted for 1 hour. Congratulations to 7,991 players for successfully enduring the trial. Corresponding quality treasure chests will be distributed based on ship integrity and endurance performance. Settling, the people on the deck all stopped what they were doing. This time really had been pretty dangerous. The number of players in the region had dropped by several hundred. The reward should be pretty good, right? Yusho also leaned against the side of the cabin with his arms folded across his chest. Although his face was still expressionless, there was expectation in his eyes as well. He was very curious what kind of reward he would get based on his ship's performance. Yusho's ship integrity? 99.8%, only slight wear, almost completely intact. Endurance performance? First place in the region, within the top 0.0000001% of the entire server. Reward obtained. Everyone receives 1 bronze treasure chest, and the captain additionally receives a gold treasure chest. Black iron dash, bronze dash, silver dash, gold dash, obsidian dash. Only 1 gold treasure chest? Yusho was a little disappointed at first, but after another thought he felt relieved. There were 8 people on the ship, which meant 8 bronze treasure chests. Adding his extra gold treasure chest, that made a total of 9 treasure chests. That was the advantage of having more people. Even though there was only 1 gold treasure chest, the supplies inside those 8 bronze treasure chests combined probably wouldn't be little either. It was definitely much better than having only 2 people. And after hearing the system notification, the other girls on the deck were all stunned for a moment as well. But then their faces all lit up at once. It still couldn't hide the joy in her heart. Wang Jie covered her mouth, her eyes wide open, her face full of disbelief. A bronze treasure chest. Each of us gets a bronze treasure chest. And Yusho even got a golden treasure chest. Su Jimon also smiled, the corners of her lips curving slightly upward. Lin Xiao smiled gently and looked at Yusho's face. Yeah, the reward this time really was such a surprise. It's all thanks to Captain Yusho. At that moment, the system's regional channel notification sounded again. Congratulations to Yusho for obtaining the first golden treasure chest in the regional channel. Reward obtained. Free attribute points times 10, only 10 attribute points. Yusho was not all that surprised. The best reward in the survival game was killing high-level threats. As long as someone became the first player to kill a high-level threat, they could directly unlock the exclusive qualification for ship advancement. That was the truly huge opportunity. Compared to that, the points from the treasure chest were a bit too few. But for everyone else, this reward was indeed very useful. Killing a level 1 threat only gave 1 attribute point. Even a stronger level 2 threat would only give 5 attribute points after a successful hunt. But looking across the entire secret realm, the vast majority of ordinary players were weak. Just dealing with the most basic level 1 threats already put them in constant danger, and one careless mistake would leave them seriously injured. There was no need to even mention higher level threats. Strange. There still hasn't been a treasure chest above gold quality across the entire server? No treasure chest above gold had appeared in the world channel. That proved that the golden treasure chest he got already counted as the best reward. So this torrent trial actually has a reward cap? Yusho instantly understood the key point, then let out a sigh of relief. Good thing. I only spent a little over 1 point of mental power to hold the water surface still. He couldn't be bothered to keep looking through the noisy and chaotic regional chat channel. There was no need to think about it. The players in the entire region were definitely discussing the items they got from the treasure chests right now. Some happy, some miserable. As he was thinking, 2 streaks of light landed in front of Yusho. He looked over. One was a golden treasure chest covered in flowing gold, and the other was a more ancient-looking bronze treasure chest. He raised his hand and steadily caught both treasure chests. The golden treasure chest was not large, about the size of an ordinary basketball, and it felt fairly light in his hand. The bronze treasure chest beside it was almost the same size. At the same time, the girls had also already received their treasure chests. With light steps, Lin Xiao quickly walked over. We've saved up so many treasure chests by now. Why don't we just open them all now and see what good stuff is hidden inside? That works. Yusho answered and swept his gaze over the bronze treasure chests, all nearly the same size. As long as we can get a few useful items, that's enough. He already had a guess in his heart. The bronze treasure chests all seemed to be about the same size, so the items inside were probably related in some way. At the edge of the ship, closest to the river water, the mermaid Xiaolan was playing with the treasure chest in her hands. What is it? She had lived here for several years already, yet she had never seen something this mysterious. The most precious things she had ever stolen were the only 2 pearl ornaments and necklaces on the ship, and those were already being worn on her body. Filled with curiosity, The mermaid Xiaolan continued reaching out and randomly feeling and fiddling with the surface of the treasure chest. Click! After a soft sound, the treasure chest latch popped open. A pale blue glow instantly emerged from inside the chest. The light was obvious and immediately drew everyone's attention on the deck. Miss Mermaid is really in a hurry, huh? Lin Xiao also shook her head. Yusho had the best luck, so she felt it would be better to let Yusho open the treasure chests. But seeing the mermaid's delighted expression, Lin Xiao felt that was fine too. Miss Mermaid had contributed so much, so she should be allowed a little freedom. In the blink of an eye, the information of the item from the treasure chest clearly appeared. Item: G18 pistol. Quality: rare, inferior, common, rare, fine, outstanding, epic, legendary, mythic. Type: firearm. Description: a rapid-fire sidearm favored by special operatives. This version is fully automatic, but beware of its heavy recoil. A certain amount of recoil control skill is needed to maintain accuracy. Ammunition restores to a full 25 rounds each day. Evaluation: win big with little, and may you hit your target. Everyone was stunned. It actually directly gave a hot weapon with real combat lethality. A trace of surprise flashed through Yusho's eyes, and he could not help but think to himself, right, could his bronze treasure chest also open into an offensive weapon? The thought flashed past, and he stopped hesitating. He raised his hand and opened his own bronze treasure chest. Item: field combat dagger. Quality: rare. Type: melee weapon. Description: a close-range blade commonly carried for wilderness combat. The edge is sharp and tough, suitable for both slashing and stabbing. It can silently deal with enemies and can also break through simple obstacles. Evaluation: silent and deadly. Once you're close, it's a sure kill. A reminder to the user: just sneak attack. Yusho looked at the dagger in his hand, shining with a cold glint. Why was his a knife? Beside him, the mermaid Xiaolan had no understanding at all of the overwhelming power of firearms. In her understanding, this chunk of metal was not as pretty or useful as pearl ornaments. She showed no attachment at all to the pistol in her hand. With light movements, she slid to Yusho's side. Her wet hair clung to her delicate skin, and wherever she passed, water trails were dragged across the smooth deck. She stretched out her slender fair arm and steadily held the newly acquired G18 pistol out in front of Yusho. Master, I can't use this thing, so I should give it back to you. The other girls on the deck took in the scene completely. Finding it amusing, they started talking. Wang Jie lowered her voice and muttered softly. Could this spirit have become Yusho's contracted beast? Throughout the entire river region, the vast majority of aquatic creatures held extremely strong hostility toward humans. But this half-human, half-fish mermaid? In the girl's eyes, she was completely obedient to Yusho and extraordinarily close to him. Xinhui laughed when she heard that. Yusho has always been charming. Aren't you also obedient to the captain and listening nicely to everything he says? As soon as those words came out, Wang Jie's cheeks instantly turned red. She hurriedly lowered her voice and defended herself. This is completely different. In her heart, what existed between her and Yusho was an emotional bond between ordinary people. It was a closeness on the level of the soul. This was completely different from the mermaid's pure dependence. Yusho did not care how the other girls viewed the mermaid. Thinking about it, Xiaolan probably would not care either. Compared to the amnesiac Yan Shiji, Xiaolan was even more innocent. He took the G18 pistol and looked into Xiaolan's eyes. Right, can you give me the bracelet? Xiaolan said, tilting her head. The humanoid bracelet seemed to use pink opal as its main stone, so naturally it held even greater attraction for a mermaid. Yusho nodded. He casually handed the delicate bracelet back to her, and the mermaid instantly beamed with joy. She could not wait to put it back on her wrist, repeatedly lifting her wrist to examine it carefully. Her delight overflowed from her expression. Her half-human, half-fish form also turned into a human appearance. The girls were filled with amazement. A short while later, all the bronze treasure chests obtained by everyone else on the ship were gathered into Yusho's hands. Everyone crowded around together to see what the rest of the treasure chests contained. Yusho quickly finished opening all the bronze treasure chests together. At a glance, this batch of bronze treasure chests had produced 3 G18 fully automatic pistols for sharp field combat daggers. Aside from that, there was also 1 long battle blade of the same rare quality. Item: Special Operations Long Blade. Quality: rare. Type: melee weapon. Description: a specially made long battlefield blade. Its body is slender and its edge chillingly sharp. It has an extremely wide slashing range, and a charged strike carries considerable destructive power. It also comes with a slight fire element. Evaluation: watch closely. This slash is going to look awesome. The mermaid couldn't figure it out. How can such a short box hold such a long saber? It's really too strange. Yusho said, naturally, it's something like spatial transport. The opening was finished. Overall, it was pretty good. At the very least, they were all useful offensive weapons. Yusho had a guess. This point should be the same for all players. That full hour of berserk torrents just now had swept over them, and every player was physically and mentally exhausted, with huge losses to both stamina and focus. Now that the trial had ended, if they still weren't given a batch of practical weapons to boost everyone's confidence, quite a few people would probably be done for. Alright, time to divide the items, Yusho thought. He first took away 2 pistols, 1 dagger and 1 long blade. Then he gave the other pistol to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao was now basically the second strongest. And she was also the first person to join his wallbreaker operation. So giving her a weapon was only natural. As for the remaining blades, how should they be divided? In front of him were the young teacher Chang Wanfeng and 3 female classmates. At this time, Chang Wanfeng shook her head. Student Yusho, give the weapons to these 3 girls. I'm timid, so I'll stay in the cabin the whole time. The 3 girls looked at each other, but none of them spoke up first to fight over them. They simply stood there in silence, quietly waiting for Yusho to make arrangements. Yusho thought for a moment, then said, naturally, all of you can use these weapons. Some of the food also needs the teacher to handle. Wang Jiele and the others aren't as skilled as you at that, right? Hearing those words of acknowledgement, a warm feeling rose in Chang Wanfeng's heart. Even so, Yusho still acted cautiously and would never easily lower his guard. Without changing his expression, he took out the hypnosis tuning fork behind his back. He tapped it lightly, making the tuning fork slowly vibrate. Hypnosis blanketed everyone on the entire boat. No matter what kind of situation you're in from now on, you absolutely will not do anything that harms Yusho. Without anyone noticing in the slightest, everyone on the boat was influenced by this gentle mental suggestion. Although the girls most likely wouldn't hurt him at all, at most they might get too excited when biting, it was still better to be more conservative. He wasn't so timid that he was afraid of even geese, but a careful ship can sail for 10,000 years. Ready. Now let's open the grand finale, the golden treasure chest. As Yusho's words fell, he raised his hand and directly opened the gilded treasure chest completely. Under everyone's gaze, a streak of flowing light burst out. Yusho focused his eyes for a look. A sealed drift bottle, crystal clear all over, and surrounded by a 7-colored glow, flew up from inside. With quick eyes and faster hands, he steadily caught it in his palm. Item: mysterious drift bottle. Quality: excellent. Type: chance miscellany. Description: a sealed glass bottle. There is nothing inside it right now, but if you release this conspicuous colored drift bottle, whoever picks it up will hear the command you give and do their utmost to fulfill one of your wishes. At the same time, they will lose this segment of memory. After fulfilling your wish, the drift bottle will continue drifting. If they are unable to fulfill the first wish you speak, you may continue by speaking another wish. Evaluation: a fate-based blind box. It all depends on heaven's will. Even while sitting on the wood, Yusho couldn't help but stand up. Was this Solomon's sealed bottle or something? He had become the devil sealed by King Solomon, and whoever picked up the 7-colored bottle would be forced to fulfill one of his wishes. Lin Xiao saw the bottle in Yusho's hand. It was 7-colored and especially beautiful. A show. What kind of magical item is this bottle that came out of the golden treasure chest? Come a little closer, and you'll be able to see all of its uses and details clearly. Yusho raised his hand slightly, signaling everyone to come forward and look. At this point, most of the girls gathered around, except Yen Shiji, who was still lying on the ground. Holy crap, it's actually excellent grade, even above fine grade. Wang Jiele's eyes quickly widened. The thing from this golden treasure chest actually wasn't an offensive item, but the way it was used really was quite threatening. Alright, stop staring at it. I'm sending it off right away. Yusho directly threw the bottle into the water. At that moment, he watched the colored bottle drift away behind them. Looks like it was going to screw over quite a lot of people. That hearing the voice effect seemed like it left some room for manipulation. After all, he seemed to be able to transmit the hypnotic sound of the hypnosis tuning fork along with it, right? But the favorability system had to see the other person's appearance. Unless the other side privately sent him full-body photos, there was no way to generate any benefits from it. Then all he could do was make the other side forever obey the commands of a certain Yusho on the rankings? Forget it, he'd talk about it later. Ha! The treasure chests were finally all opened. Yusho was in a good mood, but the more it was like this, the more it was time to cultivate. Yusho hadn't forgotten about the intermediate tempering method. He said to Lin Xiao, I'm going into the cabin to verify something. Don't disturb me for now. Go without worry. Leave everything on the boat to me. I definitely won't let even the slightest mistake happen. Lin Xiao nodded gently and steadily accepted the instruction. Yusho quickly arrived at the cabin. Then he took out the tempering method booklet. He read through the whole thing. A few minutes later, he had roughly grasped the core essence of this tempering method. It relied on a set of continuous special body movements, combined with breathing rhythm and sustained training, to gradually temper the body and solidify the foundation of the physique. He immediately raised his hands and began practicing according to the movement essentials written on the scroll. After simply loosening up his whole body, however, he did not feel even the slightest increase in physical strength. It was as if this cultivation method was utterly ordinary, with no effect at all. How strange. Could it be that his movements were wrong? After training several more times, a notification finally popped up. Constitution points plus 0.5. More than 20 minutes of intense training, and only 0.5 constitution points. Yusho might as well have the mermaid take him to find other threatening creatures instead. Then he thought again. His own constitution was already somewhat high, so this basic tempering method wasn't that effective for him anymore, but it was useful for all the girls on the boat. They were just right for using this method to slowly temper their physiques and steadily increase their basic attributes. Thinking of this, Yusho put away the booklet and walked out of the cabin. Everyone, for now, don't think about catching fish. What is it? Lin Xiao turned around to look at Yusho. I now have a way for everyone to raise constitution points without directly killing threats. Naturally, Yusho's words shocked the girls. It couldn't be some kind of medicine, could it? Filled with curiosity, Senior Lin, the 3 female classmates, and Chang Wanfeng all came in. Seeing that everyone was standing properly, Yusho spoke. Alright, now, everyone take a look at this method of increasing constitution. He took out the tempering method booklet, planning to first demonstrate the movements for everyone. A method of increasing constitution? The girls all found it novel. So, brother you came in here earlier to work out. Wang Jiele also understood now. She stopped some of her thoughts, since Yusho looked pretty serious right now. The girls began training according to the essentials. The ship's cabin had poor ventilation. In just a short moment, everyone had trained until they were drenched in sweat, and a faint smell of perspiration filled the cabin. A few more short minutes passed. The girls quickly began to run out of stamina, each one panting heavily, no longer able to keep going. Yusho took one look and saw that after only a few minutes, the girls already couldn't hold on. This intermediate tempering method really wasn't easy for people with average constitutions. Just then, Chang Wanfeng quietly grabbed Yusho's arm from the side. Yusho was a little surprised. Why was teacher Chang Wanfeng grabbing him? Under Yusho's gaze, Chang Wanfeng's face was red. Sweat had pasted a few strands of hair to the corners of her forehead and the sides of her face, while the rest hung messily over her shoulders, with a few strands stuck to her neck. She raised a hand and tucked her hair behind her ear. Warm breath came rushing over. Student Yusho, I could only hold on for a short 2 minutes before I couldn't take it anymore. There's one move in this technique that I just can't get right. Could you personally guide me hand in hand? Her voice was very soft, as if she was afraid others might hear. After saying that, she bit her lower lip, drew her chin toward her chest, and even her shoulders shrank with it. After practicing over and over for a long time, her constitution stat hadn't gone up in the slightest, and the inferiority in her heart had grown a little more too. The move she was talking about involved turning over and jumping. It required both flexibility and explosive power. But Chang Wanfeng was not only wearing glasses, she was also wearing a tight hip-hugging skirt. How could she possibly do it properly? Yusho looked at the young female teacher in front of him, who was visibly awkward and full of unease. After a while he nodded. Okay. Looks like he still needed to personally teach and train her. Yusho looked at Chang Wanfeng's tight skirt. It narrowed downward from the waist, wrapping around her hips, with the hem stuck around the middle of her thighs. With something like that, it would already feel restrictive just standing straight, let alone doing a turning jump. Teacher Chang, that skirt of yours isn't convenient. Chang Wanfeng lowered her head and looked at herself. Of course she knew it wasn't convenient. She was using this chance to get close to Yusho in the first place. Did constitution really matter? She was 26 this year. Standing next to 20-year-old female students, she was already a bit lacking in vitality. Her face wasn't as delicate as Lin Xiao's, her chest couldn't compare to Yan Shiji's, and her waist and legs weren't that slender and long either. If she still didn't find a chance to move closer now, before long, wouldn't student Yusho treat her like some background extra on the deck? Then I'll take it off a little. Okay? The moment those words fell, the cabin went silent for an instant. Wang Jiele was the first to react, her eyes darting back and forth between Yusho and Chang Wanfeng. This Chang Wanfeng looked pretty rational. Who would have thought she would actually try to seduce student Yusho while exercising? But how had she not thought of that? Xin Hui beside them didn't show much reaction on the surface. She only raised her brows slightly, but inside, she muttered, when I jump right now, even my arm strength feels kinda strained, so I probably shouldn't get involved, right? When she turned into a catgirl, Yusho had really used his full strength. Right now, all she could do was act calm. Unlike the two of them, Su Jiman wasn't too affected by what was happening here. She had found joy in training. Even though her talent wasn't good, she was going to become the number 3 step by step. Number 1 was Yusho, number 2 was probably Lin Xiao, and at most she could only be number 3. Rustle. The buttons of the skirt came undone one by one, and the fabric slid down from her waist. First, it revealed a patch of soft white skin on her lower back. The line of her spine dipped slightly inward, showing she had no habit of slouching. Then came the hips wrapped beneath it. A white style, the fabric only covering half of it, with the 2 soft mounds nearly spilling out from the edges. But amid that fair smoothness, there were 2 obvious differences. Red marks were spread along the roots of her thighs. It seemed like they had been pressed out. Cough. Looking at Chung Wanfeng with her back to everyone, Yusho remembered the sensation from his hands earlier. It seemed using sensitivity on Teacher Chung had produced quite a strong effect. Looks like making everyone exercise right now really wasn't the best timing. After all, they had only just finished the wall-breaker operation. There was no need to rush constitution tempering for the moment. He might as well wrap this up quickly. Chung Wanfeng bent down, took the skirt from around her ankles, folded it twice, and placed it on the wooden box to the side, never daring to lift her head the whole time. The entire process only took a dozen seconds. But during those dozen seconds, it felt like much of the air in the cabin had been sucked away, the tension so thick people could barely breathe. Su Jimon's lips moved, as if she wanted to say something, but then she swallowed it back down. She felt that if she said anything, it would affect Yusho's guidance. Everyone was trying to survive. They couldn't just coast along and only provide supportive services for Yusho. Of course, then again, she wouldn't interfere either. If it could make Yusho happy, then however it happened was fine. Yusho, on the other hand, openly admired the sight, his gaze sweeping from Chung Wanfeng's waist to her legs before withdrawing. Actually, I was only letting you all try out this technique. If you get injured, it'll end up backfiring instead. Wanfeng, you shouldn't push yourself too hard. Just do it through once and that'll be enough. After saying that, he stepped forward 2 paces. He stood at Chung Wanfeng's side and began guiding her movements. Without the restraint of the tight skirt, Chung Wanfeng's movements could finally stretch out. Her legs could lift to the height they were supposed to, and her waist could turn to the angle it was supposed to. It was as if her whole body had been untied, and her movements instantly became smooth. She very easily kept up with the rhythm of Yusho's demonstration. When she turned and jumped, the muscles in her thighs tightened and relaxed. Most importantly, it gave her the perfect chance for physical contact with Yusho. When Yusho held her waist to help adjust her posture, she deliberately leaned her waist farther back, making his palm press tighter against her. When he grabbed her wrist, Chung Wanfeng slightly curled her fingers. By the time the whole sequence ended, quite a few more red marks had appeared on her body, though not all of them were visible on the outside. Drops of sweat fell onto the deck boards. The other girls naturally noticed. Wang Jielei's eyes were practically bulging out, while Su Jimon stared blankly at the wood grain on the floor. But this could also be considered a good thing for improving cooperation. Chung Wanfeng hadn't harmed Yusho after all. Alright. Everyone rest for a while first. I'll go outside and check whether there are any threatening creatures nearby, or any other players. Chung Wanfeng nodded with a red face. Her hair slipped down from behind her ear, covering half her face. She thought to herself, Yusho is really way too innocent. He really doesn't know how to refuse people. She kept pressing herself against him, and not once did he dodge. Not thinking too much about it, Yusho walked out of the cabin. At that moment, he also smiled. There was a reason I didn't do any deep muscle training. If she got hurt, I don't have any medical equipment here either. Better wait a few hours. They're waiting for me anyway. Host, you have now had the system for 7.8 hours, meow. In order to provide you with sufficient physical support, the system will now issue a beginner starter skill. The more you fight, the stronger you get. A beginner reward from the favorability system, to give newcomers more confidence. The more you fight, the stronger your constitution becomes. Reminder, don't go to improper places. Okay, please hurry and make progress until you get your first girlfriend you can play cards with. A whole row of huge question marks popped up over Yusho's head. This favorability system gift pack, and it couldn't have given it to him earlier. He had already gone in and out 7 times. He had done everything that needed to be done. He hadn't held back even one bag of grain he was supposed to hand over. And now the more you fight, the stronger you get skill only arrived? Didn't that mean he had missed out on a huge chunk of constitution points he should have gained? Host, you really can't blame me for that. This cheat ability has to be handed out on schedule. It can't be even 1 second early, and it can't be even 1 second late. When I said 1080p before, this is the confidence behind it. Surprised? Unexpected. Alright then. This system is actually pretty decent. He had originally thought that without a hypnosis skill, the system wasn't going to give him any starting cheat at all. But wasn't this pretty good now? It directly gave him a skill that was both satisfying and boosted his constitution. At this moment, in front of Yusho, Yen Shiji had already sat up from the deck. She had been lying there the whole time just now, her soaked clothes blown half dry by the wind. The wrinkled fabric clung tightly to her body, outlining every curve underneath. When she saw Yusho come out, her eyes brightened a little, and her lips moved. What else can I do for you? She lowered her head, her voice muffled, like it was being squeezed out from the depths of her throat. Even though she still wanted to keep being close, her body could handle it, but her benefactor also needed to rest, right? Yusho walked over. He took off her clothes. You don't want to continue? You obviously still have strength left. This Yen Shiji's constitution should be pretty good. The injuries she suffered had healed after a while, and now she seemed fully recovered. Her breathing was steady, her heartbeat was normal, and there was light in her eyes. This was not someone who needed rest. This was someone waiting for him to come. This, wouldn't that be bad? Her voice grew even softer, like a mosquito humming. But her eyes lifted and looked straight at Yusho, her eyelashes fluttering twice. If it had been 1 minute earlier, Yusho might have said something about how his constitution stat was high. But now, he had gotten stronger the more he fought. Right now, he could take on 10 by himself, and he got stronger the more intimate he was. Was this really trying to turn him into a perpetual motion machine? Okay, there was a kind of relieved lightness in Yen Shiji's voice, like she had finally gotten the answer she wanted. She hadn't gone into the cabin with the others just now. When she was alone on the ship, well, if Xiaolan didn't count. At that time, she had felt like the whole world had abandoned her. The river water splashed noisily, the boat rocked gently, and there was nothing around her, only empty water stretching all the way to the horizon. Gray and dim. She couldn't tell where the water ended and where the sky began. Now Yusho had come again, and she instantly smiled. When she smiled, 2 faint dimples appeared at the corners of her mouth. They weren't deep, and her eyes curved into crescents too. This time, why don't you lie down first? Yen Shiji said, a trace of shyness in her voice. Her fingers pressed against Yusho's chest and gave him a light push. There wasn't much force behind it, but the meaning was very clear. HM? As soon as Yusho heard that, it seemed Yen Shiji was planning to take the initiative herself, but he had just gotten stronger the more he fought, so how could he let that become decoration? He definitely had to put in more effort. At this moment, the mermaid Xiaolan also noticed the commotion over here. Master! Take me too, she quickly ran over. She had always liked the bracelet, not just because of how it looked, but even more because the bracelet let her be intimate with Yusho. Every time she put it on, she felt her whole body heat up, like something was burning underneath her skin. Yusho turned to look at her, then looked at Yen Shiji, and nodded. This time, Yusho really could say he was made of iron. Zhang Sufin's constitution recovery potion? No need. That thing had to be exchanged for food, and after getting it you still had to use it sparingly. After using it up, you'd have to go exchange for it again. Now that he had stronger the more he fought, the more he moved, the more energized he got, and the more he went at it, the more strength he had. What did he need a recovery potion for? The intermediate tempering method was no longer the only way for him to increase his constitution on the ship either. He had to practice that technique over and over for more than 20 minutes just to gain 0.5 constitution points. The efficiency was outrageously low. It was better to spend more time being close with the girls. Inside the cabin, Chang Wanfeng had just calmed down, and the red on her face still hadn't completely faded. She straightened the edges of her pants again, smoothed her clothes flat, and wiped the sweat from her forehead with the back of her hand. At this moment, everyone heard the sounds coming from outside the cabin. This, Wang Jielei was the first to react and covered her mouth. Her fingers pressed against her lips, and her eyes widened into circles. She didn't say anything, but her expression had already said everything. Chang Wanfeng also revealed a worried expression. Yusho doesn't know how to refuse people. Can his body really handle this? Ing Xinhui also nodded. Su Jiman bit her lip, not lightly either, leaving a faint tooth mark on it. There was regret in her heart. If she had known it would be like this, she should have been bolder earlier and gone on her own initiative. Stop worrying so much. Lin Xiao laughed and leaned against the wooden wall with her arms crossed over her chest. Her posture was relaxed, her shoulders weren't tense, and her breathing was steady too. Sister Xiao, you're still laughing. Yusho's already being tied up by those 2 newcomers, Wang Jielei said with her arms folded, a hint of sourness in her tone, as if she was worrying for Yusho but also envying those 2. Lin Xiao said, think back for a second. When has Yusho ever been completely exhausted? Take that. Wang Jielei opened her mouth, then closed it again. That really was true. Yusho always seemed to have incredibly strong vitality. Could it be that Yusho has some kind of physique that's different from normal people? Wang Jielei guessed. Lin Xiao said, I think that's probably about right, so everyone doesn't need to worry too much about Yusho. She didn't say what she was really thinking. Ashu probably had some kind of talent where getting close to girls made him stronger. Then, why don't we go out too? Ing Xinhui suddenly blurted out a sentence. Why you? What are you thinking? Su Jiman's face instantly turned completely red, burning all the way from her cheeks to her ears, and even her neck was stained with a layer of pink. Her heart was pounding like a drum, crashing against her chest again and again. Yeah, even if classmate Yusho uses both hands, he can only deal with 3 or 4 at a time, right? Wang Jielei counted on her fingers. After saying it, she got a little embarrassed too and turned her face away. Ing Xinhui stood up, patted the dust off her pants, and smoothed out the wrinkles. She didn't have much bashfulness. If you all aren't going, then forget it. I'll go by myself. Hey, why you're really going? Wang Jielei reached out to grab her, but her fingers only brushed the corner of her clothes before slipping off. Under everyone's gaze, Ing Xinhui went straight out. Chang Wanfeng had been holding herself back the whole time just now. That emotion kept surging up from the bottom of her heart, getting stuck in her throat, neither going up nor down. Now that someone had taken the lead, Someone had helped her break this silent deadlock. She didn't plan to keep sitting there anymore. She stood up, her knees trembling a little. I'm going too. Her voice wasn't loud, but her tone was firm, like she was announcing a carefully considered decision in class. Pitch the still needs saying? Let's all go together. Okay? Wang Jiele spread her hands. Everyone reached a unanimous decision. Very quickly, the girls all swarmed toward the deck. When Yusho turned his head, he froze for a moment too. So many girls had all come out? Yen Shiji and the mermaid Xiaolan also looked over, their faces full of confusion. Why had they all suddenly run out here? At the very front was Ying Xinhui. She looked at Yusho, then at Yen Shiji and Xiaolan, and coughed lightly to clear her throat. Then she said, you two go first, we can just line up. Yusho froze for a moment. Line up? Why yes. Are you saying you dislike us? Ying Xinhui glanced toward the two girls who were clearly full of bad ideas. Her eyes widened a little at once. Yen Shiji had her face buried in her arm, only revealing one ear that was red all the way through. Xiaolan, on the other hand, wasn't shy at all. Her legs even tapped against the ground twice. When did I say that? Fine. Since they were all saying it like this, it suited Yusho just fine too. There was no way he was refusing. He wasn't some kind of saint like Lu Xiaohui. If it was being delivered right to his door, why would he push it away? Yen Shiji frowned. She tugged at Yusho, then buried her face in the hollow of his neck, her lips pressed to his skin. She mumbled something. Her voice was too quiet for anyone to hear clearly, but Yusho could feel her lips moving. Time passed, and the wind blew over, making the canvas billow up before falling back down. It billowed up, then fell back down. It billowed up, then fell back down again. As if something kept poking at the canvas? All right, is it our turn now? Ying Xinhui gave a quiet reminder. That makes sense. Yusho took a breath. Since you insist on doing it this way, I won't stop you. You can come over. The girls looked at one another, their gazes darting across each other's faces as if conducting some kind of silent vote. Ying Xinhui took the first step. She went around Yen Shiji and Xiaolan. Her bare feet stepped on the deck, and even her toes were very pretty. Without the slightest hesitation, she stopped in front of Yusho and stood still. Her legs were pressed closely together, her knees almost touching. I'll go first. She said it in a voice much lower than usual. Yusho looked at her. Then Ying Xinhui started moving. The fabric on her legs slid past her knees, calves, and ankles. After that, she lifted her foot and kicked it aside. Right at that moment, her ears began to change. With a whoosh, like springs snapping open, they stood straight up. Two furry triangles emerged from between her hair, revealing brown fluff. A tail also slipped out from the base of her spine. Thin and soft, it curled high behind her. Her breathing sped up on its own. Her chest rose and fell, and sweat soaked through the upper half of her clothes. Droplets beneath her collarbone ran down along her skin and disappeared into her collar. The girls saw Ying Xinhui transform again, but their shock still didn't lessen. Wang Jiele's mouth fell open again. At that moment, Yusho noticed the key point. That is, after transforming, her looks actually went up. Name, Ying Xinhui, cat form. Age, 18. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 52 kilograms. Measurements, 91, 61, 91. Looks, 93, 88. Sanity, 85. Morality, 79. This time, Ying Xinhui transformed right in front of him in broad daylight. No hiding, no awkwardness. She just stood there in front of Yusho and let him see everything clearly. Yusho had only checked her stats out of curiosity. Looking at it now, if he ran into someone who could transform in the future, he had to hypnotize her and raise her favorability after she transformed. Her cat form was basically a beauty filter turned on. Why are you just looking? What are you doing? This time, Ying Xinhui saw it clearly. She didn't even blink and just stared straight at Yusho. In her heart, she had also confirmed Lin Xiao's claim. The Yusho in front of her didn't look sluggish at all. His eyes were bright, his breathing steady, his heartbeat strong, and the expression on his face wasn't fatigue, but excitement. He was a positive and energetic person. Yusho reached out, wanting to pat her head. His hand first touched the top of her hair, then moved downward and rubbed the soft flesh at the base of her cat ears. That tickles so much! Don't! Ying Xinhui's whole body trembled, and she lunged forward. She barely made any sound. It was completely different from how bold she had been before. Earlier, she had spoken carelessly and moved in broad, open motions, but now she had become unusually quiet, as if enduring something. Her lips were pressed into a line, her teeth biting her lower lip, and the redness on her face spread all the way from her cheeks down to the base of her neck. It was just that. She kept panting. Her breath came out through her mouth, hot and hurried. Being an exercise instructor really is nice. More than 10 minutes later, she retreated to the side. Her body leaned against the planks at the edge of the boat, and the tip of her cattail was still trembling slightly. As for Yusho, he was still in peak condition. Constitution points +3 again. Hearing that notification again, he naturally became even more motivated. He had already guided 3 crew members and gotten 3 rewards, which meant a full 9 constitution points in hand. Even though he had used up some stamina, his constitution point cap had gone up. On top of that, the lines of his muscles had become more obvious, his shoulders broader, his waist and abdomen tighter, and even his breathing deeper. Chang Wanfeng looked at Ng Xinhui's state and swallowed. She took a deep breath and stepped forward, her high heels making a sound on the deck. "Student Yusho?" She stood in front of Yusho with her bare legs pressed tightly together, her knees almost touching. She didn't know where to put her hands, and in the end, she placed them behind her back, both hands clasped together there. In Yusho's eyes, Chang Wanfeng's face was very red. Part of it was from being stifled in the cabin earlier, but the main reason had to be that he was just too attractive to her. Her lips were slightly parted. Yusho could see her teeth in front, neat and even white like porcelain. There was a faint bite mark on her lower lip. "Don't be nervous." "I'm not." Chang Wanfeng licked her lips, moistening that faint bite mark. That made Yusho's mind start to wander. Yusho reached out, wanting to take off her glasses. The arms of the glasses slid out from behind her ears. Chang Wanfeng's vision blurred all at once. The sky behind Yusho turned gray-blue, and the river water turned gray-green. She blinked instinctively, her eyelids opening and closing twice in quick succession. But before she could react, Yusho's lips pressed against her forehead, heavy and urgent, then her cheeks left side, right side. Chang Wanfeng hurriedly closed her eyes. She could feel Yusho's warm breath against her face. When Yusho's lips landed on her right cheek, her knees completely gave out, and her whole body tipped forward. Her forehead bumped against Yusho's shoulder. "I can't do it anymore," she said it dully, her voice light and soft. Seeing this scene, Lin Xiao, Wang Jiele, and Su Jiman all secretly gave Chang Wanfeng a thumbs up. Chang Wanfeng's performance didn't seem like that of a dull person at all. Not bad in the slightest. Earlier she had looked hesitant and made everyone worry for her. But now it seemed they could finally relax. A teacher was a teacher. At the critical moment, she really didn't drop the ball. "What are you standing around for? Why don't we be more efficient?" Yusho said to the others. At this, Su Jiman hesitated for a moment. "Isn't this?" But with just a glance from the corner of her eye, the two beside her had already run off. Lin Xiao and Wang Jiele directly moved in, fast as if they had planned it beforehand. One flanked from the left and one went around from the right. In just 2 steps, they were standing in front of Yusho. Su Jiman slapped her forehead. "Student Yusho doesn't mind, but you can't trick your way in like this. Constitution points +3. Constitution points +3. Constitution points +3. Constitution points +3. By then, the light had already dimmed. It was dusk now. The distant horizon had completely disappeared. It was impossible to tell where the water ended and where the sky began. During this hour, the mermaid rested while observing the movements around her. She sat on the edge of the boat, swinging her long legs back and forth. "Master is really full of energy," she muttered to herself, then bent over and sneaked a glance at the movement on the deck before shrinking back and covering her mouth with a little laugh. "I should find him a bit more food to help him recover." The pink opal bracelet slid down from her wrist and was carefully placed on the deck. Then, with a flip, she jumped into the water. She barely splashed at all as she silently slipped beneath the surface. The world underwater unfolded before her eyes. The river's visibility was poor, and the deeper it went, the darker it became. But a mermaid's eyes were different from a human's. Her pupils could dilate until they almost filled her entire eyeballs, catching every trace of weak light. The stone statues on the riverbed, the swaying water plants, the schools of fish swimming about, all of it was crystal clear. There were all kinds of fish among them. Most were common kinds, carp, crucian carp, white minnows, and some larger catfish and mandarin fish. There were even other edible things in the river like freshwater clams. The river was very deep, and the water was not particularly clear. After catching a batch of food, the mermaid planned to head back. At that moment, the corner of her eye caught something unusual. To her west, there seemed to be some different movement. It was the forceful motion of something pushing through the water. "What is that?" Her spiritual power activated. This spiritual power let her steal in the dark and find things inside the cabin. Using it now to scout underwater was just as easy. With one look, she was instantly shocked. It was actually 3 sharks, gray-blue dorsal fins, streamlined bodies, and with every breath, fine bubbles sprayed from their gill slits. They were arranged in a triangular formation. "I have to tell Master right away." The mermaid Xiaolan flicked her tail rapidly and shot up from the riverbed like a silver bolt of lightning. With a splash, the surface broke open. She leaped out of the spray, braced both hands on the side of the boat, and flipped onto the deck. Droplets flew from her hair. She shouted to Yusho, who was calming everyone. "There are 3 sharks in the water to the west." 3 sharks? You didn't dodge, but he still had his ways. He couldn't help but think. Sigh. After waiting for an hour, something useful finally showed up. Standing in the middle of the deck, There was no sign of tension on his face as he said, "Right. All of you go back and rest for a while." He was fine. In 1 hour, he had gained more than 20 points of constitution. His whole body felt like it had been recharged, and his muscles were packed with strength. But the other girls really weren't made of iron. Some were leaning against wooden crates, while others were lying on the deck. Wang Jiele and Su Jiman's hair was soaked and stuck to their foreheads. After taking off her glasses, Chung Wanfeng had been squinting the whole time, looking like she could fall asleep at any moment. Very quickly, all the girls went back. Now, they had no choice but to believe that Yusho's constitution was special. Yusho turned his head. "All right, Xiaolan, the sharks you mentioned, how big are they?" She gestured with her arms spread wide. Xiaolan said, "Probably even bigger than this. I'm not too sure either." "All right, leave this to me. Take Yan Shiji into the shelter. She seems low on stamina and very hungry. She actually fainted. Give this to her to eat." Yusho took out his only compressed biscuit. "Okay." Xiaolan said nothing more and directly did as Yusho told her. She walked over to Yan Shiji, bent down, and picked up the unconscious girl. Meanwhile, Yusho quickly walked to the bow and looked in the direction the mermaid had mentioned. The surface looked calm, and the river in the dusk was like a huge piece of dark gray silk. But if he looked carefully, he could see 3 gray-blue dorsal fins cutting through the water in a triangular formation. They were already less than 30 meters from the boat and moving extremely fast. He looked at the nearest one. An information panel immediately popped up before his eyes. Species, grayfin shark. Level, 2nd level threat. Base attributes, Constitution, 113, Spirit, 8, Sanity, 18. Habits, extremely sensitive sense of smell, abnormally sensitive to vibrations in the water. When encountering someone who has fallen into the water, it will actively attack in a pack with an extremely high biting frequency. Overall evaluation, fierce sharp teeth, extremely fast swimming speed, strong desire to attack. The meat is rough, but the fins are quite valuable. Yusho glanced at the other two as well. Their numbers varied slightly, but all of them were within the 2nd level threat range. The one with the lowest constitution still had 106 points. 3 2nd level threats. If he killed all of them, he could get at least 15 attribute points. But he wasn't in a hurry to make a move. He could first let the sharks contribute some effort. Once they were exhausted, wouldn't it be enough to just directly contract their hearts? Sigh, that really was squeezing every last bit out of them. If only they could turn into shark girls, maybe he could spare 1 or 2. He stopped thinking about it and pulled out the hypnotic tuning fork from his backpack, lightly striking it at his side. A high-frequency vibration spread through the air. Mixed in with the sound of the waves, it was almost impossible to hear. All 3 sharks slowed down at the same time. The swaying of their dorsal fins went from violent to sluggish, as if some force had suddenly pinned down their heads. Yusho focused his mind. He directly poured the hypnotic command through the tuning fork's vibrations into their simple neural centers. Approach the boat. Put on the harness and pull the boat. Do not panic. The first shark was controlled first. It turned and swam toward the bow, its mouth slightly open to reveal a row of hook-like teeth. The second followed close behind, and the third turned half a circle in place before following as well. Yusho dug out a bunch of ropes from the deck, tied them into dead knots, and stood at the edge of the bow waiting. When the first shark got close, he threw out several ropes. The shark obediently slipped into them. Yusho pulled hard, and the ropes tightened, digging into its skin. The shark did not resist at all and obediently swam forward. The ropes went taut, and the hull gave a violent jolt. The bound mast let out a creaking sound, but fortunately it was sturdy enough. The second and third were handled the same way. One rope after another drew tight. The 3 sharks lined up side by side in front like 3 tamed fierce horses, dragging the level 5 boat into acceleration. The shark's dorsal fins were like 3 blades, slicing through the current. Standing at the bow, Yusho first lowered the boat's speed to a low gear. Now that he had expendable labor, it was better to save some fuel. Forget it, better not stand there and let the wind blow on him. He stepped back, sat down leaning against the mast, and crossed his legs. Some doubts rose in his heart. There were even sharks in the river? Weren't sharks things from the sea? On TV, great white sharks, tiger sharks, hammerhead sharks, they all swam around in the ocean. Since when could a freshwater river produce something like this too? At this rate, maybe tomorrow something even more absurd would pop out of the river, like a flying grass carp? Or even better, maybe a whale. Yusho raised his eyes and looked over the river. There was no telling how wide this upstream river was. He couldn't see the left bank, and he couldn't see the right bank either. The dim gray surface of the water stretched all the way to the horizon, mixing together with the clouds. But actually, it wasn't all that deep. At least from where he was now, that was the case. By logic, with this kind of depth, there shouldn't be any truly enormous monsters. Something the size of a whale would be no different from being stranded here. If it rolled over once, it could churn the whole river upside down. Just watching and thinking by himself, Yusho had no way to understand the world. He neither particularly believed in the philosophy of the mind, nor did he care much for investigating things to gain knowledge. Wang Shoren stared at bamboo for 7 days and still couldn't make heads or tails of it. Yusho stared at the river all night and still couldn't figure out where the sharks came from. If you wanted to understand the truth, you still had to consider things from multiple angles. He should go check the chat messages. He raised a hand and swiped through the air in front of him, and the chat panel popped up. 2 options, regional channel and server-wide channel, glowed side by side like 2 doors. After thinking it over, he decided to check the server-wide channel after all. The moment he tapped in, messages started popping up one after another. The current population had now reached over 900 people, and there were a lot more messages in the chat too. 10,000 immortals retreat against the river's flow. 3 sharks showed up in the river on my side, but sadly they're only a level 2 threat. Can't swim? Sharks? In the river? Can't swim. I'm gonna move closer to the middle of the boat first. Never wears a mask. Ha ha ha. If you're avoiding sharks that can drop loot, doesn't that make you a shark dodger? Can't swim. That pun is begging for a beating. Karen? I've got them here too, 2 of them, and they're not small. A wave rolled over just now, and their dorsal fins broke the surface. Gray ones. Anatoly, exactly. They aren't ramming the boat, just swimming around nearby like they're waiting for something. Karen. Not attacking? Are you joking? It might just be looking for an opening. Anatoly, then use something on them. What are you scared of? Karen. I stabbed at it with a steel harpoon. Missed. That thing was way too fast. The harpoon actually slid right past its dorsal fin. Can't swim. You people are all pretty bold. Loves milk, hates crowbars. Damn it, I've got 2 over here too. George Bird, no trace. The sharks look like they grew eyes. Feels like they're just waiting for us to fall into the water. Wry smile. Loves milk, hates crowbars. Fine. Stop posting that lousy, wry smile of yours. I was annoyed enough already, and that smiley just makes it worse. Can't swim. That's why I said moving toward the middle was the right call. Staying farther from the water can't be wrong. Loves milk, hates crowbars. Has anyone killed one successfully? What do these things drop? Never wears a mask. Isn't it pretty easy? Anatoly? Aha, I got a silver treasure chest. Clearly, I really am favored by God. Thanks to the Lord, thanks to the Holy Mother, and thanks to my shark brothers. Never wears a mask. Then that confirms it. They're probably all the same. Anatoly. What a buzzkill. Seeing this, Yusho came to a guess. These sharks had actually appeared in front of nearly everyone at almost the same time. It didn't look like they had just happened to swim by. It was more like something had deployed them all at once. And they could drop silver treasure chests afterward? He frowned and thought it over. People who hadn't reached 2nd tier transcendent should at least have to survive long enough to claim them. If your talent wasn't good enough, your physique wasn't enough, your strength wasn't enough, and your reaction speed wasn't enough, what were you supposed to use to fight a shark? There was simply no direct way to counter them. You couldn't exactly punch a shark in the head with your bare fists. Yusho looked toward the regional channel, but after tapping in and giving it a glance, he froze slightly. There was absolutely no discussion of sharks in the regional channel. Not a single message. It was all just casual chat. Who had caught a big fish? Who had traded for a piece of cloth? It was like sharks existed only in the server-wide channel, while the people in the region and the sharks were living in 2 different worlds. So this thing really does tailor the dish to the diner? If you're below 2nd tier transcendent, you won't run into sharks. Below 2nd tier transcendent, was it running some empty city stratagem? Or could it be that sharks only ate creatures with powerful auras? Host, it seems this survival game has still preserved your future capture targets. The system suddenly popped out. But it hasn't detected any new girls for more than an hour now. This system feels like this is a barren wasteland for girls. System, do I really have to run into them in person? If you can see their photos, can't you identify them that way? Yusho took the initiative to talk to her in his mind. Although that's true, the host can clearly raise favorability the moment you meet face to face. And right now you're completely wasting a heaven-defying talent. Meow. Squandering a gift from heaven, wasting precious resources, intolerable to the laws of nature. After hearing that, a thought suddenly popped into Yusho's head. This is bad. The system has developed intelligence. But he just didn't know whether he could hypnotize the system. Of course, that was a bit risky. What if the system was just some working girl, and behind her was an even bigger master system controller? Then even if he hypnotized her, she still wouldn't be able to give him what he wanted. It might even make him waste a massive amount of spirit points for nothing. No more thinking about the system. He looked through the regional channel messages a few more times. Most of them were people trading all kinds of supplies, mostly fish, along with compressed biscuits, canned food, bottled water, and the like scavenged from the stone statue boats. Wang Jian, 1 can of luncheon meat. Anyone want to trade? Lin Xiaoyu. I have 1 grass carp, about half a gene. What can I get for it? Chun Daong. Trading 2 pieces of waterproof canvas for 2 cooked fish. They have to be grilled. Don't try to fool me with raw ones. Sun Xiao Xiao. Can someone give me a small bottle of fresh water? I'll trade a pack of compressed biscuits for it. Please, I'm dying of thirst. Yusho only glanced at them a few times before looking away. They were all just small-time trades. None of it had anything to do with him. No, wait, trading? That trading window really could trade live fish. Since he couldn't run into any capture targets right now, his mind immediately began to storm with ideas. Then logically speaking, it seemed he could trade living things with other people. Humans were living things too, right? It was a very tricky thought, but Yusho felt that was indeed the case. As for the specifics, he still needed to verify it for himself. He looked toward the trade section. The interface was absurdly simple, just a blank exchange box. On the left was offer, on the right was receive, and beside them was a confirm button. He had used it a few times before, but only to trade supplies. But he had never seen any rules explanation. This time, Yusho searched carefully. Sure enough, he made a new discovery. When he scrolled the interface all the way down, there was a tiny line of rules text there, the font barely bigger than an ant, and the color almost blended into the background. The survival world hid its rules like they were in One Piece. If you didn't stare carefully at the trade section, the rules explanation wouldn't even show up. Trade instructions? 1. Both parties must confirm their agreement on their respective operation interfaces. Any one-sided intention or accidental touch will not take effect. 2. Tradable targets include supplies, items, ship components, living beings, and intelligence. Please note, living being trades are limited to creatures that have already lost the ability to resist, including but not limited to unconsciousness, paralysis, restraint, petrification, and other abnormal states. After the trade is completed, ownership of the target will transfer to the other party. 3. Trading human organs, blood, and other separated body parts is prohibited. 4. A captain has the authority to trade crew members under their command, and may transfer crew members to other captains as trade goods. However, crew members do not have the authority to list the captain as trade goods. Crew members also cannot trade one another. After reading it, Yusho couldn't help clicking his tongue. Being a captain really mattered. Otherwise, someday in the middle of the night, you might get traded away without even realizing it. You'd open your eyes groggily and already be on another ship, without even a chance to resist. If he thought about it practically, would captains trade their crew members right now? Leaning against the mast, Yusho began to mull over that question. The conclusion he reached was, probably not. What time was it now? In the manpower-driven stage, every single oar is productivity. Lose one companion, and the boat speed drops by a chunk right away. The little bit of supplies you get in exchange might not even be enough to make up for the loss. Having one more person on the boat means one more layer of security. If they run into threatening creatures, at least there will be someone to help. So, at the current stage, trading crew members was probably only a theoretical possibility. But, as for later, that was really hard to say. Once everyone switched to power systems and no longer needed manpower to row, the labor value of crew members would drop quite a bit. Yusho closed the trading section. Forget it. This function still needs to be planned out slowly and handled step by step. No, wait, why does it feel like I'm kind of turning into a villain? Yusho was startled all at once, and even his back straightened a little. Right now, he really was kind of absurdly overpowered. Hypnosis, immobilization, getting stronger the more he fought. If he started using food to trade for other girls to come onto his boat too, he really would turn into some little monster and get killed by Ultraman representing justice one day. Yusho slapped his thigh. Damn it! How did I get affected by such pessimistic thoughts? Even if I am a monster, I'd at least be an unbeatable monster. At that moment, a message in the group caught Yusho's attention. A player named Su Kai-bei sent a message, with a screenshot of an item attached behind it. Su Kai-bei. The cooked food I'm about to make now can provide the item, bathing tub. That screenshot appeared before everyone's eyes. Item, bathing tub. Quality, rare. Type, living facility. Function, after water is poured in, the rune array at the bottom can automatically heat it to a temperature suitable for the human body. Soaking for more than 10 minutes increases mental recovery speed by 10%. Limited to one use every 24 hours. Cooldown is shared among multiple users. After Yusho finished reading it, his eyes lit up. Could speed up mental recovery and heat itself automatically. Putting this thing on a boat was basically like having a mobile hot spring. Li Jin. It's almost night now, so this thing really is pretty good. Yeah, this is really important to me. Can you give it to me? Don't snatch it. Don't snatch it. Let me ask the price first. Messages in the regional channel suddenly increased. Yusho quickly stopped overthinking. This item really was worth going for. What time was it now? The second conflow period after the rapids, and it was already evening. Everyone had been struggling around for most of the day, drenched in sweat, with their clothes sticking to their skin. If they could take a hot bath, that would be pure luxury. Those girls who usually liked being clean were probably already screaming inside. Naturally, Yusho did not want to miss this. On the surface, his strength was still ranked first on the leaderboard. A title like that would be wasted if he didn't use it. Yusho, give this thing to me, I can give you a lot of food. Feng Yunwen, I feel awful if I don't bathe. Let me have it. Huang Jingwen, Kai-Bei were classmates after all. Trade it to me first. I'll return it to you after I use it, so everyone can use it. Li Jian. What the hell are the lunatics above talking about? Su Kai-Bei was probably intimidated by the scene. It took more than 10 seconds before another message popped up from her, and her tone carried a bit of flattered disbelief. Su Kai-Bei? Everyone, don't rush. Boss Yusho, Boss Feng Yunwan, how could my little tub deserve this? Su Kai-Bei. How about this? I'll auction it directly. Highest bidder gets it. The moment that message came out, the channel went quiet for half a second, then completely exploded. Li Jian. Auction? Damn, Kai-Bei, your business sense is pretty good. Huang Jingwen. We're classmates and you're talking auctions with me? Feng Yunwan. Fine. I bid 30 cooked fish, plus 5 units of wood. Huang Jingwen. 35 cooked fish. I'll put up 8 units of wood. Zhao Zhirong. Classmates, your price jumps are way too fierce. I'll just watch. I won't say anything. I can't even afford the starting price. Right in the middle of the back and forth bidding, a name appeared. Zhang Sufan. 10 bottles of Constitution Recovery Potion. Plus 50 cooked fish. The channel instantly fell silent. Everyone stared at that line of text as if they had seen something unbelievable. 10 bottles of Constitution Recovery Potion? That stuff was hard currency in the rapids. 1 bottle could be traded for 2.5 fish. And now she was pulling out 10 bottles in one go? And adding 50 cooked fish on top of that? Li Jian, I'm not seeing that wrong, right? Sister Zhang is way too rich. Lin Hao, 50 cooked fish? I can't go on living. Huang Jingwen. This is pissing me off. I'm out. You big shots can play by yourselves. I'll just find a towel and wipe myself off. Feng Yunwan. Senior Zhang Sufan, are you determined to fight me for this? I hadn't even finished raising my bid, and you jumped out already? Zhang Sufan. Sorry, but I also need a place where I can bathe and rest. I can deliver the cooked fish slowly on my side. It won't be all at once. Please all of you be witnesses. I Zhang Sufan keep my word. Whenever classmate Su wants it, I'll give it to her. I absolutely won't default. The moment Zhang Sufan said that, it was like the channel had been muted. The messages suddenly turned into just scattered little remarks here and there. Someone sent a sigh. Some typed 3 dots. And some simply stopped talking altogether. They probably just closed the chat window so they wouldn't have to look at it. They couldn't compete anymore. But strangely enough, Su Kai-Bei still had not replied. She was still watching. Yusho thought to himself, this tub can restore mental power, and he had no habit of yielding. Zhang Sufan couldn't touch him anyway. A graduate school senior? Even if she didn't bathe for 100 years and her whole body smelled, what did that have to do with him? The title of first place on the leaderboard wasn't there just to look pretty. When it was time to use it, he had to use it. He typed out a line and hit send. Yusho, I can trade 80 ordinary fish for it, Su Kai-Bei. In the future, you can also come ask me some questions about upgrading. The moment those words came out, the channel fell quiet for a brief second. Then the messages exploded again. Li Jian 80 fish? Lin Hao. No, the key point isn't the fish. The key point is ask questions about upgrading. Feng Yunwan. Feng Yunwan stared at the screen for a long time. She had no way to compete with Zhang Sufan. It wasn't that she couldn't afford the price, but if she paid it, her reserves would hit the bottom. If anything unexpected happened afterward, that would be troublesome. But now this was good too. Zhang Sufan had been beaten out as well. Her pride had not taken too much of a hit after all. This guy Yusho was first place right now. If he wanted something, Zhang Sufan couldn't stop him, and Feng Yunwan definitely couldn't either. That said, if Zhang Sufan and Yusho got into it and kept raising the price 1 fish, 2 fish at a time, then as the second-ranked one, Feng Yunwan would actually be happy to see it. When 2 tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. No matter who won, she would be happy to see it. She even still had a chance to use her mute ability. But for now, she did not want to offend Yusho and Zhang Sufan. Her talent needed a period of time to develop. The bird that sticks its head out gets shot. Right now, she could not be the bird. She was a cat crouching in the grass, and right now she did not have her deputy manager father backing her up. Zhang Sufan. Junior Yusho, do you really need this that much? Huang Jingwen. Maybe it's Senior Lin Xiao's idea? Didn't Lin Xiao say before that all the supplies were managed by her? Zhang Sufan. But I really don't want to give it up. I want to stay clean and refreshed. Wang Jiahao. What's the point of wanting that? The river water is endless. A wandering dragon should return to the water, you all. Get it, right? Lin Hao. Exactly. If it rains someday, just stand on the deck and that solves it. Zhang Sufan. Everyone was arguing in a mess, but then Su Kai-Bei spoke. Su Kai-Bei, I thought about it a lot and I still plan to give it to Yusho and Senior Lin and the others. After all, from what I can see, there are 2 or 3 girls on Yusho's boat. Their need should definitely be a bit greater. Sorry to everyone else. Crying. This choice was not exactly unexpected to everyone. Su Kai-Bei had chosen first place, and there was nothing wrong with that. But Su Kai-Bei had just turned down Zhang Sufan's offer. She had rejected her in front of 8,000 people. Would Zhang Sufan hold a grudge? If Su Kaibei wanted to buy a physique recovery potion later, would Zhang Sufin deliberately raise the price, or just refuse to sell to her altogether? Most people did not know Zhang Sufin, nor did they know what kind of person she was. From what she had said in the channel before, she seemed pretty straightforward. She spoke bluntly and directly. She did not seem like the type to hold grudges, but who could say for sure about this kind of thing? In the group chat, Zhang Sufin really stopped talking. What was there to say? She had been cut off right in the middle of the auction. Was she supposed to cheer for someone else too? She, Zhang Sufin, was not a saint. She could not smile after having something snatched away and say, "Congratulations, congratulations." Could it be that Yusho and the others really were stronger than the two of them? At this moment, Zhang Sufin felt a little unwilling to accept it. She quickly closed the chat interface. Turning around, she said one word to the vest-wearing girl beside her. "Go!" "All right." The two of them continued dealing with the shark that had already circled their boat more than a dozen times. While gripping her harpoon and staring at the water, she gnashed her teeth in her heart. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Next time, I'll bid for an even better item. Not choosing me? When people fail to recognize a tree that can reach the clouds, they only realize how tall it is once it does. The girl in the tank top glanced at her but said nothing. She knew Trader Zhang was in a bad mood right now. Anything she said would be walking straight into the line of fire. On the other side, Yusho was planning to give the other party 5 fish first. They did not need them immediately anyway. Luckily, the stove that worked sometimes and failed other times happened to have fire right now, so cooking 5 fish was not difficult. When Yusho opened the private chat and found the other party's name, he discovered something unexpected. This person sent a message before? Su Kaibei. Big boss, if I go Yandere for you, can you give me some food? That message left Yusho completely confused. What did that mean? The message had been sent several hours ago, and back then he had not paid any attention to her. Forget it. Better to get straight to the point. Yusho, hello, classmate. The other party replied very quickly. Su Kaibei. Hello, can you give me 3 fish first? Yusho, sure. Yusho thought that was the end of it, but then another message popped up from her side. Su Kaibei. Oh right. Won't you consider my earlier message? The earlier message? Yusho looked at it again and sent a question mark. Yusho? Su Kaibei. I mean, I can be your Yandere companion, like expressing possessiveness toward you every day and stuff. Don't you play Sky? Yusho stared at the screen, the expression on his face shifting from confusion to subtle disbelief. Did he look like Xiao Chunan? Someone even wanted to be his long-distance Yandere? Yusho, no need. Would this be her first time doing this kind of long-distance girlfriend thing? If he could not even drive a private car, what was the point of playing? Su Kaibei, it's fine. If you want, you can call me any time. I'm just learning all this from my companion, and I still haven't found anyone. I was thinking that for my first time, I could find a good person. Yusho was not going to believe that line from her, but since she wanted to fish for him, he might as well get her photo out of it. There was a screenshot camera icon in the private chat interface. One tap and you could take a picture and send it. The functionality was actually quite complete. This survival world had done a pretty decent job in that regard. Yusho, then send me your photo first and I'll consider it. Su Kaibei. Really? Yusho, send it. Su Kaibei. Image. The message came through. Yusho tapped the picture, and the image slowly loaded. It was clearly supposed to be a trade for an item. Yet the other party had volunteered herself as a companion and even sent over a photo? This really opened his eyes. In the picture, a girl was holding a flashlight, the light shining upward from below her chin and illuminating her face. Most people could not handle that kind of disastrous lighting. But she did. She kept a straight face, her expression serious, like someone owed her money and had still not paid it back. Her long black hair hung down on both sides of her shoulders. Her skin was fair, and while her features were not striking, they were clean and pleasant, with a youthful student-like air between her brows and eyes. Yusho was a little surprised. There was no photo editing function here. No beauty filters, no face slimming, no enlarged eyes. She really was pretty good looking. The favorability system popped up. Detected a target that can be pursued. The favorability system is at your service. Name, Su Kaibei. Age, 19. Height, 161 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Measurements, 85, 56, 85. Yusho paused when he saw this too. That waist was so slim. She was completely an hourglass figure. Unfortunately, her waist-to-hip ratio was only 0.66, which made her a bit too thin. He would have to hold back some strength. Looks, 92. Reason, 85. Morality, 80. Favorability toward host, 19, knows the other party. Purity, 100. The full score is 100. There is no lower limit. Condition, brand new. Condition categories, brand new, lightly used, shaped, mature, AI. Hobbies, likes going to Su Liang concerts, likes watching sisters who make waves, also likes the first season of Rock Kingdom and likes playing Sky 2, likes relying on stronger players in games, likes fake yanderas, but is actually very afraid of yanderas. Why did a new section load? He was a little puzzled. Before, the panel only had name, age, height, weight, measurements, looks, morality, reason, and favorability. When did purity, condition, and hobbies get added? Could this panel actually evolve? Host, you've received quite a few system rewards. Even the scraps that fall off are enough to nourish the system. Naya, Xiaogan. Yusho said to it in his heart. Work hard. In the future, I want to know even where the moles on her body are. That depends on you, host. The harder you work, the stronger I get. Yusho knew that too. This kind of increase was probably settled after a certain period of time. Now that even hobbies had appeared, raising favorability would become even easier. Likes fake yanderas, but is actually very afraid of yanderas. That information was actually pretty useful. She said she wanted to be a yandera companion, but in reality, she was not a real yandera at all. She was only imitating an image she had imagined for herself. If she really ran into the kind that would chase people with a knife, she would be the first one to run faster than anyone else. Su Kaibei? Su Kaibei. Why are you spacing out, big boss? Have you finished thinking about it? Yusho's mindset was different now. He had checked her cards. She was pretty good. Even if he could not eat now, that did not mean he would not have a chance later. Yusho, alright, but I can only give you 1 fish a day. What do you think? He thought the other side would probably bargain with him for a while. But instead, she agreed right away. Su Kaibei. Sure, 1 fish a day is enough for me to eat. The exchanged fish are for my teammates. This looked like she really did love clinging to the strong. If he were not in first place, Su Kaibei would probably have gone straight to latch onto Feng Yunwen or Zhang Sufin, or anyone near the top of the rankings. She did not care who it was. What she cared about was whether that person was strong enough. Yusho, alright, trade the bathtub over now. I've already cooked the fish for you. Su Kaibei. Fish cooked by Xiaoshou? I'm really looking forward to it. Remember to obediently cook for me from now on too. I'm giving you the bathtub item now, and you're not allowed to abuse my tub. Okay. Yusho's mouth twitched as he looked at that line of text. That was a bit hard to take. She got into character that fast? And those words were way too explosive. Single older girls really were something else. The targets they had no chance to act on in real life all came pouring out in the virtual world. Each one better at acting than the last. Yusho? No, I want you to be the weak, aggrieved yandera type. Ho Aibi, woo. Very soon, the trade window popped up on both sides. Yusho put in 5 cooked fish, and a message appeared above them. Fish traded. 5/80. Then he saw the other side place an enormous bathtub into the trade. It almost filled the entire trade grid. It really was big, about 3 meters long by sight, over 1 meter wide, and roughly waist deep on an adult. That size could fit 3 or 4 people. If it were put on an ordinary small boat, it would probably be quite a burden. The weight of the bathtub itself would already be troublesome. But Yusho's boat was a level 5 boat. The deck was big enough and its weight capacity was enough too. Placing a bathtub on it was no problem at all. Confirm. A flash of light passed, and the bathtub vanished from the trade window, then appeared on the deck beside Yusho. It landed steadily in the middle of the wooden planks. Yusho took a closer look. The bottom had anti-slip patterns, and the edges felt smooth and fine to the touch, almost like ceramic. This trade did not count as a loss. Fish were effectively endless for him, and he even had the capable mermaid Xiaolan. Catching 80 fish only took a few dozen minutes. A 10% increase in spirit recovery speed, that kind of function was clearly top tier even among rare items. Su Kaibei, oh right, my companion usually gives other people a sock, but I already gave you a photo so I won't give you a personal item. You're not allowed to blame me, or I really will hurt myself. A sock? Yusho seemed to have actually found one on some guy before. Thinking about it now, that was probably left behind by one of that companion's clients. Su Kaibei's companion was a bit outrageous. How long had the survival world even been open? She had already started acting as a virtual girlfriend for survival men that early? There were truly as many so-called heroes under heaven as crucian carp crossing a river. Yusho shook his head and threw those messy thoughts out of his mind. Forget it. It had nothing to do with him anyway. She could be whoever's girlfriend she wanted, and give her socks to whoever she wanted, as long as she did not come bother him. It was evening now, so while he could still see a little, he should hurry and take a bath. Otherwise, once it got too dark to see clearly, he would have to rely on spirit power to look. Yusho glanced toward the bow. The 3 sharks were still swimming in the water, their dorsal fins rising and falling as they slowly dragged the boat forward. There was no one else ahead either. The river surface was empty. There was only the sound of flowing water and sharks cutting through it. There should not be any danger. He should hurry and fill the bathtub with water, then have the girls come in and wash up with him. Unfortunately, he did not have any large container like a bucket at all. But that was not enough to stump the future all-capable Force Grandmaster. He turned around and dug out the sturdy hemp rope stored on the boat. He found several thick rope segments and wrapped them layer after layer around the rim of the giant bathtub. He firmly secured a kind of sling structure. The bathtub's ceramic surface was smooth and heavy, which should have been troublesome, but thankfully the hemp rope had enough friction. Once tied tight, it was secure and would not easily slip off. Yusho slowly lowered the bathtub onto the river surface. In no time, this giant 3-meter bathtub was almost filled with cool river water. He slowly pulled the rope back up. The bathtub was steadily dragged back onto the deck, and the tub landed smoothly on the floor. After getting all this ready, Yusho actually had an even more extravagant thought. Should he boil a lot of pots of hot water and fill the bathtub with that? If he did that, it would be even cleaner, right? But after another thought, he immediately dismissed the idea. Using the stove to boil water would take at least 1 or 2 hours. By the time the water got hot, the sky would already be completely dark. It was not worth it at all. The second reason was that the stove might not necessarily cooperate either. Fortunately, the river was continuously flowing living water. Compared to still water, it was much cleaner. Using it to bathe and clean the body was completely enough for daily use, even clearer than the water in some swimming pools. Even if someone drank it directly, it did not seem like it would be a big problem for a person with a strong constitution. The only flaw was that people with weaker constitutions might not adapt well to it. In other words, it would be best if the girls wore close-fitting clothes. Otherwise, while washing and rubbing themselves clean, their mucous membranes would be more likely to come into contact with germs, making infection more likely, and later problems like itchy skin might appear. It seemed that deeper cleaning would have to depend on his own efforts later. No more thinking. Better hurry and take a bath. The water temperature had already started to rise. This bathtub really was magical. Yusho bent down and exerted force, both hands supporting the bottom of the tub, as he steadily moved the giant bathtub into the enclosed cabin. The originally spacious and open cabin had more than half its space taken up by the massive ceramic bathtub. It instantly became cramped and crowded. Even raising a hand or taking a step required paying attention to the surrounding space. Brother Yu is here? Wang Jie straightened her body, but then her waist immediately ached. She had been too absorbed earlier, and her waist was still reddish. She had no choice but to lean back against the wallboard again, her back pressed to the wooden planks, her chest rising and falling lightly with her breathing. Lin Xiao, meanwhile, stared at the bathtub. You've already gotten the water ready? She took 2 steps forward, bent down, and reached out to test the water temperature. The girls had already read through the entire trade record between him and Su Kai-bei in the regional group chat. They had watched the whole drama unfold and all understood where the bathtub came from and what it was for. Yeah, Yusho answered, standing beside the bathtub, his hand still resting on the rim. Yusho saw that there were 2 desk lamps in the cabin. One of them was still on, sitting atop a wooden box. So he asked, did someone trade for a lamp? That's pretty good. Otherwise, moving around at night would be pretty inconvenient for you. I traded for it. Chang Wanfeng seemed as if her status had changed, and she stood up like a student, saying softly, I traded for it using the biscuits I got before. Her face was red. This lamp is a rechargeable model, but it can only stay lit for at most 2 hours now. Yujo smiled. I think the moon hasn't even come out yet, and it's already somewhat bright. It should be very, very bright in a little while. Ah, is that so? Chang Wanfeng felt much more relieved. She had even been trying hard to save the lamp. It seemed that once the moon rose, the cabin would not be too dark either. Maybe there would be no need to keep the light on the whole time. And right now, she still hoped that Yusho would be able to clearly see what she looked like while bathing. She hoped Yusho's gaze would fall on her, from her shoulders to her waist, and from her waist to... No, this thought was way too strange. Would going this far to attract classmate Yusho make him feel disgusted? Why am I always thinking like this? But there was nothing else to do, right? Yusho naturally noticed that expectant look on teacher Cheng's face. Her eyes were brighter than usual, her pupils slightly dilated. When her gaze landed on him, it was like it had glue on it and just would not move away. Looks like Chang Wanfeng had suppressed herself for many years, and now the rebound was intense. He needed to push it back down. He spoke, All right, everyone can come wash up now. Wang Jie looked at the somewhat cramped cabin space, then sized up the bathtub and muttered softly. This tub looks big, but if we're bathing, we still need some room to move around. We can't exactly stack on top of each other, right? At most, 3 or 4 people can wash together. We'll have to split into 2 groups. Yusho nodded slightly, agreeing with that. A bathtub 3 meters long looked spacious, but with multiple people bathing at once, if they wanted both comfort and decency, washing in batches was the most suitable choice. Just right for 2 groups. In the first group, 2 girls sandwiching him. In the second group, 3 girls sandwiching him. Yeah, the rhythm was just right. Before everyone could settle the order of the groups, Lin Xiao stepped forward first. She took the initiative and suggested, Let me help Yusho wash a bit more first. He did a lot today and was busy the whole day. He must have sweated a lot. On the surface, her words were gentle and sincere, and her gaze rested on Yusho.
Sus himan bit her lip.
She still could not compare to Senior Lin Xiao. Everything Senior said and did was always so natural, so proper. She never made anyone feel offended, nor did she seem too cold. I am in the same class as classmate Yusho. I'm still his class monitor, yet I still have not dared to show it boldly. Every time I want to say something, the words reach my lips and then get swallowed back down. As for Lin Xiao's suggestion, the other girls had no objections. Everyone understood that the choice was in Yusho's hands. Whoever he wanted to wash him, that would be the person. They could not exactly pin Yusho down and forcibly help him wash, right? Yusho was silent for a moment. The girls all held their breath and waited, staring at him without blinking. He said, "If it's just washing, then let Lin Xiao do it. But all of you can help verbally." The girls all understood at once. And Xinhui stuck out her tongue. Classmate Yusho really is something. Saying something like that so directly. There was a trace of playful complaint in her voice. But the corners of her mouth were lifted, and there was laughter in her eyes too. Wang Jie smiled. "So what? Are there other people here? Or are you saying you can't handle it? You're talking nonsense." "I obviously can." In Xinhui's voice rose all at once, and a flush spread across her face, but she quickly suppressed it. She even felt that her advantage was huge. After turning into a cat, her tongue had some tiny bumps on it. Felt like sandpaper scraping across something. But my sandpaper is warm and moist. And only the middle part is sandpaper. The area around it is still pretty soft. Classmate Yusho would recognize me even with his eyes closed. I've definitely won. Su Jiman covered her forehead. She was already too embarrassed to say a word. The steam from the bathtub was still rising, fogging up a small patch of the cabin ceiling. The light from the desk lamp passed through the mist and became hazy, like it was separated by a thin veil. Several blurry figures were reflected on the water's surface, swaying back and forth. Lin Xiao walked over to Yusho. She picked up a piece of dry cloth from the wooden box and draped it over her shoulder, then turned around with her back to him and began unfastening her buttons. Her movements were quick. Her collar slipped from her shoulders, revealing her smooth back. Mist drifted before his eyes, the light diffused through the fog, and the girl's body outline shifted within the interwoven light and shadow. How should he put it? This hazy atmosphere really gave Yusho a feeling that was half real and half dreamlike. "Honestly, Ashu, why aren't you moving? Do you want me to help you?" Sure." The two entered the water. The water in the bathtub sloshed, some bathwater spilling out and running down along the outside of the tub. "I want to be in the first group too." Chung Wanfeng did not want to miss this either. She had no wish to be grouped with Yusho's 3 classmates. After all, those 3 were each younger and fresher than the last. Wang Jie was bold and carefree. Ing Xinhui could turn into a cat, and Su Jiman was shy and timid. Each had her own advantage. Yusho lifted his eyes and glanced at her without refusing. Chung Wanfeng took that as tacit permission. Joy rose in her heart. Her knees went weak for a moment. She slowly walked over, crouched beside the bathtub, and began taking off her shoes. Yusho felt like all his fatigue was gone. What did it feel like? Like a block of frozen butter being placed on a heater. More than 10 minutes later, it was another group of girls. What shocked Yusho was Ing Xinhui. After turning into a cat, she really did have a special advantage. Very soon, the bathing was finished. If the green-haired turtle from Smiling Cat Diary were here, it would definitely be able to smell the childlike scent on everyone. The originally clear river water had turned somewhat murky after more than 10 minutes of soaking and washing. Yusho looked at the slightly cloudy bathwater and planned to pour it out. Physique points +2.
Physique point plus tout.
2 notifications popped up on the panel. Yusho was a little surprised. He stared at those 2 lines of text for 2 seconds, then asked in his heart, "Xiaogan, there was no backstepping here, so why did my physique points increase? Does host think this system can only recognize that one kind? Too conservative. Meow, that's 2 silver wings. / / / / omega / / how is that anything glorious? Oh right, the more targets you capture, the stronger my functions will be afterward. What a pity. If the system had a physical body, we could trash talk together and farm rewards. Ugh, host is definitely making a nasty joke. This system refuses to answer that question. Meow? Yusho really was joking, but he could not apologize afterward, or he would have to offer up a hamburger. Never mind that. Yusho walked out of the cabin. Yan Shiji was still sleeping in the corner of the shed, wrapped in thick cloth. Moonlight leaked in through the gaps in the shed, a thin silver-white beam falling across her cheek and making her skin look as smooth as porcelain. Where was Miss Mermaid? She was still standing guard by herself. As Yusho watched her, a thought came to his mind. Could Xiaolan be cold right now? Even though she was a mermaid, her upper body was the same as a human's. The skin not covered by scales was exposed to the night wind. The temperature had already dropped to several degrees. If the wind blew on her long enough, she would definitely feel cold. At that moment, Mermaid Xiaolan turned her head. Her sapphire blue hair danced and seemed to become ribbons. Master, the wind is colder now. You shouldn't come out. Yusho shook his head. It's fine. He walked to the bow and stopped beside Xiaolon. He glanced at her. A fine layer of goosebumps had risen on her arm, and the tiny bumps on her skin were clearly visible under the moonlight. Yusho brought over the bathtub. The murky water poured out from the rim, smashing into the river's surface and splashing up white spray before the current quickly scattered it and swallowed it into the night. The current was still gentle now, and the river looked like a giant piece of dark gray silk. The shark had not been squeezed dry. It was still strong, dragging the boat forward at a steady speed. Then Yusho lowered the bathtub back into the river, waited for it to fill, and pulled it back up. After the water temperature rose, he pushed the bathtub to a spot not far from the bow. He said to Xiaolon, even if you've turned human, you should still like water, right? You've been standing close to the river this whole time, so why not stay in this tub? Yusho felt this was extremely suitable. The mermaid's eyes sparkled. Really? Yusho immediately nodded. The mermaid eagerly climbed into the bathtub. She first stretched her legs in, then her waist, and finally her whole body slid into the warm water. Water spilled over the edge of the tub and spread across a small patch of the deck. Her head rested against one end of the tub. Her sapphire blue hair spread out and floated on the surface like a blooming flower. Her eyes slowly closed. Yusho stopped bothering with her, stood at the bow with both hands in his pockets, and began thinking about the current situation. At 10 o'clock tonight, the first day's leaderboard would be locked in, and it was already 8:01. He needed to speed up in the last hour so nobody could steal his spot on the board. He had worked hard all day for this advantage. He could not just hand it over at the very last moment. Also, he still had not given Wu Luing her weapon, and Lu Yinhua had not gotten her cloth either. Lu Yinhua had said she would return triple the cloth in half a day. That meant 23 units of waterproof canvas. Right now, he was only short 7 units of regular cloth before he could hand it over. Actually, there was no rush. The key issue was figuring out what an energy core actually was. He was still waiting to level up and maintain an absolute advantage. If he wanted to take a shortcut, he had to run into a level 3 threat as soon as possible. Where exactly was a level 3 threat? For the moment, Yusho had no good idea. But as he looked at the shark in front of him, a method suddenly came to mind. Maybe shark blood could attract even more terrifying creatures? If even a bit of the shark's bloody scent spread through the water, would those big monsters like level 3 or level 4 threats be drawn over by the smell? Big fish ate little fish and little fish ate shrimp. Even though a shark was a level 2 threat, in the eyes of larger creatures, it was nothing more than prey. Instead of passively waiting for a level 3 threat to appear, it would be better to take the initiative himself. Use the shark as bait and lure out some vicious beasts hidden in the depths of the reverse flow river. The shark was still swimming around stupidly. The more Yusho thought about it, the more workable it seemed. Sharks had underdeveloped pain nerves. Even after being injured, they could still swim and struggle at full strength. Their blood pressure was relatively low, so small wounds bled slowly. Their clotting and self-healing speed was fast, and small wounds would stop bleeding quickly. As long as he did not cut a major blood vessel or a primary muscle group, it would only bleed lightly and would not hemorrhage. Brother Shark really did have plenty of use left. Right now, he could use a hook to do this. Yusho began moving. He took out a rope with an iron hook tied to one end. If this had been before, I might have had to use a revolver or a G18 to injure the shark. But now, I just need to use my own strength. He glanced at his physique and spirit stats. Physique, 75.1/82.7. Spirit, 130/173.2. Even against a shark with just over 100 physique, he might not be able to kill it in one strike, but drawing some blood was still no problem. The evening wind howled. Under the moonlight, ripples shimmered across the river. Yusho twisted his wrist, and the hand gripping the end of the rope spun rapidly. The rope with the iron hook whirled at high speed by his side. The air current was stirred into a loud whooshing sound. The next moment, his arm jerked sharply, and the fully charged iron hook shot out with fierce force. With perfect accuracy, the hook slammed into the flesh on the back of the rearmost shark. The iron hook sliced open a wound across the shark's skin. Dark red blood seeped from the wound, looking almost black under the moonlight. A skeleton of a great marlin suddenly surfaced in his mind. Santiago had fought sharks on the sea for days and nights. Those sharks had followed the scent of the great marlin's blood, rushing in wave after wave, biting and tearing, until they gnawed the old fisherman's prize down to a skeleton. Now things were reversed. He was going to use shark blood as bait. Very soon, the smell of blood spread out. The shark that had been slashed seemed to be stimulated by the pain. Its tail whipped hard, its speed increased, and it suddenly surged to the very front, pulling the rope even tighter. Just then, a gentle figure quietly walked out from the cabin. Wang Jielei's single braid hung down to one side. Her hair was damp, and loose strands clung to her fair, delicate neck. When she came out, she tucked her hair up a little. Blushing, she walked to Yusho's side. When she stopped, her legs were pressed tightly together, her knees almost touching. "Oh right, Yusho, I need to use the bathroom now." Her voice was soft and fine, carrying a trace of embarrassment that she could not hide. Yusho froze for a moment and turned to look at her. Under the moonlight, the blush on Wang Jielei's face was very obvious. We still have enough supplies right now, so just switch to a basin or something. You can't keep making me. Yusho paused, his gaze sweeping over the river surface. Besides, the wind's gotten stronger at night too. Wang Jielei. Then. Alright, Yusho really did not want to become someone with strange fetishes. This kind of thing was not suitable once there were more girls around, and if it was not just peeing, then wouldn't that mean? He was obviously a normal person. Why aren't you going back yet? As soon as Yusho turned his head, he realized Wang Jielei was still standing there. She had not left, and her feet were still tightly pressed together. She took a deep breath, then said quickly, "Classmate Yusho, there seems to be someone in the distance with a very weak life aura, but their name isn't showing." Her map detection talent had never stopped and was always helping everyone monitor the surroundings. The life aura of ordinary living beings usually could not escape her perception. This time, after discovering traces of an unknown human, she had no choice but to come out. Just one person, and no name displayed? I don't know if the other party is a player, so Yusho, be careful. They're not especially far away anymore. I got it. Yusho acknowledged it and looked out over the dark river, carefully sensing the faint aura in the distance. He thought to himself, if the other party really isn't a player, then they might be someone from another world, or they could be a native of this survival world. Before, Mermaid Xiaolan had not been easily detected either. Wang Jielei's detection probably mainly targeted players and some more obvious living organisms. Beside him, Wang Jielei lowered her head slightly. A trace of annoyance rose in her, and she muttered softly, "Why did Su Jimon happen to catch such a good moment?" But if she really insisted on having Yusho carry her, Yusho would not refuse, right? Everything about him was good, except that he did not know how to refuse people. "I'm not going back. Otherwise, Yusho, you might not be able to pinpoint that person's direction. So you can help me out, okay?" Well, it looked like she really did want him to carry her. Did she not want to lose to Su Jimon? Forget it. Yusho still followed the same method as before and planned to help Wang Jielei take care of her normal need. A moment later, Wang Jielei's feet touched the ground. Her figure was light, her hands obediently clasped behind her back. She looked at Yusho, her eyes curving as she softly remarked, "Yusho, you're really too easy to talk to. You're going to suffer for it sooner or later. Yusho, it's fine. Suffering a loss is a blessing." Like someone who had won a battle, Wang Jielei hurried in 2 quick steps to the edge of the boat. "It looks like we'll run into them in a little over 30 minutes. Yusho, should we make some preparations?" Behind Wang Jielei, Yusho had thought of that as well. His mental power was pretty good now, and he also had hypnosis and various system rewards, but he still could not let his guard down. He could not leave the items he had gotten before and used. "I had 3 mist concealment beads before. They can be used for 4 hours a day. If I don't use them now, it'd be a waste." Yusho quickly took the item out. 3 beads, grayish-white all over, with a faint halo on their surfaces, as if something were lighting them up from within. Wang Jielei beside him also looked at the beads in Yusho's hand. "You're going to hide our boat?" Yusho nodded. Wang Jielei said, "That's really nice. If we're in the dark, then we have the initiative." A lot of mist appeared from within the beads. This kind of mist could not only conceal their figures, but also slightly interfere with the enemy's sensory judgment. Its effective range was a radius of 20 meters, which was completely enough. You can still see outside. Wang Jielei stood by the edge of the boat, her gaze passing through the mist as she looked outward, seeming very curious. Although the mist was thick, looking from the inside out was unusually clear, like looking through a layer of transparent glass. She saw the sharks. She also smelled the bloody scent of the sharks. "Oh right, Yusho, sharks can actually pull a boat. That's really imposing." Yusho had already known everyone would definitely notice that, but as long as he did not mention hypnosis, that should probably be fine. "You want to know how Yusho, what are you doing? You don't have to tell me everything. It's not like I'm the kind of person who likes to meddle in everything. I just need to know that I like you." She said it with certainty. There was no hesitation, no stammering, as if she had long since decided to say it this way and had only been waiting for a chance to say it out loud. After that, she sat down on a pile of wood. "At night, your thoughts really do start to wander a little." Wang Jielei searched for a topic. "The premise of being liked is being needed, right? I need everything about you, so I can't restrain myself. They also need a whole lot of things from you too, student Yusho, so they can't help it either. As for me, I hope to make you need me, so whatever you say, I'll do it." Yusho really had not thought much about this kind of thing, but he understood what Wang Jielei meant. He said, "Then right now, I want you to hurry up and rest well. Okay? That way we can keep talking afterward." After hearing that, Wang Jielei looked a little flustered. That's easy." She had originally thought Yusho was going to tell her to keep scouting or something. But Yusho was worrying about her? Really? It was more invigorating than drinking divine nectar. Yusho needed her scouting, needed her body. In that case, he also liked Wang Jielei very much. Even if favorability was 100 points, every person's definition of reaching the extreme of favorability was different. Wang Jielei's way of thinking was fairly normal. If some explosive type showed up, he would have to hypnotize and train them a little. Very soon, Yusho also saw the shadow of the ship Wang Jielei had mentioned. It was a very small shape, only a blurry outline under the moonlight. A few more minutes passed, and Wang Jielei spoke up to remind him. Yusho, over there, it should come out soon. Yusho currently had over 100 points of spirit power, so naturally he could see farther than Wang Jielei. It was a small wooden boat. The hull was 2 sizes smaller than his level 5 boat. There was no sail on the deck, no mast, only a tiny cabin. There seemed to be a person on the boat, standing motionless at the bow. Yusho looked more carefully. He found that the other party was abnormally pale and very thin. Another minute passed, and Yusho overturned his previous judgment. His eyes widened a little. The other party was actually a skeleton frame. A skeleton, but wearing a bowler hat on its head, with the brim pressed very low, covering the upper half of the skull. Alright, there may be danger later, go back first. Don't stay here the whole time. Hearing that, Wang Jielei nodded. She stood up, patted off the dust, took 2 steps, then turned back to look at Yusho once more. Yusho glanced at the regional chat group and the global chat channel. But there was no information about this anywhere. What did this skeleton person mean? Had it been drawn over by the sharks? That made no sense. Skeletons did not eat meat. Yusho could clearly sense that Sujimon in the cabin was awake. And since Sujimon had not given a warning, then most likely the skeleton person did not have killing intent toward the people on his boat. Then what was the other party here for? In the next instant, the skeleton and its boat drifted lightly downstream toward them. Yusho pulled out 4 immobilization cards. The other party's information still had not popped up. If it was a level 3 threat, he would go straight up and leave no room at all. If it was a level 4 threat, no matter how strong it was, once immobilized, it could only be a target. If he threw out more than a dozen cards one by one, he could grind it to death sooner or later. But if it was directly some max-level Bone King, then he had better not provoke it or he might get blown apart with one punch. The other boat moved a little closer. The distance was already less than 40 meters. Mist drifted between the 2 sides. But Yusho could clearly see every detail of that skeleton now. Yusho was quite certain the other party should be a female skeleton person. A female pelvis had a rounder, wider cross-section, while a male's was narrower and more heart-shaped. The pelvis of the skeleton before him had smooth curves and a moderate width. It was a typical female pelvis. The skeleton began to speak, produced a very strange kind of sound. Of course it was not coming from a throat, because a skeleton had no throat. The sound was like it was vibrating directly out of the air, or sounding directly inside Yusho's mind. Yusho could not understand the language at first. Only after she had spoken several sentences did Yusho finally hear one sentence he could understand. Sir, don't panic. I am a skeleton merchant who likes trading. I mean no harm. Yusho was startled as well. At this moment, the other party's information finally popped up. Name, River. Class, Level 1 Night Trader. Threat, none for now. Constitution, 20. Spirit, 100. Sanity, 90. Mana, Undead, 50. Mana, Water, 50. Ability, proficient in more than 200 languages. Possesses a special trading talent. Tradable goods, construction, clothing, food, medical and daily necessities, as well as upgrade materials and the like. A trader? Yusho had not expected something like this to appear. The spirit power was quite high too. Could actually see through the mist? But why was she only looking for him? Was it because only stronger people were her customers? River took off her hat. Oh right, sir, you are the person with the greatest trading power in this whole area. Shall we trade? That bowler hat looked very ordinary. But when she reached her hand inside, it was like she was doing a magic trick, pulling out a white glove out of thin air. After that, the glove was put onto her clearly jointed hand. If you have any treasures, I will conduct an extremely fair trade. We can both win. The other party's voice was very special. Even though she did not open her mouth, it still reached Yusho's mind. She should count as some kind of official merchant in the game. Even without the stone statue boat, this game merchant could still satisfy upgrade materials. But the price he paid would probably only be more, not less. She was clearly very shrewd. But he had hypnosis. Wait, no, this was bad. She did not seem to have a brain at all. Yusho looked at her glowing skull under the moonlight. The entire cranial cavity was like a hollowed-out eggshell, and there was absolutely no brain inside. A creature like this should not rely on a flesh-and-blood brain, but instead be driven by undead mana and the lingering echo of a soul. He should have known. Could this against the current survival game really produce its own bug like this? Even an SS-rank talent like Hypnosis could not affect the rules. At this point, did he really have to trade honestly and fairly? Did he really have no moves left? Yusho quickly thought of a countermeasure. His gaze stopped on River's skull for 2 seconds, and then a thought popped up. Didn't he have a Purification Angel summon? The Purification Angel given by the affection system could choose any target. He had really underestimated this reward before. He had thought it overlapped with hypnosis. He needed to test the other party first. See what kind of background this skeleton merchant had, then decide whether to use the purification angel. He opened his mouth and asked, "You should be undead, right? How's your credibility? What if you run back to the undead world after the deal? If that happens, hell is 1 block while the main world is 8 blocks. I won't be able to catch up to you." River's jawbone opened and closed a few more times, making a faint clacking sound. It was as if she was expressing a smile. It's normal for a customer to have such doubts. For the sake of cooperation, I'll explain a little. Skeletons also have health points. In that sense, I'm considered alive. And I'm not in hell. I'm in some secret realm. You don't need to worry about me running away. Yusho thought, not bad. At least the other party could be killed, so she wasn't invincible like in a game. On the surface, he remained expressionless. His gaze calm as he looked at River. But behind his back, his hand had already started moving in secret. A corner of the Purification Angel Summon Scroll was revealed. Would one be enough? Even though River's spiritual power was only about half of his, her spiritual power was still considered high, so he couldn't be careless. With that in mind, Yusho pulled out 2 more Purification Angel Summon Scrolls. It was rare to run into a creature without a brain, so what was there to save these Summon Scrolls for? A total of 3 at once. Only caution could keep the boat sailing for 10,000 years. He absolutely could not leave the other party even the slightest chance to catch her breath. Even 1 second of hesitation could reverse the situation. His mind steadied, and his consciousness quietly locked onto the skeleton figure in the distance. An exclusive item produced by the affection system had the characteristic of being absolutely instant. No chanting, no startup flaw. It was definitely a rare treasure. Yusho watched closely, and he saw the purification angels. They were 3 palm-sized little girls in dresses, and they flew out of the scrolls. Their hair was pink, their strands scattered as they flew. 2 fair little legs and bare feet were exposed. They were extremely fast, leaving afterimages in the air. River quickly sensed that something was wrong. 3 streams of light were flying toward her. The key was that they were too fast. Although River's spiritual power was quite high, the time left for her to dodge was almost non-existent. This shock rose in her heart. Her mind held only deep confusion. Could this kind of speed really be produced by a second-tier transcendent? Was the transaction intelligence from the secret realm wrong? Before coming here, she had even specially spent several undead crystals just to buy the latest information on powerful figures. Had she started hallucinating? Seeing this scene, Yusho still wore a somewhat serious face. The corners of his mouth did not lift, and his brows did not furrow. The muscles on his face did not move at all. There was not the slightest smugness from a successful sneak attack. But in his other hand, 4 immobilization cards had already appeared. Golden card surfaces, a ready-to-fire posture. If the other party had any backup move, he could play the cards immediately. He couldn't let himself get schemed against by a skeleton merchant lady. Then why not use the immobilization cards and purification angels together? Because if she really got immobilized, all his work would be for nothing. If she was fixed in place, her trading ability would also be locked, and no matter how he talked to her, she wouldn't be able to take anything out. He still needed the other party's operation to obtain supplies. The frontmost pink angel spun in the air, one little hand passing through the other party's round-top hat and resting on her skull. When the little angel's palm touched it, that piece of bone lit up for a moment. Then, the angel dissipated under the moonlight. The host has used 1 summon scroll. The target's thoughts have been purified, making the way she handles things more simple. The duration of the target's simplicity is 20 minutes, and it is effective only toward the host. The other 2 crashed into her as well. One landed right in the center of River's forehead, and the other landed on the back of her head. The simplicity intensity is greater, and the duration has increased to 1 hour. Yusho stared at the prompt that popped up on the panel, and his brows furrowed. What happens after that? She won't settle accounts afterward, right? Seeing that there was still a time limit, Yusho felt somewhat helpless. He had made the skeleton lady act dumb. But after 1 hour, when she turned back into that calculating skeleton merchant, would she realize it? Would she feel like she had been played? Even if it was like the subconscious effect, making her not notice anything strange for several days. What if the other party kept a diary? What if she had a habit of writing down every day's transaction records? If she wrote, "Today I sold a batch of supplies to Yusho at a low price," in her little notebook, then looked through it again a few days later, and the more she looked, the more something felt off. Wouldn't that expose everything? There was always risk. Host, rest assured. During the period when she becomes simple-minded, her feelings will not change. In other words, all of this will affect her and make her internally acknowledge it. This effect is just especially obvious during the active period. Given that the host used 3 summon scrolls, the possibility of her settling accounts afterward is very low. After all, the strength of these summon scrolls is high enough. Fine, why didn't you say that earlier? Then what does acting simple look like? Will she listen to everything I say? There are many manifestations. Trust will come first. She will give up calculating some gains and losses, and she also won't go back and recalculate cost and profit. She becomes emotional, likes to speak the truth in her heart, and at the same time doesn't associate, doesn't trace back, doesn't extend. Yusho cut it off. Say it quickly. There's only 1 hour left. ABA. It just means she's become very stupid. Not bad. Concise and clear. Within those precious 60 minutes. Yusho was going to deceive this now foolish skeleton lady. There were no mages here. No one was going to send him to buy sunflower seeds for a gullible idiot. Miss River, Yusho said. His voice was somewhat serious. Do you feel especially peaceful inside right now? River's eye sockets were 2 black holes with nothing inside. But Yusho felt like something was flickering in them. She came back to her senses and looked a little dazed, completely lacking the elegance she had before. She thought for a while, then nodded. Sir, now that you mention it, it does seem a little like that. Her tone was no longer so steady, carrying a childlike innocence. Yusho felt that things were probably secure now. River bowed slightly. Thank you. I've never felt this comfortable before. It's like all the distracting thoughts in my soul have disappeared. Like a rain that lasted for a very long time has finally stopped. And the sky suddenly lit up. But why did you give me something so precious? After hearing that, Yusho continued to maintain a normal expression. Ahem. She even had to thank him for it. Humph. Giving you something? That was my trade item. Of course it was for trading with you. What, that was a trade item? Miss Skeleton froze for a moment. Her jawbone opened and closed, then closed and opened again. Then she panicked. And no. I never intended to use your refreshing radiance at all. Oh? Then why did you accept it? Take this. Miss Skeleton suddenly didn't know what to say. The transaction information she got from the secret realm was that the other party was only a second-tier transcendent who had just become one a day ago. The other party had also only given the thing to her. That was indeed how it was. The other party probably hadn't lied to her. And what about her? She had directly enjoyed the other party's item without dodging in time. It was like the other party had handed their soul over to her for safekeeping for a while, and she had just eaten it herself. A vile act. Hadn't she sworn that she would always trade fairly and become the skeleton merchant with the widest network? This was absolutely a huge mistake. If the other party raised an unfairness complaint, she would be punished by the rules. Yusho looked at her flustered expression and stroked his chin. Not bad. He had successfully turned the tables. He should keep scaring this girl. Anyway, she was very easy to believe him right now. You wouldn't be thinking of refusing to pay up, would you? This light of mine is legendary tier light. It can make people's hearts fearless against any temptation in the human world. Too bad you're not human, so you only got a tiny bit of the benefit. Yusho thought to himself. There's no way she can verify this excuse at all. Doesn't that mean whatever I say goes? After hearing that, River slowly covered her face with her hands. She looked at Yusho through the gaps between her fingers, her voice carrying an almost despairing tone. It was actually legendary tier. No wonder you're so angry. She quickly took off her bowler hat, then pressed her hands together. Sir, this is indeed my fault, but can you give me a chance? I'll do everything I can to compensate you. Yusho shook his head. Since you didn't run, I still plan to let you off this time. River hurriedly sent her words straight into Yusho's mind. No, it's not that I didn't want to run. The truth is, if you protest that it's unfair, I'll be punished by the rules. She just said that outright? This skeleton lady really was stupid now. Stupid enough to present her weak spot with both hands. He was even starting to feel a tiny bit embarrassed. Yusho smiled and said, Fine, I won't make things hard for you. Since you secretly used my legendary tier light, then pay me back with something of equal value. Otherwise, I'm going to file a complaint. River immediately reached into her bowler hat. When she pulled her hand back out, there was a half-transparent, faintly glowing object in her palm, like a clump of compressed mist. Sir, this soul is a level 3 threat soul. I only take 1 bite a day from it. How about I give it to you? He wasn't someone who liked eating souls, and he didn't have undead magic power either. How was he supposed to keep it contained? Yusho said, Keep it. My request is simple. Give me the materials to upgrade to level 6 and level 7. Help me build some rooms, and if you have any skill books, you can give me those too. The skeleton lady stiffened. Under the moonlight, she felt that Yusho's figure had begun to shine. It was a kind of glow from the inside out, a warm glow, like a stove in winter, like the eaves over your head on a rainy night. Really? That's all? She had thought she was going to become Yusho's servant for all eternity, or have to burn herself up and become an exceptional grade spell staff. Yusho was startled. You can actually do all that? She replied. No. Yusho. River started counting on her fingers. Right now, I can only give you low-level energy cores times 5, turbocharging components times 50, quality wood times 40, advanced canvas times 40, fine item automatic lucky fishing rods times 2, and metal ingots times 40. I can also build all kinds of rooms for you. As for skill books, I only have 1, water ball spell, and you might not even be able to learn it. This hat. Her finger pointed at the bowler hat on top of her head. This counts as everything I have. A merchant's hat is a merchant's signboard. If I give you the hat, my life as a merchant will be over. So I can't give it to you, really can't. This is my final bottom line. Yusho nodded without hesitation. It's fine. Just give me everything else. I'll let you off for now. In truth, she had already given more than enough of the level 6 ship materials, except for the nails. She was building rooms and even giving him a skill book. This result was better than he had expected by who knew how many times. Yusho wasn't greedy. Push too hard and even a rabbit will bite. He had to leave some room. If they ran into each other again in the future, he could still fleece her one more time. River quickly took everything out of the bowler hat and sent it all onto Yusho's ship. In an instant, supplies were piled all over the deck. The deck, which had originally been fairly spacious, had more than half of it taken up in a flash. There was barely even any place left to step. Low-level energy core detected. Would you like to use energy to expand your game backpack? One energy core can expand the space by 50 times. There were still quite a few girls on his ship who had backpack space. Yusho wasn't going to do that. 40 minutes later, River left. Her little boat vanished over the moonlit river surface as if fleeing for its life. Yusho looked at all the extra things. Now they had a restroom. Inside it was even a ceramic toilet, a sink, and a drainage system. The water was discharged directly out through the bottom of the ship, so it wouldn't collect on the deck. The kitchen was built opposite the restroom. Inside was a fixed stove and a sink. The faucet could draw water directly up from the river. A separate shower room was built beside the kitchen. She really had burned herself out. But River felt like she had profited. Legendary tear purifying light was worth dozens of times more than her entire fortune. Too bad. If only she were still human. Hopefully, her older sister wouldn't find out that she had made a loss on this deal. That would really be a little embarrassing. Though it seemed she didn't even have a face. The next trading target was Feng Yunwen? Forget it. Go home. No more looking. The girls had already been kept awake by this whole string of commotion. Wang Jie looked at the newly added restroom, shower room, and kitchen, and her expression froze. As this place entered creative mode, she turned to look at Yusho, and the expression on her face changed from shock to confusion, and from confusion to admiration. Yusho only smiled without speaking. It seemed that only he could hear the skeleton's words, and what he himself said had sounded completely out of context, leaving the girls unable to figure out what was going on. A very innocent person came just now. She likes helping others. And Xinhui shook her head. Who would be that kind of person? We all heard what you said. Clearly, brother, you outwitted a very powerful monster merchant, right? The mermaid had witnessed all of it, but she didn't say a single word and just blew bubbles in the bathtub. Yusho still only smiled without speaking. At this point, other than nails, he already had everything needed to upgrade the ship. This kind of progress was extremely fast. He needed 60 ordinary iron nails. That sounded like a lot, but he had plenty of the other materials. 1 unit of ingot could be traded for who knew how many iron nails. Yusho had the girls store some of the materials in their spaces. Then he pushed the ship speed to the highest setting. The ship's speed immediately shot up, much faster than before when the shark had been pulling it. The shark was still swimming ahead, but it could no longer keep up with this speed. The rope went from taut to slack. Alright, make good use of the remaining oil now. No point wasting energy cores later after the upgrade. In the final hour, barely anyone was sending messages in the regional chat anymore. Yusho also knew that this was the final sprint. Trading for nails would have to wait for now. Everyone was racing against time. Full speed ahead. The engine roared, the ship's hull trembled, and wind poured in from the bow, blowing Yusho's hair back. He stood at the bow, facing the wind, squinting at the river ahead. At that moment he also had some free time, so he took out that skill book. A photo slipped out from inside it. What was this? Yusho quickly bent down and reached out to pick up the thing from the ground. Moonlight shone onto it. It was actually the appearance of a pink skeleton. It wasn't that ghastly white like River's. This skeleton's bones were a faint pink, like the color of lips. Of course, not the purplish kind. Holding the photo, Yusho began chanting to himself over and over in his heart. See beauties as white bones, and let my heart have no desire. See white bones as beauties, and let my heart have no fear. After silently repeating it a few times, he actually started having a different kind of thought. The pink skeleton in the photo seemed to become a few degrees prettier. No way, it actually works. Yusho continued carefully studying this pink skeleton for a while. This pink skeleton was not bare. She was dressed in luxurious and elaborate clothing, showing an extraordinary air. On her head was a pointed hat with a wide brim. Several rubies the size of fingernails were set into the hat, like a few drops of blood frozen in place. She wore a dark red robe made of velvet, heavy, with excellent drape. The robe was embroidered all over with golden runes, stretching from the shoulders all the way to the hem. The belt at her waist was silver, and at the center of it was a badge as big as a palm. Her long skeletal hand was especially eye-catching. Every finger bone was fitted with silver rings, and her hand rested on a staff. The staff was pitch black from top to bottom, with an amethyst set at the top. Could this thing be some kind of celebrity in the skeleton world? The reason Yusho thought that was because her bone structure was good, and her presence was strong. River carrying a photo of a female skeleton celebrity didn't seem impossible. After all, skeletons could have their own aesthetic tastes too. As for whether this might be River herself or one of her close relatives, Yusho felt the odds were tiny. What normal person carries a photo of a same-sex relative around with them? Most likely it was just a simple matter of personal collection. At this moment, Yusho's gaze caught the sharks slowing down. The sharks seemed to notice the look from behind and quickly swam harder. But the ship was moving too fast. Even when they gave it everything they had, they were only a tiny bit faster than the ship. Toward the end, they could only barely keep up along the side behind it. Looks like sharks are still a bit too weak. Seems like later I can kill fish and let blood. Yusho let out a pained sigh. Sharks with physiques over 10 times stronger than ordinary people were probably only about twice as strong as real-life ones. They simply couldn't pull his big ship for very long. He really wanted a nuclear-powered donkey. As he thought about it, Yusho actually did come up with a way for the sharks to stay alive. He had the item amplifier with 2 uses a day. He had already used one on Little Blue the mermaid. Now he could use it on this shark too. If he amplified the shark by 1 time, wouldn't it be able to keep going longer? So Yusho took out the amplifier. The amplifier was a small oval button. Yusho pressed it lightly, and the item immediately gave off a cheerful electronic voice. Need my power again? You want to amplify a shark. The target is relatively small, so it will be directly amplified by 1.9 times. The shark was already over 3 meters long and that was still considered small. Still, he didn't dwell on it. There were still 2.5 hours left before the item's cooldown ended. Even if he used up the remaining use now, it wouldn't delay using it later if he ran into a stronger creature. With a soft humming sound, a faint glow enveloped the shark with the strongest physique in the group, the one that had always been leading at the very front. A visible change happened rapidly. His body swelled wildly. In just 1 second, it jumped from a little over 3 meters long to a giant 6-meter sea beast. What came with it was a leap in attributes. Its original physique stat of 113 directly shot up to 191. Yusho felt somewhat gratified too. The shark had already been hypnotized. Now that it had strength again, it immediately burst forward. Its huge tail fins slammed hard against the water, driving the ship forward at great speed. Good. At this rate, another half hour. Yusho did not keep standing at the bow letting the wind hit him, but he also had no plans to go into the cabin. It was already night. If anything happened outside, he needed to respond immediately. Better go to the shed. The kitchen River had built earlier was right beside the shed, and it happened to block most of the wind for it. The shed wasn't really cold right now. Yen Shiji. Had she fallen asleep? Yusho had previously told the mermaid to feed her compressed biscuits. She should have recovered a little, right? Yen Shiji, are you awake? Yusho asked. He still hadn't had Lin Xiao forcibly bring Yen Shiji over. After all, she wasn't originally from the same world, so there was no need to make her stay together with the other girls. Hearing Yusho's voice, the girl in the shed looked up, her clear bright eyes opening wide. I'm awake. Seeing Yusho walk over, she asked, right, benefactor, do you have any more packaging like this for those compressed biscuits? She was holding a compressed biscuit wrapper in her hand. The wrapper? What do you want that for? Yusho was a little confused. When I see this kind of packaging in food, I get a strange sense of familiarity, and it makes me feel very safe. Yen Shiji answered softly. A sense of familiarity? Yusho thought about it and felt it wasn't a big deal. Most likely, this kind of compressed biscuit was standard food in her original world. But looking at her current state, she only felt familiar with the appearance of the item. Her past memories were still completely blank. Her experience of being sealed inside a stone statue had truly wiped away all of her past. There aren't any extra ones for now, but the journey ahead is long. We'll run into them again sooner or later, Yusho said. Yen Shiji immediately straightened up, her gaze serious. I won't eat your food for free. I'll definitely help out and do my part from now on. Yusho sat down on the shed too and said with a smile. True. You know body tempering, so you have some combat ability. Yen Shiji turned to look at him and blinked once. What's that? Her voice carried confusion. She wasn't pretending to be dumb. She really didn't remember. She couldn't even tell what she knew and what she didn't anymore. Yusho paused, his gaze moving from her face to her shoulder, then to her arm. The muscles on your body look really good. You must have trained before. He thought to himself, with a figure like hers, back on Blue Star she'd be at least at the level of a professional athlete. Yen Shiji lowered her head and looked at her arm. She bent her elbow, watching her bicep bulge out and then go back down. Really? She had originally thought her physique was poor. She had only repaid his kindness once at the spring, and it made her so tired she slept for a long time. That counted as good. She bit her lip and didn't say it out loud. Oh, she only gave that one word, then looked away. Yusho nodded and planned to close his eyes and rest for a while. Using both hands as a pillow behind his head, he lay flat in the shed. but his thoughts were still very active. Another 100 people were gone from the regional chat. He wondered if any female classmates who met the conditions were among them, but he had no way to ferry them over. He was conservative. Compared to someone like Yen Shiji from another world, he preferred people originally from Blue Star. Why? Yusho thought about it and realized the reason seemed to be right in front of him. Yen Shiji liked familiar compressed biscuits. He liked familiar Blue Star people more. So what? Perfectly reasonable. But if someone was beautiful to a whole other level, Yusho would seriously take back what he said. He couldn't help but imagine. When would he ever get a teleportation skill? With a wave of his hand, he could teleport all girls within a radius of 10 li, who met the conditions straight onto the deck and line them up for him to inspect. Or maybe he could get some captains willing to trade over beautiful crew members, and then no one would be able to stop him. But who would be dumb enough to trade away good-looking and useful crew members to someone else? At that point, he could only place his hopes on vague, illusory luck. If he kept running into guys, how was he supposed to investigate physique growth and farm hypnosis favorability rewards? My former male classmates all wanted me to carry them. That included the former arts and sports committee member, plus a few of my roommates. Unless the other party was actually a heroic-looking girl who had been disguising herself as a boy all along. Otherwise, I don't do things when I can't see any reward. People always say we should help each other, but if the other party is completely useless to me, why should I force myself just to save face? While thinking, Yusho felt something extra on his body. Yen Shiji had draped a thick piece of cloth over Yusho's abdomen, but she didn't continue covering downward. Her eyes glowed in the darkness. Oh right, actually, compared to biting cookies, I'm more satisfied with the aura you brought. Her voice was very, very low, like she was talking to herself. Yusho hadn't expected that once she got over the first time, the second would come naturally. She bent down. However, it wasn't face to face. She lowered her slender neck, and her black, smooth long hair slid down over her shoulders. Her figure sank rapidly, and her whole person looked incomparably devout. Her purpose was very clear. She wanted to seek guidance from Yusho, because she currently had many questions she couldn't figure out. The fog in her mind was too thick. She couldn't see anything clearly, and she couldn't think anything through. Only by getting close to her benefactor would that fog disperse a little, revealing a tiny bit of new light. Physique points +2.
Physique point plus tout. Physique point plus tout. Physique point plus tout.
A prompt on the panel popped up every so often. Several dozen minutes later, Yusho felt that girls from another world were really too rude. She was actually treating him like a nuclear-powered donkey, refusing to stop for even a moment. Luckily, he had a mechanism that increased physique points. At his side, Yen Shiji pressed her lips together slightly and subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, not feeling that anything was wrong at all. She still had amnesia and was still dizzy. She also didn't seem to know much about the condition of other humans. There was only one thought turning in her head. Anyway, benefactor looks pretty relaxed, so he should be fine. Whoa, not good, here it comes again.
Physique point plus tout.
Host is really dedicated. Even this kitty admires Host now. Piece of cake, Yusho still held himself together. Just as Yusho was holding himself together, 22 o'clock arrived. It is now 22 o'clock. The first day's leaderboard has been fully settled. Congratulations. There are still 7,169 people on the leaderboard in this region. The prompt on the panel suddenly popped out, and the golden border looked especially dazzling in the night. Yusho quickly looked at the next message. Leaderboard rewards. There are basic rewards of physique points, spirit points, and mana points, and even rewards like fuel and other forms of power. First place. The boat of Yusho, Lin Xiao, Wang Jiele, and others. Rewards obtained. The captain receives 15 physique points, 15 spirit points, and 15 mana points, freely selectable. Everyone else receives 5 physique points, 5 spirit points, and 5 mana points, freely selectable. The whole group receives fuel ×3, low-grade energy core ×3. Second place. The boat of Feng Yunwen and Qin Si. Rewards obtained. The captain receives 6 physique points and 6 spirit points. Everyone else receives 4 physique points and 4 spirit points. The whole group receives fuel ×3. The reward for third place was almost the same as second place, only missing fuel ×1, while the attribute points were still about the same. Starting from 10th place and downward, the rewards decreased step by step, and there was no power reward at all anymore. This leaderboard and its rewards were made public across the entire region. In an instant, the entire regional channel completely exploded. Countless players looked at the huge gap in rewards and were all stunned speechless. One shocked expression after another flooded the screen. Li Jian. No, bros, isn't the gap between first and second way too huge? Wang Jiahao. Damn, I didn't expect there'd still be someone who could reignite my fighting spirit. How interesting. Huang Jingwen. Are these rewards for real? Lin Hao. This is hard to take. Is he really just born to be king? I refuse to accept it. Zhang Fan. It's not just that he's improving fast. After this wave, his strength is directly way ahead of ours. There's definitely something shady going on. These rewards were completely outrageous. The reward for first place was far too different from second and third place. This you show. His talent is probably above S rank, right? The leaderboard really depends on actual movement distance? What else would it depend on? Yeah, if everyone just slacked off, would there still be such heaven-defying rewards? 15 attribute points meant strength would absolutely increase at an extremely fast rate. Right now, for most people, having even one attribute reach 20 points was already pretty good. But Yusho had gained 15 points in all 3 attributes now. It was seriously unfair. Among the crowd, Wu Luiying stared at the name sitting firmly at the top of the leaderboard, and a gleam flashed through her eyes. She secretly rejoiced. This junior really has unfathomable potential. Good thing I had plans early. I was already thinking of asking him for a weapon, and now it's probably a done deal. With his current strength, any gear he discards will be a top-tier treasure. Dai Ledian. I suddenly thought of a question. Boss Yusho got so many attribute points all at once. He's probably already broken through first rank and steadily entered the ranks of second rank transcendence, right? After unlocking second rank, can the full server chat channel be opened? Chunyu. Really? Doesn't that mean we can communicate with players from other regions? Tion. I'm crying from envy. We all started at the same beginning, so why is the gap between people this huge? As soon as this message appeared, it instantly grabbed everyone's attention. The messages in the channel flooded the screen again, and everyone's curiosity was completely stirred up. Yusho smiled and shook his head. Ahem, advancing to a second-rank transcendent? That was so long ago that he could barely remember it anymore. Yusho had no intention of putting on a cold and aloof act. Anyway, he had no supplies to offer, but chatting was still fine. Yusho, your guess is right. I've already entered the full server channel. His spirit had already reached 188.2 points now. He was about to become a third-rank transcendent. But Yusho had no intention of separating himself from the group. Every girl in the entire region with a look score above 80 was useful to him. Not long after the message was sent, Feng Yunwan's message popped up right after it. Feng Yunwan. I'm only 10 physique points away from becoming a second-rank transcendent too. There was a bit of unyielding tenacity between the lines. Yusho's gaze paused slightly. He hadn't expected that this sharp and domineering young Miss Feng still hadn't stepped into the full server ranks even now. This survival world had gathered around 5 billion players. Even if they were filtered at a ratio of 1 in 10 million, there should still have been more than 500 selected. If it were loosened to 1 in a million, there should logically be several thousand spots on the full server. But right now, after counting it over and over, there were only a little more than 900 people who had truly entered the full server channel. This region had started with 9,000 people. Having one person like himself make it into the full server was already not bad. Huang Leijia. I'm still 66 spirit points short and then I can enter the full server too. Feng Yunwen. You're still pretty far off. Huang Leijia. Physique is still relatively easy to raise. The probability of gaining spirit points is already low to begin with. I had to kill several water ghosts in a row just to barely scrape together these points. Lin Hao. Brother Huang's progress is already very impressive. When Yusho saw the message from Huang Leijia, who was in 4th place, he also felt a little puzzled. Why wasn't the regional group in his area that strong? 4th place had really dropped the ball. A whole day had passed, and his spirit was only at 34 points? Could it be that aside from his own SS-rank talent, everyone else in the whole region just had average talent? Yusho stroked his chin. Shouldn't the protagonist's region be full of outstanding talents? Did one person suck dry the luck of the entire region by himself? Wu Luiying. How many people are in the server-wide channel now? Are people in there trading all kinds of supplies? Wu Luiying's question hit the exact itch in many people's hearts. The server-wide channel. What kind of people were in there? Was every single one of them some heaven's favored genius, arrogant and full of themselves? Yusho. There are a few hundred people, but they're all pretty cautious. Trades are all done in private chat. Unfortunately, there still wasn't a ranking board in the full server, so he had no idea what level his strength was at now. Forget it, no point talking about it. Yusho didn't have some kind of show-off system. Even if he talked more, he wouldn't get any reward from it. On the contrary, it might just make other people feel like he was showing off. Yusho started lurking in the chat. Without saying a single word, the wind outside the shack had weakened a little, and the moon had shifted a bit farther west. He sat up, and Yen Shiji beside him also stopped. She straightened up and wiped the corner of her mouth with the back of her hand. Oh right, I'm a good swimmer. How about I go catch fish? You definitely need to replenish your nutrition. Her voice was still a little weak, but it had more strength than before. Her eyes were bright under the moonlight, and Yusho's face was reflected in her pupils. Yusho shook his head. It's already really late. It's pitch black in the water. Too dangerous. Yen Shiji had only just recovered not long ago, and her physical condition still hadn't fully returned to normal. If she jumped into the freezing river at a time like this and got a cramp or got grabbed by something, wouldn't that be the end of it? Alright then, should I stand watch? Yen Shiji blinked her big eyes. Yusho said, stand watch for what? It's not like you're a perception type. Yen Shiji nodded, the corners of her lips pressing together slightly, as if she were digesting that fact. True. Right now, aside from acting as an emotional support tree hollow, there really wasn't much else she knew how to do. Yusho took out a fishing rod from his backpack. The fishing rod was entirely black with a slender body. The line was very thin, and a tiny glowing object hung from the hook, like a firefly had been hooked onto it. This is a special fishing rod. When Yen Shiji heard Yusho's words, her eyes lit up. Her gaze moved from the rod to Yusho's face, then back to the rod. You're giving this to me? Yeah. Put everything you catch into the kitchen. That's the work I'm assigning you. Yusho placed the fishing rod into Yen Shiji's hand. The rod's information appeared in Yusho's eyes. He hadn't even had time to look at it before. The moment he got it, he stuffed it into the game backpack and never took it back out for a careful look. Now, taking the chance while giving it to Yen Shiji, he pulled up the item panel again. Item: Automatic Lucky Fishing Rod. Grade: Excellent. Traits: Automatically fishes for 2.5 hours, after which it must rest for 3 hours before it can be activated again. During fishing, hook rate increases by 30%, and the chance of rare fish and items appearing increases by 15%. The line reels itself in and out automatically, and the hook removes itself automatically, requiring no manual intervention. Evaluation: The ultimate dream of lazy people. Just stick the rod in place and wait to eat. Yen Shiji was very curious about new things and quickly took hold of the fishing rod. I'll definitely work hard. She wrapped herself in lots of cloth and set the fishing rod up along the edge of the boat. The fishing rod actually started fishing on its own. What Yen Shiji had to do was put all the food that flew up into one place, then transfer it all together into the kitchen. Yusho actually still had another fishing rod, but the automatic duration wasn't endless. Once the first rod ran out of auto mode, he could let Yen Shiji keep fishing with the other one. If the two rods were used in rotation, there wouldn't be any downtime. Yusho walked into the kitchen. He looked around inside and found that there was still no gas system. This river is way too sloppy. Why is there no tool for starting a fire? I asked her for a lighter and she didn't even bring one. The supplies aren't complete at all. Yusho's gaze swept across the sink, the storage cabinets, and the hooks on the wall. Something was hanging on the hooks. It was 4 kitchen knives, hanging side by side on the wall with the blades pointed downward. Item: Kitchen knife. Grade: Rare. Traits: Specially made kitchen knife, far sharper than ordinary knives. Chops vegetables like cutting paper, with extremely high durability. Evaluation: A skeleton chef's favorite, even though skeletons don't need to eat. Not bad. So when she built this place, she at least included basic knives. This river really didn't have any bad items. Even a kitchen knife was the same grade as his dagger. Might as well give 2 of them to Wu Luing. He couldn't really give her absolutely nothing. He originally had some thoughts about developing his own faction, so it was necessary to let the girls who invested in him get some return. Only by giving the other side a little sweetness could he keep asking for nails. Yusho felt that since Wu Luing had been able to stay steadily in the top 10, collecting 30 units of ordinary nails shouldn't be a problem for her. He opened the chat channel once again. He planned to first give Wu Luing 2 kitchen knives, then directly ask her for some ordinary nails. Yusho, how are you? I'm planning to give you the weapon you wanted, but to his surprise, Wu Luing didn't reply within 5 minutes. Yusho found that a little unexpected. There wasn't even a, the other party is typing line in the chat panel right now. Either she was deliberately not replying, or she hadn't seen it. But what he sent was a benefit. There was no reason for her to pretend she didn't see it. It was only a little past 10 at night. Could it be that she had passed out from exhaustion? Then what now? Who should he look for? Lu Yinhua, or Counselor Jiang Gexing? Yusho leaned toward looking for Lu Yinhua. But just as he was about to tap into Lu Yinhua's private chat, he noticed that an unexpected person had sent many messages, drawing his attention. It was actually Huang Jingwen. Yusho had no idea what connection he even had with Huang Jingwen. Why had she suddenly sent him so many messages? What was going on? Yusho opened the private chat window. The messages scrolled down one by one, and he quickly skimmed through them. Huang Jingwen. Student Yusho, the situation is extremely urgent now.
Urgent?
Yusho kept reading. Huang Jingwen. I just saw a 7-colored bottle get swallowed by a giant fish swimming around all sluggishly. Now even that fish has become colorful. That 7-colored bottle is definitely a treasure. Huang Jingwen. Item grades are inferior, ordinary, rare, excellent, outstanding, epic and legendary. So tell me, something 7-colored has to be something amazing, right? When Yusho heard that, he froze slightly. Then he immediately felt that this was bad. Wasn't that bottle his mysterious drifting bottle? That 7-colored bottle was only useful if someone fished it up. An outstanding grade item and a fish actually went and ate the bottle? Was that fish so hungry it couldn't even recognize food? Yusho? Oh? Then why are you telling me? The drifting bottle was his, true, but Huang Jingwen didn't know that. In her eyes, this was a mysterious colored item with no owner, falling from the sky. Huang Jingwen. To be honest, I originally wanted to keep it all for myself, but that fish has thick skin and tough flesh. Its physique has reached 80 points, and after looking for a lot of sisters, none of them had weapons. Even Feng Yunwan was completely useless. Now I'm giving you a chance. Lend me a ranged lethal weapon. Once I get the 7-colored bottle, I'll return the weapon to you. I'll also give you 2 bags of compressed biscuits. After reading it, Yusho felt like the other party had to be talking in her sleep. He wasn't some great saint, although, if she killed the giant fish, then he could make the colored drifting bottle useful again, which did seem a little tempting. But Yusho still shook his head. He wasn't Huang Jingwen's simp. An exceptional grade bottle naturally had something extraordinary about it. If it ended up ruined inside some tiny fish's belly, that would be far too strange. Yusho still held onto a bit of hope. He felt that after this, the bottle should randomly refresh its location and reappear on its own, just like hidden items in certain games. If it got eaten, it would reset and show up somewhere else. If that was the case, then there was a good chance he would not need to do anything himself. Huang Jingwen. Say something, will you? There was no need for Yusho to ruin his own mood by arguing with her over the cost. He planned to leave the conversation directly. Yusho, everything you're saying is fake. A 7-colored grade item would appear on the first day. You probably ate a poisonous fish head and started hallucinating, right? After that, Yusho stopped talking. Huang Jingwen would not have gotten angry just from being cursed out. But the other party had directly denied everything she said. She instantly felt speechless. What did he mean by hallucinating? She had seen it with her own eyes. A 7-colored bottle. A 7-colored fish. Such a huge fish. Such bright colors. How could that possibly be a hallucination? This guy is way too stubborn. Miraculous encounters do happen. No wonder Lin Xiao and those girls have him wrapped around their fingers. He looks so obedient. Lin Xiao and the others got free labor out of him. They must be loving it. Once I get that 7-colored bottle and raise my strength, I'll let everyone in the whole school see that I'm the true chosen daughter of heaven. Yusho ended his private chat with Huang Jingwen. Could not be called completely without gain. At least now he knew where his mysterious bottle had ended up. Eaten by a fish? Fine. Being eaten by a fish was still better than vanishing without a trace. Right at that moment, a system message suddenly popped up. Congratulations, player Yusho, for killing a level 1 threat, the muddle-headed fish. Reward obtained. Constitution points +5, and 1 bronze treasure chest. Yusho stared at those lines, and 3 giant question marks practically popped up over his head. He had not done anything at all, so why was it directly judging that he had killed a fish? Where was that muddle-headed fish? He had not even seen it. On the other side, Huang Jingwen and her companion were using all kinds of methods to kill this slow-moving fish. The fish was giving off 7-colored light as it swam along lazily, completely ignoring the attacks from the 2 girls on the boat. The fish was slow, but the current was slow now too, so it was not going to be swept away too quickly. Huang Jingwen also knew this was the best chance, which was why she was so anxious. Then, in the next second, the 7-colored light around the entire muddle-headed fish suddenly grew even brighter. Light shone outward from inside the fish's body, spilling through the gaps between its scales, as if something were burning inside its belly. The water's surface was lit up so brightly that it looked as if a rainbow had fallen into the river. Huang Jingwen was stunned. Could it be that it ate the 7-colored bottle and is about to level up directly? Jingwen, what do we do now? Beside Huang Jingwen was a refined-looking girl with a single ponytail. She looked a little delicate, and her name was Chen Xiangyao. Chen Xiangyao was wearing a knee-length pleated skirt, and the hem swayed lightly in the night wind. You're already this old. What are you scared of? Huang Jingwen sounded far tougher than she did, but her hands were shaking too. The light on the fish's body was getting stronger and stronger, so strong that she had no choice but to squint. Then, in the very next second, the muddle-headed fish exploded outright. Bang! A dull explosion rose up from underwater. The fish's entire body blew apart from the inside. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Scales scattered in all directions, and the 7-colored light reached a blinding brightness at the instant of the explosion. The whole fish was like it had a bomb planted inside it. It just exploded on the spot. And the 7-colored bottle? It burst out through the fish's belly, covered in slime and blood, drawing a colorful arc through the air. It flew straight toward Huang Jingwen and Chen Xiangyao's boat. Huang Jingwen was dumbfounded. Her mouth was hanging open, her eyes wide and round, and the colorful bottle was reflected in her pupils. This bottle could even blow open a fish's stomach? Did a heaven-defying item like this really exist? And it even had lock-on tracking? Huang Jingwen was not an idiot. There was definitely something wrong with this 7-colored bottle, so she hurriedly dodged to the side. But the bottle seemed to have eyes. It landed directly on Huang Jingwen's head. Clang! Huang Jingwen got smacked on the head and crouched on the deck, rubbing it quickly. The edge of the bottle was not sharp, but it had speed behind it when it came down, and the force was not small. Her scalp hurt badly from the hit, like someone had flicked her forehead hard. Thank goodness, It didn't explode when it hit my head. That scared me to death. The drifting bottle fell onto the boat, rolled a few times, and then came to a stop by the rail. Huang Jingwen and Chen Xiangyao were both staring at that bottle. Their eyes seemed glued to it. From the moment it landed on the deck, neither of them had looked away. Why did it fly toward me? Could it be that it recognizes its owner? Chen Xiangyao did not dare step forward, because not only was she a little afraid Huang Jingwen would think she was trying to snatch it, she was also afraid there was something wrong with the thing. A bottle flying out of a fish's belly on its own, complete with lock-on tracking, and accurately smashing someone right on the head. No matter how she looked at it, this thing was eerie. Huang Jingwen, meanwhile, was hesitating. Her hand hovered above the bottle, her fingers opening and closing, then closing and opening again. She was not truly stupid either. She knew very clearly in her heart that risk and opportunity existed side by side. If she took the strange bottle and there really was some evil spirit sealed inside, or if it was some cursed item, she might be finished. But if someone else took it instead, and it turned out to be some secret treasure with a heaven-defying skill or a massive amount of supplies hidden inside, she would regret it to death. She gritted her teeth, her jaw tightening and her face twisting up. Then quickly, she picked up the bottle. Where's the information? She turned the bottle over and over several times, looking at it with the mouth facing up, then with the bottom facing up, then against the light, then away from the light. No panel popped out, no explanatory text appeared, no grade display showed up. None of the things she had expected to appear showed up at all. She let out a quiet sound of confusion. Her brows knit together, and a faint vertical line formed between them on her forehead. Chen Xiangyao said nothing, but she was nervous too. She was thinking to herself, if something happened to Huang Jingwen, then with her own B-grade wood-type talent, there was no way she could place within the top 50-something. Yu Shou was looking at the bronze treasure chest that had appeared in his hands. The box was not big, but it weighed quite a bit, feeling solid and heavy in his palm. The mysterious drifting bottle has encountered its destined person. The destined person will hear the command you send, and do everything in their power to fulfill one of your wishes. When the system prompt popped up, the corner of Yu Shou's mouth curved slightly. He had also figured out the cause of it. The mysterious drifting bottle had most likely killed the muddle-headed fish, and then ended up in Huang Jingwen and her group's hands. But was it Huang Jingwen who got it, or her teammate? He had no idea what either of them looked like. Although Yu Shou did not know exactly what Huang Jingwen looked like, Li Jian had mentioned before, while arguing with someone in the channel, that he had found one of Huang Jingwen's classmates and learned that Huang Jingwen looked average. The two of them had cursed each other in the channel over that for quite a while. So Huang Jingwen's looks were probably below 80 points. Command transmission channel has been opened. Yu Shou suddenly discovered that a square object had appeared in front of him. It materialized out of thin air before his eyes, like it had been spat out from the void, with white light flowing over it. He reached out and caught it, and the moment he did, the white light dimmed and the texture of paper became clear. Rough, thick, with slightly frayed edges. When he looked closely, it was actually a sheet of craft paper. He had not found anything inside the drifting bottle before, which had clearly been very strange. So it turned out the bottle had been missing the craft paper. This is what lets the owner send a teleportation command. Speak to the craft paper, and your voice will travel from the bottle into the holder's mind. Please state one of your wishes as soon as possible. The person on the other side will do everything they can to fulfill it. Just one wish. That was really a bit too little. Yu Shou planned to use his hypnosis ability. He took out the hypnosis tuning fork to see if he could use this channel to hypnotize someone. The prongs of the tuning fork began to tremble, letting out a faint buzzing sound as the vibration spread through the air. He moved the tuning fork close to the craft paper, trying to send the vibration frequency through the paper. The craft paper showed no reaction at all. Greedy user, the craft paper can only transmit wish-related information, and only if the other party is capable of doing it. Please think carefully and stop trying crooked tricks. What? Yu Shou stared at that line of text, his brows knitting slightly. He had not expected it would actually block him from transmitting that. This craft paper was not even as useful as a phone, and it still had the nerve to call itself an excellent grade item. At least with a phone, the other side could hear tone, pauses, and the background noise while someone was speaking. But this craft paper? Yu Shou let out a sigh and looked at the rankings again. Huang Jingwen's team was ranked 59th, which was not too bad. If he asked her to give him everything on her boat, she would probably do it. Then nails would no longer be a problem. And after the wish was fulfilled once, the other party would lose this portion of their memory for a period of time, so there would be no future trouble either. No, first he still had to confirm who got it and whether the other party had any value to him. Those were all easy enough to ask. With that thought he asked, Yu Shou, by the way, student Huang, why aren't you saying anything? You didn't run into some danger, did you? Need help? At that moment, Huang Jingwen was holding the bottle and examining it hard, but she found nothing. It's already been this long. I even got the bottle already, and only now is he sending a message. So damn annoying. He must have done it on purpose. Huang Jingwen, heh, I've already gotten the 7-colored bottle now, but it has nothing to do with you anymore. After sending that, Huang Jingwen found it very strange. She and Yusho barely had any interaction at all, so why did he care whether she lived or died? Could it be that he thought just because he was in first place now, casually showing concern for someone would make them chat with him? That was unbelievably cringe. Yusho smiled. Sure enough, Captain Huang Jingwen had gotten it. Then everything on that boat was his now. He quickly spoke to the craft paper. You will give everything on the boat to Yusho for free. Huang Jingwen still wanted to send a few more messages to slap Yusho in the face. But then a voice came from the drifting bottle. Huh? Huang Jingwen was startled. You will give everything on the boat to Yusho for free. The voice seemed to carry a kind of magic. It made her dizzy and disoriented in an instant, leaving her whole body muddled and hazy. At the same time, this voice also appeared in her mind. Give everything on the boat to Yusho for free. And it kept repeating. Am I stupid or what? Huang Jingwen felt irritated inside. Why should I give everything I have to a stranger? Huang Jingwen struggled, trying to break free of that will, desperately trying to drive away the thought echoing over and over in her mind, but it was all in vain. A gradually uncontrollable consciousness began to take over, dominating her actions. Qian Xiangyao saw Huang Jingwen move. In the night, supplies disappeared from Huang Jingwen's hands one by one. Her expression was blank, her eyes half open and half closed, her eyelashes trembling slightly, as if she were dreaming. Sister Jingwen, what are you doing? Huang Jingwen seemed not to hear her at all. As for the 7-colored bottle, no one knew where it had gone. There was not the slightest trace of it. In the chat log, Huang Jingwen personally stated that she wanted nothing in return and could give the items to Yusho. Her exact words were, I voluntarily gift these supplies to student Yusho and do not require any compensation. And the system approved it as well. Both parties confirmed and agreed. The trade target was legal, and there were no rule violations. The record was archived and could not be revoked. Through that system window, Yusho received a lot of materials. For example, wood times 20, nails times 34, cloth times 24, 2 ordinary cooking pots, 2 fine-quality harpoons, a change of underwear, and even rare flint. Huang Jingwen, are you crazy? Qian Xiangyao had no idea what kind of madness had possessed Huang Jingwen. She stepped forward and grabbed Huang Jingwen. What exactly was she seeing? Huang Jingwen was actually dismantling the boat. Not just a little either. She started from the edge of the boat and pulled out the nails one by one. She pried open the seams between the planks with her fingernails and yanked the iron nails straight out of the wood. Let go of me. Controlled by the command, Huang Jingwen casually flicked her arm upward. What looked like a careless amount of force directly shoved the already exhausted and starving Qian Xiangyao to the ground. Qian Xiangyao broke out in a cold sweat, her whole body turning icy. This Huang Jingwen had been her dorm enemy before, someone who never considered anyone else. When others were sleeping, she would play audio out loud. When others were hot, she would turn off the air conditioner. And then, in this survival world, the two of them had been teleported together. She became Huang Jingwen's crew member, and a new round of torment began. Thinking about it now, Huang Jingwen was probably planning to abandon her, organize the materials, and move on to someone else's vehicle. She was so anxious that tears started streaming down her face. If her parents were here. Her father was a swimming coach after all. Too bad they were not in the same region. No, she should have been harsher long ago and fought Huang Jingwen head-on. She could feel her heartbeat speeding up, blood rushing to her head, her temples throbbing. But after clenching her fists, she still gave up. Her fingers slowly loosened one by one, her palms soaked in sweat. If I resist, she'll definitely hurt me without any restraint. I have a few units of wood and nails myself. Even if the boat is gone, I can still cling to a plank and last for a few hours. Maybe I'll survive. She silently retreated a few steps and could only watch as Huang Jingwen wrecked everything however she pleased. In her current state, Huang Jingwen was a complete destruction king. In only a short moment, the originally intact boat had already been dismantled by more than half. In the end, all that remained was an empty shell of a boat. A hull, wind-leaking sideboards on all 4 sides, and a lone mast. The boat rocked on the surface of the water. On the other side, Yusho had also received quite a lot of supplies. Oh! The other side moves pretty fast. It only took a few minutes, and everything was delivered. Because he did not have enough space, he called Sujimon over, since her storage had still never been filled. Yusho, where did these supplies come from? Sujimon asked softly. Yusho had thought Sujimon would not ask. Wang Jiele was such a lively person, yet she had never kept asking questions about everything. Before Yusho could answer, Sujimon's eyes flashed, and she had already guessed it. I know. Was it that drifting bottle from before? Yusho rubbed Sujimon's head. That's amazing, Class Monitor Su. Your guess is that accurate. Sujimon looked serious. Come on. Isn't it obvious? You showed us the drifting bottle's information before. At that time, I already guessed. After all, if you can command the other party, then the highest short-term profit would be making them hand over everything. Look, even clothes got transmitted over now. Yusho said, You're right. Do you think what I did is cruel? Su Jimon hesitated for a few seconds, then spoke. If this were the real world, I would say we should unite everyone and face all these disasters together. But after meeting you, I've become selfish. So selfish that everyone else has nothing to do with me anymore. It was rare for Su Jimon to say this much. She had always liked passively waiting for Yusho, but deep down, she wished more than anything that Yusho would only treat her well, and be cold and ruthless toward everyone else. Yusho felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by the familiar class monitor Su beside him. Her gaze was too direct. Class monitor Su, your storage is full too, so you should head back first. I like watching what's happening outside from inside the shed. Su Jimon's gaze moved off Yusho and landed on Yen Shiji, who was squatting nearby. Yen Shiji was by the edge of the boat, and that automatic lucky fishing rod kept pulling up fish from time to time. So, why was Yen Shiji out there fishing? Forget it. Whoever Captain Yusho wanted by his side was his own choice. Why was she overthinking it? She bit her lower lip. Just as Su Jimon was about to leave, a foot appeared in the teleportation window, then a leg, and more. It was a woman with straight bangs, struggling nonstop but unable to break free. Her hands were tied behind her back, with several loops of rope wrapped tightly around her wrists. The knot had been tied hard, digging into her skin and leaving red marks. Her legs were tied too, with rope wrapped around her ankles and around her knees as well. It was obvious she had been restrained and then sent over. You show this? Su Jimon's eyes went wide. Chen Xiangyao was stunned too. She looked at the man and woman in front of her with a face full of shock. No way. Huang Jingwen had gone crazy and tied her up like a piece of merchandise. Chen Xiangyao recalled what had just happened. After Huang Jingwen finished dismantling the boat, she took out several bundles of nylon rope from her game backpack and walked toward her expressionlessly. She had thought Huang Jingwen was going to throw her into the river. She was so scared her mind went blank, tears streaming down her face, her legs so weak she could barely stand. She begged Huang Jingwen not to kill her, but Huang Jingwen acted like she hadn't heard anything. She crouched down and wrapped the rope around her wrists loop after loop, then tied a dead knot, then tied her ankles, then her knees. The whole process was smooth and practiced, like an old hand at tying up crabs. And in the end it was to teleport her to some boy? Her mind raced at that moment. Was Huang Jingwen treating her like trade goods? Was she using her to exchange for something? Or had Huang Jingwen reached some kind of agreement with this boy and packaged her up like cargo to send over? This Huang Jingwen, that damned woman, she would definitely get revenge. She'd acted like a weak and honest person, and ended up getting sold off just like that. Yusho, on the other hand, was not too surprised. He had already expected this. What he had said from the start was, everything on the boat. If the Chen Xiangyao on the other side didn't meet the favorability system's requirements, then there would at least be someone afterward to do laundry for the girls, and now it looked like she was quite pretty, definitely meeting the looks requirement. Detected a target that can be pursued. The favorability system is at your service. Name, Chen Xiangyao. Age, 19. Height, 166 centimeters. Weight, 51 kilograms. Measurements, 95, 62, 92. Looks, 95. Sanity, 70. Morality, 80. Favorability toward host, -20. Disgust, Purity, 100. Status, brand new. Hobbies, enjoys playing the guzheng, is skilled at hand weaving, is passionate about swimming and water sports, and is an excellent swimmer. Somewhat socially anxious, likes peaceful solitude. She definitely thought he was in league with Huang Jingwen. In reality, it was because he had used the mysterious drift bottle that she had lost everything. So what should he do? Hypnotize her directly, or think of a way to raise her favorability first? Right then, Chen Xiangyao took a deep breath. How many supplies was I exchanged for by Huang Jingwen? Her voice was trembling. Su Jimon glanced at Yusho. Student Yusho was doing all this for everyone's sake. She had to play the bad guy here. She couldn't let the other girl end up resenting Yusho. Su Jimon spoke. Nothing at all. Chen Xiangyao froze. Her eyes widened even more, and her lips opened and closed. Tish, that can't be possible? She twisted a few times. I may not have a good talent, but I can row, I can fish, I can carry things. How could I be worth nothing at all? She wasn't trash either. No matter how cold Huang Jingwen was, she wouldn't go so far as to throw her away like garbage without taking a single thing in return. She had spent the whole day rowing for Huang Jingwen and organizing food supplies, rubbing blisters into her hands, feeling like she had run several 800-meter races. And yet, in Huang Jingwen's eyes, her value was 0. Yusho looked at her and said, Huang Jingwen has probably already fallen into the water by now. His voice was very calm. But in Yusho's view, there was no need to hide the drift bottle matter. If her favorability dropped rapidly, he would just have to hypnotize her and rewrite her cognition. If it didn't drop, then he wouldn't need to spend extra effort rewriting her cognition. How things turned out depended on how Huang Jingwen had treated Chen Xiangyao before this. Yusho still trusted Huang Jingwen's character. What good could Huang Jingwen possibly do? Qian Xiangyao suddenly lifted her head, her gaze shifting from Sujimon to Yusho's face. What's going on? Yusho told the truth. He told her about using the drift bottle, from the bottle flying out of a fish's belly, to Huang Jingwen picking it up, to his teleportation command, but he said that at first, he hadn't expected a person could be teleported over. That point was pretty important. No matter what, on the surface he absolutely couldn't admit to that, and Sujimon really had been shocked just now. After he finished speaking, Qian Xiangyao was dumbfounded. She stared at Yusho's face for several seconds, trying to find a flaw in his expression. Yusho kept looking at her too. With higher spiritual power, even micro-expressions could be controlled now. Even if Ekman, the founder of micro-expression mind reading, came over, he wouldn't be able to spot any flaw. Just then, some wood appeared in the teleportation window again. Several planks rolled out of the window and fell onto the deck with dull thuds. One end of the planks still had nails in them, and the edges were jagged, as if someone had ripped them off from somewhere by brute force. Qian Xiangyao lowered her head for a look and recognized one of the planks. It was part of their boat side. There was a crack on it shaped like the letter C. Her heart jolted. Huang Jingwen really had been ordered around by this boy. It wasn't just supplies and crew members. Even the boat's frame was gone. She was probably really in the river by now. But for some reason, Qian Xiangyao was not very angry. It was fine if Huang Jingwen had gotten tricked too. When that thought surfaced, even Qian Xiangyao herself was startled. Ever since childhood, she had always been the type to never fight back when bullied and never talk back when scolded. For the entire day today, Huang Jingwen hadn't given her anything to eat. Huang Jingwen had even taken her clothes for herself. If Huang Jingwen was gone, then she wouldn't have to put up with that anymore, which would count as a good thing. The man and woman in front of her both looked very young and very calm. They didn't seem to have any intention of threatening her life. Maybe the situation wasn't that bad? Favorability. -20 to -16. Yusho looked at the prompt that popped up on the panel and thought, as expected. Judging from Qian Xiangyao's reaction, her feelings toward Huang Jingwen had never been that deep to begin with. Qian Xiangyao said softly, "Right, we're all classmates. Can you untie me first?" Her voice was very quiet, so quiet it was almost drowned out by the sound of the river. She didn't look at Yusho. She was afraid of him, afraid he would take advantage of the situation. She absolutely didn't want to be forcefully taken by a stranger. She looked at Sujimon. Sujimon looked easier to talk to than Yusho. Hearing Qian Xiangyao's words, Sujimon said, "I listen to Yusho, but why untie you? Don't tell me you're thinking of running?" Qian Xiangyao panicked. "What? Why run? I don't even have a boat anymore. I can't exactly jump into the river. Can I? Wait, the name Yusho sounds kind of familiar." She suddenly remembered. Wasn't this Yusho the person who had always been ranked first? From what she'd seen before, his character seemed decent enough, and there were quite a few girls on his boat. She'd even heard that Lin Xiao, the president of the Qingji Association, was there too. Affection. -16 to 1. Yusho knew exactly the advantage of having a famous name. When Song Gongming announced the title Timely Rain, even the people who had wanted to kill him before had to kneel for him. Alright, things have come to this, so eat first. Yusho saw through Qian Xiangyao's condition at a glance. She was so hungry she didn't even have the energy in her voice. Eat? For a moment, Qian Xiangyao almost thought she had been rescued. Sujimon took out a strip of cooked fish. Even after being stored in the game's backpack, the fish hadn't lost any heat. Yusho nodded. "You'll follow us from now on." Qian Xiangyao. Okay. I'll definitely listen to you. Affection. 1 to 11. Yusho felt much more at ease. Just from chatting a few words, I already saved a few points of mental energy on hypnosis. Qian Xiangyao feels kind of dumb. Qian Xiangyao had no idea Yusho was thinking that. She really didn't interact with people much. Even though her looks scored 95 points, she still only had a little over 60 WeChat friends, and half of them were relatives. But she wasn't stupid either. She knew this Yusho wasn't some honest man. In any case, he definitely wasn't some righteous light. But he was giving her fish to eat, and his vehicle was this big, so she accepted it. Besides, there were at least 2 girls on his boat. Yusho would most likely care about the opinions of the female team members, so he probably wouldn't do anything with her for now. Yusho really didn't have that kind of plan. She had been tied up and brought here, yet she hadn't said a single word cursing him, and she looked pitiful. She was hungry and exhausted, so it was better to let her rest first. Yusho walked out of the shed and came to the bow. There was enough quality wood, enough high-grade canvas, enough metal ingots, and enough nails. 3 low-grade energy cores and 20 turbocharger components. All the upgrade materials were fully met. He took a deep breath and mentally tapped the upgrade button. On the first day, my boat's level can already reach level 6. This is like riding a rocket. Yusho was also surging with excitement. If it hadn't been for River, that walking treasure boy, he might not have advanced this quickly. So, in the future he'd still have to let the purification angel make a move. Very quickly, the boat's form began to change. The hull suddenly shook, and dense creaking sounds came from the seams between the planks, like bones growing. The original ordinary wooden boards were replaced layer by layer with sturdier planks. The sides of the boat were raised, and an extra layer of waterproof canvas appeared over the cabin roof. The edges of the canvas were pressed down with metal strips and nailed tightly in place. As for the energy cores, the system automatically embedded them into a recess in the middle of the hull. 3 fist-sized blue crystals floated above the recess, slowly rotating. Blue light shone out from inside the crystals. The light illuminated the entire deck, tinting Qian Xiangyao's face a pale blue. What level of vehicle is this? She forgot to eat her fish, staring open-mouthed at the 3 glowing crystals. Fish juice dripped from the corner of her mouth onto her chest. Su Zhiman helplessly held her forehead. They still hadn't untied her, so now she had to feed her. What are you making such a fuss about? Captain Yusho is going to turn our boat into the highest grade one. And let me tell you, the thing before where Yusho made Huang Jingguan lose everything, I was the one who egged him on. If you have a problem with it, then I won't give you any fish. Qian Xiangyao quickly backed down. You did great. I couldn't stand someone like Huang Jingguan a long time ago. Thank you, sis. Qian Xiangyao's affection toward the host, 11 to 19, nodding acquaintance. Yusho didn't pay attention to Qian Xiangyao's affection for the time being. He wanted to clearly see the changes after the upgrade. As a captain, he not only had to understand his crew's backgrounds, but also everything about the boat. The fuel room was still there at the stern, and that fuel engine was still there too, but the fuel pipes and wiring had been rearranged, making the routing much simpler. It looked like he could now use both fuel and low-grade energy cores. When he wanted to save money, he could burn fuel. When he wanted to accelerate, he could use energy cores. Flexible switching, very convenient. The speed hadn't increased by much yet, since the energy cores still hadn't been activated at full power. Yusho stood at the bow for a while, feeling out the change in the boat's speed. Without activating the energy cores, a level 6 boat was about 20% faster than a level 5 boat. Then he saw something new. At the bow, there had originally only been a bare mast. Now there was an extra metal base on the right side of the mast. The base was circular, about 1 meter in diameter with anti-slip patterns on the surface. Mounted above the base was a short, thick cannon. The barrel wasn't long, just a little over 1 meter, and the muzzle tilted slightly upward. The turret? The cannon body was made of dark gray metal. There were no welding marks on the surface, as if it had been cast in one piece. Below the barrel was a loading port, just the right size to fit 1 energy core. Yusho crouched down and touched the surface of the cannon with his fingers. It was cool and smooth. He brought up the turret's information panel. Ship-mounted energy turret. Consumption. Low-grade energy core times 1. Ammunition. 12 energy shells. Power. 1 shot can penetrate the defenses of a level 3 threat, 3 consecutive shots can heavily injure a level 3 threat, and 12 shots at full power can kill a level 4 threat, but vital points must be targeted. Range. Effective range 1,000 meters. Maximum range 1,200 meters. Cooldown. No cooldown. After firing all 12 shots, the energy core must be replaced. This range was pretty average. Yusho had thought the range would be 2,000 meters. Looks like he had overestimated it. A show. The boat upgraded again? Yes, the materials are finally complete. Lin Xiao walked out of the cabin and came to Yusho's side. It's almost 11 now, come back and rest for a bit first. Yusho looked at Yan Shiji, who was full of energy. Yan Shiji turned her head and said, Benefactor, I've got things here. You don't need to worry too much. I've already slept for several hours. Yusho thought, alright, I really do need some rest. My mental energy has never been full. I've been using hypnosis the whole time. He followed Lin Xiao back into the cabin. Su Zhiman also followed them over. She knew very well that everyone in the cabin had their eyes on Yusho. If she went any later, she wouldn't even get to touch a single hair on Yusho. Chen Xiangyao lay in the shed. Although she was still tied up, Su Zhiman had loosened the ropes for her, so it didn't hurt anymore. There was cloth covering her body, so she wasn't cold either. The shed was very quiet. The wind was blocked by the kitchen wall, leaving only a faint coolness slipping in through the cracks. It was just right. Neither cold nor hot, like sitting on a balcony on an autumn evening. There are actually quite a lot of girls on this boat, and they all care a lot about Yusho. I really was overthinking it. He might not even be interested in me. Forget it. I'm not going to think so much about it. In a daze, she drifted off to sleep, in a place no one knew how far away. A sturdy figure was in the river. He wasn't swimming but fighting. Even his arm strokes through the water carried a kind of overbearing force. Every time his palm smacked the surface, water splashed half a meter high. His shoulders were broad, and his deltoids bulged. He was a middle-aged man. At that moment, he was fighting a giant upstream carp with his bare hands in the river. The fish's tail slapped the water, and every strike sent up a huge spray. Droplets burst in the air and fell onto the man's head, shoulders, and back. But the man didn't retreat. If anything, he seemed rather excited. With one hand, he grabbed the giant carp's gill cover, his 5 fingers hooking into the gill slit like iron claws, his nails sinking into the soft flesh beneath the fish's skin. The giant carp's body twisted violently, and its tail whipped over from the surface of the water, carrying a fishy gust. The man met it with his other hand. Spreading his palm, he directly grabbed the tip of the fish's tail. The muscles in his arm bulged, and veins stood out from his wrist all the way to his elbow. Huff! The carp was clearly about to be taken down by him. Its eyes rolled white, its belly turned upward, and it floated on the surface. Just then, a young man shouted, "Coach Chen, the situation has changed." The young man stood at the bow, holding a glowing compass in his hands. When Chen Yong heard someone calling him, he quickly returned to the boat. "Xiao Zhao, what is it?" Zhao Chan said, "My divination ability detected a change in your daughter's direction. Before, she had been heading slightly south of due west, but now she suddenly shifted a lot farther north. The change is huge. It wasn't caused by the current." Chen Yong wiped the water from his face, his brows twisting together and pressing a deep vertical crease into the space between them. "What's going on?" Zhao Chen let out a sigh. "I don't know either." Chen Yong stared at Zhao Chen for a few seconds, then raised his head and fixed his gaze on the darkness in the distance over the river. Is she still alive?" Of course she's alive," Zhao Chen answered at once. Chen Yong took off his soaked tank top, wrung it out until water streamed down, then put it back on. "You should have said that earlier. She's still alive, but we still can't delay too long. My current ability is SS rank, like a fish in water. Underwater, I'm basically a humanoid weapon. Our boat was also just upgraded to level 4, so it's a lot faster now." He glanced at the moon. "Even though this isn't the same area as Xiangyao's, it's a good thing you're here. We still have a chance to run into her."